Chapter 1. Naruto's Reluctance to Venture Outside. Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, incessantly puffing on the cigarette in his hand. As the third Hokage of Konoha, he had witnessed countless storms since the beginning of the First Great Ninja War. Yet, the scene before him still caused him considerable distress. He gazed at the young Uzumaki Naruto, who clung desperately to the cabinet, refusing to step outside, and felt an overwhelming sense of awkwardness. In Hiruzen's original plan, he intended to leverage the malicious rumors disseminated by Danzo to incite the villagers' animosity towards Naruto, followed by his own benevolent gestures to cultivate a sense of affinity for him as Hokage. However, to his utter astonishment, this current generation of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki bore no resemblance to his parents. He did not expect Naruto to be hailed as a little son like his father, nor did he even require him to embody the fiery spirit of his mother. Instead, he found that the offspring of these two prodigies was characterized by social anxiety and an affinity for seclusion. Naruto displayed an aversion to communication, preferring to remain ensconced in his small room rather than venture outside. Initially, Hiruzen believed that Naruto's reluctance stemmed from a fright induced by a previous terrifying caretaker, and that it would soon pass. However, he was taken aback to discover that Naruto would rather starve than step outside. This prompted Hiruzen to instruct the Umbu to deliver food while he personally went to persuade the boy. This cannot continue. Hiruzen mused, if this persists, not only will Naruto fail to forge connections with Konoha, but he will essentially become a recluse. With a gentle expression, he addressed the boy, whose face was shrouded in a hood. Little Naruto, why are you unwilling to go outside? There are many children like you playing ninja games out there. Don't you aspire to become a ninja one day? Naruto, his face hidden beneath the hood, shook his head and whispered, I don't want to go out. Why is that? Has something happened to make you feel this way? Hiruzen inquired. No, it's just boring, came the reply. Observing Naruto's one-word responses, Hiruzen sensed the challenge ahead. He decided to try a different approach. What if you went out with your friends? Wouldn't you like to enjoy some delicious food? Places like Ichiraka Ramen or Barbecue Q have wonderful treats that I don't want to eat, it's boring. Hiruzen sighed, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him. He himself was not adept at educating children otherwise. He wouldn't have allowed Asuma to rebel for over a decade before returning to Konoha on his own accord. What method can I employ to persuade him to step outside? How did I manage to teach those two little monkeys? As he racked his brain, suddenly an idea struck him. Naruto, do you know that if you stay cooped up at home, you'll run out of food and go hungry? If you remain hungry for too long, a kappa might come and eat you. As he spoke, a chilling visage emerged, his tone growing increasingly somber. It's impossible with so many people outside. Why would it choose to feast upon me? Because you're hungry, came the reply. Why not consume you instead? Because my great-grandfather filled his belly, granting him the strength to deter the kappa from devouring me. Then why would it target me? Haven't you already inquired about this? A bead of sweat trickled down Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead as he patiently explained. It is because Naruto has not eaten without strength. The kappa specifically seeks out those children who are famished. If you were to consume your meal, you would gain strength, and thus the kappa would be too intimidated to approach you. So, you mean to say that the kappa will come to my home as long as I remain hungry? Precisely. How splendid. Huh? Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow even tighter, pondering whether this child had already succumbed to a sense of nihilism. That simply would not do. Why splendid? Naruto, do you wish for death? Naruto Uzumaki shook his head and chimed in with his bright, youthful voice. If I am hungry, the kappa will come to my house to eat me, but I will certainly not allow that. Instead, I could consume it, and then I wouldn't be hungry anymore, it wouldn't eat me. Indeed, as long as you devour the kappa, you shall not go hungry, and the kappa will not feast upon you. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted to one of sudden realization, but then he quickly shook his head. No. The kappa is an exceedingly fierce creature. You cannot consume it. In fact, with a single bite, it could swallow you whole. Wow, the kappa is remarkable. It has such a large mouth. What does it look like? And why is its mouth so enormous? Observing the twinkle in Naruto's eyes, Sarutobi Hiruzen smirked in disdain, thinking to himself, how could I possibly be outmaneuvered by such a small child? The kappa is a terrifying monster, standing over 3 meters tall, with a bald head, a turtle shell on its back, and a duck-like beak. With one mouthful, it could consume all of you, Naruto. As he spoke, he exaggeratedly opened his mouth wide, mimicking a kappa to frighten Naruto. Feeling the fear creep in, Naruto's body trembled slightly at Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Believing he had finally instilled fear in Naruto, Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that he could finally send the child out, thereby realizing his master plan. A smirk unconsciously forming on his lips. That would be splendid. Boom. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen collapsed to the ground, his face contorted in exaggerated disbelief. Why is it splendid again? Because ducks have no teeth, and with such a large mouth, it would surely swallow me whole. Then I could reside in its belly and feast upon it. Sigh. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt as though he had absorbed all the cold air of the year. He was contributing to the warming of the ninja world. What a fierce child, indeed the offspring of Uzumaki Kushina. The monstrous creation intended to intimidate him was hardly effective. The notion of devouring the creature was absurd. How vividly I recall the terror that ensued when I spun the tail of the kappa, leaving the two young ones in my household trembling in fright. Yet here, it seemed utterly ineffective. Having pondered this, Sarutobi Hiruzen ceased his attempts to coax Uzumaki Naruto outside, and instead inquired, "What will you do if you grow hungry? Must you rely on the umbu to deliver your meals? It is rather inconsiderate to trouble others." "Indeed," Naruto replied, clutching the cabinet, his head resting against the wooden surface as he wrestled with his thoughts. "Perhaps I shall simply forego eating altogether." Chapter 2. You are merely overindulged. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Conversing with a child proved to be an arduous task. Their utter disregard for logic and reason left him bewildered, struggling to comprehend their thoughts. In that moment, all he desired was to return to his office, preferring the tedium of repeated debates with Danzo over enduring further discussions about Naruto's hunger. With a resigned sigh, he arranged for the umbu to deliver a substantial supply of food to Naruto's home, allowing him to prepare his own meals. After all, it was unreasonable to let the boy star providing him with raw ingredients would also serve to cultivate his independence, preventing him from becoming a burden. Once Sarutobi and the umbu departed, the 3-year-old Naruto finally exhaled in relief. Retreating to his room and lying upon his bed, he contemplated his situation, perplexed by the undue psychological pressure he felt in the presence of his seemingly gentle grandfather, as well as his aversion to venturing outside, preferring the comfort of home. There was no denying that remaining indoors was far more pleasurable than seeking out supposed playmates or food. Running outside for a meal cannot compare to the ease of dining at home without the need to walk, he mused, rolling his large, innocent eyes as he grabbed a stool and approached the sink to wash his recently used dishes. The food delivered by the umbu is delicious. If only they could bring me meals every day, then I wouldn't need to cook or wash up. Surely that's possible? I seem to recall a ninja clad in yellow attire, and a mask frequently delivering food to my home. I shall inquire with Grandfather the Third next time he visits. I believe there's a way to contact them using a brick, though the location of that brick eludes me. You will regret this, Hiruzen. I'm a Hokage, bang. As Danzo forcefully slammed the door, a wave of satisfaction washed over Sarutobi Hiruzen. Now that feels right, indeed. This is the essence of comfort. Conversing with Danzo is infinitely more enjoyable than engaging with Uzumaki Naruto. After completing a day filled with trivial matters and coordinating with his old comrades and 2 subordinates, the weary Sarutobi Hiruzen finally returned to his home. Gazing into the darkness that enveloped his abode, he let out a despondent sigh. His wife, Lake Biwa, had perished during the tumult of the Nine-Tails incident. His eldest son had established his own family and moved out, and his second son was in a rebellious phase, serving as a guard in the land of fire. In this desolate home, he found himself utterly alone. Even as the Hokage, he could not escape the pangs of solitude after such a long day. Seated on the sofa, he drew on the cigarette between his fingers, murmuring to himself, "Oh, Sensei, ever since you entrusted me with the mantle of Hokage, I have tread cautiously. Fearing to disappoint you, I have endured the trials posed by numerous clans, survived the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars. Yet here I stand, a solitary figure, incapable of even managing the younger generation. The burdens of the Hokage are indeed heavy. Nevertheless, I shall persevere after all these years. I'm the only one capable of guiding our people toward a brighter future. Everything I do is for Konoha, for the will of fire." I end this lamentation to the second Hokage and avow to fortify Naruto Uzumaki's dependence on him. Sarutobi Hiruzen resolved to deepen the bond between the young ninja and himself. After all, his reliance on him would translate to a reliance on Konoha, effectively binding the Jinchuriki to the village. The following morning, Sarutobi arose early and made his way to the Hokage's office to attend to official duties. Recently, tensions with the Hidden Cloud village had been escalating, and it seemed a larger conflict loomed on the horizon. At this critical juncture, the Uchiha clan was beginning to stir unrest, and the incessant conflicts among the village's noble families compounded his burdens. Overwhelmed, Sarutobi lamented, "Alas, I am growing old. If only I could reclaim a few youthful years, I could simply create a few shadow clones to manage these affairs. But now, should I overexert myself with clones, I might find myself collapsing in bed. Suddenly invigorated, he exclaimed, "Shadow clones." He began to contemplate fervently. Indeed, shadow clones. No matter the excuse, I cannot let Naruto remain indoors. However, if I teach him the shadow clone technique, I can devise a way to coax him outside. After all, his original self will not leave, only the clones will venture out. As long as I clearly explain the nature of the clones, there should be no issues. With determination, Sarutobi summoned his Umbu subordinates to retrieve a scroll containing the shadow clone technique and hurried to Naruto's residence. The shadow clone technique is indeed a remarkable tool. It allows for shared memories and requires minimal chakra. This way, I can foster bonds between Naruto and the younger generation, while also enlisting the assistance of adults who may be unaware of the situation, further cementing Naruto's reliance on me. Moreover, given Naruto's Uzumaki lineage, even a 3-year-old can create a clone without any adverse effects. As he pondered this, Sarutobi could not help but think of Shimura Danzo. Suchikage, the bonds one shares are the most profound ties that bind an individual. Your ruthless methods will only serve to obliterate a genius, and in doing so, you have condemned yourself as well. After sitting in the esteemed position of leader for so long, has your mind grown stagnant? Ultimately, I am the Hokage, which is why I can devise such an excellent plan. Achoo, achoo, achoo. At that moment, Danzo, seated at the root, inexplicably sneezed thrice. How peculiar. Why am I sneezing all of a sudden? Could it be a cold? Damn that Hiruzen. It is his fault that I am confined to this gloomy underground, which has even caused me to catch a chill. I am clearly the one best suited to be Hokage. Soon, Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived at Naruto Uzumaki's home. Little Naruto, your grandfather, the 3rd Hokage, has come to visit you. Groggy, Naruto stirred from his slumber upon hearing the voice. He usually awoke around noon. Grandpa 3rd, why have you come to my house again? Are you simply bored? Yes, I am just taking a stroll after a hearty meal. They say a walk after eating prolongs life. While the old 3rd Hokage rubbed his belly and ambled along, he suddenly realized he had been led astray by the boy and quickly called out, "That's not right. This brat has led me astray." The moment he spoke, Hiruzen's face twitched. What do you mean by prolonging life? Does that imply that I am nearing my end? Grandpa 3rd, you are not about to perish. At this, Naruto exclaimed in a panic. Right, cough. Hiruzen coughed while gazing at Naruto with feigned frailty. Listen, Naruto, where did you learn such phrases? You cannot simply toss them around. Rubbing his eyes sleepily, Naruto replied slowly. I dreamed about it just now. There were several bald, chubby men telling jokes about noodles and buns, and then it was all about overeating. Let's not dwell on that any longer. Hiruzen quickly interjected, smiling broadly as he inquired. Little Naruto, would you like to become a ninja? Chapter 3, The 8 Trigram Seal. A ninja? Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement. Whether from his previous encounters with ninjas or the deep-seated yearning within, he felt compelled to become one. Indeed, to become a ninja. Hiruzen observed the exhilaration illuminating Naruto's eyes and nodded with satisfaction. It seems that despite being reclusive and socially anxious, he has inherited his parents' genes and still harbors a desire to become a ninja. Wonderful. Naruto joyfully leaped from the ground, his laughter echoing. I want to be a ninja. I want to be a ninja. All right. Do not become overly excited first. Calm down and listen to what I have to say. Hiruzen gently patted Naruto's head, urging him to refrain from excessive exuberance. Teaching you the art of ninjutsu is not out of the question, but it comes with certain conditions. Before you master chakra and the shadow clone technique, you must diligently venture outside and cultivate good relationships with the neighbors and friends. Do you understand? Naruto Uzumaki's eyes darted around, pondering to himself, given my exceptional talent, I will undoubtedly grasp these concepts swiftly, after which I shall never need to step outside again. With a cheerful demeanor, he replied, All right, I agree. Excellent. The two then settled into their seats, as Sarutobi Hiruzen produced 2 scrolls and laid them upon the table, addressing Naruto directly. The foundation of a ninja is composed of chakra. At your young age, there is no need for you to comprehend the origins of chakra. Your teachers of the Ninja Academy will enlighten you on that matter in due time. For now, our goal is to enable you to successfully refine your chakra. Once you possess chakra, you will be considered a ninja student. He gestured toward the other scroll, upon which the words shadow clone technique were inscribed. Here lies a technique of ninjutsu. Should Naruto demonstrate commendable performance in swiftly refining his chakra, his grandfather shall impart this skill to him. Once mastered, Naruto will be able to send his shadow clones on errands without leaving his abode. Upon hearing that he need not venture outside, Naruto exclaimed joyfully, "Grandfather, stop rambling and teach me how to refine chakra quickly." Observing Naruto's eagerness, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not suppress a quiet chuckle. He was well aware that even if Naruto mastered the shadow clone technique, the memories of the clones would ultimately return to him, thus necessitating his physical presence outside. This could be seen as a clever way to encourage Naruto to venture beyond his confinement. Before long, Hiruzen elucidated the method of chakra concentration to Naruto. However, witnessing the young boy seated on the ground, straining for an extended period yet achieving nothing, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Had he been overly ambitious, assuming that Naruto, being the offspring of exceptionally gifted parents, would similarly excel? It is indeed remarkable if an ordinary individual can gather chakra within 3 days. It is entirely normal for Naruto to struggle initially. As Naruto rolled about in a fit of impatience, Hiruzen's countenance softened into a fond smile. He gently ruffled Naruto's hair and said, "Do not be overly anxious. It is perfectly natural to take time to gather chakra. Even I, as the third Hokage, required several days to accomplish this." Yet, Naruto seemed oblivious to this counsel, his legs contorted in a manner that suggested he was nearly tumbling over in his eagerness. "I refuse to believe it," he exclaimed, determination shining in his eyes. "Indeed, this spirited resolve is commendable. Therefore, focus intently on gathering your chakra." "I shall take my leave for now," Hiruzen stated, departing from Naruto's humble dwelling. He left behind the 2 scrolls. Knowing that even if Naruto were to succeed in gathering chakra today, the 3-year-old, who could not yet read, would find little utility in merely observing the hand signs. Thus, he left Naruto to his restless endeavors. Several hours later, the exuberant Naruto, now exhausted and gasping for breath, lay sprawled on the ground. "Why is it so arduous to gather a single chakra? This is far too difficult," he lamented. Naruto Uzumaki gazed blankly at the ceiling, gradually succumbing to exhaustion as his strength waned, ultimately drifting into a deep slumber. Naruto Uzumaki, being a descendant of the Uzumaki clan, inherently possessed an abundance of chakra. However, at the moment of his birth, his father utilized the 8-trigram seal to confine the 9 tails within his body. This seal is capable of harnessing chakra to its fullest extent to subdue tailed beasts. Initially, the seal was sustained by the chakra of the 4th Hokage himself. But as time passed and his chakra gradually depleted, the responsibility of maintaining the seal shifted to Naruto's own chakra. In the original timeline, Kakashi had assessed that the chakra contained within Naruto, including that of the sealed beast, was several hundred times greater than his own. Yet, during his early years, Naruto's chakra was not fully developed, causing the sealing capacity to wane, which resulted in a leakage of the 9 tails chakra that interfered with Naruto's ninjutsu. This was the reason why, at the age of 12, Naruto struggled to master the shadow clone technique. It was not a matter of lack of talent, rather, any slight accumulation of chakra was swiftly drawn away by the seal. For Naruto to truly wield his chakra, he needed to wait until the total chakra volume could adequately sustain the 8-trigram seal. This situation could be likened to the butterfly effect. After all, the original Naruto began refining his chakra at 6 years old, giving him an additional 3 years of development. The current Naruto would also need to wait a while longer to access his chakra. Thus, under Naruto's relentless efforts over the course of half a year, he still failed to gather any chakra. Yamato, who had been monitoring this situation, was increasingly distressed, his worries manifesting in the form of countless cigarettes and deepening wrinkles. What was to be done if the village's greatest weapon turned out to be inept? He was anxiously awaiting a solution. "I am the Hokage. You will surely regret this." Following another forceful exit by Danzo Shimura, Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a slight relief in his expression. Just moments earlier, Danzo had suggested that since Naruto could not gather chakra, they should eliminate him and find someone else to serve as the Jinchuriki, which infuriated Hiruzen to the point of expelling him from the room. How could this be? With the talents of Minato and Kushina, their child could not possibly be ordinary, especially since the 9 tails was behaving well and Naruto exhibited no signs of discomfort. Hiruzen was perplexed, but it was understandable. After all, the 8-trigram seal was a creation of the 4th Hokage and his wife, a combination of 2 4-symbol seals. It was no wonder there was confusion surrounding it. After all, Naruto was merely 3.5 years old. There was no need to rush, as he could learn before the age of 6. Yet, as Hiruzen gazed into the crystal ball at the sight of the masked boy clad in a cloak, carrying a basket of vegetables alone, he couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Chapter 4. The Mask. In the past 6 months, Naruto Uzumaki has endured considerable hardship. Ever since he acquiesced to the terms set forth by Hiruzen Sarutobi, he has diligently endeavored to harness his chakra. Yet he has been unable to gather even the slightest amount. According to their agreement, should he fail to master chakra, he must fend for himself. Initially, his small stature elicited compassion from the villagers, who were willing to assist him in procuring food, and several young companions readily engaged in play with him. However, as days passed, the demeanor of some individuals grew noticeably hostile. Whispers of him being a demon fox reached his ears, and a month later, the situation deteriorated further. Restaurants refused him service, and market vendors were reluctant to sell him produce. Even former friends began to hurl stones and insult him as a demon fox. After a week of futile attempts, Naruto resigned himself to his fate, plagued by confusion over the drastic shift in people's attitudes toward him. Nightly, he was tormented by nightmares featuring two conflicting voices, one urging him to love others and gain their acceptance, while the other insisted that self-preservation was paramount, asserting that only through personal strength would others seek his favor. These specters clashed relentlessly in his dreams, and by day, he suffered the torment of bullying, while at night, he wrestled with the tormentors of his subconscious. The toll on his spirit was evident, as despair clouded his eyes. In his desperation, he resorted to emulating the Anbu ninjas he frequently observed, obscuring his identity with a mask and cloak, utilizing stilts and a writing board. He practiced diligently for half a month, ultimately transforming himself into a mute Anbu ninja. With a newfound routine of purchasing groceries every 3 days, he finally put an end to the 3-month ordeal of bullying. He is especially grateful to a silver-haired elder who, behind a mask, imparted valuable techniques that enabled him to navigate his new identity with agility. He fervently wishes to gather chakras soon, yearning to escape the repugnant faces of those who have wronged him. As Naruto Uzumaki maneuvered his way towards a shadowy corner, securing the vegetables beneath his feet on the stilts, he adhered to the necessity of concealing his identity. Each time he returned home or ventured out, he would first transform in this secluded nook. However, on this occasion, it appeared that his cherished corner had attracted several uninvited guests. "Look at that girl with the wide eyes. She is truly hideous. Strike her, strike her." A vivid scene unfolded before Naruto's eyes, as 4 or 5 children encircled a girl with a round head and strikingly pale eyes. Observing their triumphant expressions and the derogatory words spewing from their mouths, juxtaposed against the girl's tear-streaked face, it was evident that this was an act of bullying. "Hey, what are you all doing?" Faced with this distressing sight, Naruto instinctively felt compelled to intervene, a poignant reminder of his own experiences of being tormented over the past 6 months. "Why, yes, sir," one of the boys, glancing at the towering figure of Naruto clad in a mask and cloak, faltered, fear evident in his voice. "And no, we're just playing, that's all." Another bolder boy retorted dismissively, "Get lost. You are clearly bullying her, and if you don't leave, I will make you regret it." Naruto Uzumaki observed his disguise, successfully deceiving those around him, and thus commanded them to flee. "Run. Hurry." Upon hearing this, several short individuals immediately took to their heels, disappearing in a flash. However, a rather stout, tall boy, perhaps hindered by his distance from the alley's entrance and a slower reaction time, only realized the need to escape when his companions had vanished. Seeing that his friends were nowhere to be found, coupled with the terrifying figure before him clad in black robes, the chubby boy felt a wave of panic wash over him. With his eyes squeezed shut, he rushed forward in a frenzy, exclaiming, "Oh no." Witnessing the stout child barreling towards him with his eyes closed, Naruto silently lamented his predicament and hastily maneuvered his stilts. Yet, it was too late. A resounding crash echoed as the stout boy collided directly with Naruto, causing him to tumble down, and in the process, his robe was yanked off. "Ouch. That hurts." Both boys cried out in pain, clutching their heads as they fell to the ground. The stout boy, being robust, was the first to regain his composure. Rubbing his head, he looked back only to find that the intimidating figure he had feared had vanished, leaving behind only a small child in sports attire adorned with a fox mask. At that moment, even the slow-witted boy grasped the situation. He had been scared by a mere child. How infuriating. "I've been tricked." Enraged, the stout boy broke free from the stilts and black robe that had fallen upon him, raising his fists as he charged at Naruto. Meanwhile, Naruto had just begun to recover from his fall, still feeling the sting from hitting his head, and was momentarily frozen in place when he spotted the stout boy rushing towards him. Amidst Hinata Hyuga's startled exclamations, he was suddenly struck squarely in the face. That hurt. After being hit and then punched, Naruto's temper flared. Reacting swiftly, he sprang to his feet, intent on retaliating against the stout boy. The The chubby child, around 5 or 6 years old and well-fed, had an imposing presence that overshadowed Naruto both in height and weight. As Naruto swung a furious punch, the stout boy merely extended his plump right hand to block it. "What's the matter? Not going to back down?" he taunted, raising his left hand to deliver a slap to Naruto. However, Naruto, now fully aware of the impending confrontation, would not allow the stout boy the chance to strike him. He swiftly retracted his fist from the boy's grasp, blocking the slap, and lunged forward, wrapping his arms around the stout boy before delivering a powerful blow to his nose. Here, we must speak of the mask of Naruto Uzumaki, a certain reclusive silver-haired Umbu, in an effort to prevent damage to the mask, equipped Naruto with a specially crafted material of remarkable hardness. Fueled by Naruto's pent-up anger, a single strike, augmented by the special enhancements of his gear, sent the chubby boy reeling, his eyes shimmering with stars. In an instant, blood streamed from his nose, and his legs buckled beneath him, causing him to collapse to the ground. Chapter 5, Sapphire. As the chubby boy fell, Naruto emitted a series of incoherent utterances, struggling to rise while unleashing a flurry of blows upon the boy. Alas, this hefty lad had clearly consumed more than his fair share of meals compared to Naruto. The 2 strikes Naruto delivered seemed to inflict little harm, merely igniting the boy's fury. With a fierce roar, he kicked off the ground and delivered a powerful blow to Naruto's abdomen, sending him sprawling. Regaining his footing, the boy wiped his face with his hand, noticing the blood staining his palm. It appeared that he had lost all reason, charging at Naruto with reckless abandon. One cannot deny the boundless rage of a 5 or 6-year-old, particularly in the heat of battle, where reason is but a fleeting notion. The 2 soon found themselves entangled once more, but due to the weight disparity, Naruto was quickly pinned beneath the chubby boy, rendered immobile and subject to several punches. The boy's right hand restrained Naruto's wrists, while his left hand rained down blows upon his head. Fortunately, Naruto's mask shielded him from the brunt of the assault. "I'll kill you. I'll kill you," the boy shouted, but then suddenly winced in pain, his strength waning as he instinctively clutched his back, curious as to who had struck him. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto wriggled free, clawing his way out from under the boy's weight, and retaliated with a swift kick. The chubby boy, now intent on capturing Naruto, was met with a heavy blow to the head, causing him to curl up on the ground, clutching his head and weeping bitterly. At that moment, Naruto's attention turned to the figure who had come to his aid. He spotted the earlier silver-eyed girl, holding his stilts and panting as she observed the unfolding scene. Sensing Naruto's gaze, Hinata Hyuga shyly dropped the stilts, fidgeting with her fingers as she stammered, "I want to help you. Thank you." Naruto exclaimed joyfully upon realizing it was the girl who had assisted him. He then swiftly maneuvered past the chubby boy, gathered the groceries he had purchased, and hurriedly fled the scene with Hinata. As for the stilts and the cloak, it was inconsequential, after all. The chubby boy had taken a beating, and surely, the vest would have fallen off. What difference did it make whether he kept it or not? On the bustling street, Uzumaki Naruto held a basket of vegetables in one hand, while grasping Hyuga Hinata's hand with the other, cheerfully dashing toward his home. "Oh, no. What is it?" Hinata's face flushed crimson as she glanced at the hand held by Naruto, her gaze momentarily caught by the blue eyes visible through his mask, rendering her speechless. Observing Hinata's rosy cheeks, Naruto paid little mind and continued, "By the way, thank you. If it weren't for you, I surely wouldn't have been able to defeat that guy." Hey, delivering a few blows felt exhilarating. And no need to mention it. Huh? What are you saying? I can hardly hear you. As Naruto Uzumaki listened to the buzzing sound in his ears, akin to that of a mosquito, he leaned in closer, exclaiming his gratitude fervently. Gazing into the azure eyes that were mere inches from his own, Hinata Hyuga felt an overwhelming warmth enveloping her, to the point where wisps of steam seemed to emanate from her head, as if she were on the verge of fainting. "Oh dear, how rude of me," she thought. "These ruffians often bully others, and I have confronted them more than once or twice. Just remember, do not be intimidated by their words. Focus on your aim and strike true." Naruto Uzumaki suddenly opened up, seizing Hinata Hyuga's hand and chattering away, pouring forth an abundance of words. She was the first person he could converse with in such a manner in 6 months, and he joyfully shared everything he had been holding back during that time. As they spoke, they arrived at Naruto's home. It was only after he placed the groceries into his kitchen refrigerator that a sudden realization struck him. "Oh no. How did I bring her home? Now she is going to discover my true identity. Sigh. I suppose she'll start calling me the nine-tailed fox soon enough." At this thought, Naruto's expression darkened, and with a hint of anxiety, he cautiously peeked out from the kitchen. Meanwhile, Hinata fidgeted nervously, her fingers and toes fidgeting in place. too apprehensive to glance around. So, I was brought here just like this? She wondered. Is that all right? Gathering his courage, Naruto finally emerged from the kitchen and carefully inquired. Is everything all right? At that moment, Hinata abruptly stood up, startling Naruto so much that he stumbled and fell to the ground. Hinata then deeply bowed, exclaiming, Thank you so much. Naruto, recovering from his surprise, reassured her. Oh, it's nothing really. Besides, you helped me too. We're just assisting each other. He pretended that nothing had happened, rising from the floor and casually brushing off the dust from his clothes. At this juncture, an unusual silence enveloped Naruto's home. Following Hinata's earlier expression of gratitude, the atmosphere between them grew noticeably tense. Naruto Uzumaki pondered deeply whether Hinata Hyuga was aware of his true identity. Should he inquire about it if she remained oblivious? If he were to ask and ignite her curiosity, what course of action should he take? The notion of revealing his feelings filled him with trepidation, fearing that Hinata might distance herself from him. Conversely, remaining silent left him in a state of discomfort and confusion. In contrast, Hinata's mind was devoid of such thoughts. The mere act of Naruto taking her hands and transitioning her from a bowing posture to a seated position left her utterly flustered. This was excruciatingly awkward. She resolved to hold her questions until he might broach the subject himself. What if she had always known but simply did not care? Wouldn't that render her inquiry even more embarrassing? How did you end up being cornered and bullied in that alley? With Naruto steering the conversation anew, Hinata gradually emerged from her flustered state. I was trying to sneak out a play, but I got lost and couldn't find my way back. I accidentally bumped into one of them, and upon seeing my eyes, they surrounded me and insisted I was a monster. As she recounted her experience, Hinata's self-esteem faltered, her gaze falling to the ground, unable to meet Naruto's eyes. How despicable! They are the real monsters. Your Byakugan is quite beautiful, he exclaimed. Hinata's head snapped up at his words, her eyes widening as she gazed at the boy before her, whose fox mask-framed eyes gleaming like sapphires. Chapter 6. Just slightly cheaper than the neighbor's ping-pong paddle. After a brief exchange, Naruto suggested escorting Hinata home. Over the past 6 months, he had traversed the entire village in search of a vegetable vendor. Ah, so those lovely houses belong to your family. I've visited several times while buying groceries. But the produce there tends to be a tad pricier, which is why I don't frequent it often. As Naruto Uzumaki strolled towards the Hyuga residence, hand in hand with Hinata Hyuga, he jovially remarked, You know, I've visited every vegetable market in our village. I'm well aware of where the produce is inexpensive. Should you ever wish to purchase some, just let me know, and I shall accompany you. Lost in a daze as she held Naruto's hand, Hinata scarcely absorbed his words. Instead, her mind lingered on the exorbitant prices of her household-esque vegetables, leaving her with a tinge of disappointment. Previously, she had frequented a market adorned with an array of ping-pong paddles, where the quality of vegetables was commendable and prices reasonable. Although the vendors were somewhat aloof, they were far more honest than those at other markets who often tried to swindle her. Hey, what are you pondering? You seem rather absent-minded. Did someone hurt you? Noticing Hinata's evident distraction, Naruto instinctively placed the back of his hand against her forehead, recalling how a silver-haired elder had once tended to him when he was feverish. Feeling the coolness on her forehead, Hinata's face flushed crimson, rendering her speechless as she gazed into his azure eyes. Ah, you've suddenly become so warm. You must indeed be feverish from being struck. Hurry, we're almost at your home. Just hold on a little longer. Mistakenly believing Hinata was suffering from a fever due to an altercation, Naruto hastily took her hand and sprinted towards the Hyuga estate. By the time Hinata regained her senses, they had already arrived at the entrance of her home. Naruto was fervently conversing with the 2 guards, exclaiming, Hurry. Your family member has just been harmed and is burning with fever. You must tend to her immediately. Upon hearing this, the 2 members of the branch family anxiously touched Hinata's forehead, confirming her elevated temperature. Without hesitation, they lifted her and rushed inside. Realizing that if the esteemed heiress were to succumb to fever at the threshold, they would face dire consequences. As she was carried away, Hinata wished to speak to Naruto. But in her flustered state, words eluded her. Hang in there. Rest well. Next time you face bullies, muster your courage. I believe you possess great strength and can surely prevail against them. As Hinata grew increasingly distant, Naruto waved goodbye and shouted encouragement. Once they were out of sight, he lowered his head, kicked a pebble by his feet, and made his way homeward. At the Hyuga estate, Hayashi Hyuga seethed with rage. Hinata, who on earth has done this to you? How dare they strike you to the point of fever? He could scarcely fathom that his daughter had been so grievously mistreated while he was oblivious, and the thought of such disgrace left him seething. For he could not allow the village of Konoha to mock the Hyuga clan for their perceived inability to protect their own. Hinata Hisashi lowered his head, feeling a slight headache as he gazed at his daughter, who remained uncharacteristically silent before him. He understood her well. She rarely spoke, and when she did, her words were barely audible, akin to the buzzing of a mosquito. If she were ever bullied, she would likely struggle to articulate the details. How would such a temperament ever allow her to inherit the family legacy? Perhaps he should consider cultivating a more vocal persona in her. Father, that, Startled by his daughter's sudden voice, Hisashi snapped back to attention. Was her voice that loud? Could it be that she was finally ready to disclose who had troubled her? Watch me summon 100 jonin to teach them a lesson. Father, could we perhaps sell our vegetables at a slightly lower price? Just a bit cheaper than the neighboring ping-pong paddle shop would suffice. In the days that followed, Naruto Uzumaki found himself considerably more at ease. He had anticipated that after his brawl the previous day, he would be sore all over, yet to his astonishment, he bore no bruises. He felt as if he had never fought at all. This revelation brought him immense joy, especially since it spared him from incurring medical expenses. Furthermore, the lost robe and stilts had been returned to him by that silver-haired Umbu brother, and his identity remained undisclosed. This allowed Naruto to continue purchasing vegetables with great delight. Although he had hoarded enough supplies for half a month, thus he was not overly concerned. Life continued in this manner for over half a month. And as Naruto had nearly exhausted his vegetable stock, he prepared to venture out once more. However, it seemed that the village was unusually crowded due to the arrival of several peace ambassadors from other villages, resulting in a scarcity of patrons at the market as everyone flocked to witness the spectacle. Nevertheless, Naruto learned that the prices at the Hyuga family's market had significantly dropped, prompting him to rush over in the evening to procure a bounty of vegetables. Indeed, the prices had plummeted considerably. Alas, he regretted buying too much, as it was quite cumbersome to carry. Around 10 o'clock that evening, Naruto, balancing on his stilts at a tortoise-like pace, made his way home. He had gone to buy vegetables shortly after 9. Knowing that evening produce was far cheaper than that of the day, especially with the discounts from the Hyuga family, he had managed to cram an entire month's worth of goods into his robe, and navigating with the stilts was a true test of his skills. Hey, he-ho. Just a bit more effort. I must be almost home, right? Why am I still only here? Just as Naruto diligently trudged towards his home at a snail's pace, he suddenly noticed a shadow darting from the house behind him. Naruto's expression shifted dramatically. He abandoned both the vegetables and the stilts, opting instead to ascend the utility pole and reach the rooftop. He had discerned that the ominous shadow was accompanied by an individual, someone he recognized, Hinata Hyuga, with whom he had conversed at length just half a month prior. Observing Hinata's unconscious state, it became painfully evident that the shadow was certainly no benevolent presence. Upon witnessing his friend being held captive by a mysterious figure clad in black, Naruto Uzumaki instinctively sought to intervene without much deliberation. This was largely due to the relentless training he had undergone over the past 6 months, honing his chakra. Although he had yet to cultivate an excess of chakra, he had instead awakened the innate physical prowess of the Uzumaki clan, endowing him with abilities that far surpassed those of an ordinary child. Chapter 7. The Electric Therapy Duo Package. Masuwa Yui had 3 objectives for his visit to Konohagakure: to steal, and once again, to steal. As a member of the bandit chief from the village of Cloud, their village tradition revolved around appropriating the possessions of others for their own use. This time, under the pretense of signing a peace treaty, they infiltrated the Leaf Village with the intention of absconding with the coveted Byakugan, a bloodline limit they lacked. Remarkably, the operation proceeded with unexpected ease. Stealthily exiting the inn with his subordinates without arousing suspicion, they infiltrated the Hyuga estate undetected. Even while traversing the training grounds, they stumbled upon a young girl devoid of the caged bird seal on her forehead. Without ascertaining her identity, Masuwa swiftly seized her, rendering her unconscious before making a hasty retreat. Contemplating the success of their endeavor, he envisioned returning to Kumogakure with the Byakugan girl in tow to present to the Reikage, thereby securing a promotion and a raise. A smug smile crept across Masuwa's lips. Suddenly, a diminutive figure lunged toward him, startling Masuwa into a quick retreat. A mask? Is that an Umbu operative? Damn, they arrived so swiftly, Masuwa thought as he observed the masked figure approaching, instinctively assuming it to be a member of Konoha's Umbu. He promptly readied himself for confrontation, questioning the diminutive stature of the current Umbu operatives. Gazing at Naruto, who stood atop the rooftop, Masuwa felt a flicker of surprise yet remained cautiously vigilant. Humph. Knowing I am Umbu, you should hastily surrender the girl, or else I shall demonstrate my ninjutsu. Upon hearing this, Masuwa's lips curled into a smirk as he relaxed his stance, mockingly retorting, I thought you were genuinely Umbu. Turns out you're merely a child playing ninja. Foolish little brat. Do you not realize that real Umbu operatives do not speak so freely? Upon hearing those words, Uzumaki Naruto was instantly drenched in cold sweat. He had not anticipated that his bluster would inadvertently expose him. Mako, swiftly dispose of this little brat. Otherwise, once the Leaf Village ninjas discover us, our escape will be impossible. At that moment, a ninja resembling a puppet, who trailed behind Mako, spoke up. Although this was not his first encounter with such underhanded dealings, he felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety while operating within the confines of the Leaf Village. Very well, allow me to take care of you, he declared. Remember, little brat, do not pretend to be a true ninja in your next life. Mako responded with a nod, casting Hinata Hyuga, whom he had been cradling, to his comrade before turning back, wielding his weapon, and charging towards Uzumaki Naruto. Yikes. Naruto Uzumaki found himself enveloped in a suffocating aura of murderous intent emanating from the ropes, rendering him paralyzed with fear. In his perception, he felt as defenseless as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Damn it. Move, my body. How can I possibly resign myself to fate here? As Naruto's inner cries echoed, his body instinctively began to harness chakra. You little brat, consider yourself indebted to me this time. With that thought resonating in his mind, Naruto felt an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through him. Glancing at the Shuiken looming before him, he leaped away in a sudden burst of energy. Is this chakra? Naruto Uzumaki gazed at the crimson chakra enveloping his form, a delighted smile gracing his lips. This was yet another advantage of the 8 trigram seal. As long as the tailed beast willingly bestowed its chakra, it could be harnessed directly by the Jinchuriki through the seal. Crimson chakra? Could it be that this little brat is a Jinchuriki? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Marui's forehead. As a veteran of the Third Shinobi World War, he was acutely aware of the terrifying power that Jinchurikis represented. He chuckled, now it's my turn to deal with you. Sensing the boundless strength surging within him, Naruto felt invincible as he clenched his fist and charged at Marui. Damn it. So what if he is a Jinchuriki? He is just a kid. And he can't even handle one tail. Marui bolstered his resolve and immediately rushed forward, declaring, prepare yourself. Naruto Uzumaki, heedless and reckless, relied solely on the formidable boost granted by the crimson chakra enveloping him as he charged forward, swinging his fist. However, knowing the terrifying augmentation bestowed by the tailed beast chakra, Masashi had no intention of confronting him head-on. With a graceful leap, he deftly maneuvered to Naruto's rear, casting aside the kunai in his hand towards the heavens. He then began to weave hand seals, dog, horse, snake, lightning release, thunder binding. The kunai in the sky split into 3, descending into the corners surrounding Naruto, as 3 pillars of lightning surged upward, forming a triangular barrier. What? Naruto Uzumaki found himself utterly unable to restrain his speed. As he beheld the rising beam of light before him, it was far too late. He collided directly with it. With each jolt of lightning, the minuscule chakra bestowed by the Nine-Tails dissipated into nothingness, evaporating into the air. Observing that the tailed beast chakra had nearly vanished, Mako swiftly dispelled the technique, advancing to deliver a precise strike to Naruto, rendering him unconscious upon the ground. At the end of the day, he is merely a child. This haul is truly substantial. Before she could finish her thoughts, Mako instinctively dodged backward, narrowly evading an oncoming assault. It was none other than Hinata Hyuga, who had just regained consciousness after being knocked out, and upon seeing Naruto incapacitated, activated her Byakugan and broke free from her restraints to retaliate against Mako. Hey, how could you be so careless, Tatsuya? You can't even handle a mere child? This child is unusual. There seemed to be an invisible force that pushed me away. Ugh, these 2 children are exceedingly troublesome. But how infuriating. Release Naruto-kun. Since Hinata returned home, her peculiar behavior had immediately drawn the attention of Hayashi Hyuga. After a series of probing questions, he realized that his daughter had indeed come into contact with a Jinchuriki. Naturally, during her conversation with Hayashi, Hinata learned Naruto's name and had been training diligently for the past fortnight due to his words. Little did she expect to be abducted today. 8 trigram 16 palms. With determination, Hinata assumed her stance and, widening her Byakugan, launched an aggressive attack towards Mako, only to be rendered unconscious once more in an instant. Phew. Finally dealt with these 2 children. Let us make haste. Hinata, 8 trigrams air palm. Chapter 8. A chapter spent in unconsciousness with a rush of air. Tatsuya, who was holding Hinata, had his head brutally smashed, rendering him senseless, while Hinata herself tumbled down from the rooftop. Oh no! Seeing his precious daughter about to fall, Hayashi wasted no time in leaping down to catch Hinata. This is bad. Mako, without needing to turn around, sensed the unfolding chaos and hurriedly clutched Naruto, sprinting towards the outskirts of the hidden leaf village. Simultaneously, he tossed dozens of smoke bombs to obscure Hayashi's vision. TCH, they're quite fast, aren't they? Hyuga Hayashi held his daughter, Hinata Hyuga, in his arms, watching as the rope-bound figure of Uzumaki Naruto receded into the distance. Despite possessing the Byakugan, which allowed him to see through the dense smoke, he refrained from pursuing, having been entirely focused on his daughter moments earlier. In doing so, he inadvertently overlooked Naruto, who was ensnared by the enemy. Upon realizing that he had become like Hinata, caught between the urgency to chase the foe and the need to ensure his daughter's safety, he opted for the latter. Once Hyuga Hayashi confirmed that Hinata was unharmed, events began to unfold as anticipated. Members of the Hyuga clan swiftly arrived at the scene, followed closely by the Umbu and the envoy from the Cloud Village. Upon discovering a single corpse in the absence of another, the envoys recognized that the scheme had commenced. They immediately began to accuse the Leaf Village, questioning why they would murder their own subordinates and insinuating that they sought to disrupt the peace treaty and instigate war. At that moment, Hyuga Hayashi was seething with anger, particularly given that his beloved daughter had been abducted. Tensions escalated, with both sides on the brink of confrontation. Fortunately, Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived just in time to quell the animosity, instructing the Cloud envoys to await further news while he would provide them with a response. However, the envoys seized the opportunity to demand the corpse of Hyuga Hayashi, a request reminiscent of the original narrative. Under Hiruzen's directives, the Hyuga clan arranged for Hayashi's younger brother, Hyuga Hizashi, to take his place in facing death. Just before Hizashi met his demise, Hinata finally regained consciousness, uttering words that left everyone astounded. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen slammed his hand on the table, his usually calm demeanor shattering as he removed the comforting facade he had worn for so long. Damn it. The Cloud Shinobi have actually kidnapped Naruto. They dared to demand the body of the Hyuga clan. He took responsibility for the situation, admitting that his preoccupation with his daughter had led to the oversight of another intruder who had, unbeknownst to him, abducted Naruto. At this moment, Hyuga Hayashi stood before Sarutobi Hiruzen with his head bowed, profoundly relieved that his focus had remained on Hinata, sparing his brother from certain death. Only when one is in the midst of pain do they truly feel it. Perhaps those arrogant individuals will soon face the wrath of the Hokage. Hiruzen, I have long warned you to hand over the Jinchuriki to me for control. Had you heeded my counsel, this calamity could have been averted. Meanwhile, Shimura Danzo sought to exploit the situation, attempting to undermine Hiruzen's authority in front of the clan leaders and the elite Umbu. Silence, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen cast a fierce gaze upon Shimura Danzo, then addressed all the high-ranking officials of Konohagakure present. The audacity of the Cloud Village's brigands is unparalleled. Not only have they attempted to abduct the heiress of the Hyuga clan, but they have also taken our Jinchuriki, Uzumaki Naruto. We must immediately mobilize the Umbu, Jonin, and reconnaissance teams to hunt down the spies from the Cloud Village, and we must promptly issue a stern warning and express our dissatisfaction to Kumogakure. At this moment, Narashikaka interjected, Lord Third, given the speed of the Cloud Shinobi, it seems improbable that we could catch up to them in time to retrieve the Jinchuriki. If they have already delivered him to Kumogakure, our chances of recovery will be severely diminished. Then we shall declare war upon the entire Cloud Village. They must feel the wrath of Konoha. Understood. With the third Hokage's command, various ninja clans and squads immediately dispersed to execute the order to retrieve the Jinchuriki. Danzo remarked. Those spies from Kumogakure will be your responsibility. Rest assured, I shall make good use of those individuals, he replied confidently. At once, all squads were mobilized, the Inoshika-cho team, the Yamanaka clan, the Inuzuka clan, and particularly the Hyuga clan, who were determined to unleash their pent-up anger from the previous night. Meanwhile, within the Hyuga estate, in a dimly lit chamber, a candle flickered on the table, casting shadows of 2 figures. As a member of the main branch, Hyuga Hizashi did not leave the village, and curiously, neither did Hyuga Hayashi of the branch family. Did you notice Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor? Hayashi inquired. Indeed, merely a change in personnel has resulted in a completely different attitude. This is not solely a matter of the Jinchuriki and the Byakugan. It is also a distinction between the weapons wielded and the dogs that surround them, Hayashi mused. I wonder if the Hyuga clan should consider enacting some changes? Upon hearing this, Hyuga Hayashi abruptly raised his head to look at his elder brother, while Hisashi's gaze was drawn to the flickering flame of the candle. On the opposite side of the Hyuga estate, hidden within her room, Hyuga Hinata was ensnared in a nightmare, chastising herself. You are too weak. This is why you always depend on him when he is injured. You must become stronger. Hinata Hyuga suddenly opened her eyes, her Byakugan activated unconsciously. Yet her expression was markedly different from before. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki had indeed departed from the reach of Konoha's pursuit, as predicted by Shikaka Nara. Masashi, an expert in lightning release, had honed his physical chakra stimulation technique from a young age, which endowed him with remarkable speed. In just one evening, the two had traversed to the edge of the land of fire. Masashi provided no opportunity for Konoha to capture him, and after 3 days and nights of relentless running, they finally arrived at the gates of Kumogakure. There, the fourth Raikage, awaited their arrival. At the moment Masashi handed Naruto over to the fourth Hokage, he spoke through tears, declaring that he had completed the mission. Although he had not captured the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, he had secured the Jinchuriki. Gazing at the incapacitated Naruto, who was still crackling with electricity, was reminded of the resemblance to Minato Namikaze from their fateful encounter on the battlefield. He gently entrusted Naruto to his secretary, Mabuai, before embracing Masashi tightly, exclaiming, "Welcome back, hero of Kumogakure." Chapter 9. Felines and Canines with Naruto's abduction. The flames of the Third Great Ninja War were reignited, and Konoha and Kumogakure found themselves at war once more. This period for Konoha was one of instability, while Kumogakure suffered significant losses as well. Fortunately, the nations of Iwa and Suna were too weakened to intervene, opting instead for recuperation. Thus, although both sides were engaged in conflict, they refrained from escalating it excessively, partly due to their diminished military strength and partly out of fear of opportunism from the other two nations. As for Kurogakure, it had succumbed to the mysterious machinations of a certain romantic figure, rendering it silent and absent from the fray. However, none of this affected Naruto, for he had been secretly imprisoned upon a secluded mountain peak. "You little rascal, you are the strangest one I have ever encountered," said a voice from above. "In this unfamiliar environment, you neither cry nor fuss." At that moment, Naruto sat cross-legged beneath the shade of a tree, diligently refining the chakra he had painstakingly acquired. The speaker, perched on a branch above, observed Naruto with curiosity. "It matters not where I stay, for I have never been fond of wandering. Moreover, even if you were to cry or scream, it would be of no consequence, would it?" At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki exhibited none of his previous childishness. Instead, he responded to the question posed by the figure in the tree with a nonchalant demeanor. You seem quite mature. It appears you have endured considerable hardships in Konoha, which is only to be expected." The individual perched on the branch, with legs entwined around it, executed a graceful somersault, effortlessly descending to lie before Naruto. Subsequently, they turned over, resting their chin on their hands as they gazed at the young boy before them. After all, the treatment received by the Jinchuriki in their youth is universally similar, yet it is undeniable that you have grown significantly. Naruto Uzumaki gazed at the blonde girl before him, recognizing her as the two-tailed Jinchuriki from the hidden cloud village. However, he felt little inclination to engage with her. His mind solely focused on diligently training to augment his strength. The two-tailed Jinchuriki, noticing Naruto's indifference, entertained a mischievous desire to toy with him. "Do you know?" she began. "For a cat, the most delightful mice to observe are not those that freeze in fear at the sight of a feline, but rather those that desperately strive to escape. To a cat, no matter how fervently the mouse attempts to flee, it remains ensnared in the cat's grasp. Thus, the frantic scurrying of the mouse becomes the most intriguing plaything. It is common to witness several cats surrounding a single mouse, tormenting it without consuming it, merely allowing it to frantically dash about, only to face the impending threat of a colossal paw." With that, she stretched languidly, accentuating her impressive figure. "So, dear brother, as you tirelessly refine your chakra, you are but a little mouse in this game, stubbornly seeking a way out. But ultimately, no matter how you evade, you will confront my paw." She then placed a hand atop Naruto's head, playfully ruffling his fox-like hair. In response, Naruto did not exhibit any resistance but calmly replied, "Allow me to share something as well." "Oh." The girl halted her playful antics and dismissively brushed her hand against her hair, having not washed it in 3 days. To a cat, dogs are formidable beings. In the wild, a cat would never dare extend its claws towards a dog. I have witnessed, on several occasions, dogs mercilessly tearing cats apart. Naruto lifted his gaze, revealing his vibrant orange eyes. Yet, foxes are also part of the canine family. A bead of cold sweat trickled down the girl's forehead. At that moment, as Naruto looked up, she felt as though a fox was baring its teeth at her. This little rascal has already mastered the tailed beast chakra at such a tender age. Humph. Regardless, you are merely a puppy at this stage, still being cared for in this place. With that thought, she dismissed her earlier fear. After all, she was a Jinchuriki herself and had no reason to be intimidated by this undeveloped child. A pup that bares its teeth at others at such a young age is rather unruly and would likely be confined in a cage, she mused. Ultimately, it is merely a village that specializes in capturing people. It truly cannot change its nature. With a sudden splash, she doused Naruto's head with a bucket of water she had procured from who knows where. Cough, cough. What are you doing, you crazy woman? Just obediently wash your hair. You little golden-haired pup. I just touched your head and my hand is covered in grease. Saying this, I placed a bucket over the head of Naruto Uzumaki. You, on the other hand, should stay atop Reggio Peak. If you think you can escape, think again. Besides, our place is undoubtedly much better than Konoha. We are kind-hearted and loyal, devoid of the vile monsters and devious plots that plague Konoha. You act as if you possess deep bonds, yet you, like me, have become a Jinchuriki. Humph, it's impossible for you to irritate me into leaving. I will remain here watching you for the next few days. You cannot return to Konoha, so it would be best for you to accept the fact that you are a citizen of the Hidden Cloud Village. Otherwise, you should be aware of the fate that awaits you. As such a mature little brat, you must have some thoughts on this matter, right? Zzzz. The two Uzuki men helplessly observed Naruto, who pretended to be asleep beneath the bucket. With no other option, they flicked a strand of blue flame to dry the moisture from his body, then leapt up into the trees to read. Yet, despite the intention to focus on the words, a hint of pity flickered in their eyes. Little brat, it would be better to accept this reality. Being a Jinchuriki offers no choice in the matter. Meanwhile, the seemingly sleeping Naruto was genuinely immersed in his own inner world. Damn it, you shameless little thief. In the dark, damp confines of the sewer, the Nine-Tails roared furiously from within its cage. Can you not be a bit quieter? Great fox. Though I admit it sounds a bit shameless, we are indeed in a symbiotic situation, so why must you be so aggressive? Humph. Do you expect me to cooperate with you, you damn thief? The Nine-Tails' eyes reflected anger, revealing two large and one small shadows. Chapter 10. Mechanical Naruto, Part 1. Let us rewind a few days. After Naruto Uzumaki condensed his chakra and was electrocuted, countless fragments of souls entered his being. Gradually, Naruto opened his eyes, surveying the sewer-like surroundings, murmuring to himself, so this is what it means to be popular? Indeed, the soul that had entered Naruto was that of a traveler, infused with the chakra of Ashura. When the nameless traveler accessed Naruto's body through his external device, a fierce battle ensued with the Ashura chakra within Naruto's soul. Eventually, the traveler assimilated his device and memories into Naruto's spirit, while Ashura merely infused his chakra characteristics. Thus, Naruto Uzumaki can now be regarded as half a traveler and half a prodigious being. Naruto Uzumaki brushed away the non-existent dust and surveyed his ceiling space. With the memories of a traveler now residing within him, he naturally understood the purpose of this realm. Hey, kid, come over here. Look at this. Was that voice the Nine-Tails? As Naruto turned his head, he beheld a colossal fox lying behind the iron bars, fixating its gaze upon him. Oh, the Nine-Tails. Upon encountering the imposing orange creature, Naruto felt an undeniable sense of familiarity, for in his memories, this grand fox was undoubtedly his closest companion. Hey, what with that repugnant glare? The Nine-Tails, known as Kurama, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, as if he were being scrutinized by someone intimately familiar. A sensation he had not experienced in millennia. Just as I remember, looking fearsome yet truly a proud fox at heart. I wonder what its fur feels like. Do foxes have paw pads? Kurama shivered slightly, sensing an insidious presence fixating on him, subsequently shifting his gaze to the young boy before him. If anyone harbored ill intentions, it could only be this little rascal. Hey, you don't seem afraid of me at all. Kurama opened his massive jaws, letting out a few streams of drool several meters long, attempting to adopt a fierce demeanor to frighten Naruto into tears. No, I actually find you quite handsome. Your fur must feel incredibly soft. Ah, this little brat has quite the tough mouth. Come here, since you're not afraid of me. Help me remove this seal. Kurama noticed that the boy genuinely seemed unfazed by his appearance and decided to play along, seeking assistance and breaking his seal. No, no, no. While I'm not afraid of you, I'm not foolish either. If I unseal you, we certainly won't be able to converse like this anymore. A thunderous roar erupted from Kurama, sending Naruto tumbling several times due to the sheer force of the wind generated. Then I have nothing further to say to you wretched humans. With that, he attempted to intimidate Naruto, hoping to drive him away from the sealed space. Get lost. Naruto Uzumaki hastily interjected, attempting to quell the ancient stench emanating from Kurama. I have come here, albeit by mere happenstance, not solely to see you. There are other matters at hand. As he spoke, he swiftly formed a series of hand seals: dog, boar, serpent, rat, boar, pig, snake, tiger, shadow clone jutsu. With a resounding bang, a figure materialized beside Naruto, while another cage appeared next to the iron prison confining the Nine-Tails. Indeed, it was a success. I knew that with chakra, mastering the shadow clone technique would be effortless. The clone summoned through Naruto's technique gradually dissipated the smoke, revealing its true form, a mechanical version of Naruto, crafted by Orochimaru. Within the newly manifested iron cage was the mechanical counterpart of the Nine-Tails. This was the extraordinary ability brought by the traveler. As long as one could master the corresponding ninjutsu, they could summon a version of Naruto and the Nine-Tails from a parallel world, with their souls having the choice to appear or not. When Naruto counterattacked using the Nine-Tails chakra, the ability assessed that his countless repetitions of the shadow clone technique had culminated in success. By harnessing the Nine-Tails chakra at that moment, he successfully activated this mechanical Naruto. Well, is this really what a mechanical version of me looks like? It's incredibly cool, gazed Naruto, eyes sparkling as he beheld the towering figure of his mechanical self. Each boy would surely feel a thrill upon seeing such a dashing version of themselves, especially when considering the mechanical Nine-Tails. Nanny, hey, kid, what is going on here? Kurama exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of the mechanical Nine-Tails. Observing its sleek exterior, he sensed an innate malice emanating from it. Calm down, great fox. These two are my summons. This humanoid is my mechanical self, and the one resembling you is your mechanical version. I must say, you look quite handsome in this form. You're talking nonsense, Kurama retorted, skeptical of Naruto's claims. Although these beings possessed his chakra, their very essence was composed of materials from the Ten Tails. Rather than being a mechanical version of himself, they appeared to be weapons specifically designed to hunt him down. Naruto Uzumaki pursed his lips, indifferent to whether one believed him or not. After all, his great fox was yet unrideable, and he had firmly decided upon this matter himself. Speaking of which, the external aid could also summon their souls. The fusion of body and spirit would allow the latter to guide him. This external assistance delighted him. With that, Naruto summoned the soul of the mechanical Naruto. What is this place? The mechanical Naruto asked, instinctively covering his head. Gradually, his electronic eye illuminated, revealing another version of himself. Hey, you're awake. Welcome to another world. What? Another world? How could this be? Have I ultimately failed? Upon hearing these words, the mechanical Naruto's electronic eyes widened in shock. And then he muttered softly, No, wait, who are you? Why do you resemble me so closely? Naruto Uzumaki hurriedly clarified, It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. What I meant to say is that this is an entirely different parallel world, and you have been summoned here by me. Chapter 11, Mechanical Naruto, Part 2. After 3 long years of arduous training under Jiraiya's tutelage, Naruto Uzumaki finally returned, having mastered his skills. In his quest to find Sasuke, he embarked on a trial to harness the power of wind chakra. Unexpectedly, during his training, he encountered a doppelganger of himself within the village. Following an intense and fierce battle between the two, it was then that Naruto Uzumaki realized that the mechanical Naruto was created by Orochimaru, who sought to seize his Nine-Tails chakra. Ultimately, under the Jinjutsu of Itachi Uchiha, the two Narutos managed to become friends. However, at that moment, the mechanical Nine-Tails, controlled by Orochimaru, launched a surprise attack on Naruto Uzumaki, extracting a significant amount of his Nine-Tails chakra, leaving him on the brink of death. Mechanical Naruto, please help me find Sasuke. In return, I shall give you everything I possess. If you are indeed like a brother to me, you will surely succeed. With that, Naruto Uzumaki collided his head with that of the mechanical Naruto. In an instant, perhaps due to a miraculous connection through chakra, all of Naruto's memories and the remaining Nine-Tails chakra were transmitted into the body of the mechanical Naruto, accompanied by a fragment of his soul. Thus, the dual-core Naruto was born, possessing the spirit of Uzumaki Naruto and the body of the mechanical Naruto. Subsequently, with the aid of Kakashi Hitaki and Jiraiya, the mechanical Naruto successfully sealed the mechanical Nine-Tails within himself, vowing to inherit its will and to retrieve Sasuke Uchiha. Oh, is this what they call a bond? The ability to resonate memories and souls in such a manner. After finally elucidating matters to the mechanical Naruto, Uzumaki Naruto was moved to tears upon hearing his story. It seems that the bond between me and Sasuke Uchiha in another world remains profound, even in death. Cough, cough. The mechanical Naruto, taken aback by Naruto's sudden quip, emitted an electronic sound in response. What love? Sasuke and I are companions. But I heard that your first kiss was with each other. Pfft. The mechanical Naruto spluttered, expelling a black liquid that resembled either tree sap or machine oil. Where did you hear such nonsense? No, that is not true. Those were mere accidents. I still prefer Sakura-chan. Sakura-chan? Oh, you mean that pink-haired girl named Haruno Sakura. Naruto Uzumaki picked at his nose and flicked away non-existent boogers. Pondering what was so admirable about that pink-haired, flat-chested girl, he found it utterly perplexing, this other version of himself from a different time. What? Exclaimed mechanical Naruto, his eyes widening into 2 exclamation marks. You don't like Sakura? I thought you were already 3 years old. At 3, I couldn't possibly have disliked Sakura. What is so surprising about that? I don't understand the so-called feelings of love you all speak of. With such ample chakra, why waste time on frivolous matters? Upon hearing these words, mechanical Naruto seemed to freeze, sitting motionless in shock, grappling with the bewildering notion that a version of him could dislike Sakura. Eventually, a light bulb moment illuminated his thoughts, and he came to a realization. It seems this world's version of me rarely ventured out, thus never encountering Sakura, and being so young, had yet to experience what love truly is. With a look of pity, he cast a mocking gaze at Naruto Uzumaki. So, you are merely an ignorant little brat, are you? Observing mechanical Naruto's expression, Naruto felt a wave of irritation wash over him. Hey, what's with that look? You seem so proud and disdainful towards me. Is that mocking expression, crafted with your robotic face, meant to ridicule me? Not at all. I'm merely a mechanical version of you. How could I possibly mock you? One day you will understand, he chuckled, mimicking robotic movements before gently ruffling Naruto's hair. You were clearly laughing at me. You haven't stopped. Naruto Uzumaki, in a state of exasperation, could not discern the reason behind the mechanical Naruto's laughter. Yet it irked him profoundly. Enough with the jokes, he finally said. The mechanical Naruto, suppressing his mirth, shifted the conversation, inquiring, if your desire is to return to Konoha, I assure you that with my strength, facilitating your return would pose no challenge. Naruto Uzumaki remained silent. To be honest, having inherited the memories of a traveler, he harbored no desire to return to the decaying Hidden Leaf Village. The original Naruto was already sufficiently optimistic. Yet he still bore the scars of torment that cast a shadow over his spirit. Additionally, he was now free from the influence of Ashura's soul. Well, I think I shall remain outside for now. I must first hone my abilities. At this moment, the mechanical Naruto also fell into silence. Although he possessed the memories and emotions of Naruto Uzumaki, he was not the true Naruto. His very existence was not fully embraced by his comrades. Moreover, in his recollections, the early years of Naruto were indeed fraught with misery. So be it. After all, with my body here, your self-preservation should not pose a problem. If you encounter a foe you cannot best, simply take to the skies. There are few ninjas in the entire ninja world who can fly. If you require assistance, do not hesitate to summon me. Thank you, my other self. There's no need for such formalities. We are one and the same. Speaking of which, let me lend you a hand before I depart. In my memories, I endured considerable hardship during my childhood because of this. What is it? Observing the enigmatic demeanor of the mechanical Naruto, the original Naruto could not help but inquire with curiosity. The mechanical Naruto slowly rose, abruptly rotating his head 180 degrees to gaze at the Nine-Tails behind him. Witnessing such an exaggerated spectacle, the Nine-Tails, who had been intently eavesdropping, was startled into raising its fur in alarm. Nine-Tails, having eavesdropped for so long, shouldn't you pay a little interest? Roar. Humph. What do you want, detestable human? It must be said that the Nine-Tails regarded the mechanical Naruto with a degree of apprehension. After all, he exuded the essence of the Ten-Tails, and in the earlier tale, he had indeed absorbed another version of himself from a different world. The mechanical Naruto smiled. Nothing much. It was merely that in my previous memories, the reason I struggled to perform ninjutsu as a child was due to your incessant release of chakra, which interfered with my meager chakra reserves. Thus, I merely wish to borrow a bit of your comparatively abundant chakra. Consider it a form of rent. Roar. You wretched human, you shall not steal my belongings. Do not be so stingy, Nine-Tails. After all, this small amount of chakra is but a trifling loss to you. As he spoke, the mechanical Naruto formed a gesture that would leave any man from the land of pickled vegetables defenseless. Just a little bit, merely a touch. Then, the mechanical Naruto opened his mouth wide, disregarding the Nine-Tails' objections, and absorbed the chakra surrounding the seal entirely into his being, even drawing a bit more from within the confines of the seal where the Nine-Tails resided. This will suffice, at least for the next 6 months. The Nine-Tails chakra will not interfere with your ability to perform ninjutsu. Chapter 12. Battlefield Damned Humans. Cursed Ten-Tails. As it felt its chakra being forcibly extracted, it let out a furious roar, accompanied by a tinge of fear. This creature, referred to as Mechanical Naruto, might indeed possess the ability to revert it back to that mindless chakra form. How miserly of you, Nine-Tails. Well, I shall pay you another visit next time. For now, I shall take my leave. Remind the other me to bring along my Nine-Tails next time, so we can all converse together. Upon uttering these words, Mechanical Naruto's eyes manifested 2 large X's, and then it abruptly malfunctioned, collapsing to the ground. Naruto Uzumaki playfully rubbed the body of the Mechanical Naruto with his fingers, pouting as he remarked, "Well, let's just go. It's rare to encounter someone I can actually converse with." Just then, Naruto noticed that his own hand began to fade into a phantom state, and a voice calling out to him echoed near his ears. Hey, what is happening? My hand, my hand. Naruto Uzumaki anxiously gazed at his hands, and soon his feet and entire body began to fade into illusion. Suddenly, he leapt up with a start, exclaiming, "Ouch!" Naruto Uzumaki opened his eyes, only to find himself seated on a bed. Beside him lay a black-skinned doctor sprawled on the floor, incessantly touching his nose. The strength of this Jinchuriki was surprisingly formidable. My nose was bleeding from the impact. He chuckled. Welcome to the Hidden Cloud Village, young one. Upon realizing his situation, Naruto was escorted by 2 individuals from the Wood Village to a concealed location within the mountains. The initial plan of the Hidden Cloud Village was to have Naruto remain hidden for a period, waiting for the counterattack from the Leaf Village to subside before slowly integrating him into their community. If fate allowed, he might even become the right-hand man to the next Raikage. However, the Hidden Cloud was unprepared for the unexpected ferocity of the usually weak Leaf Village's retaliation. After the assassination of a key figure, the heads of several members from the previous envoy were delivered to the gates of the Hidden Cloud Village. Subsequently, the ninjas of the entire village surged towards the Hidden Cloud, illustrating the might of a village engaged in warfare with all 4 great nations when confronting an individual nation. Sighing deeply, the 2 individuals from the Wood Village released the intelligence they had gathered. You may need to remain here for an extended period. The war has commenced, and venturing into the village would likely be unsafe. In his mental space, Naruto, empowered by the mechanical body, nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging the situation without further addressing the 2 from the Wood Village. I advise you to treat me with respect. If you believe the Leaf will come to your rescue, you are gravely mistaken. Once they realize their efforts are futile, countless assassins will be dispatched to eliminate you. At that point, only I will be able to protect you. Understood, Auntie. I shall rely on you to save me when the time comes. Unfazed by the looming threat, Naruto, with the body of the mechanical Naruto, felt secure. If necessary, he would simply take to the skies with his mechanical form. After all, he had faith that the ninjas sent to assassinate him would not possess the ability to fly. Even if they could, who could outlast him? Who was fueled by the chakra of the Nine-Tails? Surely, the Nine-Tails would lend him its chakra when the time came. At that moment, the Nine-Tails, sensing Naruto's thoughts, let out a frustrated roar from within its cage. Damn you, kid. The 2 individuals from the Wood Village, their heads adorned with exclamation marks, clenched their trembling, vein-riddled fists and struck Naruto on the head. I'm only 17 this year. Call me sister. Sister. Naruto Uzumaki, wincing in pain as he gingerly touched the swelling on his head, murmured softly, I may be 14 years older, but she is clearly an aunt. With 2 wooden figures glaring at him with palpable intensity, Naruto swallowed hard and forced a smile, declaring, Sister, undoubtedly sister. Upon hearing Naruto's change in address, the 2 wooden figures relaxed, exhaling the steam rising from their fists, acknowledging that any young woman would be incensed by being called an aunt. In the ensuing months, aside from his relentless pursuit of gathering more chakra, the mechanical Naruto imparted to the young Uzumaki a wealth of ninja knowledge and the fundamentals of the body flicker technique. However, due to the mechanical Naruto's limited repertoire, primarily consisting of creating chakra balls and explosive techniques, Naruto found himself in a mediocre state of learning. The absence of tools in the ceiling space meant he could not master the Rasengan, leaving him to diligently practice transformation and shadow clone techniques, while the substitution technique proved futile, akin to a bug in a game. According to the mechanical Naruto, who occasionally visited him, the first ninjutsu he mastered was the multi-shadow clone technique, an enhancement of the shadow clone technique. He promised to teach it to Naruto once his chakra reached 50 units, which he referred to as 50 Kakashi's worth of chakra. Initially, Naruto required 100 units to subdue the Nine-Tails, but with the existence of the mechanical body, that demand had diminished. The mechanical Naruto calculated that approximately 50 units would suffice to perform the multi-shadow clone technique without adverse effects. As chakra is a fusion of spirit and body, and an increase in its total would inevitably strengthen the physical form. Alas, it was a pity that if not for the incessant presence of the two wooden figures, I could have perfected the Rasengan. After another day of training, nearly 4-year-old Naruto lay languidly on a tree, lamenting the constant shadow of his sister. "Are you whispering behind my back again?" Suddenly, the two wooden figures leaped down from the treetops, expressing their dissatisfaction at Naruto's gloomy demeanor. "I know you've been grumbling about me always watching over you," one of them remarked. Recognizing their abrupt appearance, Naruto's expression shifted, and he quickly replied, "Surely not. How could I speak ill of my sister, so radiant and lovely?" "Huh. Over these past 6 months, your flattery has only improved, though your skills remain stagnant. Stop grinning, your face resembles a blooming flower." The two wooden figures, though skeptical of Naruto's words, appreciated his flattery. "I can guess you are complaining about my constant vigilance, but your fortunate days are numbered. Starting tomorrow, I shall no longer accompany you." "What? Why?" Upon hearing these words, Naruto swiftly rose to his feet, his speech tinged with a hint of reluctance. After all, this was someone who had cared for him for nearly half a year. Although there were ulterior motives at play, it was still preferable to those who merely regarded him with disdain. The two wooden figures sighed in resignation, casting a sorrowful gaze toward the stars above. The war was intensifying, and I too must ascend to the battlefield. Chapter 13. Transformation. Is it true that even you must join the fray? Naruto Uzumaki let out a deep sigh, realizing that his leisurely days were drawing to a close. "What do you think? Are you going to miss me?" Observing the look of sorrow on Naruto's face, the two Wai chuckled. "Huh, I couldn't be more eager for you to leave. Not only do you follow me around incessantly, but you also frequently nibble on my grilled fish." With a playful grin, one of the Wai ruffled Naruto's hair and pressed his forehead against Naruto's, planting a gentle kiss. "Take care of yourself. In these tense times of war, both the Umbu of our village and spies from other villages will harbor hostility towards you. Without my protection, it will be up to you to navigate the challenges ahead." Naruto Uzumaki gazed in astonishment at the two wooden figures that spoke softly to him. The figures lifted their heads and, glancing at their own hands, smiled as they remarked, Indeed, we've been quite tidy lately. This hair is remarkably smooth." With that, one of them leaped away from the mountain peak where they had resided for nearly half a year. Watching their departing silhouettes, Naruto sighed and thought to himself, "It seems I must hasten my preparations. My circumstances here are likely to become rather precarious." Indeed, it was not long before 4 dark-clad Umbu ninjas arrived, their black masks setting them apart from the free-spirited wooden figures. They imprisoned Naruto within a small cabin, subjecting him daily to the brainwashing of the will of lightning. If Naruto were merely a 4-year-old child, he might have been easily swayed by their rhetoric. However, having inherited the memories of a traveler, he possessed a robust worldview and set of values. No matter how eloquently the Umbu ninjas extolled the virtues of Kimogakure, he would never accept a village that routinely seized others' territories. After all, even his mother, whom he had never met, had been abducted, and his future bride had endured 2 abductions in the original storyline. How could Naruto harbor any affection for such a village? At most, he felt a fondness for the 2 wooden figures, contemplating whether he could someday reverse the tables and abduct one of them instead. Crash! The teacher's rod slammed against the table, and a burly man with tattoos etched across his face glared furiously as he exclaimed, "Hey, Naruto Uzumaki, can you please pay attention in class? Lord Raikage specifically arranged for me to provide you with private instruction, fearing you might fall behind our pace. Yet you remain utterly distracted." "Ah, Semi-Masai," Naruto muttered, now on the 3rd day in the cabin, having realized that these individuals would impart no substantial knowledge. He had begun to adopt an attitude of indifference, essentially embodying a stance of whatever you say is right, but I simply refuse to listen. Damn this little brat. Elite ninja instructor Nai-Chuani was seething, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. However, as the strictest teacher, he was not one to tolerate such behavior lightly. He had once scolded a parent to the point of causing them to remain bedridden for an entire day. Inflicting corporal punishment on students was a trivial matter for him. Since you are so unwilling to heed my lessons, then go run. I want you to circle this mountain 20 times. Naruto Uzumaki regarded the imposing, dark-skinned figure of the teacher with a cold gaze, clearly disinclined to heed the words of such an individual. What if I refuse? He retorted. The teacher, taken aback, widened his eyes in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Naruto, as a student, would audaciously defy him. Without a moment's thought, he raised his right hand and swung the pointer towards Naruto. When Naruto Uzumaki encountered the teaching rod aimed at him, he did not flinch but instead seized it effortlessly. He then revealed his fox-like pupils, gazing intently at Nai-Chuani. Over the past fortnight, with the assistance of the mechanical Naruto's body, he had mastered the manifestation of the Nine-Tails chakra. With the enhancements of burning and corrosive buffs, along with amplified strength and recovery, this 4-year-old child of the Uzumaki lineage found himself undaunted by a mere chunin who was solely versed in pedagogy. Upon witnessing the beast-like gaze of his fox-like eyes, Nai-Chuani swallowed hard, attempting to mask his lingering fear with a facade of ferocity. Do you comprehend the consequences of defying me? He declared. Following the teachings of your instructor is a fundamental tenet of the Hidden Cloud Village. Should you stray from this principle, your aspirations of becoming a ninja may be dashed. I have heard whispers that you train daily in chakra. Is it truly feasible for you to forego the path of a ninja? Moreover, failure to adhere to the established rules will result in punishment, and it is entirely possible that you might find yourself confined to a prison cell. Naruto Uzumaki effortlessly shattered the teaching stick in his hand, sending the splintered fragments hurtling towards Nai-Chuani's face, causing him to instinctively cover his face and cry out in distress. You may deceive others with such words, but as for me, I shall refrain. Do you know what I was called during my time in Konoha? The Nine-Tailed Fox. At that time, I was oblivious to the reason behind it. But now I understand that I truly possess the power of the fox spirit. You summoned me here for this very reason, did you not? Do not speak of respect for a mere charlatan like you. Even if the Raikage himself were to come and apprehend me, what would it matter? What? Nai-Chuani's eyes widened in disbelief as he nervously inquired, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Naruto Uzumaki surveyed the encroaching umbu around him, shaking his head in resignation. It appeared that he could no longer remain in the Hidden Cloud Village. Initially, he had contemplated waiting another 6 months to allow his body to further mature. However, it seemed that the villagers were on the verge of succumbing to the pressures of war, resorting to coercive indoctrination. Hey, great fox, grant me your power. Naruto Uzumaki silently murmured to himself, not a chance, go away. How miserly. Although he had managed to gather quite a bit of the Nine-Tails fur over the past few months, one could never have too much, could they? Youngster, I advise you to refrain from rash actions. One of the umbu, seemingly perceiving Naruto's thoughts, approached him with a conciliatory tone. Stay here obediently, and we shall not trouble you. Forget it. If you could leave, then for the sake of the peace I've enjoyed for half a year, I would not harm you. Otherwise, why waste our breath on him? Just capture him and lock him in a dark room to starve him for a few days. Let us see how arrogant he remains then. The umbu cast a helpless glance at Nai-Chuani, who was speaking beside them, and swiftly incapacitated him with a blow. Damn it, back then, I was penalized with 2,000 squats in a single day, and the punishment lasted an entire week, leaving me trembling every day. At last, I have found my opportunity for revenge. Do not act impulsively. I understand your grievances. This teacher speaks in such a manner, however. If you genuinely wish to learn the true essence of numbers, we can instruct you and enroll you in our ninja academy. It sounds quite sincere, indeed. Naruto Uzumaki let out a sigh. However, my response is simply hung. Chapter 14. Departure from the Hidden Cloud. As the transformation concluded, numerous components flew forth from the 8-trigram seal at Naruto's waist, effortlessly sending the encircling umbu flying. Subsequently, these parts seamlessly integrated with Naruto's physique, coalescing into a suit of armor resembling a black and yellow athletic ensemble, towering at approximately 1 meter and 90 centimeters. With a flash of white light emanating from his head, Naruto struck a striking pose, releasing a torrent of white vapor behind him, embodying the power of RoboFox from a parallel dimension. Huh? A few Umbu, recently knocked down, had just regained their footing when they beheld this astonishing scene. Could this be the power of the Nine-Tails? It appears somewhat different from that of Lord Kurabi. Why does it exude an inexplicable charm? Enough of the trivial chatter. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki has lost control. Quickly, apprehend him. Observing the reactions of the Umbu, Naruto smiled with satisfaction, clearly pleased with the stylishness of his design. Although the mechanical Naruto's form could envelop him directly and even merge with his physical body, nothing could compare to the sheer flair of such a transformation. Naruto Uzumaki glanced at the timer in his hand, and then at the encroaching Umbu agents. It seemed that his 4-year-old body was indeed struggling to withstand the chakra of the Nine-Tails, with only a mere 3 minutes remaining before he would lose control. Time was of the essence. In an instant, an armor-like formation appeared around Naruto's mouth, reminiscent of Optimus Prime, enveloping his face. And he unleashed a cloud of white smoke that propelled him skyward, charging directly at several Umbu agents. To his astonishment, one of the Umbu, who was capable of flight, was caught off guard and found himself struck by Naruto's head, soaring into the air. With a cry of distress, the airborne Umbu was sent into a spiraling arc, and Naruto flung him down the hillside. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 Umbu quickly regained their composure and attempted to unleash lightning techniques to attack Naruto. Undeterred, Naruto extended his mechanical arms, seizing both Umbu B and Umbu C, and executed a spiraling ascent combined with a collision experiment. When he deemed it sufficient, he descended slowly, nonchalantly dropping the 2 unconscious Umbu. Confronted with the last standing agent, Naruto, through his helmet, asked with a triumphant smirk, "What do you think? Do you wish to continue?" Umbu D, helplessly surveying the scene, saw only 2 fallen comrades and 1 missing, and could only muster a feeble retort. "Don't get too cocky. Our reinforcements are on their way. You won't escape today." With that declaration, he erupted with lightning chakra to bolster his courage, launching himself towards Naruto. This method of enhancing physical speed through lightning techniques was a hallmark of the elite Cloud Village shinobi. Observing the electrifying spectacle, Naruto acknowledged the Umbu's prowess. Without his mechanical enhancements, he would undoubtedly struggle against such an opponent. Unfortunately, there was no room for hypotheticals. As the mechanical Naruto's ocular sensors analyzed the trajectory of Umbu D, he quickly calculated the agent's path. Subsequently, he raised his right hand and shot forth a brown wooden thread. With a swift and precise strike, the wooden line penetrated Umbu D, who screamed in agony as Naruto siphoned the lightning chakra from him, draining him completely until he collapsed like a mummy. Suddenly, alarms blared from the mechanical armor. Warning. Lightning release. Lightning strike. A bolt of dark blue lightning surged towards Naruto. Fortunately, alerted by the early warning system, Naruto had already vacated the area. Upon closer inspection, Naruto Uzumaki realized that the figure before him was a young lad with tousled blonde hair and dark skin, leading a considerable entourage of Umbu operatives charging towards him. "Oh, could you possibly refrain from resisting any further?" he mused, contemplating the lack of motivation he felt. "It seems I have no choice but to defeat you." As he gazed at the boy at the forefront, coupled with his trademark phrase of apathy, Naruto quickly recognized him. This was none other than the future 5th Hokage, Darui. Albeit appearing merely 14 years of age at this moment, seemingly yet to master the black lightning of the 3rd Raikage. "You arrived rather swiftly, didn't you? I had intended to linger a while longer." As Uzumaki Naruto voiced his complaints while glancing at the countdown on his wrist, he realized that time was nearly up. He expressed his gratitude for the hospitality he had received over the past 6 months, but it was time for him to depart. Do not speak of leaving someone else's village so nonchalantly. Even Darui, known for his amiable temperament, found it difficult to restrain his frustration upon hearing Naruto's audacious declaration of intent to leave. With a swift maneuver, he unleashed a technique, wind release, pressure damage, sending forth dozens of electrified water streams in an attempt to capture Naruto. Alas, Naruto leaped high into the air, effortlessly evading the onslaught. Almost instantly, a propeller sprouted from atop his head, propelling him into the sky, leaving the Umbu in a state of sheer astonishment. "Is this fellow truly human?" Darui remarked with a wry smile, observing Naruto ascend higher, nearly touching the heavens. "Well, there goes our entire year's efforts down the drain. What shall we do now?" Sigh. "Though I may be of little use, we must continue the pursuit. We must retrieve Naruto within the borders of the Land of Lightning." Meanwhile, Naruto, having departed from Kumogakure prematurely, found himself in a predicament. His armor was in countdown mode, with only 30 seconds remaining, and he was still thousands of meters above the ground. If he failed to descend safely, the story would conclude prematurely. I should have known better than to show off. Now I can't return as I came. He gazed at the ominous red countdown, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Ah, here goes nothing. Emergency descent. In this life-or-death moment, Naruto retracted the propeller and transitioned to using his arms as gliding wings for a rapid descent. Countdown at 20 seconds. It's getting close. I can see the ocean surface. Countdown at 10 seconds. Let's go. Let us go. 5. Naruto Uzumaki descended from a height of several hundred meters. He skillfully maneuvered his body, altering his vertical plunge into a gradual angled descent, thus reducing his falling speed. A light bulb seemingly illuminated above Uzumaki Naruto's head, as if a thought had struck him. He swiftly deployed a colossal parachute from atop, while the entire armor composed of mechanical Naruto severed the connection to the Nine-Tails chakra, plunging into a state of dysfunction. Fortunately, in the final moments, Uzumaki Naruto recalled that utilizing the Nine-Tails chakra would lead to an uncontrollable surge of its darker emotions. However, the mechanical armor remained unaffected by such turmoil. So severing the chakra's influence was all that was necessary, although he could not control the armor's movements. Opening the parachute beforehand meant he would no longer need to exert himself. Consequently, he gently descended with the wind, landing softly upon the surface of the sea. Chapter 15. The Little Matchstick Boy. Ugh. The seawater is exceedingly salty. This was Uzumaki Naruto's first encounter with the ocean, and he found himself unaccustomed to the overwhelming stench and briny taste. Where am I? Alas, it is all that wretched teacher's fault. Otherwise, I would not have had to flee in such haste. Naruto Uzumaki, while sifting through the ocean waters, cast his gaze across the boundless expanse of the sea, utterly disoriented. With no other options available, he resolved to simply select a direction and forge ahead. Naruto Uzumaki, resolute in his determination, plunged forward with unwavering conviction, yet before long, a wave crashed over him, leaving him disoriented and directionless. Had he foreseen this predicament, he would have practiced treading water beforehand. The force of the wave rendered him incapable of discerning north from south, compelling him to rely on another version of himself for assistance. This brings to light the shortcomings of the shadow clone technique. While Naruto can summon his otherworldly selves and merge their forms, ideally, they would share chakra simultaneously. However, the mechanical clone is powered solely by the chakra of the Nine-Tails and possesses none of its own. Consequently, any attempt to borrow chakra from the mechanical Nine-Tails would lead to a catastrophic backlash, akin to utilizing one's own Nine-Tails chakra recklessly. Summoning the mechanical Naruto to take control of the body bypasses this issue. As for why he did not summon the mechanical clone earlier, it is simply youthful pride. He believed he could manage the situation alone, preferring not to inconvenience others. With a puff, the mechanical Naruto appeared beside the original, only to plummet into the ocean. "Where have you summoned me from, other me?" he exclaimed, scrambling back to the surface. Initially, he had been comfortably at home, only to be abruptly called forth. Expecting to remain in the ceiling space, but instead found himself submerged in water. "Oh no, I'm soaked. Will this seawater corrode my body? Will I rust?" The mechanical Naruto shook the water off with exasperation, glancing at the droplets cascading from his feet, a wave of concern washing over him. Surely it wouldn't be a problem? After all, this body was fundamentally capable of absorbing the nutrients of an entire planet, so how could it fear mere seawater? At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki realized he had inadvertently put mechanical Naruto in a difficult position, and thus, he awkwardly offered some words of consolation. "I hope so. What do you mean by this body being made from the God Tree? Wasn't it Orochimaru who created it? Even for Orochimaru's creations, materials are necessary. This body's material is indeed the God Tree. Alas, I will explain this to you slowly later. For now, could you please lift me up?" Mechanical Naruto, gazing at the pitiful, golden-haired figure floating on the water's surface, felt a pang of compassion. He extended his mechanical hand and hoisted Naruto onto his back. "By the way, where exactly are we? Weren't you in the hidden cloud village before? How did we end up on the ocean?" Surveying the surrounding waters, mechanical Naruto voiced his confusion. Naruto, perched on his shoulder, shook his hair and wrung it out slightly, replying, "Sigh, there's no choice. The war between the two nations has intensified. The two wood ninjas who were taking care of me have gone off to battle, and the Cloud Village sent a rather twisted teacher to brainwash me. This guy, despite his limited abilities, was exceedingly arrogant. Frustrated, I decided to leave on my own. As for where we are, I have no clue. I was flying using your body and accidentally landed on the ocean. The phrase "using my body" struck mechanical Naruto as rather odd. While grumbling, he extended a massive thruster from his back, releasing a powerful gust of wind that propelled them forward. Let us simply choose a random direction to go. What did you say? The wind is too strong. As mechanical Naruto accelerated without warning, Naruto struggled to maintain his grip, hastily clutching onto mechanical Naruto's neck to avoid being thrown off. Exactly. Since we don't know our location, let's find land first. I can't hear you. Let's just find land. The wind was too overpowering. Thus, amidst this miscommunication, the two successfully reached a patch of land. Upon finally setting foot on solid ground, Naruto promptly leapt from mechanical Naruto's back, vigorously shaking his hair. The rapid speed they had traveled had dried the seawater clinging to him, leaving behind a residue of salt. While Naruto busied himself with his appearance, mechanical Naruto took a moment to observe their surroundings. This scenery is unfamiliar. I should have downloaded maps of all the nations before coming here. Regardless of where we are, I should ask someone for directions. Why do I feel a bit chilly now that we've reached land? After being buffeted by the wind, it's no surprise you're cold. Thus, the two Narutos employed a transformation technique to disguise themselves as ordinary passers-by, subsequently making their way into the sandy expanse. After wandering for a while, the duo successfully stumbled upon a quaint town. Upon inquiring with a local for directions, they discovered that they had unexpectedly arrived in the Land of Iron. It all made sense now. I wondered why it had suddenly turned cold. The Land of Iron. Indeed, I recall that it perpetually experiences snowfall. Observing the surrounding sword-wielding samurai, Uzumaki Naruto proclaimed with a sense of pride, "Now that we know we are in the Land of Iron, it will be easy to navigate our way back to Konoha. You have lingered outside for far too long. It is time for your return, is it not? The two nations continue to clash over you. And during my inquiries just moments ago, I learned that many lives have already been lost." Naruto shook his head and scoffed, stating, "As long as I am not within the confines of the hidden cloud village, the war shall swiftly come to an end. The factions that remain will only frantically seek me out as the Jinchuriki. Ultimately, in the eyes of those in power, I am merely a tool, a weapon. And to the common folk, I am nothing more than a monster. Why should I sacrifice my freedom for the sake of such individuals? That is not true. There are still many who care for you, such as the third Hokage, Sasuke, Sakura, and Shikamaru. All of your comrades are genuinely concerned for your well-being." The mechanical Naruto responded urgently. "But the people you speak of are strangers to me now," he retorted. Naruto Uzumaki shook his head and said, "Once you enter the Ninja Academy, you will come to know them. Everyone there is a wonderful companion." Naruto Uzumaki gazed at the anxious demeanor of his mechanical counterpart, a profound understanding stirring within him. Although this version of himself hailed from a parallel universe, he was inherently different. Despite the mechanical facade, the essence of this Naruto remained that of an individual ardently aspiring to become Hokage. Conversely, while he bore the visage of Naruto, he had inherited the memories of a traveler and had not been shaped by Ashura's chakra, making him fundamentally distinct from the Naruto before him. It seemed imperative for him to hasten the enhancement of his abilities. After all, even if they were two manifestations of the same soul, ideological conflicts could lead to discord. You wish to engage in a debate? Very well, I shall divulge all that I know, though not in this location. Observing the crowd that had paused their activities to witness the altercation, Naruto urged the mechanical Naruto to escort him to a more secluded area. Let us commence our discussion from the bonds of companionship. What significance does it hold, even if we are acquainted? The very names reveal their nature, your so-called companions, with whom you share a bond, are all of noble lineage, are they not? Inuzuka, Nara, Hyuga, or even the Yamanaka clan. How many commoners are among them? Why is it that my identity, which ought to be a closely guarded secret, is known so casually by any ordinary villager? Simply because I am the embodiment of the Nine-Tails? Moreover, as the son of the fourth Hokage, why have I endured such a dismal existence? Only the Hokage has extended any kindness towards me. Am I truly the son of the fourth Hokage? Due to the divergence in their timelines, the mechanical Naruto had only just vanquished Deidara and was oblivious to his own lineage. Thus, the revelation struck him with bewilderment. The fourth Hokage was renowned for his golden hair, and his spouse belonged to the Uzumaki clan. With your golden locks and Uzumaki surname, one could deduce your parentage with ease. In that moment, the mechanical Naruto, overwhelmed, cradled his head in distress. Ultimately, all of this was orchestrated by Hiruzen Sarutobi. Whether it was to guide him towards becoming Hokage or to place him in a class brimming with ninjas to forge bonds, or even to withhold any mention of the fourth Hokage from us. Every action served to mold us into perfect pawns. I must inform you that the previous master of the Nine Tails within us was our mother, and it was a wretch named Obito Uchiha who wrought havoc upon our lives. The very culprits responsible for our tragic existence post-birth, the Hokage, Danzo, and 2 others, allowed our homeland to suffer, while Sarutobi, who yearned for the Hokage position, feigned warmth towards us. Thus, he fostered our reverence for the Hokage, ensuring we remained tethered to his chariot. As Naruto Uzumaki's youthful visage transformed into one of fury and hatred, one could not help but ponder that, regardless of the circumstances, had he merely utilized the belongings left to him by his parents, his own existence would not have been so woeful. If only he could keep his identity concealed, he would not have faced such relentless torment from others. Who then is Obito Uchiha? Were your previous assertions indeed truthful? At this moment, the mechanical Naruto clenched his teeth in frustration, wisps of white smoke emanating from his head. When it comes to his parents, even the chakra of Ashura could not sway Naruto Uzumaki's reason. Subsequently, Naruto divulged all that he knew to the mechanical version of himself, encompassing the potential ramifications of Ashura's chakra as well. Upon absorbing the entirety of the narrative, the mechanical Naruto felt as though his processor was nearing its limits. Having heard your tale, I find myself at a loss regarding how to confront my friends, he lamented, lying despondently upon the ground, his eyes spiraling in disarray. Perhaps you should linger in my world for a while, to calm your thoughts regarding what I have shared. Presently, I lack the strength to survive in the land of iron, and your assistance is timely. Reluctantly, the mechanical Naruto chose to set aside all thoughts of Konoha, particularly the once noble image of the third Hokage, which had utterly shattered his worldview. Very well, let us rise quickly. I am eager to dine. After fleeing from the village hidden in the clouds today, I have not tasted a morsel and am on the verge of starvation. Speaking of meals, I have a question to pose to you, the mechanical Naruto remarked earnestly, gazing at the youthful figure before him. What question? Naruto, filled with curiosity, inquired. So, you managed to escape from the hidden cloud, didn't you? Indeed, came the reply. You traversed from the hidden leaf to the hidden cloud, remaining in the mountains all the while, correct? Yes, was the response. Do you happen to have any money on you? Money? Do I have money? No, not at all. Naruto Uzumaki found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of despair, having completely forgotten this crucial aspect of his existence. In the past, while residing in the Hidden Leaf Village, he relied on monthly stipends to sustain himself. However, upon arriving in the Hidden Cloud Village, his accommodations came with 3 meals a day, all meticulously arranged for him, and he could even indulge in occasional fishing by the brook. Yet now, having ventured out on his own, albeit with newfound freedom, he faced a grave loss, the most essential of all, his financial means. What to do? Oh, dear friend, please lend me your assistance. Naruto Uzumaki grasped the mechanical Naruto's thigh, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. The mechanical Naruto, observing the charming demeanor of his 4-year-old self, couldn't help but reflect. This is how a 4-year-old should behave. That previous display of deep-seated resentment and negativity was utterly unbefitting of my grand persona. Speaking of which, my appearance at that age was rather appealing. If I had frequently employed such endearing antics, perhaps I could have won Sakura-chan's heart. Yet, there was little he could do. The mechanical Naruto shrugged his shoulders, shaking his head in resignation. I am merely a humble clone. How could I possess what you lack? What, then, shall we do? Naruto Uzumaki sat on the ground, his visage marred by despair. His mind involuntarily drifted to his time spent in the land of iron, where suddenly, snow began to fall. He wandered aimlessly through the snow-covered landscape, clutching a matchstick that had remained unsold. Matches for sale, matches for sale. Kind sir, would you care to purchase a match? Yet, he was met with disdain. Go away, you filthy little brat. Do not sully me with your dirty hands. Naruto Uzumaki found himself cornered, a single kick sending him against the wall. In his desperate plight, he struck a match to warm himself. Soon, an enormous mushroom cloud, born from the tailed beast's chakra, rose over the land of iron. Chapter 16. Compensating for emotional distress, 4000. Naruto Uzumaki swiftly shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts that plagued his mind. What if we become hired ninjas? As long as we can secure a mission, we would have ample funds to sustain ourselves, he suggested, reflecting on his past endeavors for income. That won't do. Naruto shook his head in disagreement upon hearing this. Previously, when I fled, it was your body that allowed me to escape. I can only imagine that your image has been plastered all over the city by now. Although we are in the land of iron, there are surely spies from other nations lurking about. If you accept the mission, we could easily be exposed. What does it matter? We can employ the transformation technique. I will bestow upon you the art of the three-body technique right now. If we transform, the average person should remain oblivious to our true identities. Exactly. Naruto's eyes sparkled with realization as he found merit in what the mechanical Naruto had proposed. He then expanded on the idea, suggesting that they could undertake an escort mission, ideally transferring from the land of iron to a more distant nation, preferably to the land of waterfalls. Currently, the land of fire and the land of lightning were embroiled in war. With the battlefield situated between the land of soup and the land of moon, two small nations caught in the crossfire. The land of iron, while neutral, was perilously close to the land of lightning. Should their true identities be revealed, complications would surely arise. However, reaching the land of waterfalls would pose no such risks. As the ninjas, they were not particularly formidable. Furthermore, the opportunities for commissions in smaller nations would allow one of your caliber to secure a greater number of tasks, thereby alleviating subsequent financial concerns. Inspired by his mechanical counterpart, Naruto Uzumaki was fervently articulating his subsequent escape plan. However, he soon realized that he was being scrutinized by the mechanical Naruto with a rather peculiar gaze. What is it? Why are you looking at me like that? The mechanical Naruto, in a habitual manner, scratched at the rust on his back. No, I'm merely intrigued. Given that we are both Naruto, how is it that you possess such remarkable intellect at the age of 4? Moreover, you seem to possess an abundance of knowledge, far surpassing even my own. In a swift contemplation, Naruto Uzumaki reflected upon his thoughts, realizing that as an alternate version of himself from a different realm, revealing the truth would bear no consequence. Thus, he began to elucidate. Well, consider it as if I have inherited the memories of a certain prophet. It is thanks to his recollections that I have gained such insight. How splendid it is to possess the memories of a prophet. Truly remarkable. The mechanical Naruto, embodying the essence of the original, displayed no undue concern for such matters, swiftly moving past them. Subsequently, through various inquiries, the two successfully eliminated 7 groups of human traffickers who had underestimated them. What a farce. After searching for so long, we encounter nothing but deceivers. At this rate, when shall we ever discover a place to post our mission? The mechanical Naruto scowled at the individual before him, now resembling a bruised visage, as he vented his frustration. Meanwhile, the original Naruto had efficiently gathered all the wealth from the defeated adversaries into his possession. One cannot dismiss this entirely. Although we have yet to locate a venue for mission postings, at least we have indeed acquired some funds. As Uzumaki Naruto counted the currency in his hands, he remarked that long before the third wave of human traffickers attempted to abduct them, he had conceived a strategy akin to fishing. With determination, he enlisted the aid of mechanical Naruto to employ a transformation technique, allowing him to assume the appearance of Uchiha Sasuke. Indeed, a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man accompanied by a striking young man with dark hair immediately captivated the attention of the traffickers, thereby enriching Naruto's wallet while simultaneously liberating numerous victims from their captors. Quickly, tell me where your missions are posted. I refuse to believe that you scoundrels are unaware of this, he pressed, threatening the trafficker sprawled beside him. One particularly unfortunate trafficker, whose head resembled a swollen dumpling, replied in exasperation, I have no idea what a mission-gathering place even is. Impossible. Do you mean to say that no one handles the mundane tasks or escort duties? Mechanical Naruto inquired, his expression one of disbelief. Such responsibilities are undertaken by the samurai. The nobles maintain their own retinues of samurai, who are tasked solely with providing protection for their lords. As for trivial daily affairs, how could one possibly expect the esteemed samurai to engage in such labor? Through the trafficker's rather involuntary and physical explanation, they came to understand the nature of the Iron Country. The so-called land of samurai refers to a society where the upper echelons are comprised of nobles, each possessing their own battalion of samurai. These warriors are not required to engage in any other pursuits, their sole function being to safeguard their lords. Meanwhile, the ordinary peasants, who lack the ability to cultivate chakra, are relegated to performing all work that generates income. Given the frigid climate of the Iron Country, agricultural bounty is scarce. However, the abundance of minerals and advanced weapon manufacturing techniques allow for trade with other nations for sustenance. Yet, despite the presence of lucrative mineral resources and manufacturing capabilities, the tax burden on ordinary citizens remains exorbitantly high. Consequently, the impoverished populace strives desperately to ascend to the ranks of the samurai, who, in their leisure, indulge in drinking, brawling, and revelry, often developing various vices over time. It is these very traffickers who serve the nobles and samurai by selecting attractive girls and boys. Upon hearing this, Naruto felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the grotesqueness of the situation. I never imagined these individuals were so depraved. They do not even spare boys. Fortunately, I have assumed Sasuke's form. After all, I have yet to truly meet him in this lifetime. What shall we do now? Our plan to complete the mission and depart seems to have collapsed, he mused. Fear not. Our initial intent in undertaking this mission was for monetary gain. Now that fortune has presented itself, why not seize the opportunity to earn a bit more before we leave? What do you mean? I propose we seek some compensation for our emotional distress. With a cunning expression, Naruto Uzumaki gazed upon the group of human traffickers before him. That very night, guided by the lead of the traffickers, Naruto and his mechanical counterpart boldly stormed the stronghold, shattering the gates of the local nobility. Prior to their assault, the mechanical Naruto expressed his concerns, questioning whether their actions were justified. Is it truly acceptable for us to resort to violence against others without a mission? He pondered uneasily. Naruto Uzumaki waved his hand dismissively and stated, "What does it matter? These nobles are all villains, and they even sent people to abduct us. We are merely standing up for the good people. Consider the ordinary souls who have suffered at their hands. Besides, they do not know you. No one would suspect that the assailants hail from Konoha. So there is no way this could implicate our village." With a sigh, mechanical Naruto reflected not out of concern for the nobles, but rather for the other version of himself, who evidently felt no sense of belonging to the village. Though he himself harbored some disillusionment regarding the village's image, he still leaned towards its defense. Witnessing the indifferent attitude of his alternate self towards the village stirred a sense of melancholy within him. "Who are you?" During their casual conversation, the drunken warriors, their eyes glazed from drink, finally approached. "What's it to you?" Upon seeing the newcomers, Naruto swiftly leaped towards mechanical Naruto. In a matter of moments, he entered the body of his mechanical counterpart. This was distinctly different from his usual summoning. He was now inhabiting the form of the shadow clone, while the body remained under the control of mechanical Naruto, serving merely as a protective shell. Chaos erupted within the noble estate. Mechanical Naruto wielded 2 wooden staffs, each strike precisely shattering the weapons of the attacking warriors. It was evident that, unless a miraculous healer intervened, this group of warriors would see the end of their fighting days. The fate of a toothless tiger was all too clear. Behold my spiraling wooden projectiles. The back of mechanical Naruto opened up with a series of clicks, unleashing a multitude of spinning wooden rods. With the assistance of electronic eyes and chakra pathways, he incapacitated all the assailants with swift, bone-crushing precision. "Can you lot hurry up a bit? Don't you know I have a new toy to play with today?" Unable to tolerate the ruckus in the courtyard, a corpulent noble flung open the door and began to shout, only to pause in shock the next moment. His subordinates lay sprawled in various comical positions, some on the ground, others embedded in the walls, or even flying off the eaves. Before him stood a fearsome armored figure, glaring at him with eyes that resembled flashlights. "Let us talk this over calmly, shall we? Name your price, and I shall pay it." Faced with the intimidating sight, the rotund noble crumpled to the ground. Unlike the super nobles in the main city who could hurl insults at assassins, he had only a handful of subordinates, all now defeated by this armored figure. Recognizing the futility of resistance, he realized that to remain unyielding would only invite further punishment. How should I put this? Mechanical Naruto initially intended to boast with a bold statement, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words, realizing that he had no skill in the art of robbery. He could only timidly inquire of the vortex Naruto residing within him. "Could you amplify my voice for him, perhaps even enhance it, so that I may speak to him?" "Ah, certainly. I recall that my hardware indeed contains a transformation system," came the reply, followed by a slight cough. Naruto Uzumaki tested his voice, pondering whether the armored figure before him had a throat ailment, as he seemed to be persistently coughing. Could there be some hidden significance behind this? The continuous coughing from the mechanical Naruto, combined with Uzumaki's own vocal experimentation, caused the corpulent noble to momentarily lose his train of thought. "You are quite astute," he remarked. "So hand over all your wealth without delay." Startled, the noble gasped, contemplating the sudden severity of the demand. "My lord, if I relinquish everything, I shall have nothing left to eat. Might you spare me a small portion?" "Well, that could be arranged, depending on your performance. Now, lead me swiftly," came the reply. "Thank you, my lord." The rotund noble, filled with unexpected joy, hastily guided the mechanical Naruto to one of his small treasure vaults. As the grand door creaked open, even with prior preparation, both Narutos were taken aback. The numerous items of art and antiquities were of little significance, overshadowed by the astonishing sight of gold and silver piled together, forming a small mountain. Who would have thought you possessed such wealth? The mechanical Naruto remarked, eyeing the noble with surprise. Ah, it is merely ancestral inheritance, accumulated over generations, the noble replied, forcing a smile. Very well, I shall accept this bounty. Without further ado, a massive mechanical claw emerged from the mechanical Naruto's abdomen, swiftly seizing the mountain of treasure. This was the claw of the mechanical Nine-Tails, and the space within Naruto's body served perfectly as a storage compartment. What is this? The corpulent noble exclaimed, first startled by the sudden appearance of the Nine-Tails, and then dismayed as all his treasures were whisked away. My lord, was it not agreed that you would leave me a little? Indeed, I have left you 1 coin, came the cold retort. 1 coin, the noble cried out. Is that not too meager? Observing the expressionless, mechanical eyes of Naruto, the noble swallowed hard and shook his head. Very well then. Subsequently, the rotund noble, gazing with a sense of impending liberation, swaggered through his residence, carelessly colliding with everything in his path. He dismissed all the slaves he had previously bound. In reality, everyone present, after meticulously inquiring with a psychic scanner whether they were luxuriating in comfort or enduring suffering. He then granted a generous severance to the unfortunate souls, before unearthing the remaining treasures hidden away by the noble through electronic scanning. In the midst of her anguished gaze, he tossed her a few coins and departed. The corpulent noble, surveying his desolate abode, recalled the enemies he had incurred during his nefarious deeds and contemplated suicide, yet lamentably, he lacked the courage to act. The following morning, the 2 individuals utilized the compensation for emotional distress they had earned the previous night to secure a room. Relishing a delightful meal before retiring for the night, entirely oblivious to the commotion they had incited within the Iron Kingdom. As days passed, on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th, they continued their relentless mission of liberating slaves and seizing wealth from the noble's estate. Their methods were ruthless. They ensured that no runaway slave would face retribution, rendering all accomplished warriors incapable of drawing their swords. They stripped the nobility of their riches, preventing them from hiring others to perpetrate further injustices. Before long, the duo found themselves on the wanted list, and the cloud of pursuers, aware that the whirlwind Naruto had escaped clad in armor, soon arrived. Chapter 17. Height 198, 199. 200. Sigh no more, no more. This carriage is already jostling uncomfortably, and doing push-ups makes me feel utterly dizzy. Naruto Uzumaki lay sprawled upon the wooden planks, his still-developing body swaying in a state of dizziness on the jolting cart. Really? You're too weak. How can you aspire to be a ninja after just a few moments of this? Remarked the mechanical Naruto with evident dissatisfaction. But I haven't fully matured yet. Allow me to grow a little more before I begin training. What if I don't end up tall enough? Huh? Training could hinder your growth? Of course. Though I may not fully grasp the science behind it, a child of my age cannot undergo excessive training. Moreover, proper nutrition is imperative. Otherwise, we risk stunted growth, resulting in a less than ideal stature. I see, so that is how it is. Naruto Uzumaki cast a fleeting glance at his mechanical counterpart, then covered his mouth with his hand. A mischievous grin spreading across his face as he remarked, by the way, did you eat instant noodles every day as a child? Indeed, the mechanical Naruto nodded earnestly, oblivious to the expression on the original Naruto's face. No wonder, your height is rather diminutive. I bet you're not as tall as Sasuke over there, right? Speaking of which, how tall are you now? 165 centimeters? What else with that expression? Upon turning to see Naruto's face, the mechanical version felt a surge of irritation. Although he did not grasp the significance of height, the expression before him was undeniably irksome. Nothing, just an unexpectedly normal height for an average male at your age. The original Naruto replied casually. Of course, although I might have been a tad shorter due to my instant noodle diet in the past. These past 3 years with Jiraiya have ensured I've been well fed. Sakura was utterly shocked when she saw me, haha. The mechanical Naruto chuckled at the thought of Sakura's reaction. TSK, alas, how pitiable, the original Naruto scoffed, amused by the mechanical Naruto's strange noises. Hey, what is with that sound? Do you know? I've heard a myth, the mechanical Naruto said, a look of confusion crossing his features, wondering why they had shifted from discussing height to myths so abruptly. It goes like this. Once upon a time, a child killed the Dragon King's son. prompting the Dragon King to seek revenge on the child's parents. In the end, the child took his own life, but his master revived him using lotus roots. However, since his body was made of lotus roots, he could never grow. How remarkable, resurrected with a body of lotus roots. The mechanical Naruto exclaimed, full of admiration. No, no. You've missed the point. The important part is that he could not grow because his body was made of lotus roots, and you, my friend, are made of machinery. Therefore, I too shall never grow. The mechanical Naruto gasped, covering his head with both hands, his eyes bulging in shock. His small body seemed to tremble, and his composure shattered, as if a white mist had erupted from his crown. Indeed, and your Sasuke and Sakura will continue to grow. Who knows? They might surpass you in height. I was never taller than Sasuke to begin with, and if I stop growing, as Naruto's words sank in, a vivid image formed in the mechanical Naruto's mind. Sakura, taller than him, mockingly saying, I'm sorry, Naruto, you're just too short. Sasuke and I are together now. She then embraced the towering figure of Sasuke Uchiha, who merely scoffed dismissively at him. No, Sakura-chan, don't go. The mechanical Naruto, with a face smeared with tears and snot, clutched Sakura's calf, only to be dragged away by two increasingly taller figures. Let go. Let go. What do you intend to do to a nearly 4-year-old child? Naruto Uzumaki, with a look of disdain, kicked at the mechanical Naruto, who was lost in his own world. Tears streaming down his face. What should I do? If I don't grow taller, Sakura will be taken away by Sasuke. Observing the sorrowful expression on the mechanical Naruto's face, Naruto couldn't help but marvel at Orochimaru's skill. Such a rich array of emotions could be crafted. What does it matter? After all, that Sakura-chan doesn't even like you. Who says that? Replied the mechanical Naruto. I will certainly make Sakura-chan fall for me. But if I don't grow tall enough. Seeing the dejection in the mechanical Naruto, who had been disheartened by his own thoughts, Naruto decided to lend a hand. How about this? Once you win Sasuke back, you can tie up Orochimaru and make him find a way for you to grow taller. SGA, that sounds great. After all, my body was created by Orochimaru. He should definitely have a way to help me grow taller. With this thought, the previously forlorn mechanical Naruto's face brightened, transforming into a cheerful smile. It is truly puzzling to consider who among us is the real child at 4 years old. Naruto Uzumaki gazed at the face-changing performance before him and silently muttered, I wonder how much longer it will be until we reach the capital of the Land of Iron? Naruto Uzumaki gazed out at the icy expanse, inquiring of his mechanical counterpart. According to the map we possess, coupled with the speed of the caravan, we should arrive by nightfall. That would be splendid. My rear end has nearly gone numb from these days of travel. He then proceeded to rub his backside. One must endure. To endure what others cannot is the essence of a ninja. Furthermore, we cannot travel too conspicuously. Leaping across rooftops could easily lead us into the paths of other shinobi. Alas, my poor backside feels as if it might split into 4. Fear not, as long as we reach the capital, we shall find a way to blend in. With the neutrality of the Iron Country, other nations' ninjas will be reluctant to pursue you openly, thus granting you ample time to grow stronger. He sighed, time. If only I could have time. Suddenly, the carriage came to a jarring halt, causing Naruto to tumble inside. What just happened? He exclaimed. The mechanical Naruto gestured for him to refrain from lifting the curtain, then extended his left eye outward, stealthily peering outside. After a brief moment of observation, the mechanical Naruto sighed. We are in trouble. Cloud ninjas? Naruto inquired. No, they are rock ninjas. I spotted their forehead protectors. They are disguised as bandits to ambush us. It seems they have deduced our destination to the capital of the Iron Country and aim to track us down. Aren't they worried about the trouble they might cause? Indeed. It is troublesome, yet they are numerous. Rock ninjas are the most abundant among the 5 great nations. They need only to intercept caravans traveling from coastal cities. Given the scarcity of caravans these days, this minor inconvenience pales in comparison to your worth. Chapter 18. Temporary Safety Observing the Defenseless Samurai Ahead. The mechanical Naruto's iron visage turned grave. Prepare yourselves. We must ready for battle. I cannot abandon these merchants. They are innocent. Rest assured, with your formidable presence, my self-preservation is not in question. Naruto Uzumaki had no intention of thwarting mechanical Naruto, setting aside the fact that these individuals had their reasons for being summoned. The protagonist-like sense of justice emanating from mechanical Naruto was utterly incapable of halting him. It would be far more prudent to eliminate the rock ninjas and devise an alternative strategy. All right, I shall charge forth. Mechanical Naruto exclaimed. racing ahead to provoke the rock ninjas. Suddenly, an armored old man emerged from a nearby cart, rushing forward. Observing the elderly warrior dispatching the rock ninjas with ease, as if slicing through vegetables, Mechanical Naruto awkwardly scratched his head and retreated back into the cart. What happened? Have you already dealt with all the rock ninjas? In response to Naruto Uzumaki's inquiry, Mechanical Naruto could only respond with embarrassment. Someone intervened ahead of time, a remarkably formidable elder. Those rock ninjas stood no chance. Impressive. It seems we have been fortunate to ride the coattails of a master. Mechanical Naruto nodded, still feeling somewhat awkward. Contemplating how the previously heightened atmosphere had dissipated and returned to an embarrassing state, Naruto Uzumaki felt a sense of fortune, relieved that he could arrive safely without revealing his identity. Outside, the rock ninjas masquerading as bandits were nearing their breaking point, primarily due to the overwhelming presence of the elderly swordsmen, whose relentless strikes proved too formidable, even against their numbers. One of the leaders, unable to wield the oversized blade effectively, discarded it in favor of a kunai, confronting the old warrior directly while shouting for his comrades to retreat. Declaring that apart from the elder, no other formidable opponents remained. The elder, visibly enraged, glared at the audacious foe before him, exclaiming, "What do you scoundrels think this land is?" With that inquiry, he raised his sword, slicing through the kunai with ease, then brought the blade down upon the rock ninja. Recognizing his own inadequacy against the furious elder, the rock ninja hastily abandoned his kunai and retreated. Observing the rock ninja's retreat, the elder leaped forward thrice, delivering a strike with each bound. As the blinding light of his blade approached, the rock ninja, though experienced and trained, narrowly dodged the first strike and erected an earthen wall to defend against the second. Just as he thought he could catch his breath behind the wall, he found himself frozen in place. The technique, Iato Slash, marked the arrival of the elder's third strike, which cleaved both the ninja and the wall in twain. Once the surrounding ninjas had fled, the elder let out a sigh, slowly cleaning and sheathing his sword. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers erupted in cheers, chanting the elder's name. Lord Mitsuba. Lord Mitsuba is magnificent. These wretched bandits are no match for Lord Mitsuba. Truly, he is the guardian deity of our iron country. In the carriage, Mechanical Naruto was observing the scene with his left eye while projecting the visuals for Uzumaki Naruto to witness. After absorbing the unfolding events, both exclaimed in exhilaration. What a surprise! Who would have thought that a swordsman could wield such strength? This old man surpasses the warriors we encountered in the Land of Waves by far. Mechanical Naruto shouted. Naruto Uzumaki stood nearby, reflecting on the formidable strikes delivered by Mitsuba just moments ago. Indeed, the integration of chakra into the samurai's technique wielded tremendous power. Each blow seemed to eliminate a ninja effortlessly, planting a seed of admiration in Naruto's heart, reminiscent of the legendary Konoha White Fang, who similarly fused swordsmanship with chakra. One could imagine that facing adversaries might evoke a similar sensation for Mitsuba. With a journey to the land of iron ahead, he pondered whether he could hone his swordsmanship while diligently studying ninjutsu. However, Naruto shook his head, deciding to set aside the sword for now. His paramount objective was to master a few ninjutsu techniques and bolster his mental fortitude to endure the Nine-Tails chakra encroachment for a longer duration. After Mitsuba dealt with the disguised rock ninja, his retinue of samurai swiftly erased all traces of the battle, allowing the merchant caravan to resume its journey. This time, Naruto chose to sit on the outside of the carriage, instilling fear in any would-be miscreants and ensuring a safe passage to the capital of the Land of Iron. Upon entering the city gates, Mitsuba promptly departed, having merely utilized the caravan for convenience while attending to his own matters, rather than being officially summoned as a bodyguard. Nonetheless, this did not significantly concern Naruto. Once inside the capital, the two utilized the documentation and wealth acquired during their earlier escapade in Guizhou, along with a successful transformation technique, to establish their new identities. However, the mechanical Naruto took his leave shortly after ensuring that Uzumaki was settled, as he had his own quest in his original world, to find Sasuke Uchiha, and could not linger for long. The transformed Naruto, now assuming the identity of an ordinary adult, adapted remarkably well. He ventured out each day using transformation techniques to purchase groceries, while dedicating the remainder of his time to rigorous training. Beneath his home, he excavated a vast training chamber, outfitted with electrical and ventilation systems, making it far more comfortable than the dwelling above. Thus, through a balanced regimen of exercise and the ordinary mental training methods acquired from Ino's family in the mountains, a fortnight swiftly elapsed. Have you heard? Indeed. Konoha and Kumogakure have finally ceased hostilities, having signed a peace treaty. Just as Naruto was about to depart after purchasing his daily provisions, he halted upon hearing this news. Pausing to pick up a radish while attentively listening, the two gossiping nearby paid little mind, as such news had long become common knowledge. It was said that individuals from both sides had gone missing, causing the third Hokage to faint in exasperation. I wasn't aware of that. I merely heard that both parties were set to cease fighting. Alas, your news is rather outdated. The conflict erupted due to the claims from Konoha that the people of Kumogakure abducted one of their children during the signing of a peace treaty, which reignited hostilities between the two factions. From what you say, it seems Kumogakure is indeed lacking in integrity, resorting to child abduction. Truly, ninjas display a despicable nature, devoid of the honor that our samurai uphold. In the 19th chapter, titled In the Land of Iron, Learning to Walk Like a Crab, it is evident that our samurai far surpass those contemptible ninjas. And then, what transpired subsequently? Well, the fighting escalated fervently until the people of Kumogakure claimed their abducted individual had vanished. They dispatched numerous search parties and proposed a ceasefire to Konoha, which, unsurprisingly, was met with skepticism. Thus, another skirmish ensued until it became apparent that the child was indeed missing. With neither side inclined to continue the conflict, hostilities ceased. Oh dear. It seems this child singularly orchestrated a war. I've heard whispers of a fox spirit involved, though I'm unclear about the intricacies of their ninjutsu. In any case, a truce has been established between the two sides. A cessation of hostilities is indeed preferable. It is said that the third Hokage has fallen ill. What a predicament. At that moment, the gossiping Naruto was roused from his thoughts by the nearby vegetable vendor. Hey, customer, if you're not buying radishes, could you please step aside? You're obstructing others. Enraged, Naruto slapped the radish twice and exclaimed, do you sell ripe radishes or not? Is it my radish stand that sells you unripe ones? Go on, move along if you're not buying. I simply dislike radishes. They have an odd taste. Are you looking for trouble? Noticing that the gossiping duo had been diverted by the vendor's banter, Naruto decided not to linger any longer. He took his purchased vegetables and turned to leave. I am not surprised by the ceasefire. However, I did not anticipate that the third Hokage would fall ill. Nevertheless, it matters little, as I am not from Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki, adhering to the principle that as long as he refrains from engaging with information, it shall not seek him out, remains utterly indifferent to such matters, choosing instead to lead a tranquil and stable life. Before long, half a year has swiftly elapsed. At the tender age of 4, Naruto Uzumaki has not displayed a significant enhancement in his chakra levels or physical prowess. However, devoid of the interference from the Nine-Tails chakra, he has finally begun to manifest his unparalleled innate talent, one of only 3 in the ninja world. Rapidly, he has mastered the techniques that mechanical Naruto possesses: Shadow Clone Jutsu, Rasengan, Transformation Technique, Substitution Jutsu, and Multi-Shadow Clone Jutsu. In a bid to further hone his chakra control, he has also undertaken the tasks of tree climbing and water walking. Nevertheless, his primary focus over the past 6 months has been the augmentation of his chakra capacity and mental fortitude. During this period, Naruto's chakra levels have risen by approximately 2 cards, while his understanding of mental energy, particularly in release, has also seen some advancement. Presently, he can endure the negative emotions of the Nine-Tails chakra for nearly 10 minutes, a span that could potentially conclude numerous battles, especially when considering the presence of 2 Nine-Tails and a mechanical Naruto capable of rivaling them. It could be said that as long as no shadow-level ninja intervenes, Naruto can traverse his path with the confidence of a crab scuttling sideways. Yet, the pace of his mental energy development has been rather sluggish. The plight of a naturally gifted young release user striving to cultivate in-release is indeed a troublesome endeavor. Naruto Uzumaki, acutely aware of his meager spiritual energy, let out a long sigh. You little rascal, you are inherently suited for the art of young release, yet you whimsically endeavor to cultivate in-release. After all this time, your progress in yang release has merely seen a few enhancements. The words belong to Kurama, the Nine-Tails. Over the past 6 months, Naruto had frequently disturbed him, believing that practicing his spiritual energy in the ceiling space was more convenient, which inadvertently led to Kurama becoming increasingly loquacious. Alas, this is why they say you possess a wealth of fur but little wisdom, you great fox. What? You dare claim that I lack wisdom? By the time I was counting fur, your grandfather's grandfather had yet to be born, by the lineage of souls. It could be argued that my grandmother was already wandering about when you had yet to come into existence. Upon hearing Kurama's words, Naruto silently scoffed in his heart, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. Instead, he inquired, "So, tell me, where do you think my greatest strength lies?" "Huh, your greatest strength? Of course, is having me by your side," Kurama replied with pride. At this moment, the mechanical version of the Nine-Tails in the adjacent cage seemed to flicker its red eyes in discontent. Ahem. Of course, the fellow beside me possesses a modicum of power as well. Sensing the pressure from the 10 tails, Kurama's tone became somewhat cautious. Indeed, your strength alone is formidable. And yet I can summon a mechanical version of myself and another Nine-Tails. Who in this world could withstand 2 Nine-Tails? By the same token, should I summon another version of myself, merging with his body would cause my yang release chakra to overflow. Why should I toil so hard to cultivate yang release? It would be far more prudent to focus on enhancing my yin release and elevating my spiritual energy, thereby better enduring the negative emotions of your chakra. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Kurama was taken aback. According to this child, he truly need not continue cultivating yang release. If he could summon another version of me in one go, summoning 9 times would likely render even the sage of 6 paths powerless against him. With this thought, the Nine-Tails felt a pang of sorrow. This little imp was already so powerful at the age of 4, and he feared he would never escape the clutches of this boy. Well, never mind my concerns. I shall take my leave for slumber. With that, Kurama turned his back to Naruto, feigning sleep. Although Naruto Uzumaki was unaware of why the Nine-Tails had suddenly lost interest in their conversation, he nonetheless grasped its tail and remarked, "Look how formidable I have become. Soon, I shall likely require no effort at all. My power will gradually ascend on its own. At that point, I could pursue other skills, perhaps even sealing techniques, and ultimately release you from within me." Upon hearing this, Kurama's body quivered slightly and feigning nonchalance. He turned away and inquired, "Oh, you actually contemplate freeing this old man? You have felt my might firsthand. With me by your side, you are invincible. Are you truly willing to let me go?" Naruto Uzumaki chuckled nonchalantly. "What does it matter? By the time I grow up, I will have unknowingly harbored countless unconscious versions of you within me. The presence of 1 or 2-tailed beasts is inconsequential." Chapter 20. A blade against the wind. The Nine-Tails, upon hearing Naruto express a desire to set him free, felt a flicker of emotion stir within him. Yet Naruto's words simultaneously irked him. Calm down, calm down. I have been imprisoned for ages as well. It's merely a matter of the size of the cage. We are alike in this regard. I understand the feeling of losing one's freedom and facing disdain. You were not always despised, I believe. I have sensed your chakra, rife with hatred and resentment, but also tinged with jealousy, greed, and a host of other emotions that have wronged you. Thus, I can empathize with your plight. Naruto's words left the Nine-Tails wide-eyed in disbelief as he gazed upon the diminutive boy before him. It had been millennia since he had experienced such concern and empathy. No need to worry. With my talent, I shall soon master the sealing techniques, and then I can release you. However, until then, you must exercise patience, for I must prioritize my own growth first. With that, Naruto withdrew his hand, patted his body, and stood up. I've trained enough for today. You may sleep if you wish. I must return to prepare dinner. Just before Naruto's spiritual form dissipated, the Nine-Tails called out, "Nine-Tails, that is my name." Naruto Uzumaki was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a joyful smile. "Oh, Kurama." Soon, Naruto's consciousness returned to his body, and he shifted slightly, his limbs stiff from prolonged inactivity. Yet, an uncontainable grin adorned his face. After all, he had received the acknowledgement of his dear friend. Born into this world, Naruto had often felt isolated, with only the Nine-Tails, aside from another version of himself, to communicate with. Now, Kurama had finally shared his name, granting him recognition, which made Naruto so elated that he performed a joyful somersault. It had been quite some time since he last encountered his other self. For the past 6 months, he had been preoccupied with pursuing Sasuke and battling the Akatsuki, leaving little room for visits to his other self. He pondered how he might summon the new version of himself, especially since he had already mastered the Rasengan, yet had yet to see a new iteration emerge. This thought left him feeling slightly disheartened. After all, his unique ability lay in summoning another version of himself from a different realm. But despite the passage of half a year, he had not succeeded. Nevertheless, he decided not to dwell on it. The development of his chakra was not urgent, and its growth had slowed considerably. Likewise, his mental energy seemed to have reached an impasse. Perhaps it would be prudent to practice his swordsmanship? Who knows? Honing his skills might even enhance his mental energy. With that thought, Naruto felt a renewed sense of purpose. After all, Witnessing the formidable techniques of the Konoha ninja 6 months ago had left a profound impression on him. Furthermore, what boy does not harbor an affinity for swords and weapons? In that year, as long as he wielded a staff, he felt invincible amidst the blooming fields. Naruto Uzumaki, with unwavering determination, promptly summoned the mechanical form of himself, which seamlessly attached to his being. After crafting several diminutive surveillance devices from this fusion, he swiftly dispelled the connection. Naruto Uzumaki contemplated the act of discarding surveillance devices in the vicinity of the samurai training grounds. The Land of Iron, emulating the practices of Konohagakure, had established a samurai academy, strategically located within its capital to safeguard the daimyo. However, entry into this esteemed institution necessitated legitimate credentials, which Naruto, with his fabricated identity, could scarcely withstand scrutiny. Moreover, he had no genuine desire to attend such an academy. His sole aspiration was to acquire some swordsmanship. Thus, the clandestine approach of utilizing surveillance equipment for discreet learning seemed most prudent. Due to the lack of reliable sensory abilities among the samurai of the Land of Iron, Naruto swiftly took advantage of the night to discreetly place several monitoring devices within the academy and the formal training grounds of the samurai. After an evening of diligent effort, he finally completed his task. Henceforth, he could simply take a stroll nearby each morning to remotely recharge the devices and retrieve the captured footage by nightfall, ensuring a seamless operation without exposure. Indeed, he chuckled to himself, reveling in his own brilliance. Having organized the surveillance equipment, Naruto clapped his hands and promptly retired to bed. The following day, he awoke leisurely by midday, for after a night of labor, a 4-year-old child certainly required ample rest. Fortunately, the devices had been recently installed and were sufficiently charged, negating the need for immediate recharging. After completing his morning ablutions, Naruto employed a transformation technique to assume the guise of his disguised identity. He then gathered pots and pans to prepare himself a delightful lunch. Following this, he retreated to the underground training chamber for a period of meditation and engaged in conversation with the Nine-Tails. As the evening approached, with the sun dipping below the horizon, he leisurely made his way to the surveillance point he had established the previous night to receive the video feed. Wahoo. Naruto Uzumaki rested his chin on one hand, while the other idly stifled yawns, leisurely observing the practice of the young warriors before him. Their drills resembled the memories he had gleaned from the traversers, each individual wielding a bamboo stick, swinging it aimlessly without a hint of technique. He had also captured videos of more advanced warriors honing their skills, yet he understood that a solid foundation is paramount in any discipline. Thus, despite the tedium, Naruto resolutely continued to scrutinize the swordplay of these novice warriors, as well as the techniques demonstrated by their instructors. The sound of slashing echoed, clap, clap, clap. After watching the video for the third time, Naruto Uzumaki finally rose to his feet, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He then picked up the bamboo sword he had prepared long ago and began to swing it repeatedly, mimicking the movements demonstrated in the video. Slash. Behold my wind cutter. Lightning whirlwind strike. Arctic eye slash. After entertaining himself for an entire evening, Naruto gazed contentedly at the slightly askew wooden post before him and nodded in satisfaction. Yes, I truly labored hard today, practicing for such a long duration. I shall continue to strive tomorrow. Thus, a week passed as Naruto indulged in his whimsical pursuits and self-amusement. On this day, Naruto finally executed a proper strike against the wooden post. Crack! Suddenly, a flash occurred in his mind, and Naruto was overcome with joy, promptly tossing aside his bamboo sword. It turned out that, having mastered the basic techniques of Aido, his external aid now allowed him to summon another version of himself from a different world. Has it finally arrived? I have awaited this for far too long. Shadow Clone Technique. Chapter 21. Kakashi Thud, Thud, Thud. 3 shuriken flew toward the spot where Naruto had just been standing. Did he manage to evade them? It is no wonder he is the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, capable of escaping at such a young age. At this moment, 4 shadowy figures emerged in the courtyard, observing the 2 individuals. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Naruto's cheek as he looked gratefully at the green figure beside him, who had just helped him dodge the shuriken. Throwing shuriken right away, huh? Is he intent on killing me? Hey, must we fight right upon arrival? How troublesome. The figure was clad in a green jonin vest, a Leaf Village headband adorning his forehead, his eyes obscured by a black cloth, and in his right hand he wielded a chilling white blade while his left hand was busy picking his nose. The one to save him was none other than the second clone Naruto had summoned. Kakashi. Hey, you. Who are you to block my path? Before Naruto could scrutinize Kakashi further, the approaching enemy spoke first. Such a tiresome rhyme. Are you the 8-Tails from the hidden cloud? What? What? A tiresome rhyme? You'd be frightened to know that it is I, the invincible Killer Bee. What? You want to eat my booger? Very well, it's yours. With that, Kakashi flicked the booger from his left hand, sending it directly toward Killer Bee. You vile creature. What kind of rhyme is that? How disgusting. What kind of eyes do you have? Your distasteful rhymes have long fallen on deaf ears. If you are a bee, then humbly gather nectar and refrain from being a nuisance here. The baka is a killer bee, not a mere honeybee. When two individuals clash in disagreement, they draw their blades and collide fiercely. Before them, Kurama brandished two large cleavers, simultaneously striking at Naruto Uzumaki, who, wielding his white blade in his right hand, deftly parried the assault. Kurama, filled with fury, turned his gaze towards Naruto, eager to discern his identity, only to find his elder brother, Raikage AI, rushing towards him with a clenched fist. Shocked, Kurama hastily sought refuge as the voice of the 8-Tails echoed in his mind, urging caution. Suddenly, Kurama's vision blurred. Raikage AI's fist had transformed into a streak of white light, moving with such swiftness that evasion was futile. Curse be it! With a swift motion, Naruto disdainfully kicked the severed tentacle of the octopus, lamenting its choice to stray from the grill to sing. Such mischief was truly unbecoming. Meanwhile, 3 members of the Cloud Village's Umbu, 2 armed with shurikens and 1 with a short sword, anxiously shielded Kurama from behind. Kurama, blood streaming from his left hand and clutching his chest with his right, bore a deep gash from which blood flowed incessantly. He felt a pang of dread, realizing how perilously close he had come to death. Had the 8-Tails not intervened with its tentacle, he might have met his end. Bakayero, Kutsuyero, you fiend. Ambushing with illusions. Even amidst the chaos, he found the energy to rap, an annoyance indeed. As a Jinchuriki, his blood was thick, and a single blade would not suffice to fell him. He would recover swiftly. Naruto, twirling his blade with a serious demeanor, observed the steam rising ominously from Kurama, aware that this was a precursor to beast transformation. How about this? I will take down the large one, while you handle the 3 smaller foes. Agreed. It's also time to avenge the earlier attack. The audacious youth was truly infuriating. Do not rhyme for the sake of rhyming. With a flurry of swift movements, 8 tentacles erupted from Kurama's back, surging towards Naruto. Unfazed, Naruto leaped and dodged, poised to strike Kurama. In a moment of desperation, Kurama spun around, enveloped in swirling red chakra, forming a protective barrier akin to a celestial return, deflecting Naruto's blade. With an unusual roar, Kurama's half-tailed beast form emerged, illuminated in crimson light, adorned with a bull's head. Prepare to witness my 8th blade, as I will swiftly put an end to you. Observing the astonishing aura of Kurama, Uzumaki Naruto did not dare to act recklessly. Gripping his blade tightly, a surge of crimson chakra enveloped him, causing the blindfold to fall away. Sasuke, lend me your strength, he called out. Wind release, lightning cloud wave. Meanwhile, Naruto was engaged in a fierce battle against 3 Umbu from the hidden cloud. As the ominous lightning cloud wave approached, Naruto, clad in mechanical armor, remained unfazed. He casually tossed a lightning rod from his hand, diverting the storm of electricity away. Seeing his ninjutsu fail, Darui brandished his large blade, coordinating with his 2 teammates to launch an assault. As the trio formed a triangular encirclement, Naruto summoned 2 short blades to parry Darui's strike. With a burst of flames from his feet, he propelled himself out of the Umbu's attack range. What? Startled by the airborne Naruto, the 2 Umbu were taken aback. But Darui was prepared. He swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed lightning release, rising thunder. A lightning clone emerged beneath Naruto, releasing a massive bolt of blue lightning that surged towards him. Uzumaki Naruto, ever since you escaped from me last time, I've been tirelessly honing this technique to fulfill Raikage's expectations. Darui panted, gazing at the electrified Naruto. The technique involved converting all his chakra into lightning, using the metal on Naruto as a conduit for an aerial assault. It was unfortunate that such a meticulous individual had devoted 6 months to mastering this technique, but today, he finally witnessed the fruits of his labor. Impressive. That technique is truly magnificent, remarked one of Darui's companions, admiring the towering pillar of lightning. Taken aback by the sudden voice beside him, Darui instinctively swung his sword, but Naruto had already evaded. Frustrated by the vibrant figure of Naruto hovering above, Darui inquired, "When did you employ the shadow clone technique?" "Huh, that was from the very beginning," Naruto replied. Early on, he had created two clones, one transformed into Kakashi, while the other remained a standard clone, concealing his true self. Seizing the opportune moment to display his prowess, Naruto could not resist the temptation to flaunt his skills. Uzumaki Naruto, you three, eat my dust. As the two sides roared, the trio from the hidden cloud unleashed a barrage of lightning ninjutsu attacks against Naruto Uzumaki. In response, Naruto activated his armor, chest plate, gauntlets, and greaves, releasing a multitude of missiles that soared towards the trio with explosive force. The air crackled with the sound of thunder as several missiles detonated upon contact, yet the sheer volume of the oncoming projectiles overwhelmed the trio's lightning defense, burying them in an instant. Realizing their defenses were futile, Darui swiftly changed his hand seals and invoked water release, summoning a torrential wave. The battlefield erupted in chaos, enveloped in smoke, as the trio from the hidden clouds suffered devastating injuries. The two supporting Umbu were gruesomely dismembered, while Darui lay in the crater of the explosion, his condition uncertain. Well done, Naruto mused, reflecting on his own unexpected prowess at the tender age of 4. As he triumphed over his foes, Kakashi Hatake appeared at his side. I've handled my end as well. Not too shabby, right? Observing the fleeing Killer Bee, who was now missing an arm, Naruto inquired curiously. How did he manage to escape? Well, being a Jinchuriki, if he goes berserk, he would be quite a handful for me, Kakashi replied with a resigned shrug. Though I have countless questions, we should prioritize our escape. Reinforcements are on their way. Upon hearing this, Uzumaki Naruto activated his sensor and, indeed, detected a considerable amount of chakra energy approaching. He hastily gathered his belongings and made his escape. By the way, how did you come to know that I am your counterpart in this world? In a cave, two figures were roasting a fire while engaging in conversation. Hatake Naruto lay leisurely on the ground, idly picking his nose as he replied, well, since arriving here, I've had a plethora of patches and settings crammed into my mind, parallel worlds, alternate realities, and so forth. You bear a striking resemblance to my younger self. And since you possess the nine tails within you, I decided to believe it. Upon hearing Hatake Naruto's explanation, Uzumaki Naruto nodded in understanding, realizing that it must be his external abilities that had added these patches, sparing him the need for further explanation. Speaking of which, it's my turn to ask, why are you being pursued by the ninja from the hidden cloud? What of the Leaf Village? In response to Hatake Naruto's inquiry, Uzumaki Naruto provided an explanation of his circumstances. When he mentioned that this world's version of himself did not favor the Leaf Village, Hatake Naruto fell silent. Well, perhaps it is for the best. Without ties, one cannot experience loss. Not being a ninja has its merits. At least I am spared from enduring any distasteful matters. In light of Hatake Naruto's musings, Uzumaki Naruto grew curious and inquired about his experiences. Hatake Naruto, at the age of 14, hailing from the land of fire and the Leaf Village, had been cast onto the streets at the tender age of 3 due to a house fire, only to be rescued by a benevolent masked man, who adopted him and bestowed upon him the surname Hatake, raised by a rather reclusive and languid guardian. His demeanor mirrored that of his upbringing. The only distinction was that he did not wear a mask. Upon entering the Ninja Academy, he struggled to learn ninjutsu due to the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra, leading a certain individual to impart upon him the ancient family technique of swordsmanship. By the age of 12, he had mastered the art of the blade with remarkable prowess, joining Team 7 and having the reclusive man as his instructor. However, during their first C-rank mission, they encountered S-rank rogue ninja, Momochi Zabuza, and H-Suki Suigetsu, leading to a scene that could only be described as tragic. Hatake Kakashi met his demise. Uchiha Sasuke lost his left eye, and it was only through Hatake Naruto's rage that all adversaries were vanquished. In his final moments, Hatake Kakashi entrusted his left eye to Uchiha Sasuke, stating, "This eye was given to me by my dearest friend. May it protect the last remnants of his clan." With tears of blood, Uchiha Sasuke accepted Kakashi's gift, while Kakashi bequeathed his white fang to Naruto, saying, "Naruto, I am giving you the white fang that you have always clamored for. I hope you put it to good use." "I will," replied Uzumaki Naruto, his face awash with tears. "And your parents were heroes, the fourth Hokage of the Leaf Village. They concealed your identity to protect you. The fire that destroyed your home was set by me, to justify my adopting you." Just then, Hatake Kakashi succumbed to his grave injuries before he could utter his final words. "Brother." After the heart-wrenching demise of Kato, the three mournful companions returned to Konohagakure, where all who were aware of Kakashi's passing gathered. A funeral was held in his honor, during which the third Hokage extolled the will of fire. However, Naruto Uzumaki had little interest in such platitudes. Months later, the newly appointed leader of Team 7, Yamato, led his team in the Chunin exams, during which Orochimaru assassinated the third Hokage. Following a pivotal moment where Naruto swayed Gaara, a mysterious figure donning a spiral mask emerged to ambush him, only to be thwarted by Sasuke Uchiha. This confrontation resulted in Sasuke tragically falling upon a shattered stump, fatally wounded. Aware of his impending demise, Sasuke entrusted his eyes to Naruto, imploring him to utilize this gift to avenge his family by ending Itachi Uchiha's life. In the wake of such loss, Naruto found himself in despair, grappling with the weight of his circumstances. For the subsequent 2 years, Naruto moved through life like a mere shell, tirelessly honing his swordsmanship and undertaking perilous missions to bolster his strength in pursuit of Itachi's defeat. Consequently, he ascended to the rank of Jonin within this period. Due to his non-Uchiha lineage, Naruto's Sharingan, adorned with its 3 tomo, could not be sealed, leading him to conceal his eyes beneath a black cloth. Dubbed the Blood-Eyed White Fang, his plight mirrored Kakashi's own tragic fate. Upon hearing Naruto's tale, the emotions within him swelled, prompting a deep sigh. Realizing that Naruto appeared unaware of Kakashi's history, he recounted the stories of Kakashi, Itachi, and Obito Uchiha. The revelations regarding Obito and Itachi left Naruto wide-eyed, as the spiraling tomo in his eyes spun uncontrollably, reflecting the turmoil within. He was astounded to learn that his dear friend harbored a lifelong hatred for Itachi, who was, in fact, a protector and a covert agent for Konoha, while the masked man, responsible for the death of his parents and friends, was none other than Kakashi's close ally and his father's pupil. This overwhelming influx of information plunged his once stable heart into a state of chaos. Chapter 23, The Plan of Utter Despair? A profound stillness enveloped the scene. Even the crackling fire fell silent under the weight of Naruto's surging chakra. The Sharingan in Naruto's eyes whirled incessantly, the 3 tomo nearly merging as he exhaled a heavy sigh, gradually closing his eyes. After this moment of reflection, he reopened them. The tumult within his heart finally quelled. I have made my decision. What do you intend to do? Eliminate Obito Uchiha and capture Itachi Uchiha alive. Konoha's Naruto gazed at the flickering flames of the bonfire before him, seething with resentment. Uchiha Obito has slain my parents, destroyed our village, and caused the demise of Sasuke and his entire family. Thus, I am compelled to exact my vengeance. Uchiha Itachi has been Sasuke's obsession for the past 6 years. Even if his actions were ostensibly for the sake of Konoha, the absurdity of such a rationale led to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, leaving Sasuke to dwell in eternal regret. This is utterly unforgivable. I promised Sasuke that I would use his eyes to witness the path of retribution. However, Sasuke harbors another ambition, to restore the Uchiha clan. Therefore, I shall have to make good use of Uchiha Itachi. As Naruto listened, a perplexed expression crossed his face, and he slowly formed a question mark, signaling that if I am questioning, it is not I who is at fault, but you. What do you intend to do with Uchiha Itachi? Your words seem rather dubious. A cunning smile crept across Naruto's face as he lewdly declared, I plan to first collaborate with the lecherous sage to capture Orochimaru, and then, after apprehending Uchiha Itachi, I shall execute the Uchiha Itachi's tragic scheme, a relentless 24-hour collection, followed by the artificial cultivation of a new generation of Uchihas. Naruto Uzumaki silently swallowed hard, contemplating the unnerving reality that he had been raised by Kakashi Hatake, a truly extraordinary individual capable of devising such terrifying plans. Speaking of which, since you seem to possess such extensive knowledge, surely you must also be aware of the whereabouts of Orochimaru and Itachi Uchiha? Do enlighten me, for I intend to set this plan into motion upon my return. Observing the malevolent expression on Naruto's face, he reflected on the words of the second Hokage, realizing that this alternate version of himself, with his Sharingan, had turned out to be exceedingly sinister. I cannot assist you in this regard. My understanding is limited to the overarching narrative. As for someone like Orochimaru, who is perpetually elusive, how could I possibly know his location? As for Itachi Uchiha, I advise you to approach him with caution. He wields a Mangekyou Sharingan, and even his Susanoo would likely prove insurmountable for you. The Mangekyou Sharingan presents a significant challenge, yet with the aid of the Nine-Tails within me, I believe I can manage. I shall return to mount my Boku and refine my sage techniques. I am confident of securing a decisive victory. Please, share any further intelligence you may have on him. Naruto Uzumaki gazed at his own self, who was incessantly comparing their combat prowess, and let out a resigned sigh. How did he inherit not only a pair of eyes, but also the arrogant disposition of Sasuke Uchiha? Setting aside other matters, it was evident that he had no means to counter Shirsue's Kodo Amatsukami, and considering he was raised by Kakashi since childhood, one could only wonder if he could ever master sage techniques with such a muddled mindset, to prevent another version of himself from facing defeat. Naruto felt compelled to recount the entire dossier on the Uchiha clan, even going so far as to elucidate the Akatsuki organization and the unique abilities of his own Sharingan. Listening to you, it seems I truly cannot contend with the two of them for now. A more strategic approach is required. After evaluating the strengths of both adversaries and allies, Naruto resolved to trust his instincts. After all, he had yet to earn the Kyuubi's endorsement and could not freely wield the powers of the Mangekyou Sharingan. Engaging in direct confrontation with two individuals enhanced by extraordinary abilities was indeed a tall order. It was clear that further training was essential. However, possessing intelligence was a game-changer, and he was grateful to the other him for this insight. Ultimately, Naruto's inherent optimism shone through. Upon recognizing the disparity in strength, he did not succumb to despair but instead contemplated how to fulfill his ambitions. Well, what I can assist you with is primarily in the realm of intelligence. When you arrive, you'll have done me a significant favor. Moreover, I wish to learn your swordsmanship. I've been practicing my own techniques and have even captured numerous training videos of samurai. You might find them enlightening. Oh, the other Naruto felt a flicker of interest. He had indeed been honing his swordsmanship, having already mastered 90% of the techniques of the Leaf Village's White Fang. He could even harness the chakra of the Nine-Tails to imbue his sword with power, transforming it into a colossal 40-meter blade to vanquish foes. It was this very technique that had severed Deidara's arm. The swordsmanship of the samurai, having evolved from traditional techniques, would undoubtedly offer valuable insights. Very well. Once we reach a safe location, I would indeed like to witness the sword techniques from the land of samurai. I will teach you in return. Agreed, it's settled then. The night passed swiftly, and the two departed the land of iron, journeying to the land of rice. Why venture to the land of rice? This should still be Orochimaru's territory, Naruto remarked, carrying the other Naruto on his back while expressing disdain at the dilapidated town before them. It is precisely because it is Orochimaru's domain that we must go. Utilizing his petite frame, Uzumaki Naruto whispered from within a bamboo basket. The land of rice is the territory of Orochimaru. Surely he would not remain indifferent to the arrival of ninjas from other hidden villages. Furthermore, it has only been a couple of years since Orochimaru's defection, and his control over this nation is likely still insufficient, allowing us to navigate the murky waters. Moreover, we possess the Sharingan. Should Orochimaru discover us, a simple glare could render him blind. The safety factor is indeed high. Listening intently to Naruto's analysis, Hatake Naruto silently nodded in agreement. His reasoning was undeniably sound. Outsiders would face resistance from Orochimaru, and given that they could contend with him, this indeed seemed a promising place for development. After all, the land of fire lay adjacent, providing a barrier against intruders from other nations. In comparison to confronting all 5 countries, facing just one would undoubtedly be more manageable. Quite impressive, indeed. With such a small brain, I can still conjure such brilliance. No wonder I have blossomed into the genius I am today, he boasted with a hearty laugh. Observing his self-praise, Uzumaki Naruto merely rolled his eyes, envisioning Hatake Naruto's nose elongating like Pinocchio's. Well, as long as you are pleased. Chapter 24, The White-Haired Boy Before Long. Uzumaki Naruto set foot in the land of rice. Upon learning that Uchiha Itachi had less than a year to live, Hatake Naruto hurriedly made his way back. However, Uzumaki Naruto remained unfazed, as they were all there to assist, and he could still merge with Hatake Naruto's body. This time, Uzumaki Naruto experienced a genuine enhancement. Unlike the mechanical version that required the Nine-Tails chakra to function, Hatake Naruto inherently possessed the strength of a Jonin. After complete integration, Uzumaki Naruto felt capable of overpowering dozens of his former selves. Even more astonishing was the infusion of the Nine-Tails chakra in the Uzumaki bloodline, which significantly amplified his yang energy. Now, a mere spit on the ground could cause weeds to sprout instantaneously. His life force was brimming to the point of overflowing. Additionally, his mental energy, bolstered by 2 pairs of Sharingan, had surged several-fold. Presently, Naruto could likely traverse for over half an hour with the mechanical Nine-Tails. However, since he was not an Uchiha, he could not deactivate the Sharingan post-integration, thus resorting to disguising his eyes with colored contacts or wearing a mask when venturing outside. The 2 Narutos frequently visited to impart their knowledge to Uzumaki Naruto, who, through the muscle memory from the merged body, had already mastered about 60% of their techniques. As 2 months swiftly passed, one day, Uzumaki Naruto was roasting corn in the courtyard when an unexpected guest arrived. "Young one, your roasted corn looks quite delectable. Might I trouble you for a taste?" Naruto Uzumaki cautiously glanced up, only to behold an elderly man with white hair squatting against the wall, adorned with a conspicuous oil character on his forehead. Upon recognizing this unmistakable figure, Naruto could not help but exclaim, "At your age, is it not shameful to covet a child's meal?" Hey, it's not stealing. We are merely negotiating," the old man replied with a smirk. "Rest assured, I am no villain, and I shall surely repay your hospitality for a meal." "Absolutely not. No way," Naruto responded with unwavering decisiveness. The elderly man was taken aback, nearly losing his balance, as he had not anticipated such an outright rejection from the boy. "Say, little one, aren't you even the slightest bit curious about my identity? I am quite the distinguished individual, and I assure you, treating me to a corn would not be a loss." Observing the old man's eager expression that practically begged him to inquire, Naruto stifled a chuckle and replied deliberately, "Not curious at all. My. You truly are a child who cannot recognize greatness. It seems I must impart a lesson upon you." In an instant, the old man leaped onto the rooftop, dancing with exuberance. "I, the great Jiraiya, the legendary Sannin, am not merely a name shrouded in mystery. With a flick of my flowing white hair, I traverse the realms. Nobody can rival my prowess. I possess the ability to silence weeping children. Jiraiya, the great sage. Spinning, landing gracefully, indeed, it is I. The charming one. Oh, I've never heard of you." Naruto Uzumaki replied with an air of indifference. "Oh dear." At the sound of this, Jiraiya accidentally tumbled from the rooftop, landing on his back. "You little rascal, how can you be so ignorant? Have you never heard of the legendary Sannin?" With a sudden burst of energy, Jiraiya sprang to his feet, his mouth agape as he exclaimed, "Of course I've heard of them. After all, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru, resides nearby." Taken aback by Naruto's unexpected remark, Jiraiya froze momentarily before breaking into a resigned smile. "You've truly outsmarted me, haven't you? You knew who I was from the very beginning, didn't you? Naturally, with such a distinctive hairstyle, there isn't another one like it in the entire ninja world. Ha ha. You clever boy. Truly a genius who has managed to remain undetected for so long." Jiraiya coughed, nearly revealing that Minato was his father. Nevertheless, he felt a genuine joy at Naruto's cleverness, relieved that this child had thrived despite his prolonged absence. When he first learned of Naruto's disappearance, he had been frantic, rushing to the hidden cloud village in search of him. Ultimately, he only encountered the kidnapper and, in a fit of rage, had thrown him into the ranks of Konoha to handle. In the ensuing year, he had been torn between searching for Naruto and participating in the war against the Land of Lightning. 2 months prior, he had finally caught wind of information from the Land of Iron, but upon arrival, he found only the Cloud Ninja captured by Iron Country warriors. With no choice but to continue his search, he recently heard reports of Orochimaru battling in the Land of Rice, prompting him to venture there to find him. Little did he expect to encounter the long-lost Naruto. Initially, Jiraiya merely glanced at Naruto while passing by, but the sudden sense of familiarity compelled him to stay longer and observe the boy. Despite wearing a mask, the more he looked at this child, the more he resembled his student's son, especially with that tuft of blonde hair. After several days of investigation, Jiraiya discovered that this little rascal had indeed appeared here 2 months ago, accompanied by a partner, a large figure, and a small one. Although the boy typically ventured out using shadow clones and transformation jutsu, Jiraiya was more than capable of discerning the truth. Having collected ample evidence, Jiraiya decided to confront Naruto directly, hoping to initiate a conversation by sharing a meal and casually observing him. However, in response to Jiraiya's remarks, Naruto had no intention of revealing his identity. "Genius? Uncle, I think you might have mistaken me for someone else." As the conversation reached this stage, Jiraiya, facing Naruto Uzumaki's denial, remarked with exasperation, "I truly do not comprehend what you were saying. Surely, your appearance is recognizable to everyone in the ninja world? Moreover, considering that Orochimaru, who shares your name, recently battled nearby and destroyed several of my neighbors' homes, it is quite easy to deduce who you are. Come now. If you continue to feign ignorance, how could an ordinary child react in such a manner before a sage like myself? You claim you are not the person I know. Then why not remove your mask for me to see?" Chapter 25, The Hair of Middle-Aged Men is Invaluable. Jiraiya, observing the feigned ignorance of Naruto, was irritated and prepared to take action. Meanwhile, Naruto merely retrieved a roasted corn from the rack, removed the mask covering his mouth, and began munching while saying, "The bull warrior never removes his mask, just as the 3D realm cannot lose Tifa." Watching Naruto babble while eating, Jiraiya's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "Clearly a fox. Yet you speak of a bull." With that, he yanked off Naruto's mask, revealing a face that bore no resemblance to his disciple. "Ah, this," Jiraiya said, his eyes narrowing in astonishment at the unfamiliar visage before him. "How can this be? Oh, you must have altered your appearance. Let me have a closer look. Hey, it's generous enough of me to show you my face. Do you expect to touch it as well?" Naruto Uzumaki displayed a look of displeasure as he jabbed a metal rod towards Jiraiya's hand. The moment the rod made contact, Jiraiya's complexion flushed crimson, prompting him to hop up and down while clutching his hand, exclaiming, "Ouch, ouch, ouch." This slight burn, of course, posed no real harm to Jiraiya. He merely recognized Naruto's defiance and was indulging in playful antics. Meanwhile, Naruto seized the opportunity to don his mask once more, having had a piece of the fake skin on his face tugged off by Jiraiya moments earlier. "Here, take this corn. After you eat it, hurry to find Orochimaru. If you delay any longer, he might just slip away." Upon receiving the tossed corn, Jiraiya ceased his charade, effortlessly catching it and squatting down to munch on it casually. Orochimaru is not in a hurry. Knowing him, he won't abandon his stronghold until the last moment. As for you, I initially thought you had been abducted, but you certainly don't seem to fit that scenario. Observing Jiraiya's unwavering conviction, Naruto felt the weight of the situation. This old man was not like his counterpart from another world, who could empathize with him. Though he was remarkably open-minded and kind-hearted, willing to teach his disciples without prejudice, he was also quite stubborn in certain aspects. During his childhood, a toad from Mayaboku Mountain had foretold him as the child of destiny, a quest he pursued throughout his life. His sense of belonging to Konoha was profound. Take, for instance, his relentless pursuit of Orochimaru, a rogue ninja, for over a decade, simply to bring him back to the village. And with Naruto being the son of the 4th Hokage and a Jinchuriki, it dawned on him that no matter what he said, Jiraiya would inevitably take him back to Konoha. "Ah, while I am not the individual you speak of, I believe I understand whom you refer to. As for him, I can only assert that he does not owe Konoha anything. Rather, it is Konoha that owes him." Suddenly, a loud crack erupted from the burning bamboo, startling Jiraiya. He gazed at the 4-year-old child before him, whose eyes blazed with a fiery anger. "Naruto, once you finish the corn, you should leave, uncle. Your good friend is waiting for you." Naruto Uzumaki abruptly interrupted Jiraiya's words, utterly disinterested in what he had to say. Perhaps if he remained in Konohagakure for a few years, forming bonds, he might consider returning. Yet, having faced discrimination from the entire village at the tender age of 3 and having discovered the reasons behind it, Naruto had no desire to return to that accursed village. To make matters worse, the very individuals responsible for his suffering were the higher-ups of Konohagakure, including the 3rd Hokage, whom he regarded as a grandfather. This revelation nearly shattered him, especially as he had just begun to comprehend the memories of his previous life. He was the son of the 4th Hokage, and both of his parents had perished for the sake of the village, yet he had been oblivious to it all, subjected to scorn and prejudice. To be frank, Naruto believed that the people of Konohagakure were utterly unworthy, and all he desired now was to focus on himself. "Naruto, do you have any idea how much everyone in the village has sacrificed to find you this past year? They even went to war with the Hidden Cloud village, losing countless lives." Jiraiya exclaimed, perplexed by the overwhelming animosity emanating from the boy before him. His heart was heavy with frustration, for they had spent nearly a year searching for Naruto, only to be met with such disdainful indifference. It was merely to locate a Jinchuriki, and had it been another, the outcome would have been the same. They sought not a child, but a weapon. How can you say such a thing? Do you have any idea how much everyone cares for you? Jiraiya's anger began to surface. In his mind, the war had been fought for Naruto's sake. Yet the very person at its center responded with cold words, showing a complete disregard for those who had sacrificed their lives for him. "I understand that there are indeed many who genuinely care for the Jinchuriki, yourself included, but to attribute all of this to the Jinchuriki alone is quite an exaggeration. Wouldn't you agree?" At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki was exceedingly irate, pondering how few individuals in the Hidden Leaf truly cared for him. Moreover, the reality of the Hidden Leaf was far from the grandeur depicted by Jiraiya. Otherwise, how could Hinata Hayashi have met his demise in the original timeline? However, these sentiments were beyond Naruto's capacity to articulate, and Jiraiya could never fully grasp the depth of Naruto's feelings. It seemed that this year of indulgence had led to a significant misstep, and it was now imperative to escort Naruto back to the village without delay. Jiraiya had risen to his feet, resolved to forcibly return Naruto to the Hidden Leaf, believing that the young ninja had likely been brainwashed by the external forces. As a mere 3- or 4-year-old child could hardly possess such understanding. Alas, it appeared that conflict was inevitable. This situation rendered the Hidden Leaf no different from the likes of the Cloud and Rock villages. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki had donned his mechanical armor and activated his 2 pairs of Sharingan. In the blink of an eye, he lunged toward Jiraiya. What? Faced with the onslaught of the proactive Naruto, Jiraiya was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Naruto would strike without warning. However, being a seasoned ninja, he swiftly sidestepped the attack with a frog leap, simultaneously weaving hand signs to direct his hair toward Naruto. His white locks cascaded like a waterfall, ensnaring Naruto completely. Yet, Jiraiya refrained from using excessive force, merely intending to bring Naruto back to the Hidden Leaf. Naruto, stop struggling. Although I am uncertain of the origin of your armor, your strength is insufficient to escape my jutsu. Observing the white hair that enveloped him, Naruto, through the visor of his armor, retorted, I suggest you retract your hair swiftly. A middle-aged man's hair is quite precious. Chapter 26. One after another as Naruto began to exert pressure, the white strands binding him began to snap one by one. What? Realizing that his hair could not restrain Naruto, Jiraiya rapidly infused his chakra into the technique, transforming it into the lion's mane jutsu. If his previous hair was merely a playful gesture, the lion's mane was a formidable combat technique capable of shredding an opponent's body. At this moment, Naruto could clearly see the enhanced flow of chakra within Jiraiya's hair through his electronic eye. In response, he opened his mouth shield and unleashed a torrent of flames, igniting Jiraiya's hair and swiftly spreading toward his head. This is bad. Dangerous. As the flames threatened to scorch his scalp, Jiraiya hastily dispelled the jutsu, abandoning his previous hair and retreating swiftly. Phew, this armor is indeed impressive. It can emit flames of such high temperature instantaneously. Smelling the singed aroma wafting from his head, Jiraiya's expression grew grave. Naruto, where did you acquire this armor? Did Orochimaru give it to you? Have you already come into contact with him? The thought of Orochimaru lurking nearby, coupled with Naruto's current demeanor, made Jiraiya grit his teeth in frustration. He was acutely aware of his old companion's brainwashing abilities, having manipulated countless children into serving him over the years. Why would I think that? Yet, he rationalized that there was some truth to it. This armor was indeed crafted by Orochimaru, though not the one from this world. In response to Jiraiya's inquiry, Naruto unhesitatingly cast the blame upon the Orochimaru of this realm, as they were not well acquainted, and ultimately it was of no concern to him. How infuriating. Naruto, do not be deceived by Orochimaru. This individual merely regards you as a tool for his own utilization. The thought that his apprentice's child could be exploited by Orochimaru filled Jiraiya with profound sorrow and an overwhelming sense of guilt. Upon returning to Konoha, it felt as if he were treated merely as a tool, recognized by every villager as the Nine-Tails fox. At this moment, Uzumaki Naruto ceased to feign innocence. After all, there was no need to maintain a facade in front of Jiraiya, who had recognized him. Thus, Naruto decided to unleash his full power. In an instant, his entire armor activated, and countless missiles erupted from his mechanical suit, hurtling toward Jiraiya. Such a technique exists. Faced with the deluge of artillery fire, Jiraiya did not dare to underestimate the situation. He swiftly formed hand seals to summon Gamabunta. What are you doing, Jiraiya? Have you encountered Orochimaru? Not quite. But the current circumstances necessitate your assistance. Observing the swarming missiles, Gamabunta broke into a cold sweat. Hey, this is rather exaggerated, isn't it? Enough. It's coming. Jiraiya rapidly sealed his hands and expelled a torrent of flames from his mouth, while Gamabunta inhaled deeply and released a thick stream of toad oil. Fire style, toad oil flame bullet. The combined ninjutsu of man and toad formed a vast sea of flames that engulfed the oncoming missiles. The clash of their techniques obscured the view, leaving only the sound of explosions crackling amidst the flames. Soon, the explosions subsided, and Jiraiya halted his ninjutsu. Phew. This Naruto is indeed formidable. He began with such a terrifying technique. The courtyard lay in ruins, the remnants of flames and missiles leaving the surrounding buildings in tatters. Fortunately, it was daytime, and Naruto's neighbors were out farming, so no one was injured. Gazing at the burning houses, and realizing that Naruto had vanished without a trace, Jiraiya understood he had been deceived. No wonder such a wide-ranging technique was employed. It was merely to facilitate an escape. This kid has perfectly emulated his father's genius. Standing atop Gamabunta, Jiraiya reflected, what on earth is going on? Gamabunta, disgruntled by the unexpected bombardment, replied, well, there are various reasons. I'll explain when we return to Mount Mayaboku, but for now, let us assist these ordinary people in extinguishing the fire. As Jiraiya busied himself with extinguishing flames and compensating the ordinary citizens of the land of rice, Naruto Uzumaki had soared several dozen miles away. Suddenly, a colossal serpent lunged from the ground, attempting to swallow Naruto whole. Startled, Naruto skidded to a halt and made a forced landing on the ground. Remarkably, the serpent that had abruptly appeared vanished in a puff of white smoke after Naruto touched down. Impressive, Naruto-kun, remarked Orochimaru, who had been waiting at the spot. Having orchestrated Naruto's descent, are the legendary Sannin so easily dispatched today? They seem to be appearing one after another. Observing Naruto clad in armor, Orochimaru eagerly licked his lips. After all, you are brimming with secrets, Naruto-kun. I have been watching you for several days, but that fool Jiraiya got to you first. Upon hearing this, Naruto scratched his head awkwardly, pondering the inadequacy of his disguise. Seemingly aware of Naruto's thoughts, Orochimaru chuckled, due to a certain individual's interference. I found myself unexpectedly engaged with those from the hidden cloud on my own territory. Naturally, I must seek an explanation. My apologies, in truth. They owe me money and came to repay their debts. Who knew they would be so discourteous? I will certainly have a word with them later. Faced with the unblinking gaze of Orochimaru, Naruto shivered, eager to take flight. The truth was, he found such researchers to be the most unsettling. They always had a way of catching one off guard. Oh, it's nothing of great concern. I merely hope you will accompany me as a guest. Orochimaru unabashedly expressed his desire to obtain Naruto, for he was determined to acquire the materials that piqued his interest. Realizing the trouble he was in, Naruto comprehended the tenacity of the serpent. He was all too aware of Orochimaru's relentless pursuit, especially when intrigued. Whether facing the Rinnegan or the Sharingan, Orochimaru would not hesitate to pursue his objectives relentlessly. Unable to best Itachi, he would resort to incessantly bothering Sasuke Uchiha in hopes of obtaining the Mangekyou Sharingan. Chapter 27. The mushroom roasts the great serpent. Rest assured, this will be over quickly. Orochimaru's eyes glinted with cold intent as he elongated his upper body, simultaneously unleashing several venomous snakes from his sleeves, lunging toward Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki gazed upon this maddening scene, a shiver coursing through him, yearning for a swift resolution. Behold my flames. The mouthpiece armor of Naruto Uzumaki opened, from which a nozzle protruded, instantly unleashing a torrent of blazing flames directed towards Orochimaru. As the fiery column surged towards him, Orochimaru promptly contorted his body into a sharp angle of 46 degrees, deftly evading the onslaught before launching another assault against Naruto Uzumaki. Upon witnessing this, Naruto Uzumaki swiftly adjusted his angle, directing the pillar of fire towards his opponent. However, Orochimaru's speed was exceedingly rapid, and Naruto's attempts to maneuver the flames were insufficient to catch him. As he observed the flames failing to reach him, Naruto grew increasingly anxious, contemplating a solution. His gaze darted around until, at last, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Eureka! Naruto Uzumaki gazed upon the malevolent visage of Orochimaru, whose lower half remained stationary. And with a wicked smile, he unleashed a torrent of flames. As the fire approached Orochimaru's lower half, it suddenly retracted with the force of a release spring, spinning several times before returning to his upper body. Ha ha ha, Naruto! Orochimaru exclaimed, his mouth agape with a frenzied expression, and in an instant, he was upon him. The multitude of venomous serpents coiling around his hand opened their jaws, revealing their sharp fangs. Faced with this daunting spectacle, Naruto felt cold sweat trickle down his brow, as this was the first time he confronted such peril. In previous battles, he had either overwhelmed his foes with mechanical armor or succumbed to unconsciousness, devoid of any sense of danger. Yet now, he was acutely aware of the terrifying aura of death that surrounded him. This was it. Naruto Uzumaki instinctively shut his eyes, raising his right hand to shield his head. Dozens of venomous snakes suddenly sank their fangs into his body. A series of sharp sounds echoed, yet he felt no pain. Cautiously, Naruto opened his eyes, only to find the astonished gazes of the multitude of snakes before him, as well as Orochimaru, all wide-eyed in disbelief. The snakes had latched onto his right hand, but their fangs were shattered. What? Is it true? So, the armor's defense is that formidable. These venomous snakes couldn't penetrate it at all. Naruto Uzumaki, overwhelmed with joy, swiftly transformed his left hand into a Gatling gun, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets towards Orochimaru. How infuriating. Such a turn of events. Faced with the onslaught of countless bullets, Orochimaru had no choice but to reluctantly retreat, evading the lethal onslaught. How exasperating. He had been on the brink of disaster just moments ago. As Naruto Uzumaki recalled the helpless visage he had just witnessed, he clenched his teeth in frustration. He realized that he had underestimated his opponents, a predicament he could have easily avoided. In previous encounters, he had effortlessly dealt with foes armed with mechanical armor and rocket launchers, bolstered by the presence of two alternate selves to safeguard him. This had led him to perceive these adversaries as mere trifles, easily toyed with. However, he was taken aback to find himself at a disadvantage against a true master. Had it not been for his armor providing protection, he might have faced dire consequences. This experience served as a valuable lesson, henceforth. He vowed to confront his enemies with unwavering resolve. As he spotted Orochimaru, who had leapt a few times to land a short distance away, a crimson hue began to ignite in Naruto's eyes. Suddenly, a colossal mechanical claw emerged from within Naruto Uzumaki's abdomen, expanding at an astonishing rate and seizing the body of Orochimaru, who stood not far away. The sheer force was terrifying. Orochimaru had no time to contemplate as his lower body was crushed into a gruesome mass. The agonizing pain coursing through his body compelled him to open his mouth in desperation. Then, with a guttural sound, a translucent Orochimaru, slick with viscous fluid, emerged whole from his original mouth. Following this, he leaped with ferocity, his lower half transforming into a serpentine tail, and from his mouth, he unleashed a sword that hurtled toward Naruto Uzumaki. At this moment, Naruto was rendered immobile due to summoning the mechanical Nine-Tails arm, while Orochimaru surged forward with blinding speed, closing the distance in an instant. Naruto Uzumaki's head was suddenly enveloped by a surge of chakra, transforming in an instant into a colossal fox's head that lunged ferociously at Orochimaru. Faced with the gaping maw, Orochimaru executed a swift spiral maneuver, propelling himself away like a strand of twisted noodles, narrowly evading the Nine-Tails' vicious bite. With both attempts at offense proving futile, Orochimaru retreated to the periphery, maintaining a vigilant distance from Naruto. You truly pique my curiosity more and more, Naruto. Those two recent attacks were undoubtedly infused with the power of the Nine-Tails. Yet that peculiar form is one I do not recall ever witnessing. Recollecting the mechanical arm of the Nine-Tails, Orochimaru's gaze ignited with fervor. This robotic limb bore a striking resemblance to the armor adorning Naruto. For reasons inexplicable, Orochimaru felt an unsettling familiarity with this technology, intensifying his intrigue. Meanwhile, Naruto, having lost interest in banter, unleashed a thunderous roar, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury as his entire being radiated a scarlet chakra. Instantly, the upper half of his attire erupted, revealing the 8 trigram seal upon his navel. Simultaneously, the mechanical hand of the Nine-Tails that emerged from his abdomen grasped the ground, elevating Naruto into the air while exposing a significant portion of the mechanical Nine-Tails shoulder. What is this? Orochimaru muttered to himself, beads of cold sweat forming as he beheld the unfolding spectacle. Is the Nine-Tails attempting to break free from its seal? Could that last strike have frightened it into a berserk state? As he observed the imminent emergence of the mechanical Nine-Tails form, a blend of anxiety and exhilaration coursed through Orochimaru. The anxiety stemmed from the unexpected confrontation with a fully manifested Nine-Tails, while the exhilaration arose from his never having encountered such an incarnation before. This sense of peril, rife with the unknown, ignited the flames of his scientific curiosity, just as Orochimaru believed the mechanical Nine-Tails to be the entirety of the revelation. The red fox atop Naruto Uzumaki's head began to swell significantly, its crimson energy enveloping his upper body and gradually transforming into the visage of a sanguine fox. Almost immediately, the blood-red fox elongated its arms, reaching towards the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Subsequently, the corporeal form of the crimson nine-tailed fox began to lean forward, flesh and bone rapidly coalescing upon it. In no time, a scarlet fox appeared, intertwined with the mechanical nine-tailed beast in an intricate display of overlapping forms. Was there truly a second nine-tailed beast? Orochimaru, witnessing this extraordinary scene unfold before him, trembled incessantly. He understood that this place was about to become exceedingly perilous. The instincts of the serpentine creatures he had modified were incessantly relaying warnings to him, yet he found himself reluctant to depart. The spectacle before him had utterly shattered his comprehension. It was a well-established truth that the power of the nine-tailed beast was indisputable, and the existence of only one such beast had long been accepted as fact. Yet here stood Naruto Uzumaki, harboring not only the sealed nine-tailed fox within, but also a mechanical counterpart of comparable might. This clearly artificial marvel of unknown technology was akin to a highly toxic pufferfish. One knew the dangers yet could not resist the temptation to explore. Just how many secrets does Naruto possess? How did this mechanical nine-tailed beast come into being? Was it bestowed upon him by the fourth Hokage? Orochimaru had lost count of how many times he had expressed such astonishment and inquiry that day. He had forgotten everything, consumed solely by the pursuit of truth. Before long, the two nine-tailed beasts, struggling to break free, emerged from their seals. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki radiated a faint crimson chakra, adorned with three blood-red tails sprouting from his rear, teetering on the brink of a berserk state. Roar. Next to the two mindless nine-tailed beasts from another realm finally unleashed their roars in this world for the first time. One was the mechanical nine-tailed fox, fully assimilated into Naruto's world, while the other was the young released nine-tailed fox, sealed within him from the world of Kakashi Hitaki. Suspended between them was the three-tailed, armored Naruto Uzumaki, harnessing the power of the nine-tailed fox within as his source of energy. Soon, the two nine-tails engaged in the quintessential action befitting tailed beasts. They unleashed their tailed beast bombs. The yin and yang attributes coalesced at remarkable speed at their maws. Aimed squarely at Orochimaru. Better to release me than to set these thoughtless beings free. At least with my control, the body won't spiral into chaos. At this moment, the nine-tails within Uzumaki Naruto began to speak. The beast was striving to exert control over its chakra, diligently suppressing any potential outflow. However, the mere act of releasing two tails had already significantly influenced Naruto's psyche, infusing him with the potent chakra and its accompanying negative emotions. Even the surplus energy had coalesced into three distinct tails upon him. Should even a slight amount escape, it would undoubtedly precipitate Naruto's complete loss of control. For the nine tails, the prospect of its host succumbing to rage would typically be inconsequential. After all, should the chakra overflow, it might even allow the beast to attach its consciousness to it, granting a fleeting taste of freedom through manipulation of Naruto's body. Yet, due to the emotional bond forged over the past days, the nine-tails had come to regard Naruto as a friend. Acting against a friend was no longer an option. Should Naruto fall into a state of unconsciousness after succumbing to his fury, it would expose him to grave danger, an outcome the nine-tails desperately wished to avoid. Thus, the beast could only watch enviously as the two mindless tails beside it ventured forth freely, while it remained confined within the depths of this metaphorical sewer, grappling with an overwhelming sense of imbalance. I yearn to break free, yet without the key, my current strength is utterly inadequate to unravel the 8-trigram seal. Moreover, I have no desire to confront my parents under such circumstances. If I focus solely on battle, our time together would be far too fleeting. Naruto Uzumaki, while launching missiles towards Orochimaru to buy time for the two-tailed beasts to gather their tailed beast balls, simultaneously explained the situation to the nine-tails residing within him. In response to the incessant missiles aimed at him, Orochimaru displayed remarkable agility, leaping and twisting his body to evade each projectile, even as an adversary. One could not help but marvel at his exaggerated dexterity. However, confronted by the tailed beast balls from the two beasts, even Orochimaru felt a pang of anxiety. Come forth. 10,000 snakes. With a powerful leap into the sky, Orochimaru summoned forth a multitude of serpents, one of which perched atop his head, roaring, "This time, I demand 200 sacrifices." Upon their emergence, the multitude of snakes began to declare their demands, yet they remained blissfully unaware of the impending doom they would face. Silence. 10,000 snakes. Quickly, intercept the tailed beast balls ahead, or you shall forfeit your life before you can claim your sacrifices. With a pointed gesture, Orochimaru commanded the serpents to rush forth and thwart the impending attacks of the tailed beast balls. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. What on earth has made you so frightened? As the two-tailed beast balls prepared to launch, 10,000 snakes' eyes widened in disbelief. Cursing, "You summoned me to stop this? Are you trying to send me to my death? I refuse." Yet, it must be said that Orochimaru had timed his actions perfectly in the brief moment of dialogue. The tailed beast balls had already coalesced and erupted forth, striking 10,000 snakes directly. Orochi, with a reluctant roar, the entire serpent body of 10,000 snakes vanished within the twin mushroom clouds. The two-tailed beast balls, having consumed 10,000 snakes, continued their relentless trajectory, crashing into a nearby mountain with terrifying speed. Boom, boom. Two colossal mushroom clouds slowly ascended, their smoke billowing skyward. Such a grand spectacle was likely to be a once-in-a-lifetime sight for ordinary people. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of the summoning, Orochimaru, had long since vanished underground, leaving no trace. What a pity, 10,000 snakes. However, had I not summoned something to draw attention, it would have been my own demise. Blame your size, perhaps in your next life. You should aim to be smaller. As he swiftly burrowed into the earth, Orochimaru conveyed heartfelt blessings to the myriad of serpents. Faced with the two-tailed beasts soaring towards him, he ultimately regained his composure at the last moment. After all, Naruto Uzumaki remained there, and given his prowess, no one could pose a threat to him. However, his own life was singular and precious, especially now that the curse seal was still incomplete. The world harbored countless secrets awaiting Orochimaru's exploration, thus it was prudent to remain cautious. Regrettably, he failed to uncover the mystery of Naruto Uzumaki, how he managed to control tailed beasts at the tender age of 4. Moreover, it appeared that he could separate the tailed beasts from their hosts without causing harm, and possessed an array of unknown technologies, even replicating the Nine Tails. Ah, Naruto. I am truly fascinated by you. Having just created a new vista in the world, Naruto Uzumaki swiftly retracted the two Nine Tails, hastily returning the 3 strands of tailed beast chakra that clung to him before fleeing into the distance, leaving Jiraiya, who had hurried over, in stunned silence as he gazed at the 2 massive craters left behind. Chapter 28. Freedom. It is clear that with the combined strength of your 2 selves and my 3, you need not fear anyone in this ninja world. Why do you persist in hiding? Observing Naruto Uzumaki once again fleeing his habitat, Kurama finally voiced the question that had been gnawing at him. After all, in his millennium-long existence, prior to being captured, those who dared to provoke him met their demise. He had never known the experience of retreating upon discovery. Since being sealed away by someone capable of grasping him as if he were a mere chick, he had lived a life of rampage, unleashing a few tailed beast bombs before being sealed once more. In essence, he had only ever known arrogance and being struck down, lacking any experience of a disheartened escape. Thus, it was difficult for him to comprehend Naruto's tendency to flee upon being spotted. It felt excessively stifling, especially considering he possessed thrice his own power, threefold. If placed before Shikaku, he would undoubtedly revel in laughter for 3 years, letting Naruto unleash all 3 of them to taunt Shikaku with those 27 tails. The mere thought of Shikaku's disgruntled visage brought a genuine expression of sorrow to Kurama's face. Kurama? Kurama. At Naruto Uzumaki's persistent calls, he finally shattered Kurama's daydream. Have you truly become so bored that you ask me a question only to dissolve into laughter? Nonsense. I was merely contemplating the inquiry I posed. The Nine Tails, feeling a sense of guilt, wiped the drool from the corner of its mouth, then peered outside the cage, not spotting Naruto's spirit. It finally let out a sigh of relief. Though you asked me a question, it seems you were lost in your own thoughts. It appears you are truly unwell. Naruto Uzumaki shook his head in exasperation, contemplating the urgency of mastering the sealing technique, lest he inadvertently cause his beloved fox companion to develop psychological issues. Enough with the rambling, just explain your reasoning, he retorted. The Nine Tails, in a fit of frustration, replied, It is clearly I who have reiterated this several times. It was your lack of response that prompted me to call out to you. Naruto whispered his grievances, then proceeded to elucidate his concerns to Kurama. Although the magnitude of my current strength, if unleashed all at once, would render me unmatched in the entire ninja world, my endurance is woefully insufficient. To control 2-tailed beasts in battle requires a vast reservoir of chakra, which I presently lack. Should I rely on your power, I risk being overwhelmed by the negative emotions within the chakra, leading to a potential loss of control. If my adversaries engage me in a war of attrition or harassment, I would be utterly defenseless, not to mention the existence of the Manjiki Sharingan. A mere glance from it could ensnare even you. Indeed, that is a valid point. Kurama reflected on the humiliating experience of being controlled by Uchiha Madara's Sharingan, shaking his head vehemently. You witnessed my confrontation with Orochimaru. In terms of one-on-one combat, my practical experience is sorely lacking. Furthermore, given my physical condition at the tender age of 4 or 5, I possess no tangible advantage in taijutsu. While I can barely keep pace in terms of stamina and chakra, there remain numerous deficiencies in other areas. Thus, I require more time, at least a few more years. It truly is perplexing. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly exclaimed in indignation, his eyes gradually turning red. The negative emotions he had previously experienced were beginning to take their toll on him. He could not comprehend why those individuals consistently sought to impose their feelings upon him. Their values and interests were not inherently his burden to bear, one after another. They devised schemes to drag him back and indoctrinate him. Sighing, Naruto had already sprinted away from the town and found himself in a desolate meadow. Lying pensively on the grass, he gazed up at the now darkened night sky, a wave of sorrow washing over him. This incessant lifestyle of running hither and thither was utterly unbearable. And it was disheartening to realize that the only beings with whom he could converse were himself and the Nine-Tails. Even with the memories of a traveler, those fragmented recollections, akin to scenes from a television drama, were far too overwhelming for the 4-year-old Naruto to endure. After the battle earlier in the day, he had finally relaxed. But now he could not help but feel a profound sense of grievance. Jiraiya, his mentor, seemed utterly oblivious to his thoughts, after all. It was his father who had sacrificed himself for those individuals, yet here he was, subjected to such mistreatment. Reflecting on the various forms of subtle bullying and insults he had endured, Naruto felt a tumultuous blend of anger, injustice, and sorrow. Now, after barely a few months, he had lost his home once more. Observing the suddenly distraught Naruto, the Nine-Tails was at a loss for how to respond. To him, this child had indeed suffered greatly. Having faced so much adversity throughout his life, despite possessing immense power, he was left without a home. Wah! The Nine-Tails exclaimed. What am I supposed to do to comfort this child? Sage of the Six Paths, how could my once resilient child crumble into tears? In a state of panic, the Nine-Tails sought a solution, urging himself to recall his extensive memories for guidance. Suddenly, an idea struck him with clarity. Ahem! The Nine-Tails cleared his throat with authority. Naruto, do not cry. Is it not simply a matter of lacking a home? We can create a new one. But how? Naruto asked, his sobs subsiding as he sought to hear the Nine-Tails' perspective. Elated that Naruto had ceased crying, the Nine-Tails eagerly shared his thoughts. To forge a home, you must have a father and a mother, correct? Do you even hear what you're saying? Upon hearing the words of the Nine-Tails, Naruto Uzumaki found himself momentarily bewildered, even forgetting to shed tears. What I mean to say is that it is possible to resurrect your parents. I recall that during my time within the body of Minato Namikaze, I had heard of a technique from the Uzumaki clan known as the Reaper Sealing Technique, which can summon the Shinigami. It was this very technique that Minato employed when he sealed me away. Therefore, if we can master this technique, summon the Shinigami, and then give him a sound thrashing to compel him to release your parents' souls, we could indeed bring them back to life. After listening to the Nine-Tails' plan, Naruto stood in stunned silence. He had never contemplated the notion of beating the Shinigami into submission. However, upon further reflection, it did not seem entirely implausible. Although the idea of violently assaulting the Shinigami was rather outrageous, it sparked an epiphany in Naruto. The prospect of coercing the Shinigami into resurrecting the deceased seemed improbable, considering that creature's lack of reason was debatable. Yet, in the memories I possess, there are indeed several resurrection techniques. If it were possible to bring back my parents from those memories, Naruto would undoubtedly embrace the opportunity. After all, who wouldn't desire their loved ones? With this thought, Naruto wiped away his tears and expressed his heartfelt gratitude to the Nine-Tails, saying, "Thank you, Nine-Tails. Your words have inspired me greatly." In response to Naruto's appreciation, the Nine-Tails merely grunted awkwardly. Well, consider it nothing. I simply didn't want your crying to disturb me. Faced with the proud demeanor of the great fox, Naruto happily wiped his nose, cherishing the gratitude he felt within. Moreover, you have spent the past few years aimlessly wandering without a clear purpose. Now is the perfect time to establish a goal for yourself. If you strive toward that goal, you will be less prone to such unfounded musings. Indeed, that is a valid point. Naruto Uzumaki nodded in affirmation, then bellowed with fervor. All right. I have made my decision. My next objective is to resurrect my parents. Subsequently, I shall have them teach a lesson to all those who have tormented me. With a resounding cheer, Naruto dashed away swiftly, inquiring, Do you know where the Shikifuin is? Then run. Naruto Uzumaki, undeterred, sprinted forward, relishing the cool evening breeze that caressed his face. He gazed up at the inky black sky, adorned with twinkling stars, and inhaled deeply before letting out a jubilant shout. Ah! At that moment, Naruto's heart brimmed with joy. It was the happiest he had ever felt in his life. He had never before run so freely and joyfully. Not only had he discovered the purpose he sought, but he also reveled in the freedom he had longed for. After running for what felt like an eternity, he collapsed onto the grass, laughing himself into slumber. Observing Naruto fall asleep so effortlessly, Kurama could only helplessly manipulate the chakra that overflowed from him. enveloping Naruto in a layer of tailed beast chakra to shield him from the chill and any lurking predators. The next morning, an early rising Naruto began to formulate his plans. First and foremost, the notion of defeating the Shinigami and threatening him was surely futile. However, retrieving the Shinigami's mask was imperative, recalling the images etched in his memory. He knew that the other half of Kurama and his father's soul still resided within the Shinigami's belly, and thus it was essential to reclaim it. Consequently, he would need to journey to the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools to obtain the mask, while also searching for any scrolls on sealing techniques. Ideally, he hoped to learn the 8 trigrams sealing method to release Kurama. As he spoke, Naruto struck the ground fiercely, erasing the verdant grass to reveal the fertile earth beneath. He then picked up a stick, seemingly broken from nowhere, and began to sketch his plans. First, he must acquire the Shinigami's mask, master the sealing techniques, and then emulate Orochimaru's method of the impure world reincarnation to release the souls trapped within. Speaking of the impure world reincarnation, he would need to capture a couple of white Zetsu. Otherwise, resurrecting his parents would be impossible as only ashes remained. Indeed. He would also need to learn the Edo Tensei or devise a way to clone 2 bodies. Why did his notes seem to echo Orochimaru's techniques? Perhaps he should seek out Orochimaru for guidance? Well, once he retrieves the mask, he could dedicate the next 2 years to rigorous study, ultimately subduing Orochimaru to serve as his instrument. As he plotted his future, Naruto couldn't help but break into a goofy grin, only to suddenly thump his head. Yes, the most crucial of all, the resurrection technique. These were of utmost importance. When one speaks of resurrection, the most striking example undoubtedly is the life rebirth technique of Granny Chiyo, who once employed this art to bring Gaara back to life. Alternatively, there exists the rebirth technique of the Rinnegan, capable of reviving numerous individuals in a single breath. However, the former technique is heavily intertwined with the fate of an entire village, making it rather challenging to extract information about it from her. As for the latter, it currently remains beyond our capabilities. We must be cautious not to find ourselves ensnared in a confrontation, lest we encounter pain and be met with the unsettling sight of him thanking a benefactor for the return of the 9 tails. I recall that the village hidden in the grass also possesses a ninjutsu capable of reviving the dead, known as the Dragon Something Transformation Technique. Naruto Uzumaki strained to recall the memories that lingered within his mind, yet they remained frustratingly elusive. The traveler who bequeathed him these recollections had never witnessed the theatrical adaptations, leaving him with naught but the name of the jutsu. It has been decided. I shall first journey to the ruins of the Land of Whirlpools, retrieve the mask, and ascertain if any remnants of sealing techniques remain. Without further ado, Naruto chose not to blend into a convoy this time, opting instead for flight. After all, leaving traces could significantly increase the likelihood of being discovered, and flying would elegantly resolve any concerns regarding his whereabouts. Before long, after half an hour of flight and a full day's rest, 3 days had elapsed. This place remains unchanged, just as it was before. It is still so cold. Naruto Uzumaki strolled through the streets of the Land of Iron, gazing nostalgically at the old house he once called home. Given that the Land of Waves was originally established on a secluded island, traversing through the Land of Iron was indeed the most direct route from the Land of Rice to the remnants of the Land of Waves. Seized by a yearning to revisit his former haunts, Naruto paused in his steps, intending to explore this realm once more. He even purchased a set of wandering samurai attire to don for his excursion. Surely, this must be one of the briefest returns to a cherished locale. As he had not wandered far, chuckling to himself, as he beheld the familiar scenery before him, Naruto felt a surge of joy, bringing to mind the 2 other versions of himself who had extended their support during challenging times. However, as the sands of time shifted, those counterparts were preoccupied with their own battles against the Akatsuki, particularly Kakashi, who found himself at a loss for how to defeat Madara Uchiha, especially after the tragic demise of Sasuke Uchiha. Sighing, he pondered the well-being of his other self, wishing he could lend a hand at such a critical juncture. As Naruto Uzumaki wandered down the bustling street, his mind teeming with wild thoughts, a shadow suddenly loomed before him and collided forcefully with his body. Chapter 29. Passing by. Hey, are you blind, kid? How dare you bump into me? That really hurt. How are you going to compensate for this? Naruto Uzumaki looked up and beheld a rather disheveled warrior, who was cursing loudly while clutching his stomach with one hand and extending the other towards him. Haha. This is truly a stroke of fortune. This little brat is adorned in an expensive wandering samurai outfit from a boutique. If I manage to swindle him, I could live comfortably for years, he thought to himself. The scruffy warrior had been fixated on Naruto for 5 whole streets, and with no samurai guards in sight. He was exceedingly generous with his intentions. To him, it seemed highly probable that this was a runaway young master. If he could swiftly snatch the boy's wallet and then flee the country, it would indeed be a lucrative endeavor. Envisioning the carefree life that awaited him in the coming years, the scruffy warrior could hardly suppress his mirth, quickening his pace. Is this a joke? Do I possess some sort of protagonist aura? How is it that I stumble into such predicaments merely while shopping? Faced with the outstretched claws of the scruffy warrior, and the unabashed greed and desire gleaming in his eyes, without hesitation, Naruto Uzumaki grasped his hand firmly, effortlessly flipping him over and pinning him to the ground. You clearly collided with me on purpose, didn't you? Moreover, it seems you have been tailing me for several blocks. Ah, it hurts. I admit my mistake. It was an accident. Spare me. Faced with the pain in his wrist, the unfortunate fellow pleaded desperately for mercy. Humph, I shall let you off this time. But do not be so arrogant. It serves no purpose. Yes, I promise never to act so haughtily again. As he listened to the wretched pleas, Naruto released his grip and dusted off his hands, preparing to move on. You little brat, die. A furious shout erupted from behind. The unfortunate man, feeling aggrieved for not earning a single coin and instead being forced to beg for mercy by this mere child, pulled out a dagger in a fit of rage, ready to take his life. With a series of cracking sounds, one of his hands twisted grotesquely, resembling a gnarled claw. I sensed your malice 5 blocks ago. I simply chose to ignore it as you hadn't made a move. Really, why can't one just aspire to be a good person? Observing the anguished figure writhing in pain, Naruto shook his head in resignation. It is worth noting that Naruto had fused with the body of Kakashi Hitaki, and his reflexes had honed into instinct when faced with peril, enabling him to deliver a crippling counterattack. Hey, what is going on here? At that moment, several armored warriors rushed over, inquiring about the situation. This fellow attempted to kill me, and I subdued him. Naruto recognized the warriors' armor. They were responsible for maintaining public order, prompting him to elucidate the circumstances. What? To dare commit murder in broad daylight? Arrest him. Yes, sir. With the commanding officer's orders. The accompanying warriors swiftly bound the man with a rope. You little scoundrel, deceiving and extorting people isn't enough for you. You dare to commit murder in the streets, and as a mere child at that. You're finished now. It seemed the unfortunate man was acquainted with one of the junior warriors, prompting him to plead, Brother, have mercy. This is no ordinary child. Just look at him. He is capable of breaking my hand in an instant. Silence. I am well aware of your antics. No matter the circumstances, you are the one who instigated this trouble, and you shall not escape justice. The young warrior struck the crooked fruit with a fierce kick, causing it to tremble in pain, rendering it speechless. Observing the pitiful state of the crooked fruit, Naruto Uzumaki nodded in satisfaction. After all, given their previous exchange, it was clear that this individual was doomed. A person who resorts to lethal moves deserves no pity. Thank you for your efforts. Your presence has brought tranquility to this city. No need for formality. But I must insist that you accompany us for a moment. The captain, with a grave expression, addressed Naruto Uzumaki. What? Why? Naruto Uzumaki clenched his fists in frustration. Why was this even relevant to him? The fellow was not mistaken. Anyone capable of inflicting such severe damage with a single strike could hardly be underestimated. I now harbor suspicions that you might be a foreign spy. Naruto Uzumaki was utterly unprepared for the unexpected turn of events that awaited him. In a moment of desperation, he pointed to a distant spot and exclaimed, Look, a flying saucer. This sudden outburst startled several samurai, who momentarily turned their heads away, providing Naruto with a fleeting opportunity to escape. Sighing, he reflected on the burdens of possessing a fragment of tailed beast chakra. It was disheartening to be acutely aware of others' malice towards him, which certainly dampened his spirits for a leisurely stroll. But this is merely a fleeting few days for you. I have endured countless years of torment, the Nine-Tails, Kurama, retorted without hesitation. Ultimately, the desires of humanity are grotesque, always harboring ill intentions towards others. Yes, indeed, I apologize for that. It must be quite challenging for you. Naruto empathized with Kurama's irritation, a sentiment born from their recent heart-to-heart conversation. Perhaps due to their newfound understanding, Naruto found it significantly less arduous to manipulate Kurama's chakra than before. It felt as though it belonged to his own body, a stark contrast to the chakra of the other 2 Nine-Tails, which did not evoke the same sensation. Consequently, Naruto developed a unique ability to sense the malice of others, enabling him to discern the intentions of those around him with ease. Enough of this. I lack the inclination for shopping. I must expedite my journey, he resolved, hoping to reach his destination sooner rather than later. 5 swift days passed, and Naruto had chartered a vessel to depart from the land of iron, setting sail towards the land of whirlpools. It is worth noting that since the fall of the land of whirlpools, the territory had been left in a state of awkward limbo. Initially, the land of fire and the land of whirlpools were allies, yet during the latter's demise, the former failed to offer assistance. Consequently, a combination of public sentiment and various factors led to the land of whirlpools not being absorbed into the land of fire. When other nations sought to lay claim to it, the land of fire vehemently opposed, for the proximity of the land of whirlpools posed a significant strategic threat. Being an island that was easy to defend yet difficult to conquer, allowing other nations to partition this land would be akin to embedding a thorn in their side, inviting future conflict. As time passed, the whirlpool immigrants with the necessary bloodline managed to escape, while those without it, along with the elderly, sick, and frail, remained behind to endure a harsh existence. Thus, the land of whirlpools became a desolate, forsaken land, devoid of national recognition. Chapter 30. Gokumura Tensai Ka. 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 As he listened to the cawing of crows overhead, Naruto Uzumaki trudged across the desolate expanse of land. The paths throughout the island were overgrown with weeds and tangled underbrush, presenting a scene of utter abandonment. After much perseverance, he stumbled upon a village bustling with activity, only to be met with the avaricious gazes of its inhabitants. The village was predominantly inhabited by the elderly, with scarcely any able-bodied individuals. Even the sight of a small child ignited their greed, as they eyed him with the intention of indoctrination to secure their own future. Left with no choice, Naruto resorted to transformation jutsu, altering his appearance into that of a robust and menacing figure. After physically reprimanding the villagers, he finally extracted information regarding the existence of the Uzumaki ruins. This was not the first time inquiries had been made about the treasures left behind by the Uzumaki clan. Over the years, countless individuals had sought to unearth their legacy, and the villagers responded with practiced ease. The villagers were truly terrifying, as their immediate instinct upon seeing a child was to abduct him. This was a far cry from the Uzumaki clan, he remembered. After acquiring the information he sought, a lingering sense of dread compelled Naruto to hastily depart from the village. With the assistance of his mechanical armor, he swiftly arrived at the dilapidated estate of the former lord of the land of whirlpools. The once pristine white walls had succumbed to decay, now appearing gray and riddled with gaping holes. The grand entrance was long gone, leaving a view into the crumbling edifice that resembled a classic haunted house. Rumors of treasure seekers rarely returning echoed in his mind, and tales of ghosts haunting the premises sent a shiver down his spine. As he gazed into the ominous threshold of the house, an unsettling feeling washed over him. Naruto Uzumaki approached with trembling legs, apprehensive of the possibility that a vengeful spirit might suddenly emerge from the shadows. This peculiar phenomenon was rather unsettling. Despite his considerable courage and the numerous adversaries he had vanquished, the thought of a ghostly apparition sent shivers down his spine. As he passed through the gate and traversed the desolate courtyard, he observed the remnants of what was once a grand estate belonging to the daimyo. It was easy to envision the former splendor of this place, now reduced to mere echoes of its past glory. With not a single item left behind, not even a scrap of curtain fabric, gazing at the vacant structure, Naruto felt a wave of unease wash over him, while he recalled that the mask of the Shinigami was stored in the Uzumaki clan's ancestral hall. The stark emptiness before him fueled his anxiety about the possibility of the mask being taken. After what felt like an eternity of searching, Naruto finally arrived at a location plastered with ominous talismans, exuding an eerie and foreboding atmosphere. The creaking of the surroundings only amplified his trepidation. Naruto Uzumaki gently pushed open the door, and before him lay a terrifying array of grotesque death masks. Fortunately, perhaps due to the eerie and foreboding atmosphere of this place, no one dared to dismantle the door, allowing these masks to remain. As he gazed at the menacing display of death masks, Naruto let out a sigh of relief. With a swift motion, he gathered all the masks into the belly of the mechanical Nine-Tails. Observing the now empty rack, he nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, a chilling gust of wind swept through, causing him to shiver. After all, I am an Uzumaki. It should be acceptable to take something from my own clan, right? Surely. It is better for me to take it than for someone else to do so. Dear brothers, sisters, uncles, and aunts, please refrain from suddenly appearing and frightening me. Comforting himself, Naruto swiftly fled the noodle house, more terrified of ghosts than he had anticipated. However, as soon as he exited, he nearly collided with an oncoming figure. Reacting quickly, he leapt forward, soaring over the individual's head. "Are you a person or a ghost?" he exclaimed. "Ah, that move was quite classic. I must remember it, as it could be quite useful in a film." Facing the middle-aged man, Naruto stuttered out his inquiry. Yet, the man seemed lost in his own thoughts, muttering to himself until he eventually snapped back to reality. My apologies. I inadvertently drifted into my own world." He then produced a business card from his pocket and handed it to Naruto. "Tensai Okamura, Special Effects Film Director." "Indeed. I am the very director responsible for creating special effects films," he proclaimed with pride. "Of course, although special effects films are not particularly popular yet, you may not have heard of them, but I assure you that in the future, such films will captivate the entire world." How impressive. A film director, no less. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki finally comprehended the notion of a special effects film director. He had glimpsed such vividly imaginative films within the memories of a traveler, which seemed to be aptly termed special effects films. This novel concept sparked immense interest within him, fostering a favorable impression towards the film director. "Oh, so you've heard of it? That's splendid. Young lad, you are quite trendy. By the way, your recent leap was incredibly stylish, radiating the essence of a special effects film. Would you care to join me as a stunt actor? I happen to be planning a movie and preparing for my debut work." Upon hearing Naruto's compliment, Takashi Okamura was elated, and having witnessed Naruto's impressive agility, he promptly extended an invitation. "Really? Can someone my age really act in a film?" "Absolutely," Takashi Okamura replied earnestly. "I intend to create a story about a deposed princess, which is why I specifically ventured into this fractured nation in search of inspiration. The protagonist I have envisioned is only a few years older than you. If you were to portray a loyal guard who has accompanied the princess since childhood, your youthful appearance combined with a serious demeanor would undoubtedly captivate a multitude of viewers." Good heavens, I must be a genius director. I need to jot down this inspiration immediately. As he spoke, Takashi Okamura became immersed once more in his own world, observing the director diligently recording his thoughts. Naruto found it quite fascinating that directors so easily fell into their own realms of imagination. "Speaking of which, you ventured here all alone?" Noticing Takashi Okamura engrossed in capturing his ideas, Naruto glanced behind him, realizing there seemed to be no one else accompanying him. If a mere child can be here, why can't an adult like myself? Takashi Okamura awakened from his creative reverie, adding, "As a director, it is essential to seek inspiration in diverse places. Without a spirit of adventure, how could one possibly create a film?" Naruto Uzumaki gazed at Tensai Okamura with a perplexed expression, reflecting on the director's adeptness at evading direct answers through artful questioning. "As a ninja, it is only natural that ordinary individuals cannot contend with me. Yet, you appear rather unassuming. Why not hire a ninja for your protection?" He mused, "If I had to hire a ninja for every place I visited, I would surely be impoverished. However," he chuckled, "my journey thus far has been quite safe. The thrill of traversing perilous paths alone can certainly yield experiential wisdom for the narrative." "Indeed, you are fortunate," Okamura responded, considering the countless bandits Naruto had encountered along the way. "Nonetheless, as a director, a certain spirit of adventure is essential." "Perhaps the notion of adventure is misplaced," Naruto retorted. "By the way, where are your family members? Have you considered casting me in your film? Based on your recent performance, I can assure you would make an excellent actor. And there would be compensation as well." Upon receiving Okamura's invitation, Naruto pondered for a moment. With no pressing engagements, the prospect of experiencing life through film was enticing. He reasoned that the matter of resurrection could wait until he had honed his skills, and gaining strength was merely a matter of time, which was indeed on his side. "Sure, I would love to experience what filming is like. I live alone, so I can make my own decisions." "Ah?" Okamura exclaimed, taken aback. "You are remarkably resilient. Then, welcome to my crew. Rest assured, as long as I have food, you shall not go hungry." He patted his chest in assurance. I only wish to try my hand at acting for a bit. Joining your team may not be for me," Naruto replied. "Very well, let us complete this film first." Okamura acquiesced, initially feeling sympathy for the solitary child, but he accepted Naruto's decision. Suddenly, Naruto grinned mischievously and swiftly formed a series of hand seals. With a puff of white smoke, a figure emerged that bore a striking resemblance to both Uchiha Sasuke and Naruto himself. This face will do nicely for the film. Although it is only half as handsome, it should suffice for a movie star. Okamura, startled by Naruto's sudden transformation, quickly grasped that the young boy was indeed a ninja. It matters not. This visage appears quite capable of captivating an audience. Let us proceed. Okay. With that, the first actor has been found. Suddenly, Okamoto Tensei let out a loud shout in celebration. What? Am I truly the first actor you have found? Then what do you have to show for it? He exclaimed. With a furrowed brow, he added, do not dare to compare me with directors who lack funds, have not finalized their cast, and possess no script. Observing the director's irate demeanor, Naruto Uzumaki cautiously inquired, so, what do we actually have? Okamoto Tensei shook the script in his hand, declaring, we have a script. It is merely not yet polished. In truth, the plot had been largely conceptualized. However, I had been lacking inspiration regarding the portrayal of a fallen nation, which is precisely why I ventured here in search of creative insight. Yet, upon arriving, my mind has since been brimming with ideas. Once I return and finalize the script, we shall commence production. Very well. For now, I shall take your word for it. Naruto Uzumaki found himself increasingly skeptical of the director before him. Was accompanying such an unreliable individual to film a movie truly a prudent decision? Soon enough, the two meandered through the ruins, one seeking inspiration amid the remnants of the past while the other searched for any lingering scrolls of sealing techniques to study. It was evident that one was reaping abundant rewards while the other returned empty-handed. After exploring the remnants of the daimyo's estate, the duo boarded a small donkey cart, which had brought them to this place, to journey to the director's residence. Ugh, director, given the steepness of this cart ride, couldn't we wait until we arrive to draft the script? The chaos you've caused is quite the nuisance and will undoubtedly disturb the local environment. No, absolutely not. This is the moment of inspiration. Typically, I would have to spend an eternity in the restroom to attain such creativity. I cannot let this slip away. Ugh. Witnessing the disarray before him, Naruto pinched his nose in distaste, striving to focus on the distant scenery. Thus, a month later, the film crew arrived in the Land of Fire. During this month, the director, Okamura Tensei, busied himself recruiting numerous personnel for filming and special effects, drawing a diverse assembly from various corners of the world, all captivated by his grandiose promises. However, Naruto paid little mind to these developments. He merely greeted the crew members and immersed himself in his training, for filmmaking was but a form of entertainment, while true dedication lay in cultivation. During this month, both Mechanical Naruto and Kakashi's Naruto found time to spare, and Naruto introduced them to each other. Upon learning of Naruto's desire to master sealing techniques, Kakashi thoughtfully brought a scroll he had studied to present to Naruto. This sealing technique was familiar to Naruto. It was the very one Kakashi had employed during the Chunin exams against Sasuke Uchiha. Given that he was nurtured by Kakashi, it was entirely reasonable for Naruto to possess such a technique. Thus, Naruto dedicated the majority of his time to studying the sealing art, devoting a smaller portion to physical training and utilizing the remaining moments to refine his acting skills. Alas, without a mentor to guide him, mastering the sealing technique proved quite challenging, especially one designed to seal malevolent chakra. Without any malevolent chakra to practice upon, how was he to hone his skills? Seated, Naruto Uzumaki found himself lamenting the progress of his sealing techniques. He had anticipated that, endowed with the genetic heritage of the Uzumaki clan, he would effortlessly master 4 boxes of seals in a single day, perfect the 8 trigram seal in 2 days, and soon thereafter execute the 6 paths of Earth explosion stars. Yet, who could have foreseen that after a month of diligent practice on a mere ordinary sealing spell, he had yet to grasp even the basics? Moreover, he was unable to assist his companions. One could barely manage the Rasengan, while the other was solely fixated on swordsmanship. The sealing techniques he had painstakingly memorized remained utterly beyond his ability to wield. Myanmar, stop daydreaming and share your thoughts on the actress's performance. A sudden call disrupted Naruto's musings. Sure. Chapter 32. Acting, please. Could you take this a bit more seriously? We are selecting the leading lady here. Komura Tensei gazed at Naruto with exasperation, his patience wearing thin at the latter's lackadaisical demeanor. What can I do? I'm still learning to act myself. I hardly possess the qualifications to critique, he replied. But she is your scene partner. You ought to have some semblance of connection. All right. I will pay attention. I promise. Naruto Uzumaki found himself rendered speechless by the director's remarks. Where, one might wonder, is the film featuring a prominent female lead? If she must rely on the male supporting actor's emotional resonance? Observing Naruto's newfound seriousness, director Tensei Okamura nodded appreciatively, declaring, now this is more like it. Next, please. At that moment, the audition room's door creaked open, revealing a girl of around 13 or 14. Upon catching sight of her, Okamura was momentarily entranced, only snapping back to reality after Naruto called out to him several times. Eagerly, he exclaimed, quickly, "Let us witness a scene depicting the sorrow of a princess during the fall of her kingdom." Upon hearing the director's instructions, the girl began to perform. Her expression shifted to one of profound sadness, her gaze fixated on the distance as she cried out, "Father." "Wonderful. Absolutely splendid," Okamura shouted, unable to contain his admiration. "You embody the essence of a true princess. From the moment you walked in, I envisioned you as the lead character I had imagined." Receiving the director's praise, the girl, maintaining a stoic demeanor, replied, "If I present myself this way, does that mean I have succeeded? Without a doubt. I can think of no one more fitting for this role than you. It is settled. You shall be our princess." As Okamura referred to her as princess, the girl's face flickered with emotion momentarily before she regained her composure. "Wonderful. At last, we have our leading lady," Naruto sighed in relief upon hearing the director's decision. The uncertainty surrounding the lead role had been a source of torment for him, and finally, he could shift his focus to other matters. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Okamura then inquired, "By the way, may I know your name?" "Fujikaze Yukihiro," she replied. "Fujikaze Yukihiro? What a delightful name. Haha, splendid. From this moment forth, you shall be our leading lady." "Very well. Now, allow me to introduce you. This is Minma, who will be your co-star throughout the production," the director gestured, introducing her to the crew. "Hello." Naruto Uzumaki greeted Fujikaze Yuki with a smile. "Hello," he said. Although she appeared younger than him, he respectfully bowed to the senior, acknowledging her presence. "And this is our." A few days later, amidst a house engulfed in flames, a rotund man, clad in extravagant attire, knelt in agony, crying out, "It's all over. My wealth, my everything." From a distance, Princess Fuyun, donned in white armor and sporting a single ponytail, reproached the man. "This was never yours. You deserve your fate." "Silence. What do you know, brat? All this wealth was rightfully mine," the man retorted, desperation in his voice. "Nonsense. You shamelessly seized it from my father, and now the flames reclaim it as proof that heaven disapproves of your misdeeds. Shut your mouth, you wretched little brat." With fury, the man smashed a nearby pillar and charged at the young girl, declaring, "I am no longer who I once was. Your actions now hold no sway over me." In a swift clash, their figures intertwined, and the pillar in his grasp shattered, causing him to collapse to the ground, staring at the lifeless body of the man. Princess Fuyun momentarily froze, then staggered back a few steps, her sword clattering to the floor. "Stop, stop." Nearby, the production crew, immersed in the scene, suddenly halted. One member, unable to contain himself, exclaimed, "What is happening? I drops. I can't seem to cry. Ouch." Upon hearing this, the others fell to the ground. And Takashi Gokumura struggled to rise, shouting, "Can't you at least try to shed a tear? It's basic acting." To his surprise, Fujikaze Yuki retorted without hesitation, "Enough with the nonsense. If I can't cry, then I can't cry. It's just my nature. What's to be done now, director?" Takashi wiped the sweat from his brow, astonished that the seemingly perfect actress, with her grace and talent, could not shed a tear. "Do I really need to say it? Hurry, bring the eye drops for her." "Ah? Yes. Upon hearing the director's words, a crew member hastily retrieved a bottle of eye drops and handed it to Fujifumi Yuki, as he observed the leading lady diligently applying the drops. Okamura Tensei sighed with resignation, reflecting on the fairness of fate it had bestowed upon her such exquisite talent and innate beauty, yet cursed her with a constitution incapable of shedding tears. Once everything was meticulously arranged, filming resumed. Wah! Athe! Princess Fongan cried out to the heavens at last. "I have avenged you, father. I have succeeded." Just then, a group of cloaked figures burst through the door. Upon seeing the lifeless body of Fongu lying on the ground and the tearful Princess Fongyun, they seethed with rage. "How dare she? The king has been slain by her hand. Quickly, eliminate her and avenge our king." As the assailants charged towards her, Princess Fongyun frantically reached for the weapon in her grasp, but it was already too late. In that moment, a small figure appeared before her, bravely engaging the attackers. It was Xiaoying, the shadow warrior left to her by her father. With newfound determination gleaming in her eyes, Princess Fongyun soared forward, seizing her sword. And together with her shadow dancer, they battled fiercely against the assailants. Through their seamless partnership, the black-clad foes fell one by one, unable to rise again. Amongst the fallen, the two warriors leaned against each other, exhausted yet triumphant. Thank you, showing. It is my duty to protect the princess. Cut. Wonderful, splendid. This scene is absolutely perfect. Okamura Tensai exclaimed, his praise pouring forth exuberantly through the megaphone. With the director's call of cut, the fallen black-clad figures dissipated into wisps of white smoke, leaving only a scattering of garments behind. Chapter 33, Dream Yoshi. With this, the final scene is complete. Now we just need to edit it for release. Okamura Tensai gazed at the camera's footage, satisfaction evident in his voice. At last, it's over. Filming this movie nearly exhausted me. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly relaxed, swiftly shedding his costume and casting it aside. Ha ha ha, I truly owe you one. I never imagined ninjutsu could be so convenient. Your shadow clone technique and transformation technique have saved me a considerable sum. Kamakura Tensai expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Naruto, who, however, felt rather displeased. Initially, he had merely come to experience the novelty of filming, but ever since showcasing his transformation and cloning abilities, he had been relentlessly coerced by the director into playing multiple background roles. Although his paycheck had increased, performing several characters each day proved quite exhausting. Thank you. Tonight, we shall celebrate with a wrap party. Let us indulge in the finest cuisine of the land of fire. The finest cuisine? Count me in. Let us hurry and tidy up to go feast. The mere mention of delectable food reinvigorated Naruto, and he quickly began to assist in packing up. After all, during the filming period, he had largely subsisted on takeout, and the thought of indulging in the most exquisite dishes of the land of fire awakened his appetite. As evening descended, the cast of Princess of Wind and Clouds reserved a spacious private room for their celebratory dinner. Cheers! All the crew members joyfully raised their glasses, clinking them together. Amidst the myriad of cups, 2 glasses of milk stood out, those belonging to Naruto and Fuji Fuyuki, both of whom were underage and thus not permitted to drink alcohol. The director had kindly arranged milk for them. It was amusing to note that despite her mature demeanor, Fuyuki was still at an age where only milk was suitable. Indeed, and little Fuyuki too. Are children today so advanced? Kamakura Tensai mused, secretly thinking, if only I could reveal that Monma is not actually 14 but merely 4 years old, I would surely leave you all astounded. Fortunately, I genuinely enjoy acting. Fuyuki responded to the group with a few remarks before lapsing into silence, while Naruto was too engrossed in devouring the food on the table to contribute to the conversation. Ha ha ha. After all, he is still just a child. Slow down, or you might choke. Despite Naruto's voracious consumption, no one at the table voiced any discontent, for they were already aware of his remarkable appetite, and who would begrudge a mere teenager for such matters? Moreover, she is also the lead actress. In contrast to the rampant antics of Naruto Uzumaki, Fujike's Fuyuki exudes an air of elegance. Her graceful movements, coupled with her refined manner of eating, left many in awe, affirming her innate talent as an actress, both on and off the stage. Before long, Naruto Uzumaki had nearly finished his whirl of activity and began to engage in light-hearted banter with the crew, creating a lively atmosphere. However, unbeknownst to others, Fujike's Fuyuki had quietly departed. Standing by the balcony, she felt the chill of the wind as she gazed into the distance, her eyes reflecting an endless sorrow. Why has sister Fuyuki joined us for a meal? After such a long time with boxed lunches, today is a rare opportunity to enjoy something exquisite. Naruto Uzumaki, cradling a carton of milk, approached Fuji Fuyuki, feeling the chill of the wind against his skin. Gazing up at the starry sky, he felt an overwhelming sense of refreshment. Yet, it was not the crowd he disliked. Rather, it was the inability to find joy amidst the bustling throngs. Fuji Fuyuki, observing this peer of similar age, felt a tinge of annoyance. Why must he refer to her as sister when they were practically the same age? She mused. Perhaps a bit of lively chatter among everyone would not be amiss. With a roll of her eyes directed at Naruto, she remarked, "You should remain in there. Rather than disturb me, I shall take my leave." As she turned to depart, an unexpected stiffness in her body, perhaps a result of the prolonged exposure to the cold wind, caused her to trip over her own feet. Watch out. Seeing Fuji Fuyuki on the verge of falling, Naruto hurriedly reached out, grasping her wrist. In that fleeting moment of contact, Naruto, still grappling with his own emotional awareness, found himself thrust into the depths of her soul. An overwhelming sense of despair washed over him. He could feel it, the anguish, the torment, the unwillingness to accept, and ultimately, the numbness. Naruto Uzumaki felt the profound sorrow that resided within Fujike's Yukihira in the most direct manner. "Let go of me." Fujike's Yukihira forcefully shook off Naruto's hand, as if to say, "You think you understand me." After casting a fierce glare at Naruto, She fled from the balcony, leaving him to ponder. Ah, it seems I may have misspoken. Naruto Uzumaki scratched his head awkwardly, his initial intention being to approach the young lady, who appeared so solitary, in hopes of forging a friendship. After all, he was all too familiar with the pangs of loneliness. However, in an unfortunate turn of events, he inadvertently tapped into her inner thoughts and voiced them, provoking her ire. Observing her current demeanor, he hoped she was not too upset. With a twinge of remorse, Naruto sighed as he gazed at the inky night sky before retreating indoors. Before long, the wrap-up meal was concluded, and it was time for everyone to part ways. Although it was labeled as separation, it merely meant that a few actors were preparing to leave, while the core crew, mainly composed of the dedicated team assembled by Tenkai Okamura, would remain together. Myanmar, are you truly leaving? It would be wonderful for you to continue filming with us. Okamura lamented, addressing Naruto. Besides, you have nowhere else to go. Rather than wandering aimlessly, why not accompany us? Having spent this time together, you must sense that I am not a bad person. In response to Okamura's heartfelt plea, Naruto simply shook his head in refusal. I would rather focus on my training than play the role of an actor. Following the crew around would be rather inconvenient. I plan to purchase a house here in the Land of Fire, and should you require assistance with casting in the future, feel free to seek me out. Seeing Naruto's resolute determination, Okamura could only nod in resignation, promising that if a second installment were to be made, he would certainly reach out to Naruto. He concluded their farewell with a warm embrace. Naruto Uzumaki embraced Tensai Okamura warmly, for the latter had treated him with exceptional kindness over the past few months, akin to caring for a beloved child. This gesture filled Naruto with a sense of warmth. Yet, contemplating the future, Naruto resolved to depart. His endeavors would be hampered by remaining with the film crew. Once he left the set, he assumed the identity of an actor and purchased a residence in one of the cities of the Land of Fire. This time, he felt secure from unwanted attention. Having changed his identity in a secluded locale, and with his youthful appearance maintained through his prolonged stay on set, he had left no evidence of being Naruto Uzumaki. After settling into his new home, Naruto eagerly excavated a spacious underground area to serve as his training room. This was a familiar endeavor for him, and he established the training space with ease, ensuring it was both expansive and well-lit. He decided to consult with his other two selves regarding strategies, as mastering the sealing technique proved elusive, necessitating their seasoned guidance. In the basement, Naruto quickly formed hand seals, attempting to summon his other selves through the shadow clone technique. With a puff of smoke, however, the mechanical Naruto did not materialize. Why hasn't he appeared? Is he preoccupied? He pondered. Well, I'll call upon Kakashi Naruto for assistance instead. Come forth, Kakashi Naruto. Another puff of smoke dispersed, yet Kakashi Naruto also failed to manifest. Were both of them truly this busy? It had been quite some time, and yet he could not summon either of them. Observing the two pools of mist lingering in place, Naruto remarked curiously, but recognizing that their timelines had already progressed to the Shippuden era, his concern subsided, and he resumed his training. As night fell, Naruto Uzumaki lay upon his bed, tossing and turning restlessly, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks. His visage contorted in a manner that revealed the turmoil of his dreams. Beneath a blood-red moon, the formidable Uchiha Madara, adorned with horns and wielding the Rinnegan staff, stood over the mechanical Naruto, grinding his foot against him. Ultimately, he sneered, declaring that this mere assembly of scrap metal posed no threat to his might. With that, he raised his staff, intent on shattering the mechanical Naruto's head. Chapter 34, The Butterfly Effect. No. Naruto Uzumaki abruptly awakened, exhaling a sigh of relief upon realizing it was merely a dream. What a frightful dream it was. How could he have experienced such a nightmare? Suddenly, he sensed an unsettling atmosphere surrounding him. He found himself ensconced within a vast pit. As he rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings, he discerned two figures engaged in combat not far away. What is this? Upon confirming the identities of the two individuals, Naruto Uzumaki's eyes widened in astonishment. With a swift motion, Pain's Deva Path extended his right hand, unleashing a wave of gravity that obliterated the numerous shadow clones of Naruto charging towards him. There remained 3 seconds, ample time indeed. As the thick smoke dissipated, a verdant figure darted through the haze. In a flash of white light, Naruto's blade materialized behind Pain's Deva Path. As the blood was wiped from the blade and sheathed, Pain's upper body gradually succumbed, sliding away from his lower half. The next course of action was to locate the real body. The devastation wrought upon the village was unfathomable, and there was Hinata to consider as well. Naruto Uzumaki slowly lowered his head, his eyes transforming into a sinister crimson hue. He would never forgive. This state? It felt rather perilous. Observing the furious demeanor of Kakashi Hatake, Naruto hastily attempted to intervene, yet it appeared as though the surrounding individuals were oblivious to his presence. Even when he reached out to grasp Kakashi's hand, he merely passed through it. Soon, Kakashi, guided by the black rods and sage techniques, located the true form of Nagato Uzumaki. As the white fang fell, trees composed of paper were precisely severed to create an entrance. Witnessing the formidable approach of Kakashi, Konan swiftly sought to impede him. Step back, Konan. Nagato. Very well, step aside. Obeying Nagato's command, Konan reluctantly yielded her position, allowing Kakashi to finally behold the visage of Nagato Uzumaki. Simultaneously, Naruto glimpsed Nagato in his current state. Unlike the image retained in his memory, the reality of Nagato appeared even more emaciated than he had anticipated. However, the overwhelming pressure emanating from him was unlike anything Naruto had ever encountered. Naruto Uzumaki anxiously gazed at Kakashi Hatake. Having emerged from the previous layer of dreams, he had a faint awareness of the impending events below. Please, for the love of all that is sacred, let it be verbal jutsu. You desperately hoped for no physical confrontation. Do you harbor hatred towards me? Your nemesis stands right before you. From a lofty vantage point, Nagato gazed down upon Naruto Uzumaki, who, fixated on his adversary, was reminded of his comrades back in the village and the precious bonds he had painstakingly regained. The thought of Hinata Hyuga, who now lay in a precarious state, her life hanging in the balance due to Nagato's ruthless actions, transformed his eyes into those of a vengeful fox spirit. With a disdainful snort, Nagato unleashed a barrage of black rods from his body, aiming them directly at Naruto. In response, Naruto brandished his signature white fang and charged forward. As the black rods hurtled toward him, Naruto deftly maneuvered in midair, narrowly evading a strike that left a crimson trace upon his cheek. In an instant, he found himself hovering above Nagato's true form. Prepare to perish. Shinra Tensei. The vortex of Nagato suddenly glared with his Rinnegan, unleashing a terrifying wave of gravitational force directed at Naruto Uzumaki. In an instant, Naruto's left eye transformed into a peculiar kaleidoscopic form, with black shurikens spinning incessantly. A distorted spatial fluctuation emerged before him, effortlessly blocking the assault of the gravitational wave. As Naruto's right eye continued to whirl, the ever-twisting spatial distortion latched onto his white fang, a manifestation of the newly awakened power known as Daikokutten. Daikokutten, the guardian deity of the present world and the sovereign of the underworld, imbued Naruto's right eye with true kaleidoscopic prowess. This ability enabled him to manipulate gateways to various dimensions, reshaping them in myriad forms, an ability birthed from his frustration at being unable to save Hinata Hyuga with the limitations of his left eye's Kamui. With the synergy of the left eye's Kamui, capable of opening independent spatial doors, his lethality reached its zenith. Observing the twisting sword of time and space in Naruto's grasp, Nagato felt an impending sense of doom. Perish! Naruto cried, sweeping the sword upwards, cleaving a tree in twain. With a heavy downward strike, the eerie blade descended upon Nagato. Shinra Tensei. Gaki-D. Faced with the bizarre temporal sword, Nagato dared not underestimate the threat. Hastily activating a gravitational field for defense while conjuring a blue protective shield through the power of Gaki-D, would release Great Domed Mud Wall. Sensing the gravitational wave surging towards him, Naruto stood resolute and struck downward with his blade. The gravitational force crashed heavily against Naruto, causing him to spit blood as he was violently thrown back. However, the temporal sword had already descended, its distorted wave rendering the Gaki-D's protection entirely ineffective. And in an instant, Nagato was cleaved in two. Nagato! Konan screamed in anguish at the sight of her companion bisected before her. Where will true peace ever be found? With those final words, Nagato's body fell apart, having succeeded in his destructive mission against the village. Not far away, Naruto clutched his chest, struggling to regain his composure as he watched. Indeed, this is truly wonderful. Suddenly, a voice pierced the air, causing Naruto to turn sharply. But it was too late. A black arm lunged to pierce his chest. Naruto Uzumaki awoke once more, abruptly rising to survey his surroundings. To his relief, he found himself back in the confines of his own room, only to collapse weakly onto the floor, gasping for breath. The sequence of dreams he had just experienced felt unnervingly vivid, as if they had genuinely transpired. Suddenly, a thought struck him, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. Could it be true? Naruto Uzumaki widened his eyes in astonishment, murmuring to himself. It was precisely because the other versions of myself in different realms found themselves in life and death situations that I was compelled to summon them. Moreover, upon reflecting on the timeline, they have indeed arrived at that very moment I recently dreamt of. How infuriating it is that I had failed to realize this sooner. I had presumed they were merely preoccupied, never considering that the disparate worlds, due to their unique predicaments, could lead to the perilous demise of another version of myself. Had I known, I should have conveyed more detailed information to them. Chapter 35. A Strenuous Effort. Naruto Uzumaki felt an overwhelming sense of regret. He could recall the assistance rendered by his counterpart from an alternate realm. Yet he had not considered the significant likelihood of unforeseen events should their world deviate from the established narrative. He lamented his failure to alert them to the potential crises they might face. What should he do now? If my dream were indeed a reality, it would imply that they might already be in peril. No, calm down, Naruto Uzumaki. This dream cannot simply be a fleeting occurrence. It must possess a deeper significance. Naruto Uzumaki rose and splashed cold water on his face, forcing himself to regain composure. It was highly likely that his external aid had induced this dream. All he needed to do was inquire. With this thought, Naruto immediately sat cross-legged, fervently calling out for assistance from his external aid. Although he was uncertain of how to summon it, he relied on his instincts. Time has paused for the Narutos in peril in other realms. You can transition to their aid when the moment is ripe. Eureka! Enlightened, Naruto leaped with joy and shouted his gratitude into the void. Thank you, my external aid. Learning that the lives of the other two Narutos were temporarily secured, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. These two had aided him immensely and treated him with unparalleled kindness. It could be said that his thriving existence in this world was largely due to their support. The thought of losing those who had been so good to him left Naruto feeling utterly despondent, yet thanks to his external aid, there was a glimmer of hope for their salvation. Yash, let us go, Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki gently patted his face, offering himself encouragement as he resolved not to succumb to laziness in the days to come. He recognized the necessity of diligent effort to enhance his strength, aspiring to rescue his other self at the earliest opportunity. Let us begin with a 10-kilometer warm-up, he declared, shaking off sleep and donning his clothes before dashing to his basement to run laps. Over the past few days, Naruto had noticed a remarkable increase in his stamina. Running dozens of kilometers seemed effortless, coupled with the perilous situation of his other selves. He could not afford to ponder future developments. He had to train relentlessly to elevate his abilities. As swiftly as time flies, several months passed, and Naruto had now reached the age of 5, while other children his age were still engaged in playful ninja role-playing. Our Naruto had already mastered the art of scaling walls and could lift a steamroller with one hand. The basement, having undergone significant upgrades over these months, was now equipped with various apparatuses tailored for training, including dummies designed for striking practice, crafted from wood, stone, and metal, nearly all of which had been thoroughly battered by Naruto's relentless training, thanks to muscle memory and the guidance of Kakashi Hatake. The techniques of the White Fang were now second nature to him. There were also targets specifically for shooting practice, though they had seen little use, as his mechanical armor was equipped with automatic targeting and tracking capabilities. Recently, Naruto had procured a new batch of wooden posts for practicing hand-to-hand combat, aiming to further enhance his close-quarter abilities so as not to be at a loss when unarmed. As for the sealing techniques, Naruto decided to temporarily abandon them. The mental effort required was simply too arduous. The myriad of symbols and their various transformations demanded complex combinations that felt insurmountable. For now, he would focus on mastering advanced sealing techniques like the evil sealing method, hoping to stumble upon a simpler version in the black market one day. Naruto Uzumaki slowly closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. Suddenly, he opened them wide and exclaimed, "Ah!" With a powerful punch, he struck out, sending a wooden stake soaring through the air with a resounding whoosh, firmly embedding itself into the ceiling. "Ah, I had completely forgotten how immense my strength has become," he mused. "Ordinary wooden fixtures simply cannot serve as adequate practice for me." Gazing at the stake lodged in the ceiling, Naruto helplessly wiped his fist and leapt upwards. Retrieving the wooden post, he realized he needed to devise a method to secure it more firmly, and he also acknowledged that he must temper the force of his strikes. Otherwise, a mere wooden stake would be utterly incapable of withstanding his might. Hanging upside down from the ceiling, Naruto Uzumaki cast his gaze toward the ground and then glanced at the wooden post in his hand. A bold idea suddenly blossomed in his mind. With a dismissive spat, He directed a mouthful of saliva onto the base of the post, causing it to sprout and grow several meters in an instant. Observing the wooden pillar in his grasp, Naruto nodded in satisfaction, concluding that the length was just about right. Now, all that remained was to insert it upward. A crisp sound echoed. Naruto Uzumaki leaped suddenly, hurtling towards the ground with remarkable speed, plunging the wooden post he held directly into the earth. A resounding thud echoed as dust erupted, the wooden post shattering into fragments that scattered across the ground. Coughing, he mused, is this wood truly so fragile? With only half of the post remaining in his grasp, he conceded it was no longer usable. Reluctantly, Naruto cast it aside and began to dig another hole, inserting a new post coated with his saliva before burying it properly. Now, this seemed adequate. Observing the ground littered with several wooden posts, Naruto nodded in satisfaction, realizing that even with a lapse in caution or a surge of strength, he would have ample practice targets for the time being. Next came the martial arts manual he had procured from the black market. Mimicking Doraemon, he produced a technique manual from his pocket and began to practice diligently, confident that with his current physical prowess, even a lightning-fast series of strikes could yield formidable results. Thus, the specific techniques mattered little. As long as they were martial arts, he was willing to engage. Curious to see what the first move entailed, he observed the instructions. Shake your right hand forward, quickly tremble your shoulder. With the manual affixed to the wooden post, Naruto began to practice, alternating between right kicks and left thrusts. And so, after half a day of relentless effort, Naruto Uzumaki had nearly mastered the technique. After all, it was a product of the black market, possessing relatively low technical complexity. With a swift kick, he sent the last wooden stake soaring toward the ceiling, successfully completing his training of this exquisite divine skill. Once he concluded his practice, Naruto felt a sudden jolt in his mind, as if a new version of himself could now be summoned. Upon receiving this revelation, Naruto was filled with elation and promptly executed the shadow clone technique to bring forth this new self. As the mist dissipated, a gleaming white tooth appeared before him. Chapter 36. Youthful brother, I was already aware of all circumstances upon my arrival. Another version of myself. Let us strive together in our training. Naruto Uzumaki stared in astonishment at another version of himself before him, rendered speechless by the sheer surprise. This individual sported a vibrant red watermelon hairstyle, yet donned a snug green frog suit, his mouth gleaming with a dazzling smile. Could this be the version of me raised by Might Guy? As Naruto's exclamation echoed, Might Guy had already seized him and was sprinting through the basement. Wait. I just finished my training. What are you talking about? Youth knows no bounds. Let us engage in even more training. Please, no. As night fell, the two of them, having trained tirelessly throughout the day, finally collapsed onto the ground, bringing their exertions to a halt. Phew, you really are quite the chatterbox, aren't you? Naruto Uzumaki lay helplessly on the ground, his voice feeble as he uttered, I am considerably younger than you. Are you not afraid that your rigorous training will push me to my limits? Beside him, Might Guy lay sprawled out like a defeated duck, yet he spoke with a robust voice, unperturbed. I was aware of the challenges when I arrived. You possess the ability to merge our bodies from parallel worlds, and I am confident that, with the aid of the others, you will manage just fine. He struggled to rise to his feet, giving Naruto a thumbs up while flashing a bright smile that revealed his white teeth. Overwhelmed by Might Guy's words, Naruto felt a surge of indignation, which caused him to faint on the spot. In a haze of misty white, Naruto Uzumaki was journeying alongside his master towards the Western Paradise to seek enlightenment. Along the way, they encountered a lumberjack who had suffered a grievous injury to his leg. His master instructed him to carry the unfortunate man back to his home. Reluctantly, Naruto obliged and hoisted the lumberjack onto his back, gradually making his way forward. However, to his astonishment, the burden grew heavier with each step, and soon the ground beneath him began to sink into deep depressions. When he turned to look, he realized he was, in fact, carrying the weight of Mount Tai upon his shoulders. In a fit of exasperation, he exclaimed in frustration and abruptly jolted awake from his slumber, only to witness a green figure soaring away from him. With a startled cry, the figure slowly rose from the ground, revealing itself to be Might Guy. Ah, you appear quite lively this early in the morning, my other self, he remarked, as he climbed to his feet and extended his right hand in greeting towards Naruto. Indeed, who would not be spirited after being pinned beneath the weight of a lifeless body at such an early hour? Naruto Uzumaki spoke with evident annoyance, as he was confronted with the version of himself that had fainted from exhaustion the previous day. He felt an overwhelming sense of dismay at the stark contrast between his current self and the two earlier versions. However, he resolved to cease his complaints, recognizing that he was awake now. Thus, it was time to embark on a vibrant morning run filled with youthful energy. Might Guy, jogging in place, called out to Naruto, "Where do you find such boundless energy this early in the morning? I still don't quite grasp the situation. Could you possibly enlighten me on your circumstances?" The mere thought of having to run again in the morning made Naruto tremble, prompting him to hastily divert the conversation. Fortunately, Might Guy did not ponder too deeply and took a seat beside Naruto to share his own story. "Actually, I haven't told you this before, so let me share." Might Guy began. "From the moment I was born, I was blessed with vibrant red hair, and since the age of 2, I have been bursting with boundless energy. At 3, while out exploring, I encountered Might Guy, who was diligently training. As the undefeated champion in both combat and running, I was astounded to see this green-skinned frog-like figure outrun me even while running backward. Fueled by indignation, I immediately challenged him. After several laps around Konoha, I finally collapsed from exhaustion. It was then that Might Guy recognized my potential and began inviting me to train with him daily. As our friendship blossomed, one day, when I witnessed him being bullied by an adult, I shouted with youthful fervor and intervened, delivering a decisive kick to the assailant. Consequently, I was adopted by him. Although the third Hokage attempted to intervene, Might Guy, with his muscular resolve, misinterpreted the Hokage's hidden warnings as encouragement, tearfully assuring that he would care for me diligently. From that moment on, I was ensnared in a cycle of rigorous training and youthful exuberance. Years later, my steadfast nature led me to learn sage techniques from Jiraiya, and I passionately opened all 8 gates, ultimately using the sage art, 8 gates, White Fox to defeat pain, successfully persuading Nagato to join me in striving for peace in the ninja world. Subsequently, I was summoned to this realm by Naruto, imparting upon him the challenges he currently faces, along with fragments of my abilities. Thus, I am profoundly moved to strive with vigor for the sake of the other 2 versions of myself facing death threats. That is the essence of youth. As the conversation unfolded, Might Guy found himself overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. With both hands firmly resting on Naruto Uzumaki's shoulders, he earnestly proclaimed, "Do not worry. I will ensure you become an unparalleled master. Together, we shall rescue the other 2 versions of ourselves." Gazing at the fervent spirit before him, Naruto could only respond with wide, innocent eyes, his youthful mind struggling to comprehend such passionate enthusiasm. "Let us endeavor together. First, you must acclimatize your body to training. Once we merge our physiques, you will swiftly master my muscles." So, that was the reason behind it, Naruto thought to himself, realizing that the sudden demand for training was indeed for his own benefit. With this understanding, he softened his initially resistant demeanor. After all, he was not ungrateful. Someone had come to assist him, and it would be ungracious to present a sour face. "Rest assured, I, too, have been your age before. My physical condition was inferior to yours, yet I fully comprehend the proper herbs necessary to condition your body. I will not allow you to grow awry." As he spoke, Might Guy flashed his signature thumbs up, accompanied by a beaming smile. Chapter 37. Watching a movie when discussing the medicinal herbs of their childhood. One cannot overlook the third Hokage of Might Guy's timeline. Originally, he had intended to harness the villagers' negativity, combined with his warmth, to bond with Guy. However, he did not anticipate that Might Guy would begin an intense training regimen under the influence of his father, focusing solely on muscle development while neglecting mental acuity. This fixation on youthfulness, while enhancing their loyalty to Konoha, seemed to divert their allegiance from their own well-being. It appeared that this sword might soon be beyond his control. Eventually, the third Hokage recognized the peril in their relentless training methods, which could easily lead to detrimental physical consequences. While Might Guy's endeavors were his own concern, the 8th gate technique was meant to be a one-time, cataclysmic event. Any internal injuries sustained during regular training were inconsequential. However, if his prized Jinchuriki were to become damaged, the third Hokage would be gravely distressed. He believed the upper limit of the 8th gate allowed one to defeat 7 opponents, even if they were the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. Yet, the Jinchuriki was different. Regardless of their condition, as long as they remained alive, they served as an intimidating force. What would happen if they were to train incessantly with this river sprite? What if their foundation were compromised? Should they sustain crippling injuries? Would they be forced to enter battle in a wheelchair? Upon contemplating the third Hokage, one cannot help but yearn for the return of Might Guy. However, upon arrival, he was met with the astonishing sight of a large and small figure seemingly performing acrobatic feats in the village. The third Hokage's blood pressure surged as he beheld this utterly transformed individual. He realized that even if he were to reintegrate Might Guy into his former life, the necessity for daily training would persist. To mitigate the risk of self-injury during practice, he entrusted Guy's training to Might Guy himself, ensuring that there would be no erroneous movements. Consequently, the third Hokage found himself compelled to allocate substantial financial aid each month, even enlisting the Nara clan to provide a regimen for physical enhancement. This regimen, combined with medicinal support, was implemented to ensure that Might Guy's physique remained robust and well-developed. Additionally, he arranged for a tutor to impart academic knowledge, preventing Guy from becoming solely muscle-bound. As he matured, he was placed in a medical facility under the watchful eye of the medical ninja, Tsunade, who also educated him in healing techniques. Through daily medicinal supplementation, Might Guy eventually awakened the healing abilities of the Uzumaki clan, capable of revitalizing others with a mere bite. Concerned that this watermelon-headed individual might struggle to forge friendships, the third Hokage orchestrated a speech at the Ninja Academy, enticing numerous students to befriend Might Guy. It can be said that the third Hokage was profoundly dedicated to ensuring Might Guy's healthy development, to the extent that he frequently sought advice from his close friend, Danzo. This collaboration led to internal conflicts over power and influence, yet it ultimately contributed to a period of stability within the village. Thus, Might Guy emerged not only as a master of taijutsu, but also as a proficient medical ninja, possessing an intimate understanding of his own physicality. Faced with opponents of lesser physical prowess, Might Guy confidently asserted that none were more suited to instruct him than himself. And so, in a blink, a month had elapsed. Under the rigorous training of Might Guy, Naruto Uzumaki underwent a remarkable transformation. Firstly, his skin darkened significantly. Secondly, after the fusion of their bodies, the once golden locks atop his head were now interspersed with several strands of crimson. Finally, the most striking change was in his gaze, which now radiated vitality, distinctly different from his previous lackadaisical demeanor. After a month of disciplined living, Naruto's spirit and energy soared, reminiscent of a languid university student who had just completed military training. One morning, after finishing a set of exercises, Naruto halted Might Guy's eagerness to continue, suggesting they take a break for the day. "Oh, is there something special today?" Might Guy paused, recognizing that after a month of camaraderie, he had come to understand that Naruto was not one to easily call for rest. His words indicated that indeed, there was something noteworthy at hand. Naruto Uzumaki nodded, then took out 2 movie tickets from his pocket. "The film I directed has been edited and is set to premiere in theaters. Let us attend the opening today." Might Guy, astonished, accepted the tickets from Naruto's hand and exclaimed, "You have actually directed a film. How remarkable. Such excellence is truly moving. This is what youth embodies." As he spoke, tears streamed down Might Guy's face, and he embraced Naruto tightly, shouting, "Youth. All right, then let us dash towards the cinema with all our might," he declared, eager to pull Naruto along. Wait. Naruto Uzumaki swiftly grasped Might Guy's arm, preventing him from dashing forward. "I anticipated this outcome. Over the past month, Naruto has thoroughly acquainted himself with another facet of his being, realizing that once he speaks, this individual will charge ahead, thus he was well prepared." "What is the matter, Naruto? Youth cannot afford to linger." Might Guy, while jogging in place, awaited Naruto's words. "Come on, even I understand that while watching a movie, one must not disturb others. We are reeking of sweat. At the very least, we should wash up and change our clothes. Even youth should not impose on others. I can't believe I overlooked this. How embarrassing. Very well. As punishment, upon our return from the cinema, you shall perform 3,000 squats." After feeling a surge of emotion, Might Guy was also overcome with shame. "Then let us hasten to the bathing facility and cleanse ourselves properly." With that, he prepared to run again, and this time, Naruto did not restrain him, but joined Might Guy in his sprint. Before long, a transformed Naruto led Might Guy to the cinema, where the guide, Takashi Okamura, had been awaiting their arrival at the entrance. Upon seeing Naruto approach, he greeted them with enthusiasm. "Long time no see, Guy." Hello," Might Guy stammered, feeling a wave of awkwardness as he recognized this man addressing him with familiarity, a cold sweat breaking out. "Who is this? I have no recollection of this person, yet he knows my name. Could it be that I, like Kai, have become face-blind?" You are." Takashi Okamura, taken aback by the response from this unfamiliar individual, was momentarily stunned. "It has indeed been a long time, Director." Upon witnessing the scene before him, Naruto Uzumaki quickly understood the situation and hastened to clarify. "Director, this is Might Guy. also known as Guy, so I thought you were addressing him. Oh, I see. I understand now, he chuckled. Greetings, greetings. Might Guy promptly responded, and it was through Naruto's explanation that he realized he had inadvertently created a misunderstanding. Chapter 38. A visit to the restroom after the film is essential with the misunderstanding resolved. Tenkai Okamura swiftly ushered Naruto into the screening room while he remained outside to greet the guests. Along the way, Might Guy discreetly inquired, "Why do you refer to me as Guy? I thought the director was calling for me." Naruto Uzumaki replied quietly, "Of course, when traversing the world, one must use a pseudonym. Otherwise, given my identity, I would be sought out the very next day after filming." Might Guy seemed to ponder this for a moment, then suddenly gasped in astonishment, "But why must it be my name?" Might Guy's outburst was abruptly silenced by Naruto's gesture for quiet. "Please, keep your voice down. I was using this name long before you came along. Besides, what's wrong with using yours? When you go out and announce your name, people might say, 'Isn't that the actor so-and-so?' They may even ask for your autograph." "That makes sense," Guy conceded. "Let's not linger here any longer. We should find our seats." The two swiftly entered the screening room with their tickets in hand, locating their designated spots. Just as they were about to sit down, Naruto was startled to find Fujike's Fubuki seated to his right. "What a coincidence, Fubukine." Naruto Uzumaki awkwardly greeted. I apologize for what happened last time." Fuyuki looked at the embarrassed Naruto beside her and simply let out a gentle sigh. "Never mind, as long as you refrain from pretending to understand me so well." All right, hehe. Naruto responded, relieved to see that Fuji had calmed down. He finally relaxed in his seat and then turned to speak with Might Guy. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you staring at me with such wide eyes?" As Naruto Uzumaki turned his head, he was startled by Might Guy, whose wide, youthful eyes were fixed intently upon him. "I'm not glaring at you," Might Guy clarified, snapping back to reality. "Are you looking at Princess Fuyuki?" Upon considering this possibility, Naruto's tone softened significantly as he cautiously inquired, "Fuyuki? Isn't her name Fuhua?" "Oh right, that's her stage name." Might Guy suddenly appeared enlightened, his expression transforming into one of astonishment as he asked, "The movie you invited me to see, it T Princess of the Wind and Clouds, is it?" "Indeed. Don't you even check the title on the ticket? This is the director's debut special effects film, and I believe it should be quite captivating." Despite being the same person, Naruto mused, this individual's experiences were enviably unique. Could it be due to the difference in hair color? "What are you talking about?" "What about hair color?" Might Guy's voice was too soft for Naruto to catch clearly. "Oh, it's nothing. Let us just finish watching the movie first. I want to see how this otherworldly Princess of the Wind and Clouds differs from ours." Might Guy found the matter somewhat intricate but resolved to wait until after the movie to discuss it further, his mind already concocting a plan. "All right, I assure you. This film is absolutely worth watching. It has tormented me for quite some time, and let me tell you, you won't even guess which roles I played." Soon, as the Princess of the Wind and her attendants strolled beneath the setting sun, the film drew to a close. This movie remains as enchanting as ever. Indeed. A ninja's youth should be dedicated to protecting the princess. Hey, come on, you're not seriously crying, are you? While the film was excellently made, it shouldn't evoke such an extreme reaction. Observing the tears streaming down Might Guy's face like an uncontainable faucet at this moment, Naruto Uzumaki wished fervently to find a crevice to hide within. It was not due to a sense of embarrassment from having Might Guy present. Rather, it was the realization that he was featured among the protagonists of the film, watching himself in a movie alongside acquaintances, especially while displaying such exaggerated emotions, sent shivers down his spine. He felt as if he could scrape together enough toenail clippings to furnish a 3-bedroom apartment. The fact that this dear friend, Might Guy, was so moved only attested to the success of our film. Just then, Takashi Okamura approached with a beaming smile, conversing with Naruto. Might Guy nodded enthusiastically, grasping Okamura's hand with fervor as he exclaimed, "It was truly heartwarming. Director, the Princess of the Winds and Clouds has always been so moving." Every time you watch it?" As the implication threatened to surface, Naruto swiftly covered Might Guy's mouth. He declared that he wished to see it again, asserting that the film was indeed exceptional and would surely entice audiences to revisit it. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Okamura brushed aside the earlier comment from Might Guy, responding with joy, "Of course. After all, it was directed by a genius like me." He then addressed the audience, expressing profound gratitude for their support, which made the creation of such a remarkable piece possible. He bowed deeply, prompting the audience to shower praises upon the director, and the atmosphere grew lively. Eventually, After some time, the audience began to disperse. As Naruto, eager to return home, made his way out, he was halted by Might Guy. What is the matter? Do you need to use the restroom? Indeed, he felt the urge to relieve himself after the film. No, it's about Fenghua Xiaoxiwei. Who is Fenghua Xiaoxiwei? The name suggested a girl, leading Naruto to speculate. Could she be your girlfriend? With a mischievous glint in his eye, he nudged Might Guy's shoulder with his elbow. Girlfriend? Might Guy's face flushed crimson as he shouted, of course not. He then shyly fantasized, my one true love will always be Sakura, he. Another admirer of Sakura, it seems. Naruto Uzumaki, standing nearby, disdainfully picked his nose and flicked it into a trash can not far away. Alas, had you been in Konoha, you would undoubtedly have found it delightful. I implored you not to digress. If you continue in this manner, I fear I shall forget the matter at hand. Realizing the conversation had strayed yet again, Might Guy, with a sense of resignation, requested Naruto to silence himself. All right, I shall keep quiet and let you speak. Naruto replied, making a gesture as if zipping his lips. Observing that Naruto had finally fallen silent, Guy nodded in satisfaction. The spring breeze and snow I mentioned refers to the replica of Frost that was just seated beside you. Woe is me. Naruto Uzumaki raised his hand to indicate he had something to say. What now? Might Guy was already at a loss for words, as every time he attempted to speak, he was interrupted. Naruto Uzumaki swept his hand across his mouth, signifying the act of unzipping, and remarked, it's the Fuji wind and snow painting, and she has just departed. Such matters are utterly inconsequential. And do you truly believe her departure was due to anyone else? Upon hearing Naruto's words, Minma's head swelled with incredulity as he shouted frantically at Naruto. All right, I concede. Please, go on. Naruto made a gesture of surrender, signaling Might Guy to continue. Oh. The true name of the Wind and Snow Princess is Fenghua Xiaoxiwei. She is the princess of the Land of Snow, Might Guy said earnestly. Chapter 39, the princess of the Land of Snow? Indeed. I recall that we once accepted a mission to escort the film crew of Princess Fengyun to the Land of Snow for a shoot. Along the way, we encountered ninjas sent by the Land of Snow. It was then that we discovered that the actress portraying Princess Fengyun was, in fact, a true princess. Her kingdom had been seized by her uncle, forcing her to flee with the national treasure. Under the guidance of Kakashi-sensei, we aided Fenghua Xiaoxiwei in successfully reclaiming her kingdom. As Might Guy leapt across the rooftops with Naruto in search of Fenghua Xiaoxiwei, he recounted their experiences in the Land of Snow. Now I understand. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly realized, no wonder I felt such profound sorrow when I first encountered her. It was because she had been cast out from her homeland. Indeed. By the time I met her, she had become so emotionally numb that tears no longer flowed from her eyes. However, eventually, with our assistance, she managed to reclaim her emotions. With a proud smile, Mato Guy raised his thumb and flashed a broad grin at Naruto. So, shall we go and help her reclaim her country? Naruto observed Guy's exuberant demeanor, sensing what lay ahead. It surely could not be that the two of them were merely seeking her out for idle chat over tea. Guy nodded affirmatively, declaring, of course, we are going to assist her. When I was just 12, I helped liberate the Land of Snow. Since fate has brought us to her in advance, wouldn't it be better to alleviate the suffering of her people sooner rather than later? Upon receiving this confirmation, Naruto found himself in a quandary. He was inherently kind-hearted, and when faced with injustice, he felt compelled to intervene. Moreover, the plight of Kaze no Yukino evoked deep sympathy within him. While he had no objections to aiding Yukino in liberating her homeland, the notion of rushing to help someone else reclaim their nation felt somewhat awkward, especially considering his previous encounters with her, where she had not exactly been welcoming. Such an endeavor, where one offers warmth only to be met with coldness, felt inherently uncomfortable. However, Mato Guy remained oblivious to Naruto's peculiar expression, instead eagerly contemplating how they might rescue the people of the Land of Snow. To him, another version of himself would surely never refuse such an opportunity to assist others. On the contrary, it would be a cause for enthusiasm. The last time they ventured to the Land of Snow, the villagers had perished in droves before they could overthrow her uncle. This time, united in strength, they would dismantle all of their so-called scientific ninja tools, ensuring that no regrets akin to the past would linger. With flames of determination gleaming in his eyes, Guy felt an exhilarating thrill at the prospect of seizing this chance for change. Observing Guy's spirited enthusiasm, Naruto could only sigh in resignation. If helping them is what must be done, then so be it. I cannot allow the village's animosity towards me to reshape my own heart. Nor can I ignore the plight of others when I possess the ability to aid them. Besides, Seeing Guy's eagerness to amend the past reminds me that I owe him a debt of gratitude, although he is another version of myself. He came to my aid without hesitation. I cannot let his goodwill go unreciprocated. This is what youth is all about. Very well. Let us seek out Sister Yukino and assist her in liberating her homeland. Upon hearing such words from Naruto Uzumaki, my guy could not help but smile joyfully. It is worth mentioning that your title mirrors mine from back in the day. However, Fenghua Xiaoxiwei here is 3 or 4 years my junior, making it feel somewhat peculiar for me to address her as Sister Xiaoxiwei as Might Guy spoke. An amusing image sprang to Naruto's mind of this burly red-haired man referring to the younger Fenghua Xiaoxiwei as sister, prompting a hearty laugh from him. Furthermore, you have not formally participated in any ninja escort missions, have you? This presents a splendid opportunity for you to experience what one might call real combat. With a proud lift of his brow, Might Guy implied that Naruto had likely never engaged in an authentic ninja assignment. The challenge at hand is not particularly formidable, making it an ideal means to assess the training results of the past few months. This time, it would be best not to rely on the mechanical prowess of Naruto or the strength of Kurama. Rather, let us engage in battle utilizing Kakashi's swordsmanship and the taijutsu I have taught you. It is time to put your learning into practice. Oh? Naruto Uzumaki was somewhat taken aback as he glanced at the red-haired individual before him, surprised that this carefree person would consider such a method to hone his skills. Very well, I understand. Let us put my training to the test. Splendid. Ha ha. Let us engage in a friendly competition. Whoever defeats the most ninjas shall declare the loser to run 10 laps around the entire city. All right, I shall run. Aha. Just as they spoke, the two finally spotted Windflower Snow walking along the street below, and they immediately leapt down. Windflower Snow was startled, eyeing the two individuals who had suddenly descended before her. Upon closer inspection, she recognized them as the playful May Taram and her companion. What do you two intend to do? Windflower Snow inquired cautiously, subtly gripping her earring. How should we phrase this? Naruto pondered silently. If they were to directly inform her of their intention to assist in overthrowing her uncle's rule, they would undoubtedly be perceived as suspicious characters. Observing Windflower Snow's wary demeanor, Naruto quietly consulted with May Taram, but she had already approached Windflower Snow, speaking with reassurance. Do not be alarmed, Windflower Snow. We are here to help you liberate your nation. As she spoke, she flashed her signature white smile and gave a thumbs up. You really said it outright. By doing so, we will certainly appear quite suspicious. Naruto Uzumaki stood nearby, vocally criticizing the individual with crimson hair beside him. At times, this person exhibited shrewdness, yet more often than not, he seemed exceedingly obstinate. Upon hearing the words Fenghua Xiaoxiwei, the expression on Fenghua Xiaoxiwei's face turned as pale as snow, and her gaze dimmed with despair. Just look at that. Her complexion has altered, and her eyes are filled with hopelessness. Naruto Uzumaki hurriedly approached, eager to clarify their intentions, asserting that they were indeed the Good Samaritans. However, Fenghua Xiaoxiwei turned on her heel and fled, leaving behind two individuals in an awkward silence. She just ran off. Despite my earnest words, does she still doubt our sincerity? It would be a miracle if she believed us. With that, Naruto dashed after her, resolute in his determination to set things right, to elucidate everything to Fenghua Xiaoxiwei, and ultimately liberate the land of snow. Chapter 40. The one with thick eyebrows and big eyes with the combined strength of Naruto and his companion. They swiftly caught up to Fenghua Xiaoxiwei once more. This time, she brandished a small knife that she carried with her, aiming it defiantly at the two. Stay back, you lackeys of Fenghua Nuatao. I will never surrender the hexagonal crystal to you. Observing the agitated demeanor of Fenghua Xiaoxiwei, Naruto steeled himself and attempted to explain. Please, hear me out. We harbor no ill will. We merely wish to assist you after learning of your plight. Upon hearing Naruto's earnest words, Fenghua Xiaoxiwei appeared somewhat swayed, and her guard lowered slightly as she inquired, Really? You are here to help me? As Uzumaki Naruto beheld Fenghua Xiaoxiwei, he seemed to have faith in himself, nodding repeatedly and proclaiming, Of course. After all, we have spent so long together. You must have realized that I am a good person, right? At this moment, Fenghua Xiaoxiwei, somewhat moved, gently rubbed the corners of her eyes and replied softly, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. I did not realize you were here to assist me, and I am truly sorry for shouting at you. Hey, it's nothing. The fact that you can trust us is enough, Naruto responded. Yet, despite his words, a flicker of doubt lingered in his heart. The sudden shift in attitude seemed rather abrupt. Very well, since you intend to help me restore my country, It would be inappropriate for us to stand here. Please, follow me to my residence for a discussion. As she spoke, Fenghua Xiaoxue fiddled with her earrings and attempted to take Naruto's hand. We can simply walk together. There's no need to hold hands, right? Though Naruto expressed this, he did not prevent her from reaching out. In that fleeting moment when Fenghua Xiaoxue grasped Naruto's hand, he instinctively tilted his head swiftly to the right, narrowly avoiding a cloud of yellow mist that brushed past him. Realizing her attack had failed, Fenghua Xiaoxue swiftly drew a short knife from her grasp and aimed it directly at Naruto's head. In response, Naruto stepped back, evading the blade, and seized Fenghua Xiaoxue, preventing any further assault. I told you, how could anyone trust us so easily? We should have devised a plan. Just walking up like this, no one, not even a commoner, would believe us. From the moment Fenghua Xiaoxue extended her hand, Naruto sensed a malevolent intent. The instant their wrists met, that malevolence peaked, allowing Naruto to effortlessly dodge the attack. Curse you! Let me go? Fenghua Xiaoxue exclaimed, frustrated that her strike had been so easily avoided. How could you evade this attack? I was ensnared by the mist for so long. Nearby, Might Guy muttered to himself in discontent. What? You did that on purpose, didn't you? You said so many misleading things to make me fall into the mist. Naruto Uzumaki stood beside, his expression one of incredulity as he gazed at the broad-browed, wide-eyed individual before him, utterly astonished that this fellow would attempt to deceive him. The prospect of having someone else fall prey to the very technique that had ensnared him was, indeed, rather amusing. With that, Might Guy revealed a sheepish grin, exclaiming, Isn't it interesting? What has become of your youth? Have you transformed into a jester of mirth? All right, he continued, adopting a more serious demeanor. Since you have not yet fallen victim, let us engage in a proper discussion with the enchanting Wind Blossom and Snow. He then turned to the struggling Wind Blossom and Snow, addressing her with a calm authority. Please, remain composed, Miss Wind Blossom and Snow. I am, in fact, a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. Observe my forehead protector. He subsequently produced the Leaf Village forehead protector affixed to his belt. Upon seeing it, the previously thrashing Wind Blossom and Snow managed to regain a semblance of calm, though she remarked, It is merely a forehead protector from the Leaf Village. Such items could be easily replicated, could they not? Might Guy nodded in agreement, acknowledging, Indeed, ordinary forehead protectors can be mimicked by anyone. However, if this is indeed genuine, you should possess the corresponding insignia, should you not? He then turned to Naruto and requested, Might you please revert from your transformation technique? Seriously? You want me to undo my transformation? I have only just begun to enjoy a moment of peace. Naruto protested. Rest assured, once this matter is resolved, Miss Wind Blossom and Snow will certainly refrain from disclosing your identity. Moreover, you will inevitably need to reveal your true self eventually. It is not feasible to remain hidden indefinitely. Trust me, once we resolve this situation, I will assist you with your dilemma, Might Guy assured him. Is that for real? This green attire you wear instills a profound lack of confidence in me, Naruto retorted. As Uzumaki Naruto dismissed his transformation technique with a hint of sarcasm, he reassured himself. For there was still a part of him he could trust. Fear not, for I possess a secret weapon, he declared, giving a thumbs up to Might Guy. Meanwhile, Fenghua Xiaoxue stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate her astonishment at the revelation that the person she had been acting alongside for so long had transformed into a mere child. Is this truly your genuine self? So diminutive. Though she spoke the truth, an unsettling feeling gnawed at her, leaving her puzzled about the source of her discomfort. Surely you recognize this blade? Seizing the moment while they were both lost in their musings, Might Guy swiftly drew the white fang from Naruto's possession, a replica crafted by Naruto for convenience. This is. Fenghua Xiaoxue's pupils constricted at the sight of the white fang, her mind involuntarily drifting back to that fateful night engulfed in flames and blizzards. On that night, she lost everything, retaining only her life and the hexagonal crystal bequeathed by her father. The very person who had saved her wielded this blade. Its name, White Fang, belonged to Kakashi Hitaki of Konoha, and standing before her was none other than Kakashi's apprentice. Due to a previous mission failure, Kakashi had been compelled to retreat. Yet he had not forgotten this matter. Recently tasked with an S-rank mission, he had entrusted the two of them to assist her. And this blade served as a token of that trust. Fenghua Xiaoxue gazed silently at the White Fang. Her thoughts enveloped in memories that led her to half-believe Might Guy's words. However, as she confronted the familiar weapon, she was submerged once more in the anguish of losing her homeland. Nearby, Naruto nodded in agreement with Guy's assertions, occasionally stealing glances at the red-haired youth. amused at his own ability to weave lies with such aplomb, seemingly unperturbed, a stark contrast to the teachings of Guy. How could he, with such high intellect, resemble the Naruto of his memories? This fellow seems to be me. Well then, all is well. I have always possessed such brilliance, he mused, a self-satisfied smile creeping across his face as he observed Guy approvingly. Truly, I am remarkable, effortlessly employing a childlike grin to complement my narrative. No matter the realm, I am undeniably a genius. Chapter 41. Shackles, no, I shall not return. Why ever not? Might Guy exclaimed in disbelief. Despite their declarations, she still refused to go back? Fengwa Xiaoxiue, her expression somber, replied, even if you are indeed from Konoha, what of it? Kakashi Hatake himself could not defeat Fengwa Nuteo. What can you, alongside this child, accomplish? I do not mean to boast, but the two of us combined are undoubtedly stronger than Kakashi was back then. Might Guy attempted to persuade Kazuhana Shiryuki, only to be abruptly interrupted by her. So what? Even if I were to defeat Kazuhana Nudo, how could I single-handedly reclaim the land of snow? I would merely become a puppet for you Konoha, wouldn't I? Kazuhana Shiryuki glared at Might Guy, her body trembling, revealing her fear. I shall temporarily accept that you are indeed from Konoha. After all this time, you find me and utter such nonsensical words, claiming you wish to assist me in reclaiming the land of snow. Do you think I am still a mere child of 3? That I would believe such statements? Do not jest. To overthrow Kazuhana Nudo in my name, only to control me and thus dominate the entire land of snow. Your actions are no different from those of Kazuhana Nudo. How could you think so? Upon hearing Kazuhana Shiryuki's furious retort, Might Guy was taken aback, unable to comprehend why she held such a perception of him. When he initially assisted her, there had been no such misunderstanding. At that moment, Naruto Uzumaki elbowed Might Guy. Don't you find this scenario rather familiar? It mirrors the tale of Princess Fengyin perfectly. Might Guy realized that from the very beginning, Kazuhana Shiryuki had not trusted either of them. Her earlier pretense of belief was merely a ruse to extract information from them. Truly a performer, he thought. Just a moment ago, I had believed she was convinced of our sincerity. With a resigned sigh, Might Guy lamented that his sole intention was to aid Kazuhana Shiryuki. Yet it had become such a convoluted affair. Let it be, let it be. Convincing her is proving to be too troublesome. Naruto Uzumaki could no longer endure the melodramatic misunderstandings before him. He forcefully turned Huahua Xiaoxiue's face to meet his gaze. What do you want to say? Before he could finish, her eyes became vacant, 3 tomo swirling within her pupils. Is this the Sharingan? Have you actually ensnared her in a Jinjutsu? Sighing, he lamented, I can't take this any longer. Your incessant hesitations. When will she believe us? We are merely trying to do a good deed. If you had mentioned it, I wouldn't have wanted to involve myself, risking exposure. Rather than explaining everything to her, it would be simpler to take her directly to the land of snow and overthrow the regime there. Indeed. That could work. After all, it was Kakashi-sensei who used the Sharingan to hypnotize her and forcibly took her away, he chuckled. Mato Minma suddenly realized the merit in Naruto's approach. If they could subdue others and establish the situation as a fact, there would be no need for further persuasion. Then let us depart at once. We must reach the land of snow within 2 days and resolve this before retreating. Absolutely, let us set forth. With that, Mato Minma hoisted Huahua Xiaoxiue onto his back, and they leaped away. 2 days later, the trio had arrived at the land of snow. During the journey, Huahua Xiaoxiue had regained consciousness. But Naruto and Minma did not grant her the opportunity to refuse. She berated them as they approached the land of snow. You 2 fools are courting death. How could you possibly defeat Fengwa Nudo with just the 2 of you? Of course we can defeat him. Do not concern yourself with the matter of strength. Simply answer me, do you wish to liberate the land of snow? At last, Naruto Uzumaki managed to silence Kaze Hanasaki, and then posed a crucial question to her. If you desire to liberate the land of snow, then simply keep your silence and entrust the task to us. If you do not wish for such liberation, we shall act as though these past days were inconsequential, and we can return you home. Upon reaching the gates of the land of snow, Naruto finally remembered to inquire about Kaze Hanasaki's own intentions. Previously, in a moment of impulsiveness, he had bound her against her will, which now seemed rather presumptuous. However, it was not too late to ask. Of course, the inquiry was not about whether she believed in their cause. Rather, it was about whether she was willing to shoulder the responsibility. Should she accept, they would join forces to vanquish the tyrants of the land of snow and entrust the nation to her. Conversely, if she declined, Naruto would not consider allowing her to reveal herself, and he and Mato Guy would confront the despot alone, subsequently selecting a new heir. Or perhaps even abolishing the monarchy entirely, enabling the people to fend for themselves. Hey, Naruto. Madogai interjected, growing anxious. He could not fathom why Naruto would allow Kaze Hanasaki to make such a choice, given that in his world, the Blizzards were an unmitigated tyrant. And he had already recounted all the atrocities to Naruto. After all, every individual deserves the opportunity to choose their own path in life. Naruto Uzumaki interrupted Might Guy's attempt to speak, expressing his heartfelt sentiments. From the moment of my birth, I have been the Jinchuriki, a burden bestowed upon me by my father. Subsequently, the villagers and others imposed heavier shackles upon me. My days in the village were indeed fraught with hardship. Thus, I believe it is time to grant Kazuhana Yukijetsu an opportunity. She was born a princess, yet she has since lost everything. Now, she is presented with a chance to choose anew, and I hope she will make her own decision. As he spoke, Naruto lifted the illusion that bound Yukijetsu, allowing her to regain control of her body. Come forth, if you wish to liberate the land of snow and accept the responsibilities of a princess. If you're unwilling, a simple shake of your head will suffice. Kazuhana Yukijetsu discovered that she could indeed move her body once more, yet she found herself paralyzed with fear. Initially, it was an external force that hindered her, but now it was her own trepidation that restrained her. Gazing at Naruto's earnest expression, she began to trust him and the other individual present. However, thoughts of the terrifying Fubuki and the haunting shadows of the burning castle instinctively urged her to flee. Just as she contemplated shaking her head, she was stifled by her father's teachings. And the stories she had heard over the years about the plight of her people weighed heavily on her conscience. As a princess, she knew she must shoulder the responsibility. What should I do? Father, I wish to defeat Fubuki, yet I am so afraid. Two conflicting thoughts intertwined like chains, ensnaring Kazuhana Yukijetsu and wrapping her in their grasp. Chapter 42. The battle. After a prolonged period of contemplation, Yukijetsu finally opened her eyes, breaking free from the chains that had bound her thoughts. Slowly, she moved her feet, which had been immobilized by fear, taking a step forward. I will save my people. If you can truly assist me, I implore you to help. Kazuhana Yukijetsu had resolved herself. Regardless of whether these two individuals could aid her in liberating her nation, Naruto's earlier encouragement had fortified her resolve. No matter the outcome, she would no longer shy away from her fate. I understand. Then let me be the one to liberate your country. Naruto Uzumaki received a response that satisfied him, leading him to derive the answer he sought. Maidome, I entrust this to you. As for the tempestuous Kid, I shall confront him myself. With that, he dashed toward the castle without a backward glance, leaving Maidome shouting below, "Wait, do you know Kid?" Unfortunately, Naruto ran too swiftly to hear Mei's words. Naruto Uzumaki leapt gracefully, ascending to the rooftop of the castle. Subsequently, a mechanical helmet adorned his head, and with the aid of electronic vision, he pinpointed the location with the highest chakra concentration and dashed towards it. Who are you? How did you get in here? Soon, his presence was detected, and several individuals rushed forward in an attempt to impede his progress. However, their feeble strength was no match for Naruto. In the blink of an eye, he had evaded them and reappeared behind. Rest assured, I merely struck with the back of my blade. As his words fell, the guards of the land of snow collapsed to the ground. Inside the castle, Khanate was indulging in revelry with his three subordinates when one of them burst through the door to report urgently, "Your Majesty, an assassin has infiltrated." What? Then capture him at once. Do not let him disturb my enjoyment. Khanate replied nonchalantly, his years of complacent living having dulled his senses. In this remote corner of the land of snow, clad in chakra armor, he felt invincible. But the enemy is formidable, his subordinate hesitantly protested. Before Khanate could express his wrath, the sound of violent wall crumbling interrupted him. The five individuals present turned their gazes toward the source of the noise. Witnessing a large hole shattered in the castle wall, snow and wind pouring in. Amidst the tempest stood a child. The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. The traveler speaks the truth. Are you Khanate? The intruder was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, who pointed his finger at the individual possessing the highest chakra and inquired about the others' identities. How dare this assassin confront me directly? Seize him. Khanate bellowed in fury. Woyasha, Yukibane, and DKY charged forward. You have quite the audacity, little brat, daring to challenge us alone, Woyasha taunted arrogantly. Why waste time with him? Capture him swiftly so we can resume our feast, DKY interjected, uninterested in idle chatter, reaching out to grasp Naruto. Don't harm him. Such a delightful little brother would be perfect for my amusement, Yukibane exclaimed, captivated by Naruto's charm. As DKY approached with brute force, Naruto deftly sidestepped, delivering a swift kick that twisted DK's wrist at an unnatural angle. Ah! DKY shrieked in agony, staring in horror at his contorted hand. Rising Dragon Fist. After shattering the arm of the Winter Bear with a powerful kick, Naruto Uzumaki swiftly regained his balance. With a forceful strike of his left foot, he delivered a devastating Rising Dragon Punch that shattered the Winter Bear's jaw. Winter Bear! The remaining two snow ninjas could not suppress their exclamations upon witnessing their comrade being so easily defeated. This isn't just an ordinary brat. Let's attack together, blizzards. Alright. Observing Naruto's formidable prowess, the duo of Wolf Fang Avalanche and Crane Wing Blizzards quickly formed hand seals to unleash their ninjutsu. Ice Release, Snowflake Blades. Ice Release, Great Blizzard. As they completed their seals, countless snowflakes converged to form several ice shurikens, hurtling towards Naruto at an astonishing speed. Simultaneously, Wolf Fang Avalanche took a deep breath and unleashed a blizzard toward Naruto. Faced with the immense force of the blizzard, which was accompanied by hail and ice shurikens, Naruto, lacking armor, could only rely on his blade and arms to fend off the incoming projectiles, and he was ultimately blown out of the cave. Soaring through the air, Naruto spun several times before managing to regain his equilibrium and landed on a nearby rooftop. The duo of snow ninjas leaped out of the cave, their expressions icy as they regarded Naruto. Now that we are in an open area, we can engage. We must avoid damaging the castle, or the king will hold us accountable. Without granting Naruto a moment to respond, they swiftly formed their seals once more. Ice Release, Unicorn Whale. Ice Release, Snow Demon Wolf. In a flash, a colossal unicorn ice whale erupted from the snowdrifts, hurtling toward Naruto. What a massive creature. Is this due to the terrain? White Fang Slash. Naruto Uzumaki drew forth a blade reminiscent of the legendary White Fang, exhibiting no inclination to evade as he confronted the colossal ice whale. Instead, he boldly advanced, brandishing his weapon. In a dazzling flash, the entire creature was severed in twain, its remnants scattering across the snow-laden ground. Just as Naruto shattered the crystalline ice, 5 snow wolves emerged before him, viciously sinking their teeth into his limbs. Success. From a distance, Tsuruya Fubuki leapt for joy upon witnessing this spectacle, causing the twin snow-capped mountains nearby to tremble in response. However, the situation was far from simple. Suddenly, a childish voice echoed behind her, eliciting a cold sweat. The corpse, previously ravaged by the wolves, had transformed into a mere fragment of wood. No. With her final utterance in this world, a crimson crystal of ice manifested upon Tsuruya Fubuki's neck. Black Dragonstorm Kill. Chapter 43, The Leaf Village's Whirlwind, 6 Techniques. A tempest of black winds, interspersed with countless shards of ice, surged forth like a natural disaster. Faced with the terrifying pull, Naruto was unceremoniously swept into the vortex, vanishing within its confines. Haha. Damn fool, perish within the whirlwind. The victorious FKNT spat in rage at the tornado. Having just donned the chakra armor he had previously removed for indulgence in the palace, witnessing his subordinate slain by this insufferable brat left him seething with fury. That little imp has escaped death far too easily, having slain my beloved Tsuruya Fubuki. What a tragic waste of such a fine figure. FKNT, gazing upon the lifeless body of Tsuruya Fubuki, could no longer contain his wrath and delivered a fierce kick. Useless wretch, to fall so effortlessly, what a waste of my resources. At that moment, the fearful Wui Su being approached, stripped of his earlier bravado. Truly, my lord, your prowess is unmatched. Had it not been for you, I might have met the same fate. FKNT shot a menacing glare at Wui Su being. Incompetence. 3 of you could not dispatch a single brat. Thankfully, my lord is invincible. Wui Su being fawned, indeed, my lord. Now, let us hasten to collect the remains. I am eager to discover the origins of this little imp. Very well, go swiftly. FKNT regarded Tsuruya Fubuki's body with regret, pondering. Should we seize the opportunity? Why are you still here? Wui Su being queried, bewildered. In the midst of the tempest, Thangwan Nuteo's face contorted with fury as a distinct appeared, and he roared at the Wolf Fang Avalanche. Could you perhaps halt the tornado first? My subordinate cannot approach at all. The Wolf Fang Avalanche, pointing at the distant black tornado, spoke pitifully. What nonsense are you spouting? I have already ceased the avalanche. Besides, my jutsu cannot sustain itself for such an extended duration. Yet, the tornado indeed showed no signs of abating, and it loomed ever closer. A chill ran down the wolf Fong Avalanche's spine as shards of ice threatened to strike his face. What? How is this possible? It was only then that both men realized something was amiss and began to scrutinize the swirling vortex intently. My lord, there seems to be someone within that tornado. Of course, I am not blind. I noticed that long ago. This is bad. It's that little brat. Fenghua Nuteo focused his gaze and, to his astonishment, recognized that it was Naruto Uzumaki who had been struck by his tornado. Remarkably, the boy had not perished and was approaching in an exceedingly flamboyant manner. Konoha Great Whirlwind. At the moment when Uzumaki Naruto acknowledged that he had been swept away, a fleeting sense of panic washed over him. However, as he acclimated to the onslaught of the whirlwind, he discerned that such intensity of assault posed no lethal threat to him. In fact, he found it scarcely more than a mere inconvenience, illustrated by the numbers -1 -1 -1 -1 -10 -1 10,000 and 86 10,000. Even when struck, the damage merely grazed his skin, quickly mended by the diligent efforts of his blood platelets. Once he regained his equilibrium, Naruto was beset by the dilemma of how to descend from this precarious situation. The assault, while not particularly damaging, was imbued with a profound sense of humiliation, spinning him incessantly and rendering his proud image into a mockery. Yet, inspiration struck him swiftly. He recalled that Lee Rock had once employed a similar tactic against the Konoha dragon. Run, he shouted, propelled by a sudden urgency, darting towards the distance. Meanwhile, the wolf Fong Avalanche, caught unawares, was unceremoniously engulfed by the tempest. Lord Wind and Snow Fury. The cries echoed as Naruto, catching sight of his adversary swept up in the maelstrom, halted his rotation. Harnessing the force of the tornado, he soared upward. Inside the vortex, the wolf Fong Avalanche was battered mercilessly by ice, blood streaming from his wounds. Seizing the moment, Naruto delivered a deft kick. 1. The right shoulder of the wolf Fong Avalanche shattered upon impact, leaving only sinew and flesh tenuously connecting his arm. Propelled by the force of his strike, Naruto pierced through the wind barrier, reaching the opposite side of the whirlwind, and once again harnessing the gusts, he launched a second kick at the wolf Fong Avalanche 2. This time, the strike landed on his left leg, cleaving the figure in two, with severed limbs lost to the swirling chaos. 3. Riding the winds. Another kick shattered the wolf Fong Avalanche's lower jaw, sending teeth scattering in disarray. Following this upward assault, Naruto executed a 540-degree spin, delivering a powerful blow against the body of the wolf Fong Avalanche. 4. His right foot crashed into the man's waist, puncturing his kidney. 5. The left foot struck his heart, causing it to shatter into fragments. 6. The final blow pierced through his ribcage, forcefully thrusting him into the ground. In an instant, the storm abated, sweeping away the snow to reveal long-forgotten earth, alongside the grotesquely disfigured corpse ensnared within the pit. The power of my technique is truly terrifying. The might of the 8 gates of Doenjia is geometrically amplified within me. In the midst of the tempest, Naruto Uzumaki, in a bid to master the storm, unleashed the 8 gates. In an instant, he ascended to the 6th gate. Upon merging with the essence of the 3 Yang release techniques, the power released by the 8 gates reached a magnitude capable of altering the heavens themselves. This was far beyond the mere summoning of an ordinary tornado conjured by the wind and fury. After merely 2 rotations, Naruto successfully claimed the right to wield the Black Dragon Storm's deadly force through the Leaf Whirlwind, granting him the ability to traverse its realm with ease. This technique is indeed formidable, allowing him not only to manipulate others under his command, but also to execute swift strikes with his physical speed. Henceforth, let us bestow upon it the name Leaf Whirlwind Great Tornado, 6th form. Naruto Uzumaki, having just named his newly invented technique, lightly leaped twice in place to adjust his balance on the ground. He then quickly caught up with the fleeing Wind Blossom Fury. The latter, glancing back at the little menace pursuing him, shouted in frustration, "Who on earth are you? Why are you targeting me so relentlessly? You're merely a passing ninja, remember that." As Naruto closed the distance, he executed a swift kick. Wind Blossom Fury attempted to retaliate with a kick of his own. Yet the disparity in their combat prowess was glaringly evident. The impact sent Wind Blossom Fury spiraling through the air, akin to a warrior daring to confront a lion, crashing to the ground and skidding for quite some time before finally coming to a halt. Cough. Where did this monster come from? His taijutsu is terrifying. Even in my chakra armor, I am no match for him. Chapter 44. The new daimyo Wind Blossom Fury, awkwardly wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, managed to prop himself up from the ground. "You little brat, if you have the skill, Why not refrain from using taijutsu? Are you brave enough to engage me with ninjutsu? Seeing Wind Blossom Fury still capable of rising, Naruto halted his advance, a smirk playing on his lips as if a delightful thought had crossed his mind. He called out to Wind Blossom Fury, "All right, bring it on. Whatever ninjutsu you wish to employ, I shall counter." He chuckled, "Hey, kid, this is your own doing." Upon hearing Naruto actually acquiesce to his challenge, Wind Blossom Fury inwardly rejoiced. In his perspective, his ninjutsu, particularly the ice release, would unleash greater power given the advantageous terrain. And with the protection of his chakra armor to absorb the damage from Naruto's techniques, he felt confident. While the outcome of a battle of taijutsu was uncertain, a clash of ninjutsu would undoubtedly favor him. "All right, on the count of 3, we shall commence." Agreed. 1. Wind Blossom Fury began forming hand seals. 2. Naruto Uzumaki widened his eyes in astonishment. Naruto Uzumaki. Ice Release, Double Black Dragon Storm. Fengwa Nuteo. Ice Release, Double Black Dragon Storm. What? How is this possible? How could you possibly wield such a technique? And faster than I? Just as Fengwa Nuteo was taken aback by the realization that his original move had been utilized by Naruto Uzumaki, the 4 ice storms collided with one another. 4 black tornadoes intertwined, resembling 4 ravenous black dragons engaged in a fierce struggle. In an instant, the skies transformed dramatically, as if the entire world had succumbed to darkness, with countless snowflakes being drawn into the vortex of the 4 tornadoes. "You have already lost." With eyes adorned with 3 tomo, Naruto shouted fiercely, increasing the flow of chakra from his hands, merging the 2 black dragon storms on his side into one, magnified by several dozen times. In a heartbeat, the 4 storms that had previously been evenly matched were devoured into a singularity, and this terrifying snowstorm surged towards Fengwa Nuteo. This cannot be. No. A tempest intertwined with countless shards of black ice engulfed Fengwa Nuteo, and within a mere second, his chakra armor was torn asunder, transforming him into a blood-red crystal, merging with the black storm, only to vanish without a trace. Naruto Uzumaki exhaled deeply, having expended a significant amount of his chakra in a fervent display. Alas, he had claimed that this time he would rely solely on taijutsu and kenjutsu, yet he ultimately resorted to ninjutsu to conclude the battle. It seemed rather futile to discuss such matters now. At that moment, Might Guy approached, accompanied by Windflower and Snow, observing from a distance. "My intention was for you to execute the assassination using only taijutsu and kenjutsu to eliminate Windflower's tumult, yet you charged in and decimated them. While you have indeed honed your skills in ninjutsu and swordsmanship, you have neglected the essence of a ninja's techniques." After witnessing the entire spectacle, Might Guy fervently admonished Naruto, his expectations having been utterly shattered. In response, Naruto retorted without hesitation, "How can you criticize my lack of ninja techniques? One glance at me, and everyone recognizes a Leaf Village ninja, and who claimed I did not engage in assassination. Ask the people here if they know who dispatched their leader. An unparalleled assassination. Indeed. All right, I concede that you have a point." Faced with Naruto's sharp counter, Might Guy found himself at a loss for words. After all, reflecting on his past missions, he had indeed embodied the spirit of a Leaf Village whirlwind, exuding youthful fervor. However, he could hardly be blamed. Such conduct had been instilled in him by his predecessors, leading him astray. Is this truly the end? Windflower and Snow gazed in disbelief at the chaotic battlefield before them, struggling to comprehend that the nightmare they had endured for so many years had been shattered in mere moments. Rest assured, I assure you that the villains have been thoroughly vanquished. Once you summon your subjects, you shall reign as your Royal Highness, or rather, as your Majesty the Queen. Naruto Uzumaki observed the bewildered expression on the face of Kazuhana Yukijetsu, and thus approached her side, leaping slightly to tap her shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Speaking of loyal subjects, I am aware of where the most devoted among them reside. I have experienced it myself and know their whereabouts. Noticing Might Guy's exuberant demeanor, Yukijetsu couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. Were they truly the people of the Land of Snow? After all, she herself was uncertain whether any loyal subjects remained. The choice she made to overthrow the reign of FKNT was merely a burden inherited from her father, driven by compassion for those who suffered. 3 days later, amid the witness of numerous citizens from the Land of Snow, Yukijetsu completed her inauguration ceremony as the daimyo. Utilizing the hexagonal crystal, she activated the geothermal apparatus, bestowing the entire Land of Snow with a genuine spring. In my opinion, this geothermal device should be employed for the cultivation of crops. The development of the Land of Snow ultimately relies upon its snow. Upon the conclusion of the ceremony, Naruto turned to the now-believing Yukijetsu and remarked, "Oh? And why is that? I merely offer you this suggestion. The decision to act rests with you." Naruto Uzumaki, clearly still apprehensive about the suspicions that Fuka Koyuki harbored regarding their intentions, decided to preemptively address the matter. Upon hearing his words, Fuka Koyuki's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she shyly replied, all right, I completely trust you now. Please, go ahead and share what you wish to say." Encouraged by her response, Naruto finally unveiled a sudden inspiration that had emerged from the memories of his past life as a traveler. Consider this. What is the most renowned aspect of the land of snow? Snow, right? Yes, snow. But aside from snow, what else is there? Virtually nothing. Fuka Koyuki fell silent, reflecting on the hardships her father had endured since her ascension to leadership. The land of snow was plagued by a scarcity of resources, with food supplies barely sufficient for a few months. Coupled with the lavish expenditures of Fuka Koyuki's predecessor, the nation was teetering on the brink of economic ruin, leaving its citizens in dire straits. Chapter 45. The tourism plan for the land of snow. If the economy of the land of snow is to flourish, it can only leverage its snow. However, snow, while abundant, serves little purpose. The daily accumulation is overwhelming and virtually impossible to clear. How can this facilitate national development? In response to Fuka Koyuki's curiosity, Naruto smiled enigmatically. To my knowledge, there exists a place called the Snow Family, perpetually shrouded in white. Initially, it was merely an ordinary locale, yet one day, its snowy vistas became widely recognized. Consequently, throngs of people traversed great distances simply to witness and engage with the snow, leading to a significant economic boost for the region. Are you suggesting that we attract visitors from other nations to travel here for the snow? Fuka Koyuki, being well-versed in worldly affairs, understood the potential benefits of the tourism industry. Precisely. This is why I assert that, for the land of snow, snow is even more vital than spring. Spring is quite common in the land of fire. If someone wishes to experience it, they would undoubtedly choose to travel there rather than to the land of snow. However, for those desiring to experience winter, particularly the exquisite quality of snow, they must come to the land of snow or the land of iron. Yet, the land of iron is primarily inhabited by warriors, whose economy hinges on iron mining, resulting in a landscape riddled with pits and air pollution. In terms of environmental quality, the land of snow undoubtedly surpasses the land of iron. Indeed, our land of snow suffers from a severe lack of mineral resources, which has stunted industrialization, ensuring that our environment remains far superior to that of the land of iron. Indeed, this approach could undoubtedly establish a reputation for high-quality snowfall, captivating visitors. Once we draw them in, there will be no concern about leaving a lasting impression. From my perspective, the first time I beheld the land of snow, I was utterly astonished. Consider places like the land of hot springs and the land of rainbows, which effectively leverage their unique geographical advantages to attract tourists and enhance their national wealth. The land of snow can certainly emulate this strategy, utilizing its natural snowy landscapes to entice visitors. Furthermore, wind, flowers, angry waves has indeed contributed positively by laying down railway tracks within the land of snow, thus facilitating the transportation of tourists. Additionally, there is potential to establish film studios specifically designed for filmmakers seeking snowy backdrops. Naruto Uzumaki effortlessly grasped the ideas proposed by Kazuhana Koyuki and, resonating with her thoughts, nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, we could even invite director Tenzai Okamura to film a segment here, which I believe would yield remarkable publicity. In an instant, the two seemed to unlock a shared creative vein, and a torrent of innovative concepts erupted between them, igniting a fervent discussion. Meanwhile, Might Guy, waiting nearby, wore a perplexed expression. As a taijutsu ninja, he could barely formulate strategies, let alone comprehend matters of economics. He was utterly bewildered. With no other recourse, he resigned himself to doing push-ups to pass the time. As twilight descended, the duo generated countless proposals for the development of the land of snow. However, these remained mere ideas, fraught with challenges yet to be addressed. Given the current state of the land of snow, it lacked even suitable managerial talent, and the only support for Kazuhana Koyuki came from the loyalty of its citizens. Alas, the scarcity of talent was a pressing concern. How could I possibly manage such a vast nation? Kazuhana Koyuki, abandoning all pretense, sprawled on the ground. Rolling about in a carefree manner, her youthful spirit rekindled after the nation's reclamation. Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, her eyes glinting with a mischievous light as she gazed at Naruto. What if? She mused with a playful smirk. Oh, never mind. It's all that scoundrel Kazuhana Nuta's fault. What am I to do? observing the girl's performance, which was part feigned and part genuine. Naruto couldn't help but marvel at her talent. Truly, she was an actress, particularly adept in her role as queen. Do you not realize that sometimes employing clever tricks in the presence of true strength can be perilous? He remarked. Yet, she had done nothing of the sort. The queen's eyes sparkled with cunning. She was fully aware that so brazenly testing Naruto's resolve was a treacherous endeavor. One misstep could incite their wrath, potentially leading to the nation's ruin. Nevertheless, it was precisely because he was Naruto Uzumaki that Kazahana Koyuki dared to take such a gamble. Had she not been willing to collaborate with him from the outset, she would never have ascended to the throne alongside him. This test was merely a means for her to find a reason to place her complete trust in Naruto, thus allowing the Land of Snow to embrace him. After all, conditions could hardly be worse than during Kazahana Nuda's reign, when the populace suffered in abject poverty and hunger. If the aspirations they had just discussed with Naruto could be realized, the entire nation would transform, flourishing into a more prosperous and joyful place. Oh, is little Koyuki troubled by the absence of suitable aids? At that moment, during their exchange of glances, the bored Mike Guy, who had been doing squats, finally seized upon a topic to which he could contribute. I have a candidate who might be of assistance. His name is Mitai Asama. Shallow Asama Santayu? That name seems somewhat familiar, yet I cannot recall who it belongs to. Upon hearing Meitima's interjection, Fenghua Xiaoshue's eyes sparkled with a mirth reminiscent of sunlight melting crystalline ice. She seamlessly joined the conversation. You must have encountered him. He was at your registration ceremony, a man with a flat head. Ah, yes, wearing glasses. Never mind. I can't remember. Just go find him tomorrow. Once you see him, his visage will surely come back to me. Brother, have you caught something from Kai? How is it that you've even developed prosopagnosia? Naruto Uzumaki, too, expressed his disdain for Might Guy, deeming the recent events trivial. To him, nothing could be as reliable as one's own strength. His mention of the economic development of the Land of Snow was merely a means to ensure that when he eventually returned to Konohagakure, he would possess ample achievements to boast about. After all, he would inevitably return, but not as a ninja of the leaf. Rather, he intended to return in a manner that would be more audacious and confrontational, inciting resentment from those who had discriminated against him and subjected him to subtle forms of bullying, yet leaving them powerless to retaliate. With this in mind, Kazahana Yuki placed her trust in Santaifu. The following day, she summoned him, and after a series of discussions between the two, Yuki resolved to appoint Santaifu as her advisor. This decision moved Asama Santaifu to tears, as he had never anticipated that the young leader Yuki would place such trust in him. He vowed aloud to remain eternally loyal to Kazahana Yuki. Chapter 46. Kazahana Naruto. A year had passed since the coup in the Land of Snow. Naruto Uzumaki hastily departed from the desolate Land of Snow, a realm perpetually blanketed in white, where anyone would soon grow weary of its endless chill. The esteemed prince was on his way to the residence of the Fire Daimyo. Very well, I comprehend. I shall be adequately prepared, he affirmed. Then I shall take my leave, he concluded. Indeed, go forth, came the response. Inside the carriage, a languid middle-aged man dismissed his subordinates with a wave, stifling a yawn as he turned to glance at another occupant. Such matters are truly exasperating. I feel as though I am merely a tool, incessantly directed to do this and that. The other individual, with hands clasped in gratitude, replied, I am immensely thankful. I truly cannot handle such affairs. If it were left to me, what would happen if I were to take offense at the daimyo and strike him? Oh, your gratitude lacks sincerity. Never mind, you owe me, the first retorted. The two conversing within the carriage were indeed two Narutos. One, diminutive in stature, donned lavish noble attire, his golden hair adorned with streaks of red and white. The other, clad in humble ministerial garb, sported a head of white hair. After all, such matters were familiar territory for you, Lord Windflower Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki wore a lewd grin as he gazed at the Naruto clad in a traditional outfit. Windflower Naruto, visibly irritated, retorted, enough already. For over half a year, all you two can do is mock me with such trivial matters. Time has been reverted 6 months back. And after a series of final tests, a profound belief in the talents of Naruto Uzumaki and his endeavors in the Land of Snow has emerged. He was bestowed with the esteemed title of Prince, granting him the second highest authority in the realm. Thus, through their collaboration, the Land of Snow embarked on a journey towards developing its tourism industry. However, it is regrettable that despite the brilliance of this idea, both individuals were mere novices, lacking experience. For 3 months, they struggled to make any progress. One day, feeling bored with his training, Naruto casually practiced the ice release techniques of the Land of Snow and unexpectedly summoned another version of himself. This particular Naruto was quite extraordinary compared to others, notably. He did not possess the Nine-Tails and had lived his life as an ordinary ninja during the chaos of the Nine-Tails. Minato Namikaze had considered the potential darkness lurking within the village and decided to seal the Nine-Tails within himself, allowing Naruto to grow up unremarkably. True to expectations, Naruto became a proficient ordinary ninja and heroically rescued the princess of the Land of Snow during a mission to escort a film director, empowering her to overthrow her uncle's tyrannical rule and inadvertently winning her heart. Thus, the wheel of history turned erratically, as this ordinary ninja without the Nine-Tails was inevitably released by Konoha at the behest of the Land of Snow's feudal lord. The two lived joyously together, with Naruto even adopting the surname of the Fubuki family. Meanwhile, due to the Nine-Tails being sealed away by Minato and the absence of Naruto's connections, Sasuke Uchiha, after aligning himself with Orochimaru, went on a rampage, annihilating his entire organization, including Kabuto. This led to a world devoid of the Nine-Tails chakra, causing the Akatsuki, Obito Uchiha, Madara Uchiha, and Kagaya's schemes to be unexpectedly thwarted, allowing them to peacefully reach the age of 30 for Fubuki Naruto. At this point, Fubuki Naruto had evolved into a politician and diplomat with unparalleled strength. Naturally elated by the summoning of another version of himself, he entrusted the resolution of pressing matters to his alternate self. Faced with the request from another version of himself and the wife of this alternate self, he found it difficult to decline. Thus, in his spare moments, he began managing various affairs of the Land of Snow while also incorporating insights from their tourism plans into his own realm. It is worth noting that Might Guy and Fubuki Naruto often engaged in heated debates over who was the more admirable romantic interest. However, in the midst of their arguments, Guy would be reminded by Naruto that Fubuki was indeed his wife, while Sakura Haruno's affections for Sasuke Uchiha often led to her being metaphorically defeated. After several months of such banter, Guy reached his own conclusion. Despite his efforts to prevent it, the formidable figure of Six Paths Madara ultimately manifested in this world. Confronted with the boss-like Madara, Guy, after fruitlessly calling upon the Sage of Six Paths, intervened to stop Might Guy from opening the Eighth Gate. With unwavering resolve, he unleashed the final technique of the Eighth Gate, ultimately defeating Madara. With the final boss vanquished, the world welcomed a newfound peace. With only Kagaya remaining hidden in the shadows, Might Guy himself, however, was left exhausted. Uttering a perplexing farewell to his comrades, "If the Sage of Six Paths 1T saved me, I can only rely on you, my other self." From that moment, time in Guy's world froze. One might say that your reaction to Might Guy's departure seems devoid of sorrow. In the carriage, Kazuhana Naruto inquired about Uzumaki Naruto, who, despite frequently exchanging banter with Minma, had been troubled for quite some time. However, Uzumaki Naruto, after enduring much guidance, displayed little reaction, which struck Kazuhana Naruto as peculiar. "Of course, I felt sorrow," he stated, "but it was not overwhelming, for I have come to terms with it." "Come to terms with it?" "Indeed, I have." Naruto Uzumaki continuously crafted icy figurines resembling his former selves, a skill he acquired after inheriting the body of Windflower Naruto and mastering the art of snow release. They had not truly perished, rather, time stood still at the moment before their demise. My objective is to enhance my power to a level where I can rescue them, traversing into their realm to save them from death, ensuring that every world culminates in a happy ending. Such aspirations seem effortless. Yet the thought of foes even Might Guy cannot conquer sends shivers down my spine. Fortunately, my world is devoid of such terrifying adversaries. I am confident that I shall eventually reach that pinnacle, continuously harnessing the strength of my alternate selves. My yang release will inevitably evolve to the point of blood resurrection, enabling me to vanquish the likes of Six Paths Obito with ease. It is astonishing. I believe my prowess was formidable, only to discover that my counterparts in alternate dimensions are all equally extraordinary. Listening to Naruto's account, Windflower Naruto could not help but interject with a touch of sarcasm. "You'd best exercise caution. After all, the Otsutsuki from your world should be arriving soon, correct?" Observing Windflower Naruto's nonchalant demeanor, Naruto suddenly remarked with a wicked grin, "The Otsutsuki? What manner of entity is that?" A sense of foreboding washed over Windflower Naruto. They are entities far more terrifying than Six Paths Obito, and even I am oblivious to their true identities. You should flatter me now, so that I may come to your aid when the time comes. No way. The thought of his own world facing peril drove Windflower Naruto to a state of utter despair as he cried out, Naruto Uzumaki remains oblivious to the boundaries of the Tsutsuki clan, for he possesses no recollection of Boruto's adventures within the memories of a traveler. He has merely heard whispers of such tales. Thus, when contemplating the existence of extraterrestrial beings, Naruto remains vigilant, believing that acquiring knowledge, however small, is beneficial. I am not worried. After all, you are here, aren't you? With your rapid growth and strength, I surmise that in a few years, you will easily dispatch those Tsutsuki. Naruto, adopting the demeanor of a devoted subordinate, swiftly approached Uzumaki Naruto and began to massage his shoulders. TSK, your technique is remarkably adept. You must have practiced this at home quite often. Haven't you? Well, practice makes perfect. Occasionally, I also massage my daughter's shoulders. She is roughly your age. So it comes easily. I can't shake the feeling that you're taking advantage of me. Not at all. At that moment, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, accompanied by the sounds of shouting from outside. The two Narutos exchanged glances, and Uzumaki inquired, "What is happening, Your Highness?" "There are two ninjas outside who have gotten into a scuffle and are currently being assaulted." Damn, even the security in the capital of the Land of Fire is lacking. Naruto Uzumaki cursed under his breath and leaned out of the carriage, eager to witness the spectacle of two individuals engaged in a fierce altercation. Before him, a burly figure clad in black and masked was being mercilessly subdued by a ninja adorned with the Leaf Village headband, who was pressing him to the ground while the latter pleaded for mercy. "Please, spare me. I swear I shall never dare again." In broad daylight. Such audacity to forcibly abduct children. Who else deserves punishment if not you? "My lady, kindly step aside. Allow me to deal with this scoundrel." The Leaf Ninja rolled his eyes and brandished a kunai, preparing to strike. The desperate kidnapper, upon seeing the glint of the weapon, intensified his pleas, straining against his bonds. Amidst his struggles, he caught sight of a young girl in splendid attire standing not far away. "My lady, please, spare me. I truly cannot do this anymore. I have a gravely ill child at home, and I lack the funds for treatment. Otherwise, I would never resort to such despicable acts. I beg you, let me go." Upon hearing the kidnapper's pitiful words, the young noblewoman approached slowly, halting her subordinate's actions. "Is it truly because of a sick family member that you have stooped so low?" The kidnapper, observing the noble girl who appeared to be no older than 5 or 6, thought he had found salvation and perhaps even an opportunity to coax her for some money. He nodded fervently. "Indeed. My family is in dire straits. My loved one has been bedridden for over a decade, and we have exhausted all our resources. I had no choice but to engage in such immoral deeds. Please, have mercy on me. Without me, how will my poor child survive?" Witnessing the kidnapper's desperate theatrics, the young noblewoman's eyes flickered with compassion. However, the sight of such a dismal narrative made her feel a sense of ire, especially since it involved someone familiar. Nearby, Naruto, peering through the carriage window, expressed his displeasure with a scowl. "If you are indeed so pitiable, you may deserve a reprieve." The noblewoman's gaze softened with sympathy. "Very well. But perhaps it is best to break all your limbs and cast you into the dungeon." Suddenly, the veins beside her eyes bulged, and her pupils transformed into a haunting blue. The kidnapper, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, frantically attempted to escape, but it was too late. Hinata, moving with remarkable speed, struck at his limbs with precision. The blue chakra pierced through his acupuncture points, shattering his internal meridians. "My hands, my feet. Why can I not feel them?" He screamed in horror as Hinata shattered his shoulder, her cherubic face now twisted with ferocity. "I detest kidnappers, especially those who abduct children. People like you deserve a fate worse than death." You, the robber lying on the ground, finally succumbed to the pain and fainted. 10. Throw this wretched fellow further away. Do not impede the carriage behind us. Do you have any idea how much time has been wasted? Hinata, while addressing her guards, offered a polite gesture to Naruto Uzumaki's carriage. "I sincerely apologize for the delay. We encountered a scoundrel attempting to abduct a young girl, and I was unable to restrain myself." Observing Hinata, who had moments ago appeared fierce, now transformed into a gentle noblewoman, the coachman swallowed hard. He lifted the curtain to inquire about his prince's wishes. Naruto, seated alone inside the carriage, nodded in acknowledgement, signaling that the matter was resolved and the coachman could respond accordingly. "It is quite all right, Mississippi. My master bears no ill will." Hinata performed another courteous bow before departing with her guards. "My lady, such matters can be entrusted to your subordinates. There is no need for you to intervene personally." "Humph. I detest kidnappers above all else. This fellow is perfect for me to practice my skills." I have yet to attempt the technique of disassembling a person's chakra on a living target. Indeed, Tin thought to himself, observing the fierce expression on Hinata's face. It seems the young lady is truly incensed. The day is far from over, yet she has unleashed her inner persona. What are you sneaking around for? Show yourself. Hinata's commanding shout caused Tin to break into a cold sweat, immediately assuming a defensive stance while activating his Byakugan to scan for nearby foes. How perilous! Someone is tailing us? The young lady is indeed a prodigy. She sensed the presence of an enemy even before I did. I harbor no malicious intent. I'm merely curious about the dynamics between you two. As Hinata's piercing, pale blue eyes fixed on his concealed position, Naruto realized he had been discovered and stepped forward, indicating his lack of hostility. The moment he emerged, Hinata was taken aback. This person, why does he evoke such a sense of familiarity? Yet she quickly regained her composure and questioned, no ill will? Then why disguise your appearance with chakra? Chapter 48. Hinata Hyuga. Faced with Hinata's inquiry, Naruto felt quite helpless. Upon seeing Hinata in stark contrast to his recollections, curiosity had compelled him to step away from the carriage for a closer look. Unbeknownst to him, this curiosity led to the revelation of his whereabouts, leaving him no choice but to emerge sheepishly while employing a transformation technique to obscure his visage. After all, being from the Hyuga clan, it would be unwise to reveal his true identity and invite their retribution. If one truly fears retaliation from the Hyuga clan, they ought not to pursue. Next time, I would appreciate it if curiosity were kept in check. After listening to Naruto Uzumaki's explanation, Hinata Hyuga waved her hand, signaling him to depart swiftly. All right. Thank you for your mercy, my lady. I shall take my leave now. With that, Naruto leapt away, akin to a bird taking flight from the eaves. Once Hinata confirmed with her Byakugan that Naruto had indeed left, she exhaled in relief and hastily turned to Neji, saying, we must return quickly. Our whereabouts have been compromised. We cannot afford to attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, and we have lingered long enough to cause our father concern. Yes, my lady. Just as the two Hyuga departed, a small stone on the ground sprouted 3 legs and stood upright, subsequently illuminating with a round, shiny mirror, pursuing them. I apologize, I am simply too curious. Why does Hinata Hyuga from my world differ from the one I recall? Please forgive my deceit. Near a distant stall, Naruto Uzumaki donned a pair of glasses displaying video footage, deftly maneuvering surveillance gadgets while half-heartedly uttering apologies. Before long, the devices trailed Hinata and her companion to a residence steeped in traditional aesthetics. Seated in the main chair was Hayashi Hyuga, casually munching on sunflower seeds and sipping tea. Upon noticing Hinata's return, he blandly remarked, Hinata, you're back? Ah, yes, I'm back, old man, she replied. Suddenly, Hayashi sputtered, spraying tea everywhere, flustered as he wiped his mouth. Oh, it's you, Hinata. I thought today wasn't your turn. Oh, it's nothing, Hinata replied nonchalantly, settling cross-legged and pouring herself a cup of tea, which she downed in one go. Ah, I was parched. Now, Hinata, Hayashi admonished gently, as a young lady, you ought to carry yourself with poise, especially in the Hyuga family. Enough of this. Just let Hinata handle such matters. Your nagging is quite bothersome, Hinata interjected, clearly uninterested in her father's lecture. Fine, fine. Enjoy your sunflower seeds, he conceded. Rising, she beckoned Shino over, whispering, what happened? Why did Hinata come out today? Isn't it not her turn? Shino replied in hushed tones, while we were at the market, we encountered a thief attempting to abduct a young girl. Enraged, Hinata immediately transformed and confronted the thief, striking him with a punch. What? Did Hinata get hurt? I mean, did she tarnish our family's reputation? Hayashi feigned concern, a smirk playing on his lips. Rest assured, head of the family, she did not. After Hinata's punch, the thief fled, and I apprehended him, pinning him to the ground. Ultimately, he was incapacitated by Hinata's unique technique. Ah, the gentle fist technique. Hayashi shivered involuntarily at the memory of experiencing it himself, yet maintained his authoritative demeanor. Well, that was handled well. Our family's honor remains intact. No one came looking for trouble afterward? Actually, one individual did follow discreetly, but Hinata spotted them immediately, prompting the individual to retreat. Humph. Lucky for him, he fled swiftly. Otherwise, I would have ensured he regretted his choices, Hayashi proclaimed, embodying an air of dignified authority. Long live the head of the family. Shino immediately clasped his hands in salute, praising Hayashi. The daughter of the family seems to be increasingly exhibiting a dominant personality, laughs. It is a case of personality fragmentation. Having just savored a large bowl of rich broth at the noodle shop, Naruto finds himself contemplating the unpredictability of life. To his surprise, the little girl he once remembered has transformed into such a bold character. Her temperament is quite audacious, and according to the memories of the traveler, it is said that she will eventually become my wife. What a striking personality! As Naruto Uzumaki contemplated the notion of spending his life with someone, a shiver coursed through him. Fortunately, that moment had yet to materialize. The thought of marriage was utterly daunting, and he found it perplexing that so many of his counterparts had found their affections. What, after all, was so admirable about women? It was evident that Naruto had not yet reached the age of understanding their inherent virtues. Why, one might wonder, did Windflower Naruto harbor feelings for Windflower Sakura? It was strange, given that all his other selves were enamored with Sakura, yet he had chosen to wed Windflower Snow. What then was to become of Hinata? This conundrum was bewildering indeed. Much like Naruto, who found his thoughts ensnared in a peculiar labyrinth, Hinata Hyuga was also engulfed in her own turmoil. "Thank you for today," she shyly expressed, her fingers timidly tapping together as she conveyed her gratitude to Naruto. Yet, what was there to be thankful for? Such a person ought not to exist in this world. Were it not for his presence, Naruto would not have gone missing. With frustration, Hinata slammed her hands on the table, but in the next moment, she sat up straight, adjusting her posture. "Is there still no news of Naruto-kun?" she lamented. Her legs crossed as she gulped down her tea in exasperation. Still, there was no sign of him. Damn it, it had been over a year. Who was it that claimed Naruto had appeared in the Land of Fire? I came all this way searching, yet found nothing. After all, it was Naruto-kun. Just wait. One day, I shall take my revenge on the Cloud Village. Since that fateful night when Naruto had been taken from her, Hinata's spirit had undergone tremendous strain, leaving her in a precarious state. Simultaneously, a fervent desire for strength began to blossom within her. Her training became far more rigorous than ever before, often leaving her battered and bruised, much to her parents' distress. During meals, she became oblivious to the stares of others, eating relentlessly as long as hunger gnawed at her, driven by the belief that consuming more would lead to greater strength. Chapter 49, The Banquet, Part 1. In that same year, war erupted between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning, resulting in significant casualties on both sides. As one of the catalysts for this conflict, Hinata found herself the target of many harsh words from the villagers. However, thanks to her bodyguards, she managed to avoid serious harm. Nonetheless, within her own clan, life was far from easy. She often faced disdain from the branch family members who had lost their kin to the war. One fateful day, after an arduous training session, she was unexpectedly attacked by a deranged member of the branch family. "It's your fault. It's all your fault. You cursed main family members are to blame for my parents' fate." The assailant, clad in a maid outfit and wielding a sharp blade, lunged fiercely at Hinata. "Am I to die? However, I have yet to locate Naruto. Your demeanor is undeniably too feeble. Such a character could be vanquished with a single blow." With a fierce sense of indignation, Hinata Hyuga emerged, her commanding personality and the fruit of her arduous training allowing her to deftly evade the maid's strike in an instant. Subsequently, she executed the 8 trigrams palm, striking the maid's pressure point and bringing her to the ground, where she was swiftly subdued by the oncoming guards. Who are you?" "Me? I am you. From now on, I shall be the one to protect you." Henceforth, Hinata embarked on a life of duality, with her two personas seamlessly alternating, complementing each other in both etiquette and strength, leaving both the main and branch families speechless. "Recently, my appetite has been growing exponentially, yet my weight remains unchanged. The gazes of those around me have become increasingly peculiar." As Hinata gently caressed her abdomen, she recalled how her family looked at her during meals, causing her to shyly lower her head. "What does it matter? As long as my strength increases, that is what truly counts. Have you not noticed that the more we consume, the farther we can see? Well, I believe this matter regarding vision should be discussed with Father." "What for?" "Dealing with those old relics from the main family is already troublesome enough. If you bring this up, they will scrutinize us daily." But Father never mentioned any such changes. That simply means he is unaware as well. Why bring it up at all? Regardless, seeing farther and having an increased chakra reserve is undoubtedly a good thing. Such secrets should be kept to ourselves. All right, fine. If I must disclose it, it cannot be now. Let us wait a few years until we graduate from the Ninja Academy. After all, we must possess our own strength. Relying on others in this world is futile. We need the ability to protect ourselves. As she spoke of strength, Hinata recalled that fateful night with Naruto Uzumaki, her excitement causing her to activate her Byakugan. Within her once pure Byakugan, countless ethereal blue glimmers danced, revealing a view of half the capital city from her perspective. That evening, how did your discussion go over there? Sigh. Without a doubt, it went splendidly. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. In a room, Naruto Uzumaki lay on his bed, speaking to Kazahana Naruto. Do you think negotiations can be concluded as easily as buying vegetables at the village gate? Even purchasing vegetables requires haggling, let alone a matter as intricate as this. Kazahana Naruto, fatigued, lay sprawled on the blanket, responding with a hint of annoyance. Today we managed to cover a small portion. The rest shall be addressed at tomorrow night's banquet. Must we still attend the banquet? I thought we would be free by now. Naruto Uzumaki expressed his impatience. Lamenting that due to the influence of Tomei's antics, he felt quite restless when he did not train for a single day. Oh well, he sighed. It's futile to explain things to a novice like you. It only exhausts me further. It's quite amusing that the two of you even thought of this, sending a 9-year-old to discuss diplomatic matters. You should have seen the look in the eyes of the Fire Nation's daimyo. Alas, the land of snow lacks capable individuals, so it falls upon me, the prince, to undertake this journey. Naruto Uzumaki, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched his head. But the trouble lies with me. Windflower Naruto retorted with irritation, maintaining his transformation technique while simultaneously engaging in a battle of wits with those troublesome fellows. Fortunately, their guards were nothing but inept fools who failed to notice. After all, you possess extensive experience in conflict. Besides, isn't aiding the land of snow akin to assisting your own family? You can glean valuable insights this time, which you may directly apply upon your return to your own world. Well, I sincerely thank you for that. Meanwhile, we've established a direct rail connection back home. While you haven't even popularized railroads here, Windflower Naruto scoffed, then turned to face Naruto Uzumaki with a serious expression. By the way, you'll be making an appearance in person tomorrow. Huh? Why? Aren't you worried that you'll jeopardize the negotiations you've painstakingly initiated today? There's no choice in the matter. Tomorrow's banquet will not only host nobles. I've heard that ninjas from Konoha will also be attending, so your personal presence is essential for credibility. Upon hearing this, Naruto Uzumaki displayed a troubled expression. Although he had dabbled in political affairs over the past year, he was clearly outmatched by these seasoned bureaucrats who had spent their lives in the political arena. Rest assured, I disguised myself with a shadow clone when I entered earlier today, using my own appearance. I initially thought that a mere 9-year-old child would lack persuasive power and that a ministerial figure should accompany me. To my surprise, this very disguise has managed to unravel our current predicament. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you in person, and we shall communicate through this mini earpiece. As he spoke, Windflower Naruto produced 2 tiny spherical devices from his pocket, resting them in the palm of his hand. Impressive. Truly, you are a master of your craft. A mini earpiece? Such a device exists in this world? As Uzumaki Naruto extolled the virtues of Kazahana Naruto, his curiosity led him to grasp the spherical object resting upon his palm. Naturally, such an item was non-existent in your world. However, I have traversed from 25 years into the future, where this innovative device serves as a means of clandestine communication. It is remarkably user-friendly, fitting unobtrusively within the ear, rendering it virtually undetectable to the untrained eye, and it operates without depleting chakra, thereby eluding the vigilance of shinobi. Upon witnessing such advanced technology, Uzumaki Naruto's eyes gleamed with excitement as he eagerly inserted it into his ear. Is it truly this sophisticated? Let us put it to the test. Observing the childlike enthusiasm of Uzumaki Naruto, Kazahana Naruto smiled faintly and executed the ice clone technique. The icy doppelganger placed the earpiece in its own ear and began to speak. Tomorrow, my original self will accompany you, and whatever you wish to convey will be communicated through my clone. This strategy ensures absolute security. Chapter 50. The Banquet, Part 2. The following day, within an opulent residence, an extravagant banquet unfolded, teeming with the elite and nobility of the Land of Fire, alongside distinguished guests from various nations. Yet, amidst the lavish spread, few attendees focused on the culinary delights. Instead, they engaged fervently in conversation with those around them. Finally, the matters at hand had been addressed, leaving only minutiae to be meticulously refined. Having just navigated a verbal duel, Kazahana Naruto wiped the perspiration from his brow and took a sip from his glass, moistening his parched lips. It was indeed exhausting, particularly with the feudal lord's incessant chuckles, which were utterly unbearable. Beside him, Uzumaki Naruto, on the verge of a breakdown from the charade, indulged in several pieces of cake to replenish his energy. This was a customary practice among the nobility, though he could not fathom the appeal of such laughter. Nevertheless, the negotiations had concluded, freeing them from the clutches of those maddening voices. Kazuhana Naruto lamented, "Indeed. I would rather engage in a battle than endure this farce any longer. Just moments ago, your clone exhibited no reaction to that motion, nearly exposing our ruse." Which truly startled me. Naruto Uzumaki made a gesture of thumping his chest, signifying that he was thoroughly startled. Feng Huaming'an promptly retorted with a disdainful glance. What can I do about it? Who could have anticipated that the daimyo would suddenly exhibit such erratic behavior? Fortunately, I reacted swiftly enough to articulate the situation. Never mind. Let us not dwell on that individual. The mere thought of him brings me discomfort. Naruto Uzumaki quickly waved his hands, wishing to divert the conversation from the matters concerning the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Indeed, that old man was hardly better than his own son. Kazuhana Naruto similarly found the topic distasteful. All that remained was to select a location for the establishment of the Snow Country Embassy, after which their plans for mutual cooperation could formally commence. Yes, once this establishment was complete, they could set their next plans into motion. However, discussing it now seemed premature. Who could say whether there might be hidden experts on the other side? As the two Narutos engaged in their lively discourse, a minister approached, accompanied by another individual. "Ah, I just had a profound conversation with the daimyo. We should exchange insights." Noticing the newcomer, Kazuhana Naruto promptly ceased his discussion and engaged with the minister. "Haha. The wisdom of the daimyo often provides me with great inspiration. Indeed, who is this?" After the customary pleasantries, Kazuhana Naruto inquired with curiosity. "Oh, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, Lord Hisashi Hyuga of the Hidden Leaf Village, and this is the esteemed prince of the Snow Country, along with our diplomatic envoy." Observing the serious young man before him, Kazuhana Naruto had already recognized him. The distinctive white eyes were unmistakable. Yet, he felt it appropriate to wait until the introductions were complete. Greetings, greetings. Amidst the diplomatic formalities, Naruto Uzumaki noticed the small figure trailing behind Hisashi Hyuga and realized, "Ah, that's why they appeared in the capital of the Land of Fire. The entire family has come. But why would the Hyuga clan, as ninjas, be here?" As Naruto's gaze shifted, Hinata Hyuga also spotted the boy of similar age. Those eyes looked so familiar, like Naruto-kun. Upon this realization, Hinata widened her eyes, scrutinizing Naruto Uzumaki, only to feel a wave of disappointment as she noted how he differed from the Naruto she envisioned. This was entirely understandable. Long ago in the Snow Country, Naruto had deliberately altered his appearance through makeup, hairstyle, and attire to create a different image. Upon arriving in the Land of Fire, he had further transformed, making his original visage and current appearance starkly different. Furthermore, Hinata had never seen Naruto's true face. She had only glimpsed photos taken by others using transformation techniques. The 2 years that had passed naturally contributed to the difficulty in recognition. Yet why do I feel he is Naruto-kun? Could it be that my longing has conjured illusions? Hinata approached the dignitaries to extend her greetings. At that moment, Hisashi Hyuga gently patted Hinata's back and addressed the assembly. "Greetings, esteemed lords." Hinata Hyuga donned an exquisite kimono adorned with a vibrant red and yellow palette, embellished with floral and cloud motifs intricately stitched in gold. Her hair was elegantly adorned with jeweled hairpins, striking a perfect balance between sophistication and charm, embodying the essence of a wealthy young lady. "Greetings. I am Kazuhana Kyuko." Wow, Lady Hinata is truly adorable, resembling a little fairy. She is destined to grow into a stunning beauty. "Oh, you're too kind." Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, beamed with delight at the praise directed towards his daughter. Meanwhile, Naruto Uzumaki, after exchanging pleasantries with Hinata, felt an intensifying sense of doubt. His voice is similar, yet how can he be the brother of the Snow Country's daimyo? Nevertheless, his eye and hair color resemble Naruto's. Darn it. Just use your Byakugan to see if he's disguised. That's not permissible, here. Using the Byakugan without cause could be deemed disrespectful. Father has pressing matters to attend to, and our presence is already a concession on his part. I cannot trouble him further. If Naruto is indeed the one, why hasn't he come to acknowledge us? If he forgets us, just wait and see. Yeah, Naruto owes us nothing. His abduction was our fault, and whether he recognizes us is only fair. I was merely stating the obvious. I know we owe him. Hence our relentless search. As Hinata's thoughts swirled, the formalities between both parties concluded, and she was reluctantly led away. In contrast to Hinata's inner turmoil, Naruto had far fewer concerns. His primary desire was to discreetly savor the delicacies of the banquet. Soon, the delightful soiree came to a close, with guests departing. and Naruto and his companion were no exception. I just checked, and the purpose of the Hyuga family's presence here is far from simple. Observing the Hyuga's conduct throughout the banquet, Kazuhana remarked, "Isn't it quite normal for nobles to attend such gatherings?" No, the Hyuga are not that kind of noble. They practice interclan marriage, and, as one of the oldest families, they have no need to come here to meet others. Furthermore, given their reserved nature, they typically refrain from engaging in political matters. Why would they suddenly attend such a banquet? Chapter 51. The Assault. Is it so strange? Isn't it quite normal for nobles to host banquets and foster connections? Naruto Uzumaki observed Hinata's turmoil over the matter and, filled with curiosity, inquired, No. This is quite unusual. The Hyuga clan is indeed noble, but that status is confined to Konoha, at least in my experience. Even the main family members would refrain from attending such gatherings, let alone the clan head. Regardless, it matters not. The Hyuga family, despite their reputation, poses little threat. Naruto Uzumaki remained unfazed. Based on his previous memories, the Hyuga clan possessed neither formidable offense nor defense, and even if they were to come in droves, he held no fear. Alas, one should not merely judge by appearances. The typically discreet Hyuga family attending such a gathering signifies some turmoil in Konoha, which could potentially disrupt our plans. Very well, I shall investigate this matter tomorrow. Indeed, it is imperative to conduct a thorough inquiry, for we currently possess scant knowledge regarding Konoha. Following the ravages of war, circumstances have undoubtedly shifted from what they once were. Yet, one must remain informed. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed in the distance. The two Narutos exchanged curious glances and hurried toward the source of the commotion. There, they beheld a charred cart, half destroyed and still ablaze, adorned with the emblem of the Hyuga clan on its tattered fabric. Not far off, a group of masked figures clad in black engaged in combat with members of the Hyuga family. "Who are you wretched miscreants to dare assault the Hyuga clan?" demanded Hinata Hizashi as blue chakra surged from his hands like an unrelenting torrent, striking at the masked assailants while he posed a question to distract them. Humph. Is the Hyuga clan truly powerful? You are merely the second-ranked shinobi clan in Konoha. The masked figure deftly dodged Hizashi's gentle fist technique while responding to his inquiry, simultaneously hurling several shuriken. Such petty tricks are futile against me. Hizashi, with a swift motion, deflected the incoming shuriken, then unleashed a powerful 8 trigrams empty palm, launching it like a cannonball toward his adversary. How swift! The masked assailant was caught off guard, receiving a fierce blow that stained his mask crimson as he collapsed. Damn it! His companion, witnessing the swift defeat of his ally, erupted in fury, forming hand seals with lightning speed before unleashing, fire-style, fireball jutsu. A colossal fireball erupted from the enemy's mouth, hurtling toward Hizashi. Humph, merely a trivial technique, Hizashi scoffed, preparing to evade. However, he suddenly found himself immobilized. What? He realized that countless iron wires had ensnared him, glistening in the light of the fireball, their source being the previously felled masked figure. Controlling shuriken? Are you from the Uchiha clan? Hizashi's mind immediately raced to his perennial adversaries, the Uchiha. Yet, before he could articulate his thoughts, the fireball surged toward him, engulfing him in a blaze. Humph, so what if you recognize the Uchiha? Blame your Hyuga clan for their many troubles. Reversal of heaven. The fiercely burning flames were suddenly shattered into fragments, while the corpse of the masked man, who had previously collapsed to the ground, was inexplicably dragged away by a wire. As the blue vortex came to a halt, Hinata Hizashi took a moment to catch his breath and, with a face full of indignation, exclaimed, "Those Uchiha are truly despicable. How dare you attack our comrades within the village?" With his identity now exposed, the masked combatant ceased to feign anonymity, promptly removing his mask to reveal the mesmerizing Sharingan, adorned with its distinctive tomo. "Today, we Uchiha shall make the world aware that we are the foremost clan of ninjas, while you Hyuga shall obediently meet your demise." With that declaration, he charged at Hinata Hizashi with astonishing speed, engaging him in fierce combat. Fire release, fireball jutsu, 8 trigrams empty palm. The fireball and the empty palm collided mid-air, resulting in a violent explosion. At this moment, Hinata Hizashi was drenched in sweat, realizing the overwhelming odds against them. "This is untenable. Lady Hinata, there are simply too many adversaries, and they are all utilizing fire release against us, leaving us no opportunity to advance. We must find a way to escape." Beside him, Hinata was also struggling to fend off the barrage of shuriken. Although her strength had nearly reached the level of a chunin, she found herself woefully outmatched in the chaos. "This is impossible. There are too many of them. If we remain here, we might manage to hold our ground together, but if I attempt to flee alone, I risk being captured." Haha. They are on the brink of collapse. Hurry, seize them. Once we capture Hinata, Hizashi will have no choice but to surrender. The surrounding masked men, sensing the fatigue evident in Hinata and Hizashi, became ecstatic and intensified their assault in an effort to wear them down more quickly. Ice release. Wolf Fong. I slash. Suddenly, a jagged ice formation erupted from the ground, consuming a significant portion of the attacking masked men, providing much-needed relief to the weary members of the Hyuga clan. The foes assaulting Hinata were cleaved in two by a flash of icy light. You can use ice release in a place like this? Do you think I have wasted the past decade? One of the newcomers inquired. By the way, how did you come to aid the Leaf? Well, Hinata is my friend. As two more ninjas joined the fray, the weaker masked assailants fell like wheat before the scythe, quickly leaving only the ninja engaged with Hinata Hizashi on the battlefield. Damn it, a bunch of worthless fools, to falter so soon. The Sharingan wielder cursed as he witnessed the scene from a distance, only to be struck and sent flying by a palm strike from Hizashi due to his momentary distraction. Cough. Consider yourselves fortunate this time, but in the future, the Hyuga clan will have no place in Konoha. The wielder of the Sharingan cried out, then swiftly turned and fled, exclaiming, "How could you, the Uchiha clan, resort to such actions? It is we, the Hyuga, who will seek to confront you." In the face of the enemy's fierce words, Hyuga Hayashi retorted without hesitation. His teeth clenched in frustration as he watched the figure rapidly retreat. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the Sharingan bearer collapsed in the distance, leaving the onlookers in astonishment as they gazed at Uzumaki Naruto, who was puffing smoke from the muzzle of his firearm. "What is the matter? You're not pursuing him after exchanging threats, and now I'm not allowed to eliminate him?" Naruto questioned, his expression one of confusion directed at the group before him. Two fireballs landed beside Hyuga Hinata. Chapter 52. Conclusion. The assembled Hyuga clan members exchanged bewildered glances, for in their customary understanding, a ninja who had retreated after issuing a threat would typically not be chased. One reason was the potential superiority of the opponent, making pursuit futile. And the other was the uncertainty of hidden dangers. What if they left only to be ambushed later? They had not anticipated that this individual would be so swiftly incapacitated. "Thank you, Lord Prince and Lord Ambassador, for your invaluable assistance. We are deeply grateful to both of you." Hyuga Hayashi promptly expressed his gratitude upon witnessing the enemy's defeat. "It's no trouble at all. We merely happened to be passing by and noticed Lord Hayashi's team under attack. Naturally, we could not stand idly by." Naruto replied with a modest demeanor, indicating it was merely a matter of convenience. "By the way, who are these assailants? How audacious they are to strike so boldly after the Lord's banquet." As he spoke, Naruto curiously peeled back the clothing of a masked ninja, discovering that he bore the Leaf Village's forehead protector. Wait. Hyuga Hayashi attempted to intervene as he saw Naruto's intent, but alas, Naruto's speed was too swift. Before he could fully articulate his concern, Naruto had already ceased his actions. Damn it. These assassins still wear the Leaf's forehead protector. They must intend to sully our village's reputation. I implore you, Lord Prince and Lord Ambassador, to keep tonight's events confidential. Gazing at the corpse adorned with the Leaf's forehead protector, Hyuga Hayashi felt as though his head might explode, mentally cursing the Uchiha for their foolishness in conducting an attack while still wearing their insignia. Adhering to the principle that familial disgrace should not be publicized, he understood that while internal conflicts between the two clans were permissible, unity against external threats was paramount. Thus, he could only beseech these foreign dignitaries to assist in maintaining secrecy. Of course, these individuals must be spies. Their lack of finesse is astonishing. Surely, if our village were to orchestrate an attack, they would not be so foolish as to don our village's forehead protector. Naruto Uzumaki gazed at the forehead protector on the corpse, muttering his thoughts aloud, oblivious to the peculiar glimmer that flickered in Hinata Hyuga and Hizashi Hyuga's eyes. Upon hearing that voice once more, it is undoubtedly Naruto-kun's voice. Though 2 years have elapsed, I could never mistake it. Furthermore, this noble lord bears a striking resemblance in age to Naruto-kun. I can't shake the feeling that he is indeed Naruto-kun. I must devise a means to probe further. After all, I have already heard from father that they have come to the land of fire to establish a diplomatic station. Testing him should be rather convenient. But what if Naruto-kun does not wish for us to seek him out? What if he does not wish to return? I shall not concern myself with such matters. First, I must ascertain his identity. If it is indeed him, and he prefers not to return, I shall seek him out regardless. Hinata's complexion shifted as her two personas deliberated on the true identity of the man before them. Indeed, even if the Uchiha clan is often deemed peculiar, They cannot all be fools. How could they commit such an outrageous blunder? Furthermore, to send such a small contingent to attack us seems rather dismissive. Especially that leading Uchiha with merely 2 tomo. Give me a little more time, and I shall surely overcome him. There is no reason for them to attempt to assassinate me with such limited strength unless they are not truly Uchiha. A dangerous glint shone in Hizashi's eyes. Although he had maintained a low profile in Konoha for many years, his intellect was not dull. He clearly sensed the underlying intricacies at play. It appears we must return to the village. New developments may be afoot. If my suspicions are accurate, the Hyuga clan may need to alter our strategy. Today had been rife with unforeseen events, and for safety's sake, I must take my leave for now. I shall personally visit you both another day to express my gratitude for your assistance today. Of course. We are all acquainted. Assisting one another is only natural. Very well, we shall take our leave. With that, Hisashi signaled to the surviving members of the branch family to carry the body back as they prepared to depart. Hinata. Hisashi called out twice, receiving no response. Turning around, he was taken aback to find his daughter still rooted in place. Hinata, what is the matter? Why do you not respond when called? Father. Hinata, roused by Hizashi's call, quickly replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at having been caught conversing with her other self. Oh dear, my child, let us go. Today has been overwhelming. We must return to a safe place and discuss matters further. Having exchanged greetings with 2 individuals, Hinata Hyuga promptly departed from the vicinity. Observing that both the concerned parties had left, the 2 Naruto figures also exhibited no inclination to linger in the cold wind. Thus they swiftly exited as well. I remarked that the recent happenings in Konoha are rather extraordinary, not only in your timeline, but even in mine. There has been no instance of the Uchiha launching a surprise attack on the Hyuga clan. Within the confines of a residence in the Land of Snow, Windflower Naruto continued his discourse with Uzumaki Naruto regarding the day's events. You make a valid point. The trajectory of the current narrative has indeed strayed far from the established history. It appears we ought to acquire more intelligence about Konoha. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for someone to gather information. And I will also return to my own location to check if there are any records of Hinata's participation in the gathering in the Land of Fire today. How could someone from the Land of Snow possibly access the records of a banquet in the Land of Fire? Naruto Uzumaki lifted his head in astonishment. His gaze fixed upon the white-haired figure with prominent brows and large eyes, as the word spy gradually surfaced in his mind. Do rein in that look of yours. Your imagination truly knows no bounds, Naruto retorted, exasperated. Observing the glint in Naruto's eyes, he surmised that the latter was likely mulling over some unfavorable thoughts about him. After all, I was once a ninja of Konoha, and given my long-standing acquaintance with the 7th Hokage, inquiring about such matters should be a mere formality. It's merely a question of whether the records still exist. Oh, the 7th Hokage? Speaking of which, who is the 7th Hokage in your village? I believe I should be acquainted with them. Naruto Uzumaki felt a surge of curiosity. In his recollection, he had once been the 7th Hokage of Konohagakure, and the question of who held that title in this alternate timeline piqued his interest immensely. Surely you know. Didn't you just save someone moments ago? Our 7th Hokage is none other than Lady Hinata Hyuga, the wielder of the Byakugan. Chapter 53, the Tsundere clan. 3 days had elapsed since the attack at the last banquet. Through the diligent investigation of Kazahana Naruto, the current state of affairs in Konoha had been thoroughly uncovered. What is the situation, precisely? Please, do share it with me, he implored eagerly. Upon his return, he seized Kazahana Naruto's hand, bombarding him with questions. Faced with Uzumaki Naruto's relentless enthusiasm, Kazahana Naruto sighed in exasperation. Could you at least allow me a moment to catch my breath? I rushed here with all this information and am utterly exhausted. Come, let us sit and converse. Realizing his impatience, Uzumaki Naruto quickly ushered Kazahana Naruto to a seat and offered him a cup of tea. Ah, this tea is delightful. It certainly lives up to its reputation as a high-end offering from the daimyo's banquet. It surpasses anything we procured from the Land of Snow, Kazahana Naruto remarked, savoring a sip and exhaling a contented sigh. All right, now that you've enjoyed your tea and caught your breath, is it time to divulge the specifics? In a state of agitation, Uzumaki Naruto inquired, why have I never witnessed such concern from you before? It seems that only when matters come to a head do you feel anxious. Kazahana Naruto gently set down his teacup, casting a sidelong glance at Uzumaki Naruto. The current situation in Konoha was indeed chaotic. The 3rd Hokage had been compelled to step down, and the Uchiha clan held considerable esteem among the populace. A significant portion of the citizens wished for Uchiha Fugaku to ascend to the position of Hokage, while the Hokage lineage, in a bid to preserve its power. Also sought to install one of their own as the leader. However, with the legendary Sannin absent, there was no one capable of rivaling Uchiha Fugaku, leaving them with no choice but to hastily appoint Hyuga Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan, as Hokage, as they were the second most prominent ninja clan in Konoha. Upon hearing Kazahana Naruto's revelations, Uzumaki Naruto was rendered speechless. He had anticipated a divergence in the narrative but had not foreseen such a drastic deviation. Since when had the Uchiha clan garnered such public favor? Furthermore, had Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, changed his surname? He recalled that Fugaku was not particularly ambitious. Aligning more with the pacifist faction, how had he suddenly aspired to become Hokage? How would I know? Kazahana Naruto replied, pouring himself another cup of tea. Savoring it with the appreciation that comes with maturity, he exhaled softly over the surface of the tea before taking a sip and continued. As for the Uchiha clan's newfound popularity, it is largely thanks to you. Thanks to me? Naruto Uzumaki, filled with bewilderment, pointed to his own nose, inquiring what relevance he held in this matter. Weren't you previously abducted by the denizens of the Hidden Cloud, which instigated a conflict between Konoha and the Cloud Village? Indeed. However, the crux of the issue lies in the fact that this occurred shortly after the conclusion of the Third Great Ninja War, merely 3 years after the tumultuous events of the Nine-Tails attack, leaving the entire Leaf Village in a state of disarray. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan, for reasons unknown, suffered no casualties during the Nine-Tails incident, positioning them as the primary force in the ensuing battles. I see now. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly realized that the perception of the Uchiha clan had indeed shifted in the eyes of the public. Kazahana Naruto nodded in affirmation. Indeed. The relationship between the Uchiha clan and Konoha had grown increasingly strained, primarily due to the ravages of war, which necessitated a temporary suspension of their conflicts. I surmise that the third Hokage, in a bid to ensure the Uchiha clan adhered to commands, disbanded each member and assigned them to different teams. What audacity! It would be quite fortunate if such a team managed not to bicker. Interestingly, at the outset, nearly all teams exhibited a lack of harmony. However, as time progressed, almost every team member found themselves getting along splendidly with the Uchihas. What could be the reason for that? This was the most perplexing matter for Naruto Uzumaki, as it seemed illogical that the Uchiha's temperament would allow for such camaraderie with their teammates. At this point, Kazahana Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Hee. You would never guess which genius came up with this revelation, realizing that his Uchiha teammate is quite the Sundara, as long as you cater to his pride. The Uchiha individuals become remarkably amiable. For instance, occasionally offering compliments about the Uchiha clan, expressing enthusiasm towards them, while simultaneously overlooking their sharp tongues and stoic expressions. When faced with choices, they might merely grunt in response, yet begrudgingly acquiesce to your requests. Wow, which genius devised such a brilliant strategy? Strangely enough, it does appear to be effective. Naruto Uzumaki reminisced about the Uchiha clan from his memories and found them to be strikingly similar. Indeed, with a playful smirk, Windflower Naruto jested, and then that genius disseminated the Uchiha strategy, revealing to everyone in Konoha that there was a term specifically to describe a certain type of ninja, Tsundere. They even humorously dubbed them the Tsundere clan. The Tsundere clan? Could it be? Wouldn't that make the Uchihas feel utterly wretched? Naruto Uzumaki could not restrain his laughter upon hearing this, and in his mirth, he lost his balance and tumbled to the ground. Indeed, the Uchiha clan was undoubtedly displeased. However, in light of such good-natured jesting, they could hardly respond to all the barbed remarks. The villagers of Konoha merely regarded their reactions as typical of their proud demeanor. How amusing this truly was. Subsequently, the entire team found harmony, and due to the Uchiha clan's strikingly handsome and beautiful members, their haughty personalities coupled with their stunning appearances garnered them an unexpected surge of admiration and pursuit from numerous ninjas. Goodness, this was indeed the path of character branding. Once a label is affixed, those who are touched by such attributes will develop a profound affection, even a fervent admiration for these qualities. Naruto Uzumaki pondered for a moment, realizing that this was indeed the character archetype from the memories of the traveler. It is often the case that individuals with such personas become the focus of adoration. This could be one reason, yet the more significant factor lies in the formidable strength they exhibit on the battlefield. The Uchiha clan, known for their audacity and fierce combat spirit, undoubtedly takes pride in their noble lineage, propelling them to be the first to charge into battle. This indomitable spirit has inspired many of their comrades, most notably their clan leader, Fugaku Uchiha, once single-handedly defeated 2 formidable shinobi from the Cloud Village, wielding the power of Susanoo like a natural disaster, leaving the entire village in a state of disarray. Susanoo. Is it possible that Fugaku Uchiha revealed his Manjiki Sharingan on the battlefield? Naruto Uzumaki exclaimed. One must understand that this fellow has spent a lifetime in the original world without ever having to confront death. You even know this? Upon hearing this revelation, I too was taken aback. Despite possessing the remarkable ability of the Manjiki Sharingan, the Uchiha clan, in our eyes, still faced annihilation. Windflower Naruto couldn't help but lament. Chapter 54. Uchiha Shursui internal threats are often far more perilous than external ones. Since the Nine-Tails incident, the Uchiha clan had worked hard to restore their reputation, only to see it plummet once more due to the damned appearance of the 3 Tomo in the Sharingan, which led to heightened vigilance from the higher-ups. At least, this was how Uchiha Fugaku perceived the situation. Thus, even though he had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan early on, Uchiha Fugaku dared not reveal it, fearing that the already mistrusted Uchiha clan would plunge into a crisis of confidence once again, regardless of their attempts to conceal their strength. The Uchiha clan continued to endure animosity from the upper echelons. With the onset of war between Konoha and the village hidden in the clouds, the Uchiha clan, as Konoha's premier fighting force, found themselves under scrutiny from Hiruzen Sarutobi. The entire village's ninja had nearly exhausted their resources, and now, at a time of transition, the Uchiha clan had suffered minimal losses. Dans, you truly know how to create trouble for me. When the Nine-Tails emerged, you didn't come to assist. And yet you surrounded the Uchiha clan, ensuring they incurred no losses. If they were to rise against us, could Konoha withstand such a rebellion? Hiruzen Sarutobi pondered, glancing at the list of Uchiha ninjas compiled by the Umbu, comparing it to the numbers from other clans. The stark disparity during this period gave him a headache. Lord Hokage, you summoned me. Uchiha Fugaku entered the room, looking somewhat apprehensive as he regarded the 3rd Hokage. The suspicion and malice directed at the Uchiha over the years made him cautious with every step he took in front of Hiruzen Sarutobi. Fugaku, you're here. Upon seeing Uchiha Fugaku arrive, Hiruzen Sarutobi immediately donned a warm smile, inviting him to sit before him. You must be aware that Konoha is on the brink of war with the village hidden in the clouds. Yes, Lord Hokage. Rest assured, I shall exert every effort in facing the war. Uchiha Fugaku declared resolutely. I understand your loyalty, but you are also aware that the prolonged conflicts have left Konoha weary and nearly devoid of combat strength. I will certainly do my utmost. Observing Uchiha Fugaku reiterating his commitment, Hiruzen Sarutobi nodded in satisfaction. The forthcoming battles will rely heavily on your clan. Uchiha Fugaku was startled, sensing an unsettling implication in Hiruzen Sarutobi's words, a foreboding feeling creeping in. There is no need to be anxious. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his hands together and said with a smile, given the current scarcity of ninjas in the village, and the fact that the Uchiha clan comprises the majority among them, I have decided to employ a new strategy. 2 ordinary ninjas alongside 1 Uchiha. This arrangement not only supports the civilian ninjas but also maximizes the potential of the Uchiha. However, Uchiha Fugaku's expression turned troubled. While the Uchiha clan had many members, they were still vastly outnumbered by the ordinary ninjas. If all were to engage in battle, the very foundation of the Uchiha clan might be at risk. Moreover, the Uchiha clan's reputation was already tarnished. Such a composition on the battlefield would make it exceedingly difficult to protect their kin. Fugaku, you must understand that the Uchiha are also a part of Konoha, and Uchiha ninjas are Konoha's ninjas. Observing Fugaku's troubled expression, Sarutobi Hiruzen's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Then let me return and discuss this with my clan. Uchiha Fugaku sighed deeply. To avoid offending the Hokage and further complicating the Uchiha clan's plight, he reluctantly acquiesced. I await your good news, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, narrowing his eyes and nodding. However, when Uchiha Fugaku conveyed this matter to his clan, it immediately sparked a wave of dissent. What nonsense is this? Exactly. Why should we accommodate the civilians? Isn't that holding us back? Indeed, the Uchiha clan alone is sufficient for battle. Amidst the fervent voices, others whispered, what does this mean? Such a combination is tantamount to sending us to our deaths. Yes, even if we all went, it wouldn't be enough. This is simply an attempt to undermine the foundation of our clan. How could the clan leader agree to such demands? Observing the various reactions within the clan, Uchiha Fugaku was beset by a profound headache, just as he was grappling with how to explain this to his kin. Sarutobi Hiruzen was engaged in conversation with another individual in the Hokage building. Shursui, The war situation is dire. The village can only depend on the Uchiha strength to overcome the enemy. I hope you can assist us. Kneeling before Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Shursui replied earnestly, Hokage-sama. I will give my utmost effort. Seeing Uchiha Shursui's determination, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally smiled. I have already discussed the Uchiha formation with your leader, but I fear he may be insincere, or that the entire Uchiha clan may not agree. Please, find ways to address this matter. Hokage-sama, rest assured. We Uchiha are not like that. We are all comrades who care for Konoha. Furthermore, I will persuade the clan leader and our members to prioritize the greater good of the village. Observing Uchiha Shursui's unwavering loyalty, Sarutobi Hiruzen initially smiled, but then suddenly inquired. Shursui, I fear that my arrangements for your clan may place them in significant jeopardy. Will you hold it against me? It is essential to remember that the founding of Konoha was a collaborative endeavor between the Uchiha and Senju clans. The village existed prior to the clans. Once the village amalgamated the Senju and Uchiha, it no longer belonged to two separate clans, but rather, both clans became part of a singular village. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, addressing him with a smile. Indeed, you are truly the embodiment of my late friend Uchiha Kageme's spirit. Your presence as an Uchiha reassures me. Seeing you reminds me of my dear friend, whose sacrifice for the village continues to weigh heavily on my heart. Uchiha Shursui's expression reflected deep emotion as he responded. I believe my grandfather would never regret the choices he made. Indeed, I share that belief. He is the true bearer of the will of fire, and so are you. Yes, I will not betray your trust, Lord Hokage. Upon exiting the Hokage's office, Uchiha Shursui hurried back to the clan meeting. Eager to convey the Hokage's expectations for his kin in the essence of the will of fire, he envisioned a harmonious future where the Uchiha clan would fully integrate into the village, living joyfully alongside everyone. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, and the pedestrians hastened their steps. It seemed rain was imminent. I must return quickly. Sensing the dampness in the air, Shursui quickened his pace, aware that a storm was approaching. Chapter 55. Challenges ahead. At last, he arrived, gazing at the Uchiha residence that finally came into view. Uchiha Shursui exhaled a sigh of relief. I managed to return before the rain began. Otherwise, I would have been drenched. As he approached the entrance, he mused aloud, unsure if he was conversing with himself or greeting the guard stationed at the door. The clan meeting has already commenced. Why the delay? The two Uchiha guards cast a disdainful glance at Uchiha Shursui, evidently unimpressed by this Uchiha who maintained close ties with the Hokage. Yet they still felt compelled to remind him. Yes, Uchiha Shursui acknowledged as he stepped through the threshold, hastening towards the gathering. Wait. Would it be inappropriate for me to enter like this? Given that the clan is already somewhat unfriendly towards me, my tardiness may further exacerbate their receptiveness to my words. Fully aware of his less than favorable reputation within the clan, Shursui resolved to linger at the entrance a while longer, eavesdropping on their discussions, and waiting for a less critical moment to slip inside discreetly. It is imperative to preserve our strength. The village's animosity towards us, the Uchiha clan, has not emerged overnight. What shall we do if we triumph in battle yet lack the capacity to resist them? After all, do they not perceive us as incapable of resistance? Otherwise, why would they continue to target us so relentlessly? Indeed, the village has never held us in high regard. Why should we expend our efforts for their sake? Perhaps we should simply declare our own village, separate from Konoha. Yes, let us establish our own village. Why should we undertake this endeavor alone? Konoha was originally forged by the Uchiha and Senju clans together. Now that the Senju clan has vanished, Konoha ought to rightfully belong to the Uchiha. Indeed, Konoha is ours. We shall not serve as mere cannon fodder. Such meager rewards, what fool would wager their life for them? What is the Hokage without the Uchiha? Without us? What significance does Sarutobi Hiruzen hold? Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, followed by a torrential downpour that cascaded like a deluge, drenching everything in its path. In stark contrast to the fervent discussions inside, Uchiha Shursui stood outside the door, seemingly frozen in ice, utterly immobile and overwhelmed by an intense chill. He felt an insurmountable barrier separating him from his kin, much like the door that stood between them. I have pledged loyalty to Lord Hokage on behalf of my clan. Assuring him that the Uchiha are devoted to Konoha, a vital part of it, composed of the inheritors of the will of fire. Uchiha Shursui suppressed his fury, his body trembling as his nails dug into his flesh, blood slowly seeping from the wounds. Yet, the Uchiha I have assured Lord Hokage of are not aligned with such thoughts. Even in the face of impending danger, they're only concerned about themselves. They even contemplate overthrowing Konoha, believing themselves to be Konoha? Such as the Uchiha. Shursui widened his eyes, the shuriken in his hand suggesting he might charge inside to confront his clan about their misguided notions. Yet, in the end, he chose to refrain, knowing that even questioning them would yield no fruitful outcome. These individuals were still his kin, and he bore responsibility for their safety. At this juncture, perhaps there is but one course of action left? Initially, I intended to first inform Lord Hokage of the situation, then contemplate this final strategy. However, it is clear that I cannot further exacerbate the Uchiha's negative image in Lord Hokage's eyes. My apologies, Lord Hokage. I shall act first and report later. Before long, the shadow at the door departed, leaving everyone in silence. Let us be quiet and listen to what I have to say, declared the clan leader. Let the leader decide. Yes, we shall heed your words, esteemed clan leader. Faced with the persistent voices of self-assurance, Uchiha Fugaku would rather relinquish this trust. For their decisions did not revolve around whether to rebel against Konoha, but rather whether to leave Konoha or to seize it. The situation had not yet escalated to that point. Why not first seek counsel from Lord Hokage? Observing the fury reflected in the eyes of his clansmen, Uchiha Fugaku felt compelled to attempt to dissuade them. As soon as his words escaped his lips, an eerie silence enveloped the assembly. Am I mistaken? One Uchiha whispered to a companion. I believe I heard it too. Heaven forbid. Could this truly be the utterance of our clan leader? Is this really our leader? Or could it be an impostor sent by the Hokage? Fool, how could anyone impersonate our leader? Such murmurs and the questioning gazes of his clansmen rendered Uchiha Fugaku's attempts at persuasion stuck in his throat, ultimately swallowed back down. In any case, the matter had not yet reached that critical juncture. Before it did, he would exert every effort to oppose this course of action with the Hokage. Please believe me. I refuse to witness the sacrifice of our kin, he implored. The clan leader spoke wisely. After all, with a formidable enemy looming, if we were to provoke Konoha, we might inadvertently allow the Cloud Village to take advantage of our discord. Moreover, Konoha possesses numerous skilled shinobi. While the Uchiha clan may not fear them, it is prudent to minimize sacrifices where possible. At that moment, an elder of the Uchiha clan spoke up in support of Fugaku. Receiving a grateful glance from his clan leader, he sighed in resignation. Damn it, how did I allow myself to be blind and support this man as clan leader? He possesses no sense of responsibility. Yet, as the clan leader, I must lend my support. Engaging in conflict with Konoha would yield no benefit for us. Once one elder had voiced his support, the others followed suit, providing Uchiha Fugaku with a lifeline. Hearing the consensus among the elders, the Uchiha clansmen begrudgingly reined in their anger, though the assembly could not continue and had to be hastily concluded. Sighing, Uchiha Fugaku pondered how relations between the clan and Konoha had become increasingly strained. Although he did not wish to target Konoha, he was, after all, the leader of the Uchiha clan. Tomorrow, he would seek out the Hokage for further discussions. Should matters deteriorate, he could not be held accountable. With a heavy heart, Uchiha Fugaku lamented the complexity of the situation as he slowly made his way to his quarters. Chapter 56. The Unseen God. How curious. Why is the door still ajar? Uchiha Fugaku gazed perplexedly at the open door before him, a sense of caution creeping into his heart. With a kunai in hand, he cautiously stepped inside. Upon entering, he found a path formed by water stains, with Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Itachi collapsed on either side. Makoto, Itachi, as he beheld his unconscious kin. Fugaku hurried to check on them, only to suddenly halt in his tracks. There, in the hall, a figure stood with its back turned to him. Sensing that this intruder bore ill intentions, Fugaku wasted no time and hurled a shuriken towards the figure. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated as the shuriken was effortlessly deflected by the mysterious individual. Who are you? What have you done to Makoto and the others? Realizing his attack had failed, Fugaku grew increasingly wary, inching closer to his family while questioning the enigmatic figure. There's no need for alarm, esteemed clan leader. A voice, still relatively youthful, emerged, and the figure slowly turned to face him. Thunder rumbled ominously as a flash of lightning illuminated the stranger's face. It was a visage grotesquely contorted, perhaps slightly swollen from prolonged exposure to the rain, with dark circles under its eyes resembling soot smeared across its features. Most striking was the deranged smile etched upon its face, a manic expression that suggested the capacity for unspeakable acts. They are merely entranced by my Jinjutsu. I harbored no intent to harm them. At this moment, Fugaku had reached his kin and securely shielded them behind him. Uchiha Shursui, what is the meaning of this? Did the Hokage send you? In response to Fugaku's inquiry, a flicker of disappointment crossed Shirsue's eyes, which were teetering on the brink of madness. Ha 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 ha. It is just as I suspected. I thought you might be different, esteemed clan leader, yet you still harbor prejudice against the Hokage. All Uchihas are the same. Observing Shirsue's escalating insanity, Fugaku felt a surge of apprehension. He understood all too well the terrifying potential of his clan members when they succumb to radical ideologies. How can you, an Uchiha, speak of your own clan in such a manner? Yes, I am also an Uchiha, but why should I care for your fates? Shirsue's voice rose to a fever pitch. If I were not an Uchiha, I would not concern myself with your lives at all. The Hokage has placed such trust in us, yet the Uchiha still choose to rebel. That is precisely because the Hokage intends for us to meet our demise. Do you understand his newly devised battle strategies? I am well aware. Uchiha Shirsue abruptly interrupted Uchiha Fugaku's words, bellowing with fervor, we are inherently a part of Konoha. Sacrificing our lives for the village to ensure the growth of the next generation. The will of fire burns fiercely. Faced with Shirsue's fervent soliloquy, Fugaku felt a pang of despair as he shook his head in disbelief. Though he himself was reluctant to engage in conflict with Konoha, at times even yielding to the Hokage, he could never consider the sacrifice of his clansmen's lives as a given. However, the individual before him seemed utterly brainwashed. Disregarding the lives of his kin, consumed solely by his devotion to Konoha, believing that sacrificing for the village was a mark of honor. Yet, it should not be solely our clan that bears this burden. Over the years, the Uchiha clan has endured immense discrimination. Now, they demand that our people march to the battlefield to face death. Do other ninja clans lack their own fighting forces? Moreover, we still need to negotiate with the Hokage. We are not rebelling. These are mere excuses. The Hokage's orders are absolute, and you dare to deliberate over such commands. You may claim you're not rebelling, but surely you are on the brink of insurrection, already plotting your course of action, aren't you? Uchiha Shirsue screamed even more frantically, his eyes wide open, the patterns of his Sharingan swirling violently. Shirsue, you. Observing the designs within Shirsue's gaze, Fugaku thought to himself, as expected. As the clan leader and a direct possessor of the Manjiki Sharingan, he was acutely aware that once an Uchiha activated their Manjiki, they would plunge into a profound obsession. One that would only intensify, growing ever more extreme, potentially diminishing the intelligence of their kin, leading to destruction for the sake of one individual, regardless of the cost to the world. Thus, he had always refrained from using the Manjiki. Before him, Uchiha Shirsue had seemingly succumbed to the extremism associated with the will of fire. Such eyes, once unleashed, would likely spiral into madness and radicalism. Even if the will of fire began with noble intentions, its distorted interpretation and demands for flawless execution could transform it into a terrifying curse. Forgive me, clan leader. For the sake of the Uchiha clan and Konoha, Shirsue slowly approached, his gaze fixated intensely on Fugaku. As Shirsue drew near, Fugaku felt the weight of the situation. Every pair of Manjiki was a terrifying force, and should a confrontation erupt here, the unconscious Uchiha Makoto and Uchiha Itachi would surely suffer the consequences. In this moment, Fugaku found solace that his younger son was away honing his ninjutsu, otherwise the complications would have multiplied. Hehehe, I know what you're thinking, but rest assured, I will only employ Jinjutsu swiftly. As he spoke, Uchiha Shirsue widened his Manjiki Sharingan, fixing his gaze upon Uchiha Fugaku. It seems he intends to hypnotize me with Jinjutsu. However, possessing a Manjiki myself, I am unlikely to fall victim to his illusions. Perhaps it would be prudent to feign hypnosis, maintaining my composure until Makoto and Itachi are safe, and then mount a sudden attack. With this thought in mind, Uchiha Fugaku also lifted his head, meeting Uchiha Shirsue's eyes. I am aware of your intentions to hypnotize me. With your Manjiki, I fear I may not withstand it. I only hope you shall not burden my family. Observing the remarkably composed Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shirsue felt a flicker of uncertainty. However, he quickly reaffirmed his resolve. Only by completely subduing the clan leader could he ensure the clan's loyalty and safeguard Konohagakure. Rest assured, no one shall perish. I am also of the Uchiha. Koto Amatsukami. As Uchiha Shirsue's left eye dimmed, Koto Amatsukami had successfully been activated. Haha, the plan has succeeded. What is this? This is certainly not an ordinary Genjutsu. As Uchiha Fugaku quietly endeavored to resist with his own Manjiki, he suddenly realized that this was a mental force beyond his capacity to withstand. With blood streaming from his eyes, he collapsed to the ground, his consciousness irrevocably altered. Chapter 57, Descent into Darkness. Cough, cough, this is undoubtedly no ordinary Jinjutsu. Kodo Amatsukami is the ultimate illusion capable of forcibly altering another's mind, and it is the power of my Manjiki. Uchiha Shursui slowly wiped the blood from his left eye, his heart swelling with joy as he gazed upon the fallen Uchiha Fugaku. With this, I have succeeded. By controlling the clan leader, the Uchiha clan shall not rebel, allowing us to focus on confronting the hidden cloud. With that, Uchiha Shursui approached Uchiha Fugaku, eager to awaken him and confirm whether his will had indeed been successfully altered. He crouched down, intending to gently pat Uchiha Fugaku's face, when suddenly, a pair of crimson eyes flared open, glaring at him. In that instant, Uchiha Shursui felt as though time and space had ceased to exist. However, he quickly regained his composure and dispelled the Jinjutsu. Upon freeing himself from the illusion, Uchiha Shursui felt a chill in his right eye, swiftly followed by a searing pain that compelled him to clutch at his eye and retreat hastily. But it was already too late. How is this possible? You should have been ensnared by my Kodo Amatsukami. Uchiha Shursui, clutching his blood-soaked right eye, questioned in disbelief. Though it might be more accurate to say I was no longer applicable, for his eye socket was now void of its globe. Meanwhile, in the distance, Uchiha Fugaku toyed with the eye in his hand, boldly declaring, "Your Manjiki has indeed succeeded. I am presently wholly focused on Konohagakure. But the current Hokage poses the greatest obstacle to the village." What? Uchiha Shursui could hardly believe his ears. After being ensnared by the Jinjutsu of Uchiha Fugaku, he found himself wounded by his own kin, who claimed it was all for the sake of Konoha. Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku nonchalantly retrieved a scroll, sealing away Shursui's eyes, and then, with his Sharingan wide open, declared with righteous fervor, "Konoha is in decline due to the machinations of Sarutobi Hiruzen and their faction. For they are not the true heirs. Konoha was founded through the union of the Senju and Uchiha clans. From the very beginning, the smaller clans merely accepted our protection. And now they dare to rise above us. Without the Uchiha, there is no Konoha. It is our lineage that defines the village. Everything I do is for Konoha." "What madness are you spouting?" Shursui shouted, his pallor betraying the toll of blood loss, leaving him barely able to stand. "I speak the truth. Anyone can become Hokage. Konoha is a collective of all its people, Uchiha, other clans, and the common folk alike. Yet now, power is so concentrated that even the fourth Hokage could not fully wield his authority. This is due to the self-serving Sarutobi Hiruzen and the cabal known as Danzo. Do not speak such nonsense. Even the fourth Hokage acknowledged this. How could he not control the power of Hokage? How old are you? How much do you truly understand about Konoha? The darkness of Sarutobi Hiruzen's rule is a fact known to all the nobles of the village. Impossible. You must cease this delusion." Unable to accept the harsh reality, Uchiha Shursui, after staunching the blood from his right eye, lunged frantically at Uchiha Fugaku. "Humph. The brother of the Hokage is a Hokage, the apprentice of the Hokage is a Hokage, and the apprentice of the Hokage's apprentice is also a Hokage. How can there be any light in such a monopolistic class rule? They do as they please." As Uchiha Fugaku spoke, he drew a kunai and met Shursui's charge. Clang! The metallic blades clashed, sending sparks flying. In the ensuing struggle, it was clear that Shursui was at a disadvantage, quickly being overpowered and forced to the ground by Fugaku. Damn it! With a fierce cry, Shursui propped himself on the kunai, formed a hand seal with his left hand, and vanished into thin air. Confronted with the sudden disappearance of his foe, Uchiha Fugaku snorted in response, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Is this the body flicker technique of Shursui? You've secretly mastered such an intricate sealing technique, and even possess the Manjiki, yet you claim to harbor no ill intentions. From afar, a resounding voice echoed as Uchiha Shursui conjured several clones, wielding weapons engulfed in raging flames. Observing the fiery blades hurtling towards him, Uchiha Fugaku remained unperturbed, his gaze sharpening as a violet skeletal frame enveloped him, deflecting the oncoming assault. As the clan leader of the Uchiha, must I account for my capabilities? Furthermore, with such power at my disposal, can the mere Sarutobi Hiruzen impede me? This is merely a concession made for the sake of peace. A bony claw sprouted from the skeletal structure, lunging fiercely at Uchiha Shursui, ensnaring him firmly within its grasp. Look at yourself, once noble and benevolent. You have now succumbed to madness and extremism. This is the curse of the Manjiki, transforming a virtuous soul into a frenzied being. A frenzy that pales in comparison to the will of fire. Do not spout nonsense. Uchiha Fugaku's expression shifted as he beheld his Susanu's claw slowly being pried apart by Uchiha Shursui. as a green skeletal frame materialized beside Uchiha Shisui. The violet claw was finally liberated. What has transpired, esteemed clan leader? What is the matter, revered leader? The commotion from their fierce battle had finally drawn the attention of their kin. Do not approach. This is a matter solely between Uchiha Shisui and myself. As he saw his clansmen rushing forward, Uchiha Fugaka hastily intervened. Despicable Uchiha Shisui, are you rebelling? How dare you lay hands on our esteemed leader? Witnessing the increasing number of Uchiha Shisui's expression warped with desperation, he realized that the situation had spiraled beyond control, and his objectives were now unattainable. Do not come closer. Otherwise, I shall slay Uchiha Itachi. In a swift motion, Uchiha Shisui seized the still unconscious Uchiha Itachi, brandishing a kunai against his neck. Look at yourself. Do you still resemble the person you once were? You would not even spare your own beloved Itachi. Faced with Uchiha Shisui's threat, Uchiha Fugaka spoke with a casualness as if it were not his own son being held captive. Chapter 58, Tsukuyomi and the God of Preservation. Silence. The situation has escalated to this extent, and I must preserve this valuable life for the sake of Konoha and Lord Hokage. Otherwise, who in this world could possibly stop you? Uchiha Shisui retreated, still clutching Uchiha Itachi. Why do you seek to thwart me? Uchiha Fugaku, undeterred by Shisui's threats, advanced step by step. Do not come any closer. Are you not at all concerned for Uchiha Itachi? Uchiha Fugaku advanced while expressing his concerns, stating, Of course I worry about Itachi, but what troubles me even more is the fate of the entire Konoha. The roots of Konoha have decayed, beginning to consume the nutrients of the tender new sprouts merely to prolong their own existence. Such a situation is utterly unacceptable. Do not approach. Despite this, Uchiha Fugaku pressed forward with increased speed. They had endured a life of submission for far too long enough that they no longer recognized the source of their rights. They had grown to believe that being part of a clan granted them the authority to manipulate others, to the point where they no longer understood what the Uchiha name represented within Konoha. Uchiha Shisui's kunai had already pierced Itachi's neck, blood gushing forth. Do you truly not fear for your son's life? They showed no regard for Konoha. Their only concern was themselves. Yet I care. I care for all that Konoha represents. And I care for the Uchiha. Thus, the most prudent course of action is to ensure that the Uchiha embodies Konoha and Konoha embodies the Uchiha. Ultimately, this leads to rebellion. I have miscalculated. The Kodo Amatsukami has had no effect on someone as deeply entrenched as you. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Uchiha Shisui fell into despair. He could not comprehend how even the power to alter human consciousness had proven ineffective. What could possibly save Konoha and halt the Uchiha? Even if he were to unleash his Susanoo, it would be futile. The Uchiha's rebellion had become inevitable, and Konoha was on the brink of collapse. In a moment of finality, he gently released Itachi, murmuring an apology before plunging his kunai into his own body. At this desperate juncture, Uchiha Shisui felt he had no choice but to end his own life, knowing he could not escape, and at least wishing to obliterate his left eye. No. All of this is for Konoha. Transforming the Uchiha into Konoha is the best choice. My heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All I do is for justice. Observing Uchiha Shisui's suicidal gesture, Uchiha Fugaku widened his left eye in shock. Tsukinomi. As Fugaku's Sharingan spun, Shisui, having lost his visual prowess, could not resist and soon found himself ensnared within the realm of Tsukinomi. Where is this place? Uchiha Shisui slowly regained consciousness, only to discover he was bound to a cross, suspended above a vast expanse of water beneath a colossal blood moon. This is the realm of Tsukinomi, here. I command all aspects of time and space. Emerging from the reflection of the moon upon the water, Uchiha Fugaku gazed at Shisui with an expression devoid of emotion. So, you too possess a Genjutsu-type Sharingan. No wonder my Kodo Amatsukami had no effect. I have failed. The fate of the Uchiha will undoubtedly be obliterated because of you. As Uchiha Shisui bowed his head, shrouded in dust, he awaited the judgment of Uchiha Fugaku. A character like you lacks the qualifications to speak of the Uchiha and Konoha. Konoha does not belong to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Uchiha Fugaku, uninterested in engaging in further discourse with this individual, who had been brainwashed by the formidable illusion of Sarutobi Hiruzen's will, glared with his right eye. As Uchiha Fugaku's right eye spun, countless ghostly hands erupted from the reflection of the blood moon upon the water's surface, slowly dragging Uchiha Shisui beneath. As a final act of mercy before your demise, allow me to reveal the power of my Meijiki Sharingan. My left eye, known as Tsukuyomi, can ensnare a person's consciousness within this space. Even if one remains here for 3 days and nights, only an instant will pass outside. My right eye, called Keiketsu, allows me to slay the spiritual form within Tsukuyami and transform it into a specific type of sustenance. Consuming it grants control over that individual S-body. Although this ability can only dominate one person at a time, employing it against someone like you, who also possesses a Manjiki, is hardly a waste. Uchiha Shursui gasped in shock, as if a realization struck him, his mouth agape, as if to shout. Yet, his body was already ensnared by the ghostly hands, rendering him powerless to resist, and he was dragged into the reflection of the water. The deity of sustenance, upon receiving the offerings of various foods, was met with the indignation of Tsukuyami, who, in rage, drew his sword and slew the deity. Following the deity's demise, its body transformed into earthly sustenance. This is the origin of my right eye's power. With that, Uchiha Fugaku approached slowly, reaching into the water to extract a red bean, which he consumed directly. A red bean, you say? Uchiha Shursui, how deeply sentimental you are, which explains your awakening of the Manjiki. It's a pity you've strayed. In reality, the once collapsed Uchiha Shursui gradually rose, enveloped by a surge of green chakra. Subsequently, a skeletal frame surged skyward, enveloped in flesh and armor, manifesting a colossal green figure within the Uchiha residence. The presence of this ominous chakra was felt by many in Konoha. What has transpired within the Uchiha? This is Susanoo. An Uchiha collapsed helplessly to the ground, gazing at this terrifying war deity representing the third power. Do not fear, my kin. Uchiha Fugaku's voice resonated, powerful and reassuring. Rest assured, the Uchiha have me. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes ignited with a fierce brilliance, and a violet skeletal structure emerged around his form. Soon enveloped by a shroud of flesh and armor, manifesting a colossal purple giant even grander than the green behemoth. The clan leader possesses a Manjiki Sharingan. My heavens! The clan leader's Susanoo surpasses that of Uchiha Shursui in magnitude. To think that he has harbored such formidable power all along. How foolish I was to underestimate him. To perceive him as a coward devoid of strength, my shame is profound. Long live the clan leader. Rally forth, clan leader. Vanquish Uchiha Shursui. From his elevated position, Uchiha Fugaku observed the hearts of the Uchiha clan members stirred by his prowess, nodding in silent approval as he commanded the Susanoo to strike at Shursui before him. In this moment, Uchiha Shursui found himself under the sway of Uchiha Fugaku, offering no resistance as the Susanoo's fist came crashing towards him. The entire green Susanoo was violently propelled backward, spinning through the air, deftly avoiding the Uchiha residences and landing in the desolate expanse. Fortunately, following the turmoil of the Nine-Tails assault, the Uchiha clan had relocated to the outskirts of Konohagakure, where ample wasteland provided a fitting arena for the titanic clash. Uchiha Shursui, you have betrayed your kin, turned against Konoha, and even threatened the lives of children. Now, in the name of the clan leader, I shall administer the ultimate punishment. Do not dare to impede me. From within the verdant Susanoo, Shursui's voice emerged, almost marionette-like, as he unleashed several shuriken imbued with the power of the 8-span shuriken. Defy this. The violet Susanoo manifested an immense fan, effortlessly deflecting the shuriken and sending them careening away, crashing into the ground nearby and creating deep craters. Onlookers could not help but marvel at the terrifying might exhibited by the two combatants, as well as the cataclysmic force of the Susanoo. It is nearly over. My ocular power is nearly depleted. Calculating the situation, Uchiha Fugaku commanded the Susanoo to swing the fan down upon the green Susanoo's head with great ferocity. In a spectacular clash of chakra, the head of the green Susanoo was severed by the purple fan, causing it to dissipate instantaneously, with Uchiha Shursui's body reduced to a mere puddle of viscera. As a member of the Uchiha clan, perhaps your demise here is the most fitting conclusion. Uchiha Fugaku, having relinquished the Susanoo, stood before the mound of meat sauce noodles, reflecting solemnly. He then addressed the arriving members of the Uchiha clan, lamenting. The true perpetrator is not Uchiha Shursui. He is merely a victim. The real culprits are the tyrants of the Hokage lineage, led by Sarutobi Hiruzen. They have ensnared the unfortunate Uchiha Shursui with their twisted interpretation of the will of fire, compelling him to serve their interests. There are many others who share this fate, the Nara clan, the Yamanaka clan, and even within the ranks of the Shimura and Sarutobi there are countless victims. The will of fire, which ought to protect our children and uphold the desire for peace, has been transformed into a weapon for the maintenance of their own dominion. As the founders and guardians of Konoha, how can we sit idly by? How can we allow victims like Uchiha Shursui to emerge again? Listening to Fugaku's impassioned words, all present Uchiha were deeply moved. Indeed, Konoha was established by the Uchiha. One cried. No wonder we have become the pariahs. Another exclaimed. It is Sarutobi Hiruzen's machinations. Precisely. Our conflicts arose from their inability to recognize the value of the Jinchuriki. I suspect their pretense of concern for the Jinchuriki's safety is merely a guise to eliminate us Uchiha and establish unchallenged control over Konoha. Yes, down with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha belongs to us. Observing the fervor of his kin, Uchiha Fugaku nodded in satisfaction. These thoughts had long occupied his mind, though he had previously lacked the resolve to act upon them. However, after receiving the input from Uchiha Shurisue's Kodo Amatsukami, his mind was now suffused with the conviction that all actions must serve the greater good of Konoha. Armed with this ideological conviction, Fugaku wholeheartedly believed that an Uchiha should ascend to the position of Hokage, making Konoha rightfully Uchiha-s. This notion was something Uchiha Shurisue had never anticipated. His conception of protecting Konoha, prioritizing its welfare above all else, was far too nebulous. Each individual possesses their unique method of guardianship, and imposing one's will upon others inevitably leads to unforeseen consequences. For instance, Uchiha Itachi, upon being instructed by Uchiha Shurisue to safeguard Konoha and the Uchiha clan, interpreted the annihilation of the Uchiha as the most effective means of protection. This perspective starkly contrasted with Shurisue's vision of coexistence between Konoha and the Uchiha. Yet, Itachi's resolve was rooted in Shurisue's ideals. Conversely, Uchiha Fugaku's interpretation of safeguarding Konoha diverged significantly from Shurisue's. In Fugaku's heart, Konoha embodied the Uchiha, and the Uchiha ought to be the Hokage of Konoha. Thus, the means to protect Konoha was to become Hokage himself. Uchiha Fugaku spread his arms wide towards his clansmen, proclaiming, "The Uchiha are Konoha, and Konoha is the Uchiha, my kin. Let us overthrow the long-standing reign of Sarutobi Hiruzen, dispel this darkness that has shrouded our land, and restore the greatness of Konoha." The crowd exclaims, "Down with Sarutobi Hiruzen's tyranny. Konoha belongs to us." Uchiha Fugaku proclaims, "Let Konoha rise to greatness once more." The crowd echoes, "Let Konoha rise to greatness once more." In the distance, countless clans and Umbu ninjas observe the unfolding events with trepidation. It's over. The Uchiha are truly on the brink of rebellion. We are beset by troubles both within and without. An Umbu member, adorned with a raccoon mask, cries out in despair, only to be silenced by his companion, who wears a fox mask. "Lower your voice. What if they hear you?" The raccoon-masked Umbu realizes the peril of his actions and promptly crouches down. Yet, the impending Uchiha rebellion is fraught with danger. The fox-masked Umbu reassures him with confidence. "Do not fear such matters. We shall leave it to the Hokage to handle." Beneath the mask of the raccoon, a visage of worry is evident. Can the Hokage truly manage such terrifying power? The fox-masked Umbu responds confidently, "Rest assured, our Hokage is the strongest in history, even if we were to lose." What of it? Konoha could usher in a fresh breeze. Uchiha Fugaku's words indeed hold merit, for Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo have grown exceedingly corrupt. Quickly, notify the clan leader. It seems the Uchiha are genuinely poised for rebellion. Is this the power of Susanoo? Such a terrifying force, perhaps it is wise to choose sides soon. Can the third Hokage vanquish such formidable abilities? If not, perhaps I should defect sooner rather than later. As Uchiha Fugaku unites his clan, tensions simmer in all corners. However, it is glaringly evident that concerns regarding their rebellion and fears of Sarutobi Hiruzen are overshadowed by anxieties about choosing sides and personal safety. What on earth is transpiring? Why has there been such an uproar? As time progresses, the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, finally arrives on the scene. Chapter 60. Agreement. It is indeed the third Hokage. Upon seeing the figure they intend to overthrow standing before them, all Uchiha are unable to conceal their fervor. They await their clan leader's command to rise up and seize the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen, now on high alert, had been apprised of the Uchiha's insurrection through the Umbu prior to his arrival. He has just witnessed the two colossal chakra beings and cannot fathom how deeply Uchiha Fugaku has concealed his strength. To have awakened the Manjiki Sharingan while remaining silent, and to be oblivious to such developments, had it not been for Uchiha Shurisue's own awakening and the ensuing conflict that exposed their plans, he might only have learned of the Uchiha's true rebellion when it was too late. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already donned his armor beneath his robe, his hands poised to form the necessary seals, wary of the potential aggression from Uchiha Fugaku before him. Why has the Hokage suddenly come to our Uchiha clan's territory? Observing the unexpected arrival of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Uchiha Fugaku refrained from immediate confrontation. After silently signaling his clansmen, he feigned curiosity. Such a commotion, it's impossible for me to ignore. After all, the Uchiha are a part of Konoha, and I too bear responsibility for the safety of the villagers. As Sarutobi Hiruzen responded, asserting his authority, he scanned the surroundings in search of Uchiha Shursui. However, his search yielded only the remnants of destruction wrought by Susanoo, with no sight of Shursui, leaving him disheartened. It seems Shursui has been defeated. How could such power resurface within the Uchiha? As a disciple of the previous two Hokages, Sarutobi Hiruzen was well acquainted with the fearsome might of Susanoo, which instilled profound apprehension in him and his fellow disciples, who feared the Uchiha might usurp their power. Despite countless precautions, each generation of Uchiha inevitably birthed prodigies. Just when he thought the bloodline had waned with Fugaku, it turned out he was the most cunning of all. Unlike previous Uchiha who flaunted their Sharingan, Fugaku had concealed his Manjiki, thereby diminishing suspicion against him, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Fear not, Hokage-sama. It was merely a rogue, a waste of a traitor attempting to rebel against the village. I've already dealt with him. Noting Sarutobi Hiruzen's searching gaze, Uchiha Fugaku understood perfectly whom he sought. Oh, is that so? Sarutobi Hiruzen feigned relief. That is fortunate. I wonder where this traitor is now. Perhaps we could hand him over to the Umbu for interrogation. He might even be a spy from the Cloud Village. Observing Hiruzen's intent to reclaim Uchiha Shursui, Fugaku's lips curled into a cold smirk as he casually pointed. Right there. He has already been reduced to ashes by my flames. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened. Although he had mentally prepared himself for such news, hearing it from Fugaku still ignited a flame of anger within him. Surely, the Uchiha clan leader cannot simply bypass me in executing justice. How can we ascertain whether he truly is a traitor without interrogation? Humph. A faint flush of anger crossed Uchiha Fugaku's face as he retorted, that scoundrel was a traitor to our Uchiha clan, seeking my assassination. Which is why he met his demise at my hands. Are you suggesting that I should have passively awaited my death while being attacked? Or that the esteemed leader of the Uchiha clan should endure assassination without it being deemed a betrayal of Konoha? I wish I could strike you down right here. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought fiercely, though he clenched his teeth and managed to utter, of course not. Speaking of this, as the members of the Uchiha clan are present, allow me to make an announcement. Observing how his subordinates, along with Danzo and members of various ninja clans, gathered around, gradually encircling the Uchiha territory, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not suppress a cold smirk. In the presence of such a multitude, announcing the Uchiha's formation plan leaves no room for refusal. Should they resist or rebel on the spot, even with Susanoo, the Uchiha would stand no chance against this many ninjas. This is perilous. The elders of the Uchiha clan grew increasingly anxious with their experience. They were far from the delusions of the younger generation, intoxicated by the power of Susanoo, who believed that Konoha was within their grasp. Even with Susanoo, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand the full force of Konoha's assault. The current situation rendered the Uchiha unwittingly akin to a turtle trapped in a jar. Outside their territory were Konoha's ninjas. Even if the clan leader wielded Susanoo, the clan would likely suffer tremendous losses. Moreover, it appeared that Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to publicly issue orders, and as the Uchiha remained Konoha's ninjas, it seemed there would be no room for refusal this time. What shall we do, esteemed clan leader? The elders turned their gaze towards Uchiha Fugaku. Of course, the Hokage may speak freely. Uchiha Fugaku maintained a composed demeanor, as if unaware of what Sarutobi Hiruzen was about to proclaim. Excellent. Haha. Sarutobi Hiruzen, filled with elation, said, Indeed, the Uchiha clan leader is the pillar of Konoha. I hereby declare that the entire Uchiha clan shall form teams of 3, with 2 members accompanying one, to confront the hidden Cloud Village. The Uchiha clan shall wholeheartedly oppose the Cloud, safeguarding Konoha and our homeland. There was no anticipated resistance, not even a moment's hesitation. Uchiha Fugaku readily acquiesced, as if it were not the Uchiha clan preparing for battle. This unexpected compliance left Sarutobi Hiruzen momentarily astonished, while the expressions of the other Uchiha turned grave. They could not fathom why their clan leader, who had recently advocated for their rebellion against the Hokage, would now agree to a course of action that could lead to the clan's demise. Does the Hokage have any further orders? Uchiha Fugaku's inquiry snapped Sarutobi Hiruzen back to reality, who had begun to suspect ulterior motives. No, none at all. If that is the case, then please take your leave. To all esteemed colleagues observing near our territory, the Uchiha have just endured an attack and must now organize the area. We may not have the time to entertain you. As Uchiha Fugaku issued the order for departure, the nearby spectators who had come to witness the events. Sensed that the situation was unlikely to escalate further and departed in confusion. Meanwhile, Sarutobi Hiruzen, convinced that the Uchiha would not instigate a rebellion and having fulfilled his own objectives, prepared to leave as well. Before departing, he placed a reassuring hand on Uchiha Fugaku's shoulder, expressing, "You, the leader of the Uchiha clan, are also a bearer of the will of fire. I hope that under your guidance, the Uchiha will serve the village even better." Chapter 61, The Fifth Hokage in the Midst of the Night. A lifeless red eye illuminated the residence of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why did the clan leader agree to such a thing? Questioned one ninja. Weren't we supposed to overthrow the Hokage together? During a gathering of the Uchiha clan that night, the members, simmering with anger, confronted Uchiha Fugaku, struggling to comprehend their leader's actions. Who says I am not working to overthrow the Hokage? Uchiha Fugaku replied nonchalantly to the inquiries of his clansmen. What? The clan leader claims he is already overthrowing the Hokage, yet I was unaware of this. Fool, I told you to trust the clan leader. If you could decipher his thoughts, you would be the clan leader yourself. However, following Fugaku's response, whispers erupted among the Uchiha. It was evident that the display of power he had showcased earlier had already won over many, and even without further explanations, they began to speculate on their own. It should be about time. Rest assured, from now on, Sarutobi Hiruzen's faction will no longer be our obstacle. Observing Uchiha Fugaku's confident demeanor, even those who harbored doubts remained silent. After all, their clan leader possessed the Manjiki Sharingan. The intricacies of his plans were beyond the comprehension of ordinary Uchiha like themselves. Now, if you have any questions, please voice them all at once. I still need to care for Makoto and Itachi, and my little Sasuke is nearly in tears from worry. Indeed, the clan leader's family remains in a state of unconsciousness, yet he prioritizes our feelings. Clan leader. I am truly devastated. Despite this, a young Uchiha stood up and boldly inquired, I hold great admiration for you, clan leader. But why did you acquiesce to Sarutobi Hiruzen's unreasonable demands? I can accept it, but my sister has only just completed the 6th grade at the Ninja Academy. I cannot bear to see her sent to the front lines to perish. Forcing her to team up with others is tantamount to condemning her. As the Uchiha clan has always been viewed with hostility, tears glistening in his eyes, the young Uchiha cried out, unwilling to witness his sister's demise. Do you think I am someone who would stand idly by? I, Uchiha Fugaku, would never allow my clan members to meet such a fate. In this war, there shall be no sorrowful battles. Instead, it shall be a vengeance that exacts a bloody toll upon our foes. Uchiha Fugaku proclaimed with his crimson eyes wide open. Furthermore, I have made it clear to you all, the animosity directed towards us Uchiha by the villagers of Konoha stems from the flawed handling of our Uchiha police force. Therefore, once this conflict reaches its conclusion, I shall initiate a comprehensive reform of the Uchiha police force. Additionally, it is evident that others lack understanding of our clan. There exists an almost complete absence of communication between the villagers and the Uchiha. This war presents the most opportune moment to break this barrier and demonstrate to the entire world the formidable strength of the Uchiha. Dear clan leader. Uchiha Fugaku spread his arms passionately. My kin, fight with unwavering resolve. I stand behind you. Yes, clan leader. This too was the optimal choice for Konoha. Soon, the war commenced. The ninja team from the Uchiha clan rapidly demonstrated their formidable combat prowess, employing Jinjutsu, Ninjutsu, Taijutsu, and the trinity of the Sharingan in conjunction with their 2 comrades, rendering the Kumogakure team nearly powerless. The presence of such reliable allies on the battlefield also enhanced the Uchiha's reputation. Meanwhile, the higher-ups in Konoha had lost their voice ever since Sarutobi Hiruzen had been manipulated by the Kodo Amatsukami. Power became consolidated in Sarutobi's hands, and even the route operated under Shimura Danzo was fully mobilized for combat. The perilous task of bait was entrusted entirely to Root, while the relatively safer operations of assault and ambush were assigned to the main forces. With the return of Jiraiya, Konoha swiftly drove Kumogakure back to their national borders. Cornered at their doorstep, Kumogakure, in desperation, dispatched 2 Jinchuriki to infiltrate Konoha's ranks for a large-scale massacre. However, before they could make a move, they were intercepted by Uchiha Fugaku. Had they not fled swiftly, Konoha might have reclaimed 2-tailed beasts. Once the battle reached Kumogakure's doorstep, the situation turned dire. The entire land of lightning was situated atop lofty mountains, and Kumogakure, in addition to their ninja body techniques, had also embraced advanced technology. The relentless bombardment from chakra cannons left Konoha, who had never witnessed such artillery power, in a state of distress. despite their significant advantages. Reaching Kumogakure to rescue Naruto Uzumaki proved exceedingly challenging. Thus, time stagnated for an entire year until the other three villages began to stir, even incinerating Konoha's supply routes, which brought a turning point to the peace between the two villages. Furthermore, upon learning that Naruto Uzumaki had indeed escaped from Kumogakure, the two nations formally signed a peace treaty. Sarutobi Hiruzen, having been controlled by Kodo Amatsukami, immediately resigned from the position of Hokage after the war due to fatigue and frailty from age, recommending Uchiha Fugaku as the new Hokage of Konoha. Naturally, this decision faced opposition from other factions of Hokage, but Sarutobi was thoroughly brainwashed by Kodo Amatsukami, rendering their objections ineffective. In a desperate bid, Danzo Shimura and others turned their attention towards the second most powerful clan in Konoha, the Hyuga clan, under the threat from Danzo and his own ulterior motives. Hyuga Hayashi reluctantly agreed to seek the favor of the Land of Fire's daimyo. By coincidence, they encountered Naruto Uzumaki and his companions in the capital of the Land of Fire. In an attempt to solidify Hayashi's animosity towards the Uchiha clan, Danzo foolishly dispatched assassins implanted with Sharingan, intending to eliminate Hayashi while simultaneously seizing two Byakugan. Unexpectedly, Naruto and his companions thwarted the plan. Fast forward to the third day after Naruto Uzumaki's conversation with Windflower Naruto, Konoha was conducting the Hokage succession ceremony. Following a vote by all ninjas and the support of the Land of Fire's daimyo, Uchiha Fugaku was officially inaugurated as the fifth Hokage of Konoha. After Shimura Danzo and his associates, including Koharu, attempted to instigate a coup and were swiftly quelled, the Uchiha clan officially relocated to the heart of Konohagakure. They simultaneously initiated reforms, expanding the Konoha Guard by introducing additional ninjas and fostering improved relations with other clans. In Chapter 62, Night Raid on the Daimyo's Mansion, two shadowy figures stealthily infiltrated the residence of the daimyo of the Land of Fire under the cover of night. Will he truly come here? One whispered. What is there to doubt? He recently wedded a young bride. He won't escape. The other replied. Then let us proceed. Our patience shall not be in vain. We must apprehend him tonight. Furthermore, with a Manjuki Sharingan trained in illusion techniques for so long, we have no reason to linger. What can I do? I am a user of Yang Release. Shu, lower your voice. The two hastily silenced themselves, cautiously ensuring they had not attracted any attention nearby. Once they confirmed their concealment, they exhaled in relief. Let us move quickly to avoid prolonged exposure. The two figures were none other than Naruto Uzumaki and Hanabi Hyuga, and their objective was straightforward, to subdue the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The structure of the ninja world is peculiar. The leader, embodying immense personal strength, is merely an ordinary individual. It would be one thing if this ordinary person were exceptionally intelligent and powerful, but he wielded influence over a cadre of subordinates, using economic means to subjugate the entirety of Konoha, even dictating the appointments of future Hokages. While the thoughts of others may vary, Naruto Uzumaki intended to test the waters. If he could control the daimyo, would he not have wealth, resources, and ninjutsu at his disposal, compelling Konoha to comply? Stealthily, Naruto approached, evading the guards, and slid open a window to enter. Creak. The sound of an indescribable object beneath his foot startled a woman who had been restless due to the daimyo's presence. Who goes there? She cried out. As the woman's eyes revealed 3 Tomo, she gradually succumbed to slumber once more. How extravagant! Naruto marveled at the array of toys scattered below, before slowly advancing to the bedside of the daimyo. What on earth is happening? At this moment, the feudal lord of the Land of Fire was roused from his slumber by a woman's exclamation, groggily uttering a few words. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he was startled to find a small boy standing before him, dispelling any remnants of drowsiness in an instant. As he gazed into the lord's eyes, the 3 Tomo appeared, and Naruto Uzumaki sighed in relief. He had already achieved half of his goal. Next, he merely needed to employ the Sharingan to implant a suggestion in the lord's mind, fostering a sense of intimacy between them. From then on, any request could be made without the need for furtive infiltrations. A simple visit, discreetly avoiding the presence of others, would suffice. Moreover, the Genjutsu cast through the Sharingan would remain undetected by all but those with Byakugan, and Naruto would ensure that no opportunity for such scrutiny would arise. Kamui. Naruto Uzumaki's left eye, adorned with 3 Tomo, swiftly transformed into a shape reminiscent of 3 sides, simultaneously casting a profound hypnotic spell upon the daimyo of the Land of Fire. Thus, it was accomplished. Naruto Uzumaki gently touched his somewhat swollen left eye, releasing the control over the two individuals and allowing them to gradually succumb to slumber. Just as he contemplated his departure, he sensed an ominous presence drawing near, leaving him no choice but to swiftly seek refuge beneath the bed. To his astonishment, he discovered another person hiding there, entirely unclothed, save for a solitary acorn shielding their modesty. "Ah, what an unexpected encounter," the bear man murmured, his face flushed with embarrassment after a brief silence. Before Naruto could finish his inquiry, someone entered the room, prompting both to hold their breath in anxious silence. "Who goes there?" came a voice. "Is this some kind of jest? Ugh, what transpired here? Come forth, Tsukuyami." "Ah, this should suffice." Observing the figure outside the bed, Naruto took advantage of the shadows to quietly form hand seals. "Are you all right, my lord?" Suddenly, a guard's voice echoed from outside the door. "This is dire." The individual outside the bed hastily dove beneath it, exchanging startled glances with the two hidden figures. "Ah, what an unexpected encounter. What's amiss?" The lord stirred awake, casting a wary gaze around the room. "My lord, we just spotted an assassin fleeing eastward." "What? An assassin? Why are you not in pursuit?" the lord exclaimed, his voice rising in anger. At once, the guards responded, rushing out in haste. Wait, the lord suddenly realized that all the guards had fled. What if another assassin appeared to take his life? He shouted for them, but they had already vanished. A pack of fools. They ran off too quickly. The lord cursed in frustration. "What troubles you, my lord?" At that moment, a woman beside him awakened, rubbing her aching head, feeling utterly drained. "I can't believe I dozed off. My head is pounding. This insufferable oath, not only useless but heavy. He interrupted my rendezvous and made it impossible for me to rest." No need for concern. It was merely an assassin, he reassured her. What is that look in your eyes?" The lord, attempting to comfort the woman, was taken aback by her gaze. "Ah, my lord, you were simply magnificent yesterday. This is the look of admiration from a humble lady." "Ah, an assassin. Oh dear. My lord, I am terrified," she exclaimed, instinctively clinging to him, suppressing her disgust as she feigned affection. Caught off guard by the woman's sudden embrace, the lord dismissed his earlier doubts and allowed himself to revel in pride. "Of course, individuals of my caliber are quite rare, rest assured, even if they had 3 lives. They would not dare approach. My lord, there is an assassin. Quickly follow me to a safe place." A voice from outside the door echoed. The nobleman, irritated, retorted. "I am well aware. Did you not just come to report this? You all ran off to chase the assassin, and now you remember my safety? It is far too late." "What?" The guard outside, taken aback by the nobleman's ire, exclaimed. "No, my lord. We just discovered the assassin from the west and only pursued him after realizing he was heading this way." "What?" The nobleman's voice trembled. "So there was one heading east earlier, and now another from the west? Are there 2 groups of assassins?" In a flurry, the nobleman hastily donned his clothing and urged the woman beside him, "Quickly, rise. We must get to the safe house at once." They hurriedly fled under the protection of the guards. As the sounds outside gradually diminished, the bed suddenly erupted, revealing 3 individuals, each warily observing one another. One was entirely shrouded in black fabric, even wearing sunglasses. Another, short and clad in a robe and hat, bore a mask. The last stood completely naked, using only his hands to shield his face. Chapter 63. I am Uchiha Obito. The 3 within the room remained on high alert, each caught in a delicate stalemate. Any attempt to strike one could provoke a counterattack from the others. Yet none were willing to leave without resolving the matter, for each feared that the events of the day would become known to outsiders. Those who were aware must perish. Naruto Uzumaki gazed intently at the 2 individuals before him, his mind racing with calculations. Only this bear man among them knew of his deeds, and as long as he could eliminate him, his secrets would remain safe. The real trouble lay with the other figure, who had audaciously employed Tsukuyami. If his conjecture was correct, it was none other than Itachi Uchiha. Indeed, the plot seemed to be spiraling out of control. Escaping from his grasp would undoubtedly prove to be a formidable challenge. Uchiha Fugaku fixed a ferocious glare upon the 2 men, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He thought to himself, "Damn it. My control over the daimyo must not be unveiled to them. They must perish here today." Judging by their demeanor, they do not appear to be allies. However, I cannot dismiss the possibility that this is merely a ruse. Regardless, I shall prioritize eliminating this bear man first. Without a weapon, he should be easier to dispatch. At that moment, the bear man found himself in a state of desperation. Help, help, help. I merely indulged in an affair. How did I end up in this predicament? Judging by their eyes, they are intent on murder. I must divert one to engage the other and seize the opportunity to flee. A sudden gust of cold wind swept through the open door, and the three individuals, each with their own schemes, prepared to strike. The bear man was the first to speak, but the chilling breeze caused him to shudder involuntarily. Naruto Uzumaki and Fugaku Uchiha simultaneously launched their attacks, unleashing a barrage of shuriken that pierced the body of the naked man, silencing him forever before he could utter another word. Immediately thereafter, the two warriors redirected their blades towards one another, and the clash of their kunai resonated with intensity. How can the short individual possess such strength? Feeling the force transmitted through the kunai, Fugaku Uchiha was taken aback, realizing that he lacked the advantage in power, prompting him to evade with haste. However, Naruto Uzumaki would not allow him to escape so easily. He seized upon the opening created by Fugaku's retreat and struck with a swift blade. This is bad. The three tomo spun wildly. Yet Fugaku's body could not keep pace with Naruto's assault, leaving him helpless to watch as the imitation of the white fang lunged at him with ferocity. A sharp gasp escaped as a drop of blood trickled down from the faux white fang. In the distance, Fugaku Uchiha regarded the wound on his body with trepidation. Realizing that had he not activated his Susanoo at the last moment to deflect the blow, he would have faced death. A violet Susanoo? Naruto Uzumaki gazed in astonishment at the violet skeletal structure enveloping Fugaku Uchiha. He had initially believed that the one capable of wielding the Tsukuyomi would be Itachi Uchiha. However, Itachi's Susanoo was a brilliant shade of crimson, in stark contrast to the purple manifestation before him, reminiscent of Sasuke Uchiha's. Recognizing the Susanoo only intensified Fugaku's resolve to eliminate him. The thought of his illusion being discovered by a mere ninja only fueled his determination further. Should news of his use of Jinjutsu against the daimyo spread, his tenure as Hokage would surely come to a swift end, and the reputation of Konoha would be irreparably tarnished. Without hesitation, Fugaku unleashed the illusion, and Naruto, lacking sufficient experience in countering such techniques, found himself ensnared within its grasp. When he regained his senses, he discovered himself bound upon a cross. Was this the realm of Tsukuyomi? Naruto Uzumaki gazed upon the dual moons suspended in the ethereal realm, swiftly deducing that he had fallen victim to the illusions of the Manjiki Sharingan. It seems you possess a profound understanding of our Uchiha clan. Even within the confines of the Tsukuyomi, Uchiha Fugaku gradually emerged from the sanguine reflection of the crimson moon. His curiosity piqued as he scrutinized Naruto. Since you are aware of the Tsukuyomi realm, you must comprehend that here, time and space are dictated solely by my will. If you wish to avoid torment, it would be prudent to promptly divulge your identity and all that you know. He continued, I find your identity quite intriguing, and surrendering so easily does not sit well with me. With those words, Naruto's left eye began to exert its power. Your futile attempts are in vain. The Sharingan possesses the most formidable illusions, and no matter how much you struggle, escape from this place is impossible. Not necessarily, came the response, Kamui. In an instant, Naruto Uzumaki's left eye transformed into a shape reminiscent of three sides, aiming directly at Fugaku Uchiha to cast an illusion. However, it was evident that Naruto's Jinjutsu had no effect on Fugaku. The illusion was promptly rebounded. Soon, Naruto found himself tormented by Fugaku for 3 days and nights, ultimately returning to the realm of reality, where Fugaku tore off his mask, revealing a face akin to that of a dwarf. Wait, this progression seems too facile. Release. In an instant, the space before Fugaku warped, and his consciousness inexplicably returned to the realm of Tsukuyomi. How could you ensnare me in an illusion within the confines of Tsukuyomi? Could it be that you two belong to the Uchiha clan? Only a fellow wielder of the Manjiki Sharingan could induce such hallucinations in this dimension. Fugaku directly confronted him. He actually presumed me to be of the Uchiha lineage? This could serve as an opportunity to test whether I can deceive him. Otherwise, my position within Tsukuyomi might become precarious. From your words, I can surmise your identity. You must be the head of the Uchiha clan, the 5th Hokage, Fugaku Uchiha. Upon realizing that Naruto had deduced his identity, Fugaku ceased his pretense, lifting the Jinjutsu that concealed his true form. At that moment, as Naruto beheld Fugaku's true visage, he inwardly mused, as expected. The only other being capable of wielding the Manjiki and accessing the realm of Tsukuyomi, aside from Itachi Uchiha, must indeed be his father, Fugaku Uchiha. Now that I have revealed my true self, as a member of the Uchiha clan, shouldn't you also disclose your true identity to me, the clan leader? Within the realm of illusion, everything may be fabricated. What significance does revealing one's true form hold? We, as Uchihas, should find such deceptions beneath us. Fugaku remarked with a subtle smile, his expression imbued with pride and honor for his lineage. In contrast, Naruto could not help but mentally critique. So, Obito Uchiha is indeed an anomaly among your clan. Obito Uchiha. Given this revelation, I can no longer maintain this charade. With that, Naruto harnessed his ocular powers to transform his appearance into that of Obito Uchiha. Chapter 64. A World Without Rin. Obito Uchiha. How is this possible? Were you not supposed to have perished during the conflict at Kanabi Bridge? Upon first laying eyes on Uchiha Obito, the patriarch of the Uchiha clan immediately recognized him. After all, as the hero of Konoha and the first to bestow the Sharingan upon those from other clans, it would be nearly impossible to forget such a remarkable figure. The spirited Naruto Uzumaki, transformed into a fury of youthful exuberance, replied coldly. After that great battle, I found myself half buried beneath the rubble, awaiting my demise, only to be unexpectedly rescued by Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback. He never anticipated hearing the name of his ancestral forebear in this place. Wasn't Uchiha Madara long since deceased? Naruto Uzumaki feigned an expression of profound disdain as he replied, of course not. Uchiha Madara initially survived by sacrificing his right eye as a vessel for Izanagi, and he has continued to endure until this very day. Izanagi, you say? Indeed. That is a plausible consideration, murmured Uchiha Fugaku, recalling that he had encountered references to this ultimate ocular technique in his family's ancient texts. Both Izanagi and Izanami employ the sacrifice of a single three-tomo Sharingan to manifest the ultimate illusion that alters reality, one capable of changing the very essence of life and death, and the other able to reshape the worldview of others. Observing Uchiha Fugaku beginning to entertain his words, Naruto could not suppress a quiet chuckle within, and subsequently, he set about refining his deception while simultaneously setting traps for Uchiha Obito. After he had survived with that Sharingan, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the Uchiha clan for their betrayal, yet he found himself gravely injured and lacking a Sharingan, rendering him unable to retaliate. Thus, he sought an heir? Uchiha Fugaku quickly grasped the implication and turned to Naruto Uzumaki, inquiring, he has chosen you? Indeed. Initially, I too believed it to be so. Naruto Uzumaki exhibited an expression of profound animosity. He rescued me. However, due to the severe injuries I sustained, I was unable to return to Konoha immediately, although I survived. Why does it seem as though you still harbor resentment towards him? Uchiha Fugaku inquired, perplexed. It is because of Rin. Naruto Uzumaki gritted his teeth and said, oh, I seem to recall a bit. She appears to be the girl from Minato Namake's team, doesn't she? Uchiha Fugaku strained his memory, and indeed, there was a faint recollection of a little girl named Rin. Exactly. Uchiha Madara, in his quest to make me his successor, actually enticed the rogue from the hidden mist village to abduct her. He even orchestrated Kakashi to kill her right before my eyes just as I was about to meet them. As he spoke, Naruto wiped his left eye with a sorrowful expression, revealing the origin of his Manjiki Sharingan. I see, Uchiha Fugaku reflected, believing Naruto's words. After all, his own Manjiki had awakened under similar tragic circumstances, witnessing the loss of comrades and family. It seemed reasonable that Uchiha Obito would awaken his Manjiki upon losing his ally before him. Wait, so the Nine-Tails incident 5 years ago was orchestrated by you? Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed in shock. During the chaos of the Nine-Tails attack, the unmistakable emblem of the Sharingan had appeared in the beast's eyes, which led many to suspect the Uchiha clan had unleashed the Nine-Tails. Naruto Uzumaki shook his head and remarked, it was not me. Though I was filled with rage at the time, a flicker of reason lingered within me. Upon returning to Uchiha Madara's side, it became evident that he sought to exploit my emotions, inciting my hatred towards Konoha as a means of exacting vengeance. Naruto Uzumaki paused momentarily. Then with a cold smirk remarked, however, he has greatly underestimated me. After spending 3 years by his side, I uncovered the truth from that fateful day. Upon learning that Rin had perished under his manipulation, I unhesitatingly betrayed him. Following my treachery, Uchiha Madara was consumed by rage and sought to eliminate me. Yet, age had caught up with him, and ultimately, I managed to escape. It is likely that the Nine-Tails incident 5 years ago was also orchestrated by him, despite Naruto's explanation. Fugaku Uchiha remained skeptical. Then why did you not return to Konoha immediately? If your hatred for Uchiha Madara is genuine, returning to Konoha would surely be the most effective means of avenging yourself against him. That is undoubtedly because I harbor a deep-seated resentment towards Konoha as well. Naruto Uzumaki promptly replied, I despise the wars waged by Konoha and other nations. I resent my teacher for failing to protect his students, and I loathe Kakashi for taking Rin's life. I detest this accursed world. A world devoid of Rin is no longer of any significance to me. Observing Naruto's frantic demeanor, Fugaku Uchiha began to believe him, for every member of the Uchiha clan would go to such lengths for their emotions. But if that is the case, why have you come here? Fugaku suddenly seized upon a thread of doubt and immediately questioned him. It is because I intend to eliminate Uchiha Obito. For this, I require power, and the only way to procure strength from Konoha is to command the daimyo. This aligns with my thoughts. At this juncture, Fugaku had already believed about 70% of Naruto's words, yet he remained wary, for the ramifications of today's events leaking out could be dire. Your objectives must be similar to mine, correct? I overheard the Jinjutsu you employed while I was hiding beneath the bed. Although I am uncertain of what you, the Hokage, aim to achieve with the daimyo, I believe we can assist one another. I merely seek the jutsu of Konoha, and you undoubtedly require skilled individuals for tasks that may be inconvenient for you. You wish to collaborate with me? Essentially, yes. You must be aware that even if you torment me for 3 days and nights within the Tsukuyomi, I, possessing the Manjiki, will withstand it. Once we are outside, the outcome remains uncertain, and if the commotion escalates, it would not bode well for either of us. Fugaku contemplated the current situation, and indeed, as Naruto had stated, he could not easily contend with Naruto, who possessed the Manjiki. It would be wiser to stabilize him for the moment, and later, when the time was right, he could dispose of him. Moreover, with Uchiha Shursui as an ally, he was not afraid of failure. That is true. Very well. As long as you do not harm Konoha, I shall cooperate with you. Upon hearing Fugaku's agreement, Naruto felt a sense of relief. Although he was unafraid of 3 days and nights of torment, it was preferable to avoid it altogether. Furthermore, he had applied eye drops to Uchiha Obito. Thus in the eyes of the world, he became Obito, while Obito was cast as the villain, Madara. By assuming the role of an heir, he could provoke Obito and expose all his abilities. Even if he could not bring about Obito's demise, he could at least vex him, which would serve as a means of avenging his parents. Excellent. Let us embark on this collaboration with joy. Chapter 65, Reversal. Upon reaching this point, Fugaku Uchiha dispelled the Jinjutsu, and in an instant, the two returned to the realm of reality. Naruto, you have fallen under a Jinjutsu. Wait. I shall come to rescue you immediately. As Naruto, freshly returned to consciousness, heard Kurama communicating within his heart. He felt the Nine-Tails chakra attempting to interfere with the illusion, ensnaring him. No need for that, Kurama. I have returned, he asserted. What? You actually dispelled the illusion directly? When did you become so adept at Jinjutsu? Kurama inquired, astonished. Well, I'll explain everything to you later, Naruto replied. Naruto Uzumaki, glancing at the ever-watchful Fugaku Uchiha beside him, resolved to postpone the explanation of recent events to Kurama. In truth, Kurama's response had been remarkably swift, however. A mere second in reality could unfold into 3 days and nights within the confines of Tsukuyomi. Thus, by the time Kurama comprehended the situation, the illusion had already dissipated. Speaking of which, upon returning to the real world, wouldn't it be fitting for you to reveal your true form? After all, are you not Obito Uchiha? I recall that Obito, had he matured to this point, would not possess such a modest stature. Upon their return to the realm of reality, Fugaku Uchiha immediately urged Naruto to unveil his authentic appearance. Very well, since you wish to see, I shall oblige, Naruto declared as he removed his hood, revealing his original visage, simultaneously discarding his colored contact lenses to showcase the 3 tomo in his eyes. Wait, you are not Obito Uchiha? And yet you bear a hint of familiarity. As Fugaku beheld Naruto's true countenance, he promptly furrowed his brow. This is certainly not my genuine form. It is prudent to utilize effective tools when available. Exposing my true self in this world is exceedingly perilous, as a moment's lapse could attract the attention of Madara Uchiha. Since we no longer find ourselves in need of combat, should we not take our leave? Remaining here may invite unforeseen troubles, Naruto proposed. After a brief moment of contemplation, Fugaku chose to acquiesce. The identity of the individual before him, whether or not he was Obito Uchiha, had become inconsequential. Given that he too had employed the Sharingan to control the daimyo, revealing this matter would yield no advantage for him. Thus, the two could mutually restrain one another. Then I shall take my leave. Let us reconvene in 3 days to discuss the specifics. We shall meet at the Temple of Fire. With that, the two departed swiftly in opposite directions from the daimyo's estate. Once Naruto exited the daimyo's residence, Windflower Naruto promptly followed suit. He had been the one to masquerade as the initial wave of assassins, drawing the guard's attention. After stealthily returning to the vicinity of the daimyo's chamber, He serendipitously witnessed Naruto emerging from within and decided to trail him. What transpired? While I was keeping watch, I noticed another individual of African descent enter. But upon observing the ensuing silence, I resorted to impersonating an assassin to create a commotion outside. Ah, so it was you orchestrating the ruse. Naruto Uzumaki cast a resentful glance at Windflower Naruto. Had it not been for this unexpected turn of events, he might have been able to wait beneath the bed until Uchiha Fugaku departed. What's wrong? Has something unfortunate occurred? Windflower Naruto inquired anxiously, as attempting to manipulate a prominent feudal lord was indeed a source of tension and guilt for him. It's manageable, I suppose. It seems I have inadvertently struck gold. I have already implanted a hypnotic suggestion in the daimyo's mind, but the new Hokage of Konoha has also made an appearance. Consequently, I must feign stability as Uchiha Obito and claim we have reached an accord. However, leveraging the daimyo to acquire Konoha's forbidden techniques appears to be an unlikely endeavor. Uchiha Fugaku seems quite different from the impression I once held of him. Nonetheless, our delegation from the Land of Snow should fare much better within the Land of Fire. And I personally ought not to be troubled by Konoha any longer. The following day, within the daimyo's residence, having received repeated assurances from his guards that no assassins remained, the daimyo finally returned to his longed-for bed, albeit without the company of beautiful companions. Those wretched assassins have caused me a day and night of worry. These inept guards have only managed to capture one assassin. Sigh, had my guardian 12 ninjas not been disbanded, I would not be living in such constant fear. Perhaps I should gather some ninjas and reconstitute a team? This time, let S directly recruit 24 individuals. As the daimyo continued to formulate plans in his mind, he gradually drifted into slumber. Amidst the sounds of his deep sleep, a small stone beneath the bed transformed with a thud into the form of Uzumaki Naruto. This was a shadow clone he had summoned while hiding under the bed the previous day. Originally, Naruto had been able to manipulate the daimyo at will. But with Uchiha Fugaku now involved, he thought it prudent to issue his commands without delay to avoid further complications. Sleep is indeed blissful, he mused. The next morning, the daimyo of the Land of Fire announced a new decision to reconvene the Guardian Ninjas. The Guardian Ninjas had expanded from the original 12 to 24 members, with 3 new recruits already enlisted. Simultaneously, he took it upon himself to disclose a scandal regarding the previous Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, revealing how he had failed to act. Using the orphaned son of the 4th Hokage, the youngest hero of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki, as a scapegoat to vent the villagers' anger, subjecting him to immense suffering. This revelation sent shockwaves through Konoha, as for the past 2 years Naruto had been the target of public disdain, primarily due to his association with the Nine-Tails and the fact that his very existence had led to another year of conflict. Yet, the situation had taken a turn. The daimyo of the Land of Fire had personally vouched for his identity. Naruto Uzumaki is, in fact, the biological son of the 4th Hokage, who sacrificed his own body to seal the Nine-Tails within him, thereby preventing it from wreaking havoc upon the village. His true identity is that of a hero in Konoha. Furthermore, Naruto had long been rescued from the hidden cloud village by the feudal lord. However, due to the negative sentiments prevailing in the village and the overwhelming influence of Hiruzen Sarutobi, he was reluctant to return. Consequently, the villagers' animosity gradually transformed into guilt towards Naruto and was redirected towards Hiruzen Sarutobi. In response, the Sarutobi clan promptly justified their actions, claiming that concealing Naruto's identity was for his protection, asserting that should his identity be revealed, he would surely be captured by the hidden cloud. Yet, the public was not swayed by this explanation. Instead, conspiracy theories proliferated. For instance, if secrecy was paramount, how did they come to know that Naruto was the vessel of the Nine-Tails? Why did Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was aware of the truth, remain silent during Naruto's torment? The ire even extended to the neighboring Shimura clan. In Chapter 66, the 3 Tomo, it became apparent that all of this might have been orchestrated by Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Fugaku recognized the boy he had previously seen and was filled with rage. How dare Obito control the Jinchuriki? Fuming, Fugaku cursed, as he believed it was a simple feat for a Manjiki Sharingan user to control a mere Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. It was no wonder that Naruto's whereabouts had been elusive over the past 2 years. He had been under the control of a Manjiki ninja. By unveiling Naruto's identity through the feudal lord, it was a warning not to attempt any tricks. The Jinchuriki was in his grasp, and any hope of assistance would require cooperation with him. How could I, the Hokage of Konoha, possibly yield to a mere child? Fugaku raged in his office, summoning Itachi Uchiha. What is your command, father? Itachi responded, his heart a tumult of emotions towards his father. Just the day before, he had been discussing how to resolve the conflict between the Uchiha and Konoha with his mentor and friend, Shisui Uchiha. The following day, Shisui was slain by his own father, who seemed transformed. Having awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, he had become assertive and aggressive. Not only had Fugaku successfully integrated the Uchiha into Konoha, but he had also triumphed over the hidden cloud and had now ascended to the position of Hokage. Meanwhile, his dear friend Shisui's name had been tarnished, marking a shameful chapter for the Uchiha clan. The rapid changes in the world left Itachi, who had long contemplated the meaning of life, unable to process the unfolding events. Itachi, please assist me in copying down a few forbidden techniques from the Book of Seals. I intend to take them with me. Forbidden techniques? Confronted with his father's command, Uchiha Itachi found himself engulfed in doubt. After all, this was a forbidden technique. What purpose could it serve for his father, especially one that required packaging for transport? It matters not, he reassured himself, for I am now the Hokage, and the entire repository of sealing techniques is accessible to me. I now grant you permission to peruse the sealing texts. Uchiha Fugaku, under the impression that his son was concerned about future access to the sealing books, promptly bestowed upon him the necessary authorization. Indeed, his father was now the Hokage, the Uchiha were his, and so was Konoha. There would be no conflict between the two. Thus, a burden seemed to lift from Itachi's heart, and he exhaled in relief, responding joyfully, "Yes, father." Uchiha Fugaku nodded in satisfaction, having noticed the faint smile at the corner of his son's lips, reflecting to himself that, after all, he was still a child, easily delighted by the prospect of learning new jutsu. Simultaneously, Fugaku unleashed the dark secrets surrounding Shimura Danzo, seeking to divert attention from Naruto Uzumaki by igniting a scandal of even greater magnitude. In his view, these individuals were nothing but malignant tumors within Konoha, and eradicating them would genuinely serve the village's best interests. As the vile deeds of Shimura Danzo came to light, the entire village was engulfed in a wave of fury. What? Child trafficking? Forcing the orphans in the orphanage to become spies, conducting inhumane experiments on them, and dispatching his ninjas on suicidal missions, these heinous acts were all exposed, leading to a dramatic decline in the reputation of Shimura Danzo. Of course, the now defected Danzo is likely indifferent to such matters. Meanwhile, Mito Gaiden and Natsukawa Koharu, imprisoned, faced merciless retribution. The entire Shimura clan subsequently suffered even more horrific discrimination than the Uchiha clan did in the past. The Sarutobi clan, too, faced similar treatment, albeit with slightly less persecution due to their previous Hokage status. Discontent brewed among the clan members, prompting them to seek out Sarutobi Hizashi in hopes of voicing their grievances. However, Sarutobi Hizashi was under the control of Kodo Amatsukami, obedient solely to Uchiha Fugaku's commands. Thus, he vanished from the village of Konoha, becoming a mere tool in Fugaku's hand, akin to Shisui. Soon, the two clans united in an attempt at rebellion, only to be suppressed once more, suffering further losses. The aftermath of their raid yielded an astonishing surplus of 20 years' worth of funds for Konoha, a truly terrifying outcome. Uchiha Fugaku's objectives were thus fulfilled, amidst the chaos. The populace had largely forgotten about Naruto Uzumaki and ceased to pursue the matter further. As the catalyst of this incident, he awaited Uchiha Fugaku's arrival outside the Temple of Fire. In the forest, Uchiha Fugaku approached Naruto Uzumaki. "Have you finally arrived? I've been utterly bored waiting for you. How dare you, the one controlling Konoha's Jinchuriki, appear here so brazenly?" Uchiha Fugaku interrogated Naruto, as the three-tomo pattern subtly emerged in his eyes. Indeed, he had made the connection. Within the depths of his heart, Naruto Uzumaki reveled in delight. All his actions thus far were not merely to vindicate himself, but also to subtly guide Fugaku Uchiha to associate his physical form with the notion of being under the control of Obito Uchiha. This, he surmised, would effectively elucidate the presence of the Sharingan in his eyes while concurrently inciting trouble for Obito. Isn't this Hokage of Konoha also absent from his own village? Moreover, I am a child of Konoha, and indeed, I belong to the Uchiha clan. What difference does it make whether the Jinchuriki is in my possession or yours? Such matters are entirely distinct. The Jinchuriki belongs to Konoha, so return him at once. As he spoke, the tomo in his eyes began to whirl, casting an illusion upon Naruto Uzumaki. Yet, Naruto's eyes glinted red, and with the power of the three tomo, he rebounded the illusion back. "You are quite the trickster. You haven't even sent your true self. This body you present is likely nothing more than a puppet. The ocular power within is as desolate as a dry well." and I can easily reflect it back with the strength of my 3 tomo. At that moment, Fugaku Uchiha freed himself from the rebounded illusion, rubbing his swollen eyes, and furiously exclaimed, "You have audaciously implanted a genuine Sharingan within the Jinchuriki's body." Fugaku had always assumed that the 3 tomo in Naruto's eyes were mere reflections of an illusion. To his astonishment, he discovered they were authentic. And this desecration of the Uchiha clan ignited his fury. Chapter 67. Temple of Fire. Isn't there a plethora of such occurrences? My own eyes reside within Kakashi's eye socket as well. Naruto Uzumaki waved his hand dismissively and remarked casually, "The Sharingan is merely a plug-and-play tool, after all. Uchiha Madara has an abundance of them." Uchiha Fugaku inhaled deeply, his facial muscles tensing, and through gritted teeth, he furiously spat out a few words. "You have truly enraged me. You jeopardized the lives of the villagers of Konoha and thus tarnished the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Obito." Uchiha Shirsui's once-still eyes suddenly sparkled with life, as if the fury emanating from Uchiha Fugaku had rekindled the very emotions within him, revitalizing the power of his Sharingan. "Return the Jinchuriki of Konoha." Uchiha Shirsui surged forward like a bolt of red lightning, instantly appearing before Naruto Uzumaki, his fiery blade poised to strike. The blazing flames halted just before Naruto, as his hair, stirred by the wind, caught fire, emanating a peculiar scent. "I knew you wouldn't strike. Have you calmed down yet?" Uchiha Fugaku could only glimpse a shadow of Shirsui within those Sharingan eyes, yet he discerned no fear, suggesting that Naruto had indeed fallen under manipulation. "Humph. Were it not for the fact that I am in Naruto's body, I would have struck you down long ago." Naruto Uzumaki took a few steps back, feeling the uncomfortable heat radiating from the fiery blade. "It was not I who extracted the Sharingan, but rather Uchiha Madara. I merely seized a modicum of interest while fleeing." Embedding the Sharingan within the Jinchuriki was simply a means to facilitate control and enhance their protective capabilities. "What is your true intention?" Observing that this individual's true form was absent, Uchiha Fugaku decided to extract some information first and subsequently retracted his weapon. "My objective is Uchiha Madara. This I understand. You seek vengeance against Uchiha Madara. Indeed, the most effective method of vengeance is to dismantle his hopes." Naruto Uzumaki let out an ominous laugh. Although Obito Uchiha was merely a pawn of Madara Uchiha, he had adopted the Moon Eye plan as his own form of redemption, or perhaps as an excuse for his evasion. "From the very beginning, I must dismantle his scheme. Preventing him from capturing the Jinchuriki and wandering about in disguise will surely drive him to madness. Allow me to elucidate the Moon Eye plan." The two conversed atop the trees, recounting the details that Madara had once shared with Obito, omitting only the part about the Rinnegan. In essence, by merging the 9-tailed beasts, one could obtain the 10 tails, and by initiating the infinite Tsukuyami, one could dominate the entire world, correct? Upon hearing Naruto's exposition, Fugaku Uchiha's eyes flickered, as if he were contemplating something profound. This individual seems to have inexplicably risen with a malevolent aura. Could it be that he has set his sights on the 10 tails? Naruto Uzumaki sensed something amiss. It appeared he had unwittingly acquired yet another adversary. "Well, I possess the advantage. No matter how they scheme, as long as I can summon my counterparts from parallel worlds, victory will ultimately be mine." Uchiha Fugaku seemed to realize he had lost his composure and quickly cleared his throat. "Ahem, we absolutely cannot allow them to succeed in collecting all the tailed beasts. Indeed, thus it is imperative that we bolster our own strength. I require you to procure several hundred forbidden techniques from Konoha to enhance my power." Uchiha Fugaku furrowed his brows and retorted angrily, "What nonsense are you spouting? Why should we enhance your strength when the world is in peril?" "Of course. It is because I am also a part of Konoha. I, Uchiha Obito, have led the charge and am hailed as the hero of Konoha. I operate as Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the 4th Hokage, a veritable prince of the 9 tails. Surely, acquiring 2 forbidden techniques would not be too much to ask? Wait a moment. How can I be certain you are indeed Uchiha Obito? You could be Uchiha Madara or some imposter pretending to be Obito. If you are truly Uchiha Obito, then reveal your true self to me. Does Uchiha Madara even require forbidden techniques? Besides, once I master them, I can teach Naruto Uzumaki as well. It's a win-win for everyone involved." "You." Suddenly, the sound of an explosion interrupted their conversation. Both turned their attention to the commotion emanating from the adjacent fire temple. "Is there a celebration at the fire temple today? Why such a cacophony? This sound is different. It is the sound of something being attacked." Uchiha Fugaku, seasoned and experienced, quickly discerned the nature of the disturbance. He then drew a kunai, eyeing Naruto Uzumaki with caution, and asked sternly, "Was it you?" I wondered why we were conversing here at the Fire Temple. It seems you had ulterior motives. What does this have to do with me? Naruto Uzumaki was taken aback. Hastily clarifying, I chose the Fire Temple because it is renowned throughout the land of fire, aside from Konoha. Given the urgency of the situation, I spoke without thinking. It truly has nothing to do with you. Uchiha Fugaku regarded him with skepticism. It truly has nothing to do with me. Naruto Uzumaki wore a sincere expression. Very well. I shall trust you this once. Fugaku Uchiha sighed and then leaped from the woods, hastening towards the Temple of Fire. The Temple of Fire is a part of the land of fire, and they have been attacked. I cannot turn a blind eye to this. Our collaboration can be discussed later. Naruto Uzumaki hurriedly followed suit. Although he was merely an aficionado of manga, the scene unfolding before him felt eerily familiar. Reminiscent of something he had encountered in a certain platform, undoubtedly an event of great significance. Wait, I shall lend my assistance as well. Why are you trailing behind? With Naruto closely following him, Fugaku Uchiha furrowed his brow. After all, I am a hero of Konoha. I cannot stand idly by while the Temple of Fire faces peril. Naruto Uzumaki declared with righteous indignation, I might consider believing you once you return the Jinchuriki. As the two entered the Temple of Fire, an overwhelming wave of malevolent chakra assailed them upon crossing the threshold. This chakra felt eerily familiar. Naruto Uzumaki furrowed his brow, struggling to recall the source of the malevolent, yet familiar chakra. Naruto, that is my chakra, the Nine-Tails, Kurama, suddenly interjected within him, startling Naruto. What is happening? Aren't you inside me? Why is there chakra from you in the Fire Temple? It's likely some human has attempted to appropriate my power and has gathered the remnants of my chakra, Kurama replied disdainfully, his tone laced with contempt for humanity. Chapter 68, The Disruption. My apologies, Kurama. There is no need for your apologies. You are you, and they are they. I have always maintained a clear distinction between the two and never misdirect my anger. After all these years, you are the only one who has shown me any kindness. Hige, thanks. While Naruto was conversing with the Nine-Tails, Fugaku Uchiha had already commanded Shursui to charge forward, intercepting the instigator who was assaulting the barrier. Oh, is it merely a child? And this chakra, it's from the Nine-Tails. With a swift kick, Uchiha sent the rampaging entity, now infused with Nine-Tails chakra, flying. And with a deft spiral, he cast a genjutsu upon the child's eyes. As the boy collapsed in response, the turmoil began to subside. Thank heavens for this hero's intervention. At that moment, the still active former abbot approached, expressing his gratitude to Fugaku Uchiha. No need for such formalities. I am a covert ninja of Konoha. What is the matter with this child? Why does he possess the chakra of the Nine-Tails? Fugaku raised his hand to halt the abbot's thanks and immediately interrogated him. What do you mean it's the Nine-Tails? The abbot appeared thoroughly taken aback, as if unaware of the situation. What do you mean? Isn't this child one of yours from the Fire Temple? He is clad in your temple escort. No, you misunderstand. The abbot hurriedly gestured, clarifying, this child, Sora, is indeed from our Fire Temple. But we had no knowledge that he possessed the chakra of the Nine-Tails. This is the first anomaly we have witnessed in the 5 years since his birth. What? This is the chakra of the Nine-Tails, not something you can simply dismiss with a few words. You cannot claim ignorance regarding this matter, Fugaku scolded, his brow furrowed. Just moments ago, he had learned from Naruto that there were plans to gather the tailed beasts to wreak havoc upon the world. And now the Nine-Tails chakra appeared here. Could it be mere coincidence? At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki spoke up, then drew a shuriken, aiming it in a specific direction as he declared that it would be best to inquire with them. With that, he hurled the shuriken toward the indicated spot, only to hear a few clattering sounds as it was intercepted. To his surprise, there were sensory-type ninjas hidden within the Temple of Fire. This was truly an oversight. Emerging from the rocks where the shuriken had landed were 4 figures. Among them, the foremost was a man with a full head of white hair and a prominent scar across his face. Originally, he had intended to leave Sora at the Temple of Fire to grow up, but now the exposure of Konoha's secrets was indeed troublesome. The white-haired man fiercely rubbed his Japanese-style staff against the ground and then laughed heartily, addressing Uchiha Fugaku and his companions. Are you Hama? One of the original guardians of the 12th? Uchiha Fugaku struggled to recall, eventually remembering having seen this name in past materials. Hama was one of the original 12 guardians who, driven by his ambitions for the Fire Nation's daimyo, sought to assassinate the Hokage. However, he had been thwarted by Asuma, another member of the 12, before even reaching Konoha. Oh, I am quite astonished that Konoha's ninjas still remember me. Uchiha Fugaku frowned and shouted at Hama. Weren't you supposed to have been killed by Sarutobi Asuma? How did you end up here? Hama replied with a scoff, "Of course, it is to realize my convictions. Our Fire Nation does not require a second jewel." With that, Hama led his 3 disciples, brandishing their weapons, to attack Uchiha Fugaku and his companions. Fugaku gripped his fire blade, engaging Hama head-on, while several other monks from the Temple of Fire surrounded Hama's disciples. If you wish, you can regain your status as one of the Guardians of the 12. The current daimyo has even expanded the ranks to 24. While battling Hama, Uchiha Fugaku attempted to reason with him. "What nonsense. I do not fight for such laughable reasons." Hama's staff transformed into a whip-like weapon, striking with such ferocity that it made close engagement nearly impossible. In an effort to extract information from Hama, Uchiha Fugaku deliberately refrained from using his Sharingan to subdue him, opting instead to converse while they fought. "What is your true objective?" "Objective?" Hama revealed an evil smile, swinging his staff to ensnare Sora, who lay unconscious nearby, before retreating. "This is bad." As the Nine-Tails chakra was on the verge of being taken away, Uchiha Fugaku abandoned any pretense of gathering intelligence and unleashed his full power, swiftly dispatching Himura. Himura could scarcely fathom that this seemingly insignificant member of the Konoha Umbu could eliminate him in the blink of an eye. The Japanese-style staff in his grasp slipped from his fingers, rendered powerless, and was soon sent flying through the air. It was caught at the opportune moment. Uzumaki Naruto deftly caught him in his grasp, ultimately landing steadily on the ground. "Uchiha Obito!" Uchiha Fugaku bellowed in fury, taken aback that this young lad was once again attempting to seize the prize. "My apologies, but I cannot part with this fragment of chakra. For the presence of Nine-Tails chakra in one more location could grant our adversaries another avenue to acquire it." As he spoke, a wooden armor materialized around Naruto's hand, and he forcefully broke the seal, drawing the Nine-Tails chakra from the body of the unconscious Sora into his own. Aya, the 5-year-old Sora, unable to withstand the excruciating pain of having the Nine-Tails chakra forcibly extracted, jolted awake, only to faint once more. "My apologies, but trust me, I am not particularly favoring you." Naruto Uzumaki turned to the boy of similar age and offered a sincere apology before gently placing him on the ground. The Nine-Tails within Naruto observed this scene with a flicker of emotion, aware that its previous words to Fugaku Uchiha were mere excuses, the true intention being to prevent others from exploiting it. "Humph. I see your true aim is to monopolize the Nine-Tails for yourself." Fugaku Uchiha scoffed, expressing his discontent. "Say whatever you wish." In an instant, Naruto Uzumaki appeared behind the 3 disciples of Hama and swiftly incapacitated them with 3 precise strikes, rendering them unconscious upon the ground. Their teacher remarked, "Very well, these 3 disciples shall be entrusted to me." With a smirk, he added, "Ah, how clever of you to think that the dead could be exchanged for the living. Do not speak so lightly. The methods employed by Konoha to extract memories from the deceased are more than numerous." "Is that so?" "Nevertheless, I must decline." As he spoke, Fugaku Uchiha drew 2 blades and directed them towards Naruto Uzumaki. "These 3 are to accompany me today, and I shall also take you, Naruto Uzumaki." It seemed that such intentions lay at the heart of his actions. Facing the oncoming Uchiha Fugaku, Naruto Uzumaki boldly advanced instead of retreating, his hands enveloped in a fierce crimson chakra as he reached out to grasp his opponent. "You truly believe you can underestimate my capabilities." Chapter 69, Betrayal. "The chakra of the Nine-Tails? Have you truly mastered it to this extent?" Observing the 2 crimson hands reaching for him, Uchiha Fugaku was taken aback and swiftly evaded. Being caught would spell disaster. What is there to be surprised about? For one endowed with the Sharingan like myself, this is merely child's play. Naruto Uzumaki thrust his chakra-infused hand into the ground, causing 8 ethereal hands to emerge beneath Uchiha Fugaku, ensnaring him like a cage. Curse be it. If not for the fact that Uchiha Shirsue's ocular prowess had been nearly exhausted, Uchiha Fugaku swiftly transformed his hands into mere afterimages as he rapidly formed hand seals. With a powerful exhalation, a colossal fire dragon erupted forth from his mouth. The enormous beast, roaring ferociously, forcefully tore apart 2 of the chakra claws, granting Uchiha Fugaku the opportunity to escape. Seeing that his technique was ineffective, Naruto retracted his claws. He was truly unaccustomed to battling with the chakra of the Nine-Tails, as each use resulted in painful wounds. What do you think? Perhaps it would be better to abandon the struggle for supremacy and consider a partnership instead? Naruto Uzumaki cast a triumphant smile at the panting Fugaku Uchiha. However, Fugaku Uchiha chuckled in response, saying, "Is that so? I believe you must surrender the Jinchuriki to me today. Take a look around you." Naruto Uzumaki turned around to find himself encircled by the monks of the Fire Temple. and the 3 disciples who had previously accompanied him had vanished without a trace. Is this how you assist him? We are of the same nation. Naruto Uzumaki attempted to masquerade as a prophet, intending to eliminate the genuine target. However, it proved futile. For I had already elucidated the situation to the monks of the Temple of Fire. At that moment, a child hurriedly approached Fugaku Uchiha, carrying the unconscious disciples of Himura. Allow me to introduce an exceptional junior of our Uchiha clan, Itachi Uchiha. With a tone laced with mockery, Fugaku remarked, unlike you, who once languished at the bottom. Itachi Uchiha is a prodigy. Ah, it seems I have been outmaneuvered. Itachi glared with his 3-tomo Sharingan directed at Naruto, proclaiming, your gravest error lies in choosing to meet at the Temple of Fire. Our initial plan was to encircle you during our conversation, however. An unfortunate incident occurred at the temple. Fortunately, you unwittingly followed us, falling directly into our trap. Indeed, you have underestimated us. Naruto Uzumaki felt a touch of embarrassment. The sensation of being publicly humiliated before so many was truly unpleasant. It was not anticipated by us. Itachi Uchiha shook his head, asserting that it was, in fact, your excessive confidence in your own abilities that led you to underestimate us, ultimately falling into our trap. Very well, surrender now, Obito Uchiha. Even if your true form is not present, you must ensure the Jinchuriki remains here today. Fugaku Uchiha called upon the others to encircle Naruto Uzumaki, while simultaneously urging him to capitulate. Do you not consider yourself a hero of Konohagakure? Then cease to harm the children of the leaf. Just a moment ago, you spoke solely of the Jinchuriki, and now you refer to them as the children of the leaf. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes transformed into a deep crimson hue. And in an instant, armor enveloped him, while the mechanical Nine-Tails was summoned forth. However, you have miscalculated a crucial detail. It is I alone who has encircled you. A colossal entity emerged within the Temple of Fire, and upon its thunderous roar, the monks within faltered, collapsing to the ground. Is this truly the Nine-Tails? Why does it differ from the images I have seen? Itachi Uchiha had encountered the Nine-Tails before, during the fateful night of its rampage. He had glimpsed it while fleeing with Sasuke. Be cautious, Itachi. This form of the Nine-Tails has been noted in Jiraiya's reports, and even Orochimaru could do nothing against it. I had assumed that Naruto fled only to fall under the control of Uchiha Obito later, but now it seems he was manipulated back in the hidden cloud. If even the treacherous Obito can command such a creature, how formidable must Uchiha Madara truly be? Regardless, he must not be allowed to wreak havoc here. Itachi gazed at the mechanical Nine-Tails with apprehension, his mind racing with thoughts. Why does my father's transformation resonate so deeply within me? There is something oddly familiar, yet strange about it. No, this is not the time for such reflections. Clearing his mind of distractions, Itachi swiftly formed hand seals and unleashed a great fireball toward the eyes of the mechanical Nine-Tails. It appeared to be a mechanical construct. Targeting its eyes might yield some effect. However, despite the great fireball's considerable size, it was akin to a mere spark to the mechanical beast, which effortlessly swatted it away. Itachi realized that such tactics would not suffice. Only sealing techniques could contend with a tailed beast. Hey, Abbot, do you know the 4 purple flames formation? The abbot nodded vigorously and turned to a nearby young man with a distinctive hairstyle. Dilu, among all our disciples, you possess the greatest strength. The 4 purple flames formation requires 4 participants. You shall assist us in the sealing. Dilu, still sporting his youthful locks, nodded in agreement and quickly moved into position. In what felt like mere moments, the abbot, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Itachi, and Dilu took their places surrounding the mechanical Nine-Tails, swiftly forming hand seals and pressing their hands to the ground. The 4 purple flames formation. Instantly, 4 violet barriers erupted from the earth, rising above the mechanical Nine-Tails, converging to form a radiant beam that sealed it above. Now you cannot escape. Not only have you kidnapped our Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but you have also transformed it into this grotesque form. Should your true self be present, I would ensure you receive a thorough lesson. Uchiha Fugaku bellowed furiously from his corner, maintaining the barrier. Naruto Uzumaki, commanding the mechanical Nine-Tails, gently pressed its claws against the purple flame barrier, testing its sturdiness. The violet flames immediately enveloped the claws, yet the applied pressure elicited no response from the barrier. This construct is remarkably solid, truly worthy of its reputation as a prison for shadow-level adversaries. However, with the 4 of you maintaining this barrier, who among you could possibly defeat me? There is no need for your concern. You ought to prepare for your pleas for mercy. In truth, while Uchiha Fugaku spoke confidently, he found himself at a loss for how to subdue Naruto Uzumaki. Were his original form present, he might have attempted to control Naruto using the Manjiki Sharingan's genjutsu. Alas, he was currently utilizing the body of Uchiha Shursui. After employing the Kodoame Tsukumi twice, Shursui's Manjiki had become like a parched well, barely able to yield even a drop of power, rendering it impossible to control the Nine-Tails. Perhaps the only option is to expose him. Chapter 70. Evolution. Uchiha Fugaku's final contingency rested upon the brainwashed Sarutobi Hiruzen, whom he had manipulated using Kodoame Tsukumi after devouring Uchiha Shursui. He commanded Shursui to relay orders to Hiruzen, turning him into a puppet that would forever obey Fugaku's whims. This command effectively stripped Hiruzen of his personality. Ordinarily, he appeared unchanged, but when following Fugaku's orders, he operated like an emotionless marionette. This drastically mitigated the risk of issuing erroneous commands that could lead to a significant personality alteration, potentially causing him to turn against his master or result in unforeseen complications. After the conclusion of the war, Uchiha Fugaku completely stripped Hiruzen of autonomy, reducing his presence to the bare minimum. During this meeting at the Temple of Fire, Fugaku, concerned that the Shursui he controlled might lack sufficient power, summoned Itachi while discreetly dispatching Hiruzen as a backup. After all, the loss of Uchiha Shursui was inconsequential. But should an unforeseen event result in Itachi's demise, it would be a devastating blow. After all, he is my son. Thus, caution was paramount. If I manipulate Hiruzen to employ the Shiki F gene, perhaps I could extricate the Nine-Tails from Naruto's body and seal it within Itachi, thereby enhancing his strength. However, such an action would undoubtedly reveal my control over Hiruzen, and should this fact become public knowledge, my tenure as Hokage would be in jeopardy. I would have no choice but to silence the entire Temple of Fire. Ultimately, my duty is to protect Konoha, not the entirety of the Fire Nation. TCH. Let us see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Naruto Uzumaki stood within the mechanical body of the Nine-Tails, casting a disdainful gaze from his elevated position. In this scenario, unless Itachi Uchiha were to suddenly awaken his Manjiki Sharingan, they had little chance of mounting a counterattack. What else could they rely upon? Ahem, Naruto. I believe caution would serve you well. At that moment, Kurama spoke up. What is it, Kurama? The Nine-Tails, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, when I fought alongside your father, I held similar thoughts, only to be ultimately sealed in two halves within your body. At this point, a bead of cold sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead. Thank you, Kurama. I truly had not considered that possibility. This is far too perilous. Faced with the Shiki F gene, Naruto found himself at a loss. Having practiced sealing techniques for so long without mastering them, with only one Manjiki, he was utterly defenseless against the Shinigami. If Fugaku Uchiha were to recklessly resolve to perish alongside him, it would indeed be a tragic loss. No worries, let us fight with all our might. As long as we remain vigilant, breaking the four purple flames formation should still be attainable. Agreed. Naruto Uzumaki shouted. I shall exert all my strength to render Uchiha Fugaku incapable of resistance. With that, the mechanical Nine-Tails let out a thunderous roar, its 9 chakra tails flaring dramatically. He then contemplated a novel idea. If the mechanical Nine-Tails were forged from the Outer Path's golem, what would happen if I infused it with the remaining 2 portions of the Nine-Tails chakra? Within the sealing space, 2 formless entities of Nine-Tails chakra were extracted and continuously funneled into the body of the mechanical Nine-Tails by Naruto. These 2 waves of crimson chakra energy adhered to the mechanical beast, growing thicker and brighter until they radiated light so intense that it was blinding. Amidst this brilliance, the mechanical Nine-Tails began to undergo a transformation, its form expanding, and the intricate patterns of its armor becoming even more elaborate. Notably, the fox head, under the influence of the Nine-Tails chakra, shifted from a purely technological appearance to one reminiscent of a living creature. Soon, the ever-expanding body of the mechanical Nine-Tails pressed against the ceiling of the 4 purple flames formation. The burning violet flames cascading down had no effect on it, while the barriers of the formation were on the verge of shattering. This is bad. The Nine-Tails is dismantling the 4 purple flames formation, although obscured by the blinding light. The 4 individuals could distinctly sense the formation's integrity crumbling, as it was composed of their collective chakra. Curse it, must we rely on Sarutobi Hiruzen once more? Uchiha Fugaku lamented, summoning Sarutobi Hiruzen to perform the dead demon-consuming seal. Unfortunately, before Hiruzen could act, the 4 purple flames formation was utterly destroyed, its chakra dissipating like shards of glass falling to the ground. At this moment, the fully evolved mechanical Nine-Tails had dimmed its radiant light, its body roaring as if celebrating its rebirth. In truth, it was Naruto celebrating the newfound capabilities of their shared existence. The mechanical Nine-Tails now stood a towering 150 meters tall, mirroring the height of the Sage Mode Nine-Tails from the manga. Its once monochrome body had transformed into a vibrant orange hue, and its 9 tails, originally composed solely of chakra, were now encased in layers of chakra armor. With a growl, the mechanical 9 tails gazed down at the small purple square that barely reached its waist, and with a mere flick of its tail, it shattered the surrounding purple walls to dust. As the 4 purple flames formation collapsed, the 4 individuals who had been continuously channeling chakra were struck by a backlash. Each spitting blood, Uchiha Fugaku stared in disbelief at the colossal creature before him, exclaiming incredulously, "Is this truly the 9 tails?" Meanwhile, within the mechanical 9 tails, Naruto Uzumaki was brimming with excitement. "Incredible! Kurama, the mechanical 9 tails can grow to such a magnificent size. Huh. You have infused this counterfeit body with an amount of chakra equivalent to my entire being, naturally resulting in such an impressive transformation. If I could reclaim the other half of my energy, I too could attain such grandeur." The 9 tails regarded Naruto Uzumaki with a dismissive tone, remarking on the excitement displayed by this impostor. "Ha ha ha. Remarkable indeed, 9 tails. It appears you possess quite the prowess." Naruto Uzumaki discerned a hint of jealousy in Kurama's voice, prompting him to flatter the beast. "Humph. Indeed, I am the strongest among the tailed beasts, boasting the most tails." Kurama, despite his dismissive words, could not conceal his emotions, as the 9 tails behind him wagged in response to Naruto's praise. After this brief interlude of camaraderie, Naruto refocused his attention on the ongoing battle, controlling the mechanical 9 tails to extend its claws towards Itachi Uchiha. "Stop. Quickly." As the fox's claws neared his son, Fugaku Uchiha's eyes widened in alarm, disregarding his efforts to remain composed as he summoned Hiruzen Sarutobi to join the fray. 5 Elemental Great Bomb Technique. Chapter 71. Ha ha ha. 5 Colossal Energy Spheres, each over 30 meters in diameter and imbued with different elemental properties, hurtled toward the back of the mechanical 9 tails. If these spheres were to strike the previously formidable mechanical beast, it would undoubtedly sustain grave injuries. However, circumstances had shifted. The mechanical 9 tails had evolved to a staggering height of 150 meters, significantly enhancing its defensive capabilities and ability to absorb ninjutsu. Faced with the overwhelming barrage of 5 energy spheres, Naruto resolved to endure the onslaught, determined to seize Itachi Uchiha. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield was now starkly divided. One side featured the suspended mechanical 9 tails, cautious to avoid inadvertently crushing the combatants below, while the other comprised Itachi, ensnared in its grasp, and Fugaku, anxiously watching from the ground. "Why is the 3rd Hokage here? I thought you two were at odds?" Observing Hiruzen Sarutobi, who was crouched and panting heavily, Naruto silently rejoiced at having exerted his full strength, while also harboring lingering questions. As a former Hokage, was it not unusual for him to assist a Jinchuriki in distress? Transforming into a puppet, Hiruzen could not respond to Naruto's inquiries. Instead, Fugaku stepped in to clarify. "Who is unaware that the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan have long been infamous in your Leaf Village? It defies logic that Hiruzen, as the clan leader, would lend you aid." Upon hearing Naruto's words, even with Itachi captured, a smirk of amusement crept onto Itachi's face. "What do you understand? This is the will of fire." With that, both Hiruzen and Itachi launched their attacks simultaneously. Hiruzen created 5 shadow clones, directing them to unleash the Great Bomb Technique upon the mechanical 9 tails head, while Fugaku seized the opportunity to approach the 9 tails claw, attempting to rescue Itachi. "I'll block." Unbeknownst to all, Naruto Uzumaki's speed was unparalleled as he swiftly seized Sasuke Uchiha's hand, shielding his own head in the process. Uchiha Fugaku, witnessing this, cried out in alarm for them to cease, preventing Sarutobi Hiruzen from unleashing his jutsu and inadvertently harming his allies. How despicable! Uchiha Fugaku gazed at his son, now a mere shield, and Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was on the verge of exhausting his chakra, momentarily at a loss for a solution. "Can you not see that I am holding back? Otherwise, I would have obliterated you all with a tailed beast bomb long ago." Observing Uchiha Fugaku's lack of countermeasures, Naruto, fearful of the Shiki F gene, proposed a surrender. "Ultimately, we are all part of Konoha. Would it not be more prudent to adhere to our initial agreement? If you hand over the entire sealing book, I shall return your son to you." "How splendid would that be?" Uchiha Fugaku was on the brink of fury, blood boiling within him as he recalled that their discussions had not transpired in such a manner. Had he known, he would have summoned his true form to unleash Susanoo upon them. However, With his son in peril, he found himself compelled to comply. Contemplating that Uchiha Obito was also a part of Konoha, and indeed a Uchiha, he resolved to endure his anger and retrieve the already prepared sealing book from his cloak, tossing it towards Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki gazed at the sealing book presented by Fugaku Uchiha, playfully remarking, "What a paradox." Although he claims otherwise, his body is quite honest. Subsequently, he channeled his chakra, transforming it into a small hand, eager to grasp the sealing book. Suddenly, a cacophony of cawing crows erupted, and the Itachi Uchiha in Naruto's grasp abruptly morphed into countless crows that scattered into the air. A Jinjutsu? When did this happen? Observing the vanished Itachi, Naruto was momentarily taken aback before swiftly reaching for the copy of the sealing book. At that instant, Itachi had already secured another portion of the sealing book. This is no illusion. It is merely a crow substitution I had prepared from the outset. As Itachi prepared to initiate his classic layered strategy, Naruto, acting swiftly, forcefully seized the sealing book. Meanwhile, Itachi drew a kunai with his left hand, swiftly severing the chakra arm, while his right hand lunged towards the perpetually spinning sealing book. Naruto Uzumaki wielded the mechanical Nine-Tails, extending a colossal hand towards his adversary, causing a fierce gust of wind that fluttered the garments of Itachi Uchiha. Fire style, great fireball technique. With the sealing scroll slipping from his grasp, Itachi swiftly formed a hand seal and unleashed a fireball, intent on incinerating the scroll. Yet, Naruto's speed proved superior. He deftly deflected the fireball with a mere finger, securing the scroll firmly within the confines of the mechanical beast. Simultaneously, he clenched his fist and forcefully slammed Itachi into the ground, generating a tremendous shockwave that stirred clouds of dust and left the distant monks struggling to maintain their footing. Itachi, observing his son pinned beneath a formidable fist, Fugaku Uchiha cried out in alarm. "I'm fine," came Itachi's voice unexpectedly from behind Fugaku. Turning in astonishment, he encountered a blood-red Tomo. "Itachi, the sealing scroll is undoubtedly lost to us." Itachi, using Genjutsu to immobilize Shursui, spoke calmly. "Upon witnessing such a colossal Nine-Tails, I realized we would never reclaim Naruto. I pondered why you had the foresight to prepare the sealing scroll in advance, a truly prescient move. However, there is one matter that perplexes me." As he spoke, Itachi slowly extended his hand towards Fugaku's face. "From the outset, I sensed something amiss. Shouldn't we be exerting our utmost effort to reclaim the Jinchuriki? We have fought for over a year to retrieve the Nine-Tails. Yet when we finally caught wind of his whereabouts, why resort to the CH-10 technique? Even if your duties as Hokage are demanding. Surely this matter warrants your full attention. Furthermore, I noticed that apart from myself, there were no others accompanying us, leading me to surmise that this was a secret my father deemed too sensitive for the rest of Konoha, thus entrusting me, as his son, with this knowledge. Then, I realized that the body produced by the CH-10 technique felt strikingly familiar, and its power seemed significantly greater than that of the clones typically generated by the technique. What astonished me most was that I had prepared a crow substitution in advance for when the Nine-Tails ensnared me. Yet, I never anticipated that the reclusive third Hokage would appear here, obeying your command. With that, Itachi tore away the human mask from Fugaku's face, revealing the expressionless visage of Shursui. As I suspected, he remarked in a calm tone. Once, Shursui confided in me regarding the powers of his Manjiki Sharingan. And combined with my father's, everything now falls into place. Itachi, all of this is for the sake of Konoha. Uchiha Shursui spoke the words of his father with an expressionless visage. I understand you are also a victim. Perhaps you remain oblivious to it, or have acknowledged the change and accepted it. Uchiha Itachi, seemingly unable to confront reality, tightly shut his eyes. A single tear trickled from the corner of his eye, falling to the ground, while his chakra took on a sinister aura. To an onlooker, the figure of Uchiha Itachi at that moment appeared entirely transformed from before. Nonetheless, I still wish for them to find peace. With a sudden opening of his eyes, the pattern of shuriken emerged vividly within his pupils. Amaterasu. Instantly, black flames engulfed Uchiha Shursui's body. Itachi then turned to the nearly extinguished Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lord Hokage, you have endured much in this life. Please depart without pain. Aware that those afflicted by Kodo Amatsukami were beyond salvation, especially in this puppet-like form, Itachi employed Amaterasu once more, reducing the third Hokage to ashes. What is the true meaning of life? Itachi gazed at the multitude of monks he had put into a deep sleep with Tsukuyomi and glanced at the vast crater left by the vanished Naruto Uzumaki. Ensnared in a web of endless turmoil, distinct from the black flames that consumed his heart. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki soared with joy. having not only captured the three disciples of Hamato but also seized the Book of Seals. It was truly fitting to describe his elation as one of triumph. Upon returning to the base, Naruto casually tossed Hamato's three disciples into a cell and began to delve into the Book of Seals. Haha. The Book of Seals is finally in my possession. Should I first learn the Corpse Demon Seal or the Four Symbols Seal? What a delightful conundrum. Ha 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 ha. Observing Naruto's exuberance, Windflower Naruto approached with a face full of curiosity. He had long coveted the Book of Seals, but alas, as a member of a married clan, he lacked the privilege to peruse Konoha's sacred texts. Quick, let us open it. I've been longing to see the Flying Thunder God technique. But the fifth Hokage has never allowed me a glimpse. Hee, I shall open it right away. As the two eagerly unrolled the scroll, they were met with a dense array of text, but just as they began to inspect it, all the words transformed into ink, saturating the scroll. Only the method for the Flying Thunder God technique remained, accompanied by a mysterious message. This technique is entrusted to you. Please ensure that Naruto Uzumaki is taught well. Cough. Upon reading this line, Naruto was rendered speechless in his frustration. He wanted to curse. For the author of this scroll had the audacity to express concern for him, and even left behind the Flying Thunder God technique for his study. He wished to praise, as he believed he should have received the entirety of the forbidden techniques, only to have it all slip away. In exasperation, Naruto could only shout to the heavens. Cursed Uchiha. In contrast, Windflower Naruto appeared unconcerned, picking up the scroll and offering solace. Stop complaining. Why focus on those techniques that lead to mutual destruction? At least you have been left with a ninjutsu. Naruto Uzumaki, with his mouth agape, exclaimed in anger, Are you pleased? Yet, I simply cannot master the art of sealing. The technique of Flying Thunder God necessitates a profound sense of time and space, along with the ability to create temporal coordinates and inscribe the Flying Thunder God seal. Oh yes, he continued with a mischievous grin. I had almost forgotten that you have struggled for nearly a year to learn the sealing technique. I begin to wonder if you truly are a Uzumaki. With a teasing expression, Windflower Naruto tucked the scroll into his bosom. You dare to laugh? Naruto Uzumaki sat on the ground with a sullen expression, his hands propping up his chin, conveying his dissatisfaction. Windflower Naruto observed him and clicked his tongue, remarking that it was only during moments like this that one could see he was just a child, resorting to childish antics. Yet, Naruto Uzumaki had no intention of acknowledging him, his face clearly expressing his annoyance. Just then, one of the disciples of the imprisoned Hama, Buffon, awakened, shifting the attention of both individuals. Oh, you're awake, exclaimed Windflower Naruto, his demeanor instantly shifting at the sight of Buffon. She recalled vividly how her teacher had been slain in an instant, and that she and her companions had been rendered unconscious by this very boy. Noticing the change in Bufeng's expression, Naruto Uzumaki chuckled. Just remember that. It saves me the trouble of threatening you again. I have a task that requires your assistance. Buffon was momentarily taken aback by his words, but quickly regained her composure, her expression softening into one of kindness. I understand. You wish for us to help gather the chakra of the tailed beasts, correct? No problem, as long as you don't intend to kill me. I am willing to assist. Such compliance? That is splendid. Please wait until your companions awaken and inform them as well. Naruto Uzumaki was in high spirits, pleasantly surprised by how swiftly these three had pledged their allegiance, which filled him with delight. Well, since we have assisted you, could we be released now? Certainly. Then I kindly ask you, Kazahana, to grant them their freedom. Naruto Uzumaki immediately nodded in agreement. Upon hearing such a prompt response from him, F's expression brightened to the point where his smile seemed ready to stretch all the way to the back of his head. As Naruto approached, F hurriedly concealed his grin, adopting the demeanor of a delicate maiden, gazing at Naruto with eager anticipation. To F's delight, Naruto swiftly unlocked the cage and then delivered a hearty slap to F's chest. Oh my dear sir, must you be so hasty? F exclaimed, clutching his chest while feigning shyness, pulling his collar down even further. Yet, Naruto paid no heed to him, instead bypassing F and administering 2 slaps to the chest of the 2 unconscious individuals. I believe you have misunderstood. I merely placed a couple of ice shards within your hearts. Upon hearing this, F's expression darkened to a shade of iron, gritting his teeth as he inquired. What ice shards? What have you done to us? Naruto revealed his characteristic politician's grin, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Rest assured, these ice shards will not harm you under normal circumstances. One will merely induce an unbearable, relentless itch throughout your bodies, while the other will perpetually freeze your hearts into blocks of ice. Chapter 73. The Plan with the Horse. My word. Such a method is astoundingly sophisticated. More ruthless than Danzo's inscription on the tongue. I never imagined you, with such handsome features, could harbor such nefarious intentions. Upon hearing such a method, Uzumaki Naruto expressed his astonishment by criticizing Kazuhana Naruto. The moment Kazuhana Naruto received a compliment that was actually a reprimand, the imposing aura he had crafted nearly crumbled. However, being mindful of the presence of others, he refrained from retorting, merely casting a fierce glare at Uzumaki Naruto before continuing to explain to F. This substance, rather than being merely ice, is akin to ice needles, formed by my ice chakra directly embedded within your hearts, so minuscule that it is virtually invisible. It poses no threat to your daily lives. It is merely a standard means of restraint. As long as you obediently assist us in our research, there shall be no harm done. Upon hearing Kazuhana Naruto's explanation, F felt not fear, but rather an exhilarating surprise. Her two companions were indeed under his control. But her true essence lay in her hair. Her body was merely sculpted from clay. One heart was inconsequential. Should it be discarded, it would hardly matter. Nonetheless, F maintained a facade of terror and revulsion, obediently nodding her head. Having established their contingency plans and task assignments, Kazuhana Naruto and Uzumaki Naruto finally began to inquire about F's origins and their plans. Their prior hesitance to ask stemmed from F's rapid surrender, which had resulted in a premature conclusion to their process, necessitating this retrospective inquiry. We are disciples of Master Ma, having worked alongside him for many years. F cooperatively divulged everything she knew in one breath. After their assassination attempt on the Hokage failed, resulting in their disqualification of 12 ninjas by the daimyo, he conceived the plan to annihilate the entire Hidden Leaf village. F began to reminisce, recalling how, as if aided by divine intervention, they easily infiltrated Konoha and stole the forbidden scroll containing the Edo Tensei technique. Master Ma had mentioned enlisting someone's help, though he never revealed who. Moreover, on the very night of their successful theft, the Nine-Tails erupted from its seal, wreaking havoc upon the village. Both F and Master Ma were astonished by the immense destructive power of the Nine-Tails. With the assistance of a shadowy figure, they successfully gathered the chakra that emanated from the Nine-Tails. The shadow? Are you unaware of its identity? Uzumaki Naruto interjected, his concern shifting from their chakra collection methods to this enigmatic figure. F shook her head, indicating her ignorance. The shadow appeared suddenly, like a mass of water. We could only discern its vague outline, unable to perceive its features. However, the technique it taught us for collecting tailed beasts was indeed effective. And Master Ma did not press further regarding the identity of this shadow. How does this shadow resembling water evoke such a strong sense of black Zetsu? Moreover, the ability to produce techniques for collecting chakra undoubtedly indicates that the individual is no ordinary person. It seems highly probable that this is a contingency plan left behind by either Uchiha Obito or Kurizetsu, intended to prevent the infusion of tailed beast chakra in the event of Uchiha Obito's failure. Naruto Uzumaki pondered the potential of the shadowy figure in his mind, ultimately deciding to dismiss the notion. After all, in this world, the pinnacle of power remained at the Sage of Six Paths level, as long as one could attain that. Any scheme or treachery would be rendered futile. Very well, proceed as you wish. After successfully gathering the chakra of the Nine-Tails, the master forced this chakra into the body of his son, K, intending for him to transform into the Nine-Tails and unleash chaos to obliterate the entire Hidden Leaf village. However, our plan faltered. The chakra of the tailed beast was far too dispersed to be contained within K's body. Thus, we invested a full 5 years condensing the chakra into true tailed beast chakra before finally sealing it away. Surely, this would lead to an uncontrollable rampage, would it not? Naruto Uzumaki continued, for he possessed the deepest understanding of the Kyubi's chakra, which was often enveloped in anger and darkness, frequently leading him into a state of uncontrollable rage before he had refined his mental energy. Indeed, Kazekage glanced at Naruto with a sense of helplessness. We had just infused the empty vessel with the Kyubi's chakra when it erupted in a frenzy, even attempting to dismantle the Temple of Fire, before we could intervene. You all appeared, and the events that followed are well known to you. Then why did you seek to employ the Edo Tensei technique? And what of the individual who aided your infiltration into Konoha? Do you possess no leads whatsoever? Kazekage inquired, fully aware of the confidentiality surrounding the Book of Seals. It was implausible that they could have acquired it so effortlessly with an insider's assistance, especially considering that the Edo Tensei technique had not surfaced in subsequent narratives. I truly have no knowledge regarding that, she replied, shaking her head in resignation. All I know is that they were adorned with animal masks during their discussions with my master. It was highly probable that they were affiliated with Danzo. likely aiming to fabricate some scandal involving myself and the fourth Hokage. Naruto Uzumaki pondered that, in any conspiracy or nefarious event within the ninja world, Danzo would undoubtedly be the first to bear the blame. Well, I too believe there is a significant likelihood that Danzo is involved. But what about the Edo Tensei technique? What purpose have you employed it for? Upon mentioning this, Effen's expression turned pained, and in a state of despair, he recounted that upon acquiring the Edo Tensei, their initial intention was to resurrect 4 of the original 12 guardians. These 4, known by their cardinal directions, possess a remarkably powerful combined lightning technique. According to their master, once united, they could obliterate the entire Hidden Leaf village. The other 5 guardians, who once followed their master, had perished in a mutual destruction caused by this very technique. However, they soon realized that they had no means to control it. The intricacies of the technique were far too complex for both me and Fuyuan to comprehend. Only Butok and their master could grasp it to a slight extent, yet they still could not fully master it. I have heard that they seem to be researching a simplified method recently, though specifics remain unclear. This is something you will have to inquire about directly once Butok awakens. So, this truly is a ruthless method, not without its risks, as it involves 2 strategies to annihilate the Hidden Leaf. At that moment, Effen fell into silence. Although he had surrendered swiftly, he still harbored feelings for his own cause, particularly as he had relentlessly pursued his beliefs. Chapter 74. In the Creation of the 10 Tails. Thus, one could argue that he met his end with purpose, having fought valiantly for his ideals. Naruto Uzumaki sighed, acknowledging that there indeed exist individuals in this world who fight for their beliefs. However, deep within, he couldn't help but scoff, thinking how utterly absurd it was that these 2 fierce beings had met their untimely demise so inexplicably. Meanwhile, F, masking her inner sarcasm, donned a sorrowful expression to evoke sympathy from her adversaries. Alas, you too are a wretched soul akin to a horse. Henceforth, you may accompany me, and I assure you that matters regarding remuneration will be amicable. Oh, certainly. F promptly responded with a smile. Damn it. My heart is already encased in ice. Did you even afford me the chance to refuse? Very well, let your 2 companions rest adequately. We shall address other matters once they awaken. I shall entrust you with the arrangements for the esteemed Kazuhana and his comrades. Naruto Uzumaki effortlessly delegated troublesome tasks to Windflower Naruto. Hey, you certainly know how to shirk responsibility. Windflower Naruto, clearly displeased, lamented the absurdity of being burdened with all manner of chaotic affairs. What would happen if he were not around in the future to deal with this? Please. I'm merely a child. With his hands clasped together in earnest supplication, Naruto Uzumaki implored. Though somewhat reluctant, Windflower Naruto earnestly accepted the arrangement concerning these 3 individuals. After all, entrusting the organization to Uzumaki Naruto might lead to unforeseen complications, and most importantly, he was in dire need of such techniques. What purpose do you have for this ability to gather tailed beast chakra? The Nine-Tails inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity after overhearing the conversation. It was not a matter of distrust. Rather, it was a question of significance concerning his own beast. Rest assured, Nine-Tails, I merely wish to experiment and see if I can utilize this technique to gather and cultivate some tailed beast chakra. Naruto Uzumaki consoled the Nine-Tails while expressing his innermost thoughts. After channeling the chakra from 2 parallel worlds into the mechanical Nine-Tails today, a remarkable evolution occurred. I believe this is due to its nature as an outer path golem, merging with the chakra that had originally been split from within, thus enhancing its strength. You intend to? Indeed, I wish to experiment with the possibility of gathering the chakra from other tailed beasts. Once cultivated, I plan to infuse it into the mechanical Nine-Tails and the mechanical armor, allowing them to undergo further evolution. Combining the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts with the outer path golem may indeed allow us to recreate the 10 tails, exclaimed Kurama in astonishment. Precisely, Naruto nodded, his heart racing with excitement. Even if he could not attain the formidable powers of the 10 tails as he remembered them, he could certainly conjure a miniature version of it. Furthermore, he was confident that in the future, he would acquire even more of his own chakra, perhaps nurturing this smaller 10 tails to surpass the very creation of the 10 tails you possess. In doing so, he should amass sufficient strength to rescue the other versions of himself teetering on the brink of death in various worlds. Naruto Uzumaki constantly reflects upon the other versions of himself who once offered their assistance. However, despite his current prowess, which has reached celestial heights, he remains merely at the level of a shadow. Confronting adversaries endowed with the powers of the Sage of Six Paths proves to be exceedingly formidable. Thus, It is imperative that he grows stronger, sufficiently formidable to overpower foes of such caliber. The artificially created Nine-Tails serves as a stepping stone, enabling him to ascend to the level of 6 paths and pursue even greater abilities. The Nine-Tails understands the significance of the other Narutos who once aided Naruto Uzumaki, and thus is amenable to Naruto's intention of assisting these other versions of himself. Moreover, it is evident that adversaries emerging in the future world will inevitably seek to gather tailed beasts. Therefore, it would be far more advantageous for Naruto to strengthen his abilities without harming his fellow brethren, thereby ensuring their protection. Ah, dear Kurama, while you profess disdain for the other tailed beasts, it is clear that you harbor a genuine concern for them, you proud fox. Naruto Uzumaki playfully rubbed his nose with his fingers, teasing with a cheeky tone. How conceited, you'd sunder a fox. In the ceiling space, Kurama's eyes widened in irritation as he retorted angrily, you are the Tsundere fox. I am not concerned about them. I simply do not wish for the tailed beast's energy to be misused, that's all. Hearing Kurama's feeble excuse, Naruto burst into laughter, completely unconvinced. All right, I believe you. My proud Kurama. No problem at all. After teasing the Nine-Tails, Naruto joyfully went off to rest, having expended considerable energy in battle that day. The next day, the 3 individuals, persuaded by wind and magic, willingly shared their methods for collecting tailed beast chakra and its condensation with Naruto and his companions. Simultaneously, these 3 also volunteered to become Naruto's subordinates, assisting in tasks requiring ninjas, yet not necessitating formidable strength. Thus, Naruto and his companions embarked on a new training journey, acquiring numerous forbidden techniques over the past few days, including the Flying Thunder God technique, the tailed beast chakra collection method, and the impure world reincarnation technique. These jutsu resembled a cavern rich with minerals, awaiting their diligent exploration for immense value. Meanwhile, Konoha received surprising news. The newly appointed 5th Hokage's son, Itachi Uchiha, had defected. However, despite the defection, no bounty was issued. According to insiders, the father and son had a fierce argument and parted ways unhappily, after which Itachi vanished. According to Konoha's regulations, a ninja leaving the village without permission was deemed a defector, yet being the Hokage's son shielded him from a formal declaration of defection. Thus, he was allowed to leave the village, much like Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the previous Hokage's son, Asuma Sarutobi. On the road from the land of fire to the land of rain, a tall and a small figure journeyed together. One of them had his hands clasped behind his head, chattering incessantly, while the other maintained a stoic expression, seemingly indifferent to the conversation. Honestly, I've always believed in you. But I never expected you to awaken the Manjiki so young. I wonder if the leader will praise me for bringing such a powerful companion? When it was just the 2 of them, did he really have to speak in such a manner? Itachi Uchiha was well aware that this person's playful demeanor was merely an act, and the persona he had previously encountered from Uchiha Madara was likely just as fabricated. Chapter 75, Vermilion Bird, what an unlikable little brat. The voice of the masked man darkened, channeling Uchiha Madara's intensity. You are simply too loud. Raising doubts about whether Uchiha Madara is truly like this. Oh, who do you believe I am? It matters not. Uchiha Itachi chose to refrain from further discourse on the subject, hastening forward instead. The masked man, with a resigned gesture of his hands, adopted a rather peculiar stance as he sprinted to catch up. The matter concerning Uchiha Obito was evidently unknown to him. If Obito's assertions were indeed truthful, then this individual might very well be a contingency plan of the original Uchiha Madara. If this Madara were genuine, then who, pray tell, was the previous Uchiha Obito? Days later, upon the colossal fingers of a gargantuan statue stood several oddly shaped figures. This newcomer was none other than Uchiha Itachi, clad in a robe adorned with fiery clouds. His expression inscrutable as he acknowledged his future comrades with a nod. Though he differed somewhat from our imaginings, Uchiha Itachi had nonetheless joined our ranks. A carnivorous plant hung upside down within the cavern, celebrating the addition of yet another formidable ally. Meanwhile, the Uchiha clan had not been eradicated. Rather, it had grown even more powerful. A deeper voice resonated within the same body. Uchiha Fugaku had ascended to the position of Hokage, and the clan's territory had been relocated to its former site. Any attempts to act against them now seemed futile. Uchiha Obito incessantly tapped on the mask that obscured his face, contemplating the next course of action. Let us first locate the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails. If the Leaf Village finds him first, our opportunity to capture him will be severely diminished. At that moment, White Zetsu, noticing the silence that enveloped them, proposed a suggestion. No, Uchiha Obito promptly refuted White Zetsu's idea, eliciting a mournful wail from it. Capturing a tailed beast must await the organization's fortification. Otherwise, even if one were captured, it would undoubtedly raise their suspicions. Very well. By the way, Uchiha Obito suddenly recalled something and hastily inquired, "Where is that old fellow Shimura Danzo now?" "Oh, Danzo." White Zetsu pondered before responding, "Last I heard his whereabouts were 3 days ago. After the coup's failure, he fled to the land of rice." Haha. He is quite the character. Upon arriving, he immediately clashed with Orochimaru, who subsequently seized many of his subordinates and drove him away. As of now, he is likely in the land of tea, where he had previously established several contingencies. Driven away by Orochimaru? Uchiha Obito was intrigued in his recollections. This old fellow had always maintained the upper hand while in the presence of Orochimaru. What could have led him to this predicament? Indeed, Orochimaru had mentioned that it was due to Danzo's wealth and resources that he had tolerated him for so long. Now, however, Danzo was like a stray dog, stripped of all possessions. Naturally, Orochimaru had no desire to engage with him any further. If it weren't for Danzo's swift escape, it is likely that Orochimaru would have captured him for his own purposes. Hehehe. With that in mind, it seems that Shimura Danzo could be of use. A glimmer of red light shone from beneath Obito's mask, hinting at his scheming thoughts. Multiple shadow clone technique. X2 within the training ground. Naruto effortlessly produced over a dozen clones. You, and you form one group to handle the Flying Thunder God technique. You four will decipher the impure world reincarnation. The remaining group will learn from Fu and her team about chakra gathering techniques. The two Narutos organized the clones into 3 groups, embarking on a structured learning process. For the Vortex Naruto, the Flying Thunder God technique held the utmost value at this stage, thus attracting the most learners. Meanwhile, the Windflower Naruto focused intently on mastering the impure world reincarnation. Are you truly dedicating yourself so earnestly to learning impure world reincarnation? Naruto Uzumaki cast a curious glance at Windflower Naruto and inquired about his training group. With a hint of exasperation, Windflower Naruto replied, "There is no choice. Ever since I learned from you that extraterrestrial beings might invade us in the future, I have been unable to shake off my anxiety. I am merely contemplating that once I master the reanimation jutsu, I could summon some formidable warriors from the past to assist us. After all, our world possesses 100,000 white zetsu. Using them as sacrifices would incur no significant loss. Your reasoning appears quite sound. And considering that white zetsu was originally prepared by Kaguya Otsutsuki to bolster her forces, employing them against Otsutsuki herself is indeed a case of utilizing resources to their fullest potential." Naruto Uzumaki was profoundly astonished, realizing that the cerebral wavelengths between him and his companion resonated with those of the Sage of the Six Paths. "Oh, now that you mention it, it indeed suggests that my plan is sound. Excellent. I must hasten to master this technique." Inspired by this revelation, Naruto enthusiastically engaged in the practice of the impure world reincarnation technique. However, a thought struck him: the chakra fruit could indeed obliterate the bodies of the reincarnated, as every member of the Otsutsuki clan possessed abilities equivalent to those of the Six Paths. Furthermore, each bore the Rinnegan, rendering ninjutsu ineffective against them. Unless every individual revived through impure world reincarnation could master the 8 gates and unlock the 8th gate, they would be no match for the likes of White Zetsu. As Uzumaki Naruto was about to share this matter with Kazuhana Naruto, he noticed that Kazuhana had already dashed over to Fuyuin, engaged in an animated discussion. Never mind, he thought. He would inform him after today's training session. A day's delay wouldn't make a significant difference, and these techniques were all essential for their learning, whether sooner or later. Having made this decision, Uzumaki Naruto immersed himself in the training of the Flying Thunder God technique. He firmly believed that he would master this jutsu swiftly, for after all, the Flying Thunder God was his father's signature technique, and there was no reason he should fail to learn it. Thus, 3 months slipped by. During this time, the progress with the Edo Tensei technique was notably sluggish, with not a single person among them managing to master it. However, within their trio, Fudong had ingeniously developed a new jutsu from Edo Tensei, the Earth-style, ultimate creation technique, Soil of the Deceased. This technique involved preparing soil imbued with the essence of corpses, subsequently resurrecting the deceased within it to serve as puppets for the user. The revived puppets could utilize the jutsu they wielded in life, and unlike Edo Tensei, they did not require a living sacrifice for resurrection. Yet, the flaws were equally apparent. The soil rich in the essence of the deceased was exceedingly difficult to procure, Many ninjas had not been buried or had left behind only ashes, thus failing to retain any essence. Furthermore, the reanimated corpses were far less versatile than ordinary puppets, exhibiting singular actions and lacking the self-awareness that Edo Tensei puppets possessed, which could be forcibly controlled while retaining consciousness. Additionally, one could only resurrect the deceased if a corpse was available. Without one, resurrection was impossible. The revived corpses were fragile, shattering upon impact like porcelain. This technique was effective for gathering intelligence from the deceased, but in combat, it could only summon those skilled in self-destruction, serving merely as disposable projectiles. Meanwhile, the other two jutsu showed promising progress. Kazahana Naruto had completely mastered the method for collecting tailed beast chakra. He had also learned the sealing technique that left behind spatial coordinates in the flying thunder god technique, but he struggled with the challenge of sensing temporal fluctuations. In response, Kamikaze Naruto could only shake his head, acknowledging that talent was innate and could not be forced. In contrast, Uzumaki Naruto's progress had slowed. Both the collection method for tailed beast chakra and the creation of spatial coordinates relied heavily on sealing techniques for support. Logically, as a member of the Uzumaki clan, he should have had an innate grasp of sealing techniques. Yet, he found himself utterly confounded by how to compose the incantations, resulting in 3 months of effort before he could barely unleash a rune. However, achieving instantaneous release, like his father, remained an insurmountable challenge. How frustrating. The myriad of symbols and their various arrangements and combinations were truly exasperating. Once again, Naruto Uzumaki found himself in a frenzy of frustration after misentering the temporal coordinates. Sighing, he lamented, "I truly cannot comprehend this. Logically, even if one cannot decipher the runes, it should suffice to know how to draw and utilize them, shouldn't it? There are only a handful of runes. Memorizing them should be a simple task. Then, one could merely calculate the nodes required to release the seals." Windflower Naruto observed his counterpart entangled in his own turmoil and felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Struggling to calm his mind and attune to the fluctuations of time and space, he found the incessant chatter of this individual only heightened his inability to perceive those very disturbances. The calculations regarding the nodes were proving to be quite a headache. Naruto Uzumaki, in a frenzy, clutched at his hair, which had transformed over the past few months of intense study into a tricolored spectacle, tinged with white amidst its original red and yellow hues. Alas, I have lost count of how many times I have elucidated the methods of calculation to you. With a sigh of resignation, Windflower Naruto lamented that at times, forcing oneself to comprehend is simply futile. That is not the intention, Naruto Uzumaki denied, stating that he had already mastered the methods of calculating nodes and the techniques of imprinting seals. However, to amalgamate them into a complete jutsu required the ability to multitask, which he found exceedingly challenging. Accomplishing one task was arduous enough, let alone two. After speaking, Naruto collapsed to the ground like a lifeless crab, utterly defeated and unable to rise. "Are you saying that your inability to multitask is the reason you cannot complete this sealing technique?" Hinata inquired, seemingly grasping the crux of the matter. "Indeed," he replied. Naruto Uzumaki nodded thoughtfully. "Ah, this seems quite simple," exclaimed Kazahana Naruto, striking the table with enthusiasm. "What do you mean? Do you have a good method?" Seeing the excitement in Kazahana Naruto Uzumaki eagerly approached for clarification. "By following the technique of the Rasengan's release, you could create it, right?" Kazahana Naruto explained, simultaneously conjuring a shadow clone for demonstration. "First, you must prepare the sealing technique on your palm, then instruct the shadow clone to calculate the imprint nodes. Once the clone has completed its calculations, you can dispel it while executing the sealing technique, allowing for the imprint to be successfully applied." As he spoke, Kazahana Naruto revealed the Flying Thunder God technique inscribed upon the wood. Indeed, how did I not think of that? After watching the demonstration, Naruto Uzumaki excitedly began to replicate the technique. Indeed, during his first attempt, he left a unique Flying Thunder God mark on the ground, with intricate sealing patterns coalescing into the character for I did it. Ha ha, congratulations to me. I should have used this method from the very beginning, exclaimed Windflower Naruto, equally elated. "Thanks to you, I have finally mastered the first step of the Flying Thunder God technique." Windflower Naruto inquired curiously, gazing at the seal left on the ground. "What does this character signify? Could it be Gaara?" Upon hearing such an absurd conjecture, Naruto Uzumaki swiftly waved his hand to express his disagreement. "It has nothing to do with Gaara. We are hardly acquainted. The term I encapsulates the myriad versions of myself scattered across this world. Oh, Indeed, it includes you. Thanks to the existence of these alternate selves, I am able to live so vibrantly, which is why I have fashioned the Flying Thunder God technique in this manner. Hey, you little rascal, I never expected you to be so capable of evoking emotions at times. Admitting his own sentimentality, Windflower Naruto playfully ruffled the head of the Uzumaki Naruto, conveying his delight. Naruto Uzumaki quickly protested, "Hey, don't just mess with my head for no reason." With a dismissive attitude towards Naruto's resistance, Windflower Naruto returned to the main topic. After all, merely mastering the Flying Thunder God technique was insufficient. The true essence lies in the ability to perceive the fluctuations of space and time to achieve instantaneous movement. Otherwise, this sealing technique would merely serve as a gimmick for a tattoo shop, offering tattoos that would never fade. I'll give it a try now. With that, Naruto closed his eyes, attempting to sense the temporal and spatial fluctuations according to the method recorded in the Flying Thunder God technique. Don't rush it. Sensing the fluctuations is quite challenging. Even I, a genius, took over 3 months to barely grasp a hint of the sensation. Just as Windflower Naruto was preparing to comfort him, he was taken aback. To his astonishment, Naruto had instantaneously transported himself to the marked ground, which meant he had successfully mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. You did it? Let me see again, Windflower Naruto exclaimed, filled with excitement, yet questioning the reality of it all. Meanwhile, after the instantaneous movement, Naruto felt slightly disoriented. Well, I did learn it. I can easily sense the fluctuations of space and time, he replied, demonstrating his mastery of the technique by leaving marks with 2 clones and then returning in an instant. Remarkable. You succeeded on your first try. But this isn't fair. We're the same person, so why can't I perceive the fluctuations? Right? Windflower Naruto, feeling frustrated, attempted to sense the fluctuations again, only to find he still could not. He helplessly turned to Naruto, only to discover that Naruto had lost focus once more. What's wrong? Why do you seem dazed after teleporting? It's nothing. Naruto, coming back to his senses, remarked with a peculiar expression, after just mastering the Flying Thunder God technique. It seems I can summon 2 versions of myself from alternate realms. Chapter 77, The Noodles of the Wave Wind Family and Naruto, Part 1. What on earth? Windflower Naruto also expressed his astonishment, which quickly morphed into delight as he urged, "Hurry and summon them for me to see. After all this time, I can finally consider myself an elder." Indeed, it appears that the Flying Thunder God technique, encompassing both sealing and space-time ninjutsu, aligns with the criteria for summoning 2 at once. Naruto Uzumaki expressed his surprise while simultaneously forming the hand signs for the shadow clone technique. I sensed that the version of myself summoned this time undoubtedly possessed the Flying Thunder God technique and the sealing arts. With a puff, 2 figures, one red and one yellow, materialized before the 2 Narutos. How fascinating. Is this truly the parallel world? What could be the underlying principle? I am utterly eager to explore this. Indeed, this is a parallel world. Another version of me has come to assist you. Upon his arrival in this realm, the red-haired Naruto immediately began to survey his surroundings, especially intrigued by the sight of the 3 Narutos resembling himself, even excitedly licking his lips. Observing this disheveled figure clad in a white coat, sporting dark circles under his eyes, a vivid image of Orochimaru flashed through Naruto's mind. In contrast, the yellow-haired Naruto did not exhibit such exaggerated behavior. However, he too gazed curiously at this world. Like Windflower Naruto, he bore no fox-like whiskers on his face, exuding a sunny and cheerful demeanor reminiscent of Minato Namikaze. "Greetings, I am Minato Namikaze. I look forward to your guidance," the yellow-haired Minato said, radiating warmth as he greeted the trio. Hello, I am Naruto Uzumaki," replied the original Naruto. "I am Windflower Naruto." After exchanging pleasantries, Windflower Naruto leaned closer to Naruto Uzumaki and whispered, "I've seen pictures of Dad. This Minato looks just like him. In his presence, I hardly feel like I'm his son." "Hello there." Minato Namikaze flashed a dazzling smile, prompting the 2 Narutos to shield their eyes. "Oh, this is the technique, the ultimate move of the Leaf Village's little son." The sincere smile, its impact is overwhelming. Suddenly, the sun's rays were obscured by dark clouds, gradually giving rise to a crimson moon. "Hey, are you all in the midst of introductions? Count me in." The red-haired Naruto cast a dismissive glance at Minato, then fixed his curious gaze on Naruto Uzumaki. "My name is Minato Namikaze, male, height 179 centimeters, trained by Orochimaru, fond of bamboo shoots, and utterly loathes Narutomaki." Whoa. My dear brother, while I appreciate your introduction, there is no need to get physical. Naruto Uzumaki forcefully extricated himself from the grasp of the red-haired man, woofing Myanmar. Casting a wary glance in his direction. Is there something amiss with my sexual orientation? Woofing Myanmar, unperturbed by Naruto's escape, immediately expressed his apologies. I'm terribly sorry. Whenever I encounter something intriguing, I can't help but dive into research. It's simply uncontrollable. As he spoke, he placed the strands of hair he had just plucked from Naruto's head into a laboratory vial he had produced moments earlier. Wait, was he just describing that? This feels rather ominous, thought Naruto, observing the younger woofing Myanmar with a sense of unease. Confronting such a scientific oddity always instilled a fear of what he might concoct. Quietly, Naruto shifted his position to stand in front of Myanmar, ensuring he could swiftly block any potential mischief. Woofing Myanmar, noticing Naruto's subtle maneuver, tucked the vial into his pocket and scratched his head. Rest assured, after all, I am merely another version of yourself. I would never do anything excessive. I adhere strictly to principles, operating under the guideline of voluntary subjects. It is often those who utter such phrases who are least principled, though none of the three spoke. Their thoughts echoed in unison. Well, since that's the case, why don't we take this opportunity to understand each other better and clear any misunderstandings? By the way, our surnames differ quite a bit, which piques my curiosity about your backgrounds. Naruto broke the awkward silence. All right then, but please refrain from any further unwelcome advances. Naruto Uzumaki acquiesced, though it was evident that he still harbored lingering trepidation regarding Minato Namake's. He offered a cautionary remark. Rest assured, Minato yawned and settled down. To express my sincerity, I shall commence with my own account. Gradually, Minato recounted his experiences. Once again, during the tumultuous era of the Nine-Tails rampage, Kushina Uzumaki bore a quintessential child of the Uzumaki clan. With vibrant red hair and an exuberant vitality, he embodied his lineage at every moment. In this world, Minato seemed more deeply ensnared by the will of fire than in other realms. Faced with the Nine-Tails, he opted not to employ the Reaper Death Seal, but instead utilized the 8-trigram seal, confining the entire beast within Minato's own being. This fateful choice led to the demise of Kushina that night and the emergence of a new Jinchuriki for the Nine-Tails. It could be said that Minato enjoyed a childhood akin to that of the celebrated Konohamaru, perhaps even superior. However, due to Minato's unwavering dedication, the father-son relationship was far from amicable, characterized by frequent separations. Fortunately, Minato exhibited prodigious talent from a young age, awakening the three innate abilities of the Uzumaki clan: Kagura's heart-eye, adamant and chains, and a remarkable self-healing capability at the tender age of 6. Moreover, he was a theoretical genius, confounding the instructors at the Ninja Academy upon enrollment. By the age of 7, he began self-studying sealing techniques. During a visit to the Uchiha clan with his father, he detected the presence of a mysterious observer through his Kagura's heart-eye. After Minato recognized the figure as the enigmatic Obito Uchiha, they collaborated with the formidable Uchiha trio to brainwash him using the Kodoame Tsukumi technique, thus revealing his true identity. Out of concern for his student, coupled with the threat posed by Obito's significant combat prowess if left unrestrained, the Hokage's faction was reluctant to eliminate him, even permitting him to covertly manipulate the Akatsuki organization. However, this advantageous decision for Konoha deeply wounded Minato, leading him to feel increasingly alienated from the village he once sought to understand. 3 years later, having exhausted the knowledge available from the sealing texts, he sought further instruction from his father in vain. In a move reminiscent of a certain descendant from another valley, he pilfered the sealing book and subsequently defected. The gravity of stealing the sealing book, particularly as the son of the Hokage, was immense. Minato personally led a team to capture his son, vowing to bring him back to Konoha. Yet, Minato was no ordinary adversary. He had meticulously crafted a plan prior to his defection. He had reached out to Orochimaru for assistance. And due to their shared understanding as researchers and Orochimaru's fascination with the Uzumaki lineage, Minato was concealed in exchange for merely 3 of Orochimaru's bases. The 4th Hokage, burdened by duties and the necessity of remaining in the village, ultimately allowed the matter to fade, issuing only a bounty without further intervention. With the knowledge that even the Hokage had relinquished the pursuit, Minato's pursuers soon followed suit, enabling him to successfully extricate himself from Konoha. Now sheltered, Minato was acutely aware of Orochimaru's ulterior motives for taking him in, yet he remained indifferent to such matters. In fact, he was eager to uncover the secrets entwined within his bloodline. Thus, the two like-minded individuals embarked on an engaging scientific exploration, delving into ninjutsu, their own abilities, and any topics that piqued their interest. They thoroughly studied the sealing book and even devised numerous forbidden techniques. At 16, he had gained renown as a scientist throughout the ninja world, with a bounty equivalent to 10 times that of Asuma. The sole source of annoyance was an individual named Sasuke Uchiha, who persistently sought to locate him and return him to Konoha. Upon hearing Minato's tale, the three Narutos were left utterly astonished, jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. Windflower Naruto even quipped, "I thought Uzumaki Naruto was already extraordinary. Yet it seems there exists someone even more formidable." Naruto Uzumaki wholeheartedly agreed, remarking on the unsettling sensation he experienced upon first laying eyes on the individual before him. Realizing that they must indeed be a disciple of Orochimaru, the corners of Kakashi Hitaki's mouth lifted in a light-hearted manner as he responded, "To be precise, we are merely research partners. I seek to study his work, while he is intrigued by mine. After all, we are all merely eccentric scientists, are we not?" Oh, this is precisely what unnerves me the most. Naruto Uzumaki recalled his last encounter with Orochimaru, a shiver of trepidation coursing through him. It was as if he could best that man, yet the very thought of him sent chills down his spine. "And what about you? Surely, you cannot be as twisted as he is." Naruto Kazahana cast a glance at Naruto Namikaze, his eyes betraying a hint of fear. After all, they both bore the name Naruto. It was unlikely that this one would be as bizarre as the one called Minma. Under the weight of their scrutinizing gazes, Naruto Namikaze felt his smile falter, becoming somewhat stiff. He then awkwardly scratched his face and said slowly, "My past is quite ordinary, lacking the excitement that Minma possesses." Humph. Just by looking at him, one could tell he harbored no nine-tails within. It appeared he must have enjoyed a rather pleasant childhood. Upon catching sight of Naruto Uzumaki, the ever-acerbic Kankuro could not help but scoff derisively from the sidelines. Yet, the typically jovial Naruto found himself momentarily subdued. "You and I share a common bond," he mused. "Both of us having lost our mothers at a tender age on that fateful night of the Nine-Tails attack. Unlike the previous incarnation of the fourth Hokage, this version was profoundly devoted to his wife. Tragically, this very devotion led to a moment of distraction during the birth of his son, allowing a mysterious assailant to strike. Although the fourth Hokage managed to repel the masked intruder in a frenzy of battle, it was a bitter sorrow that Naruto's mother ultimately succumbed to her fate. Raised solely by his father, Naruto bore little resemblance to him, instead embodying the qualities of his mother. From a young age, he radiated her sunny disposition and innate empathy, coupled with remarkably developed athletic prowess. This innate talent did not go unnoticed by the elite of Konoha, who ensured he received an exceptional education. Enrolling at the tender age of 6, he shattered records upon graduating from the academy that same year. By 7, he had completed countless missions, ascending to the rank of Chunin, and by 9, having laid a solid foundation for his skills, he achieved the rank of Jonin, even accomplishing S-rank missions independently. Perfectly inheriting the fourth Hokage's will of fire, along with the admiration of his peers, Naruto was granted the rare privilege of studying the contents of the sealing book. Naturally, as the son of the fourth Hokage, he was taught the Flying Thunder God technique. True to his heritage, Naruto wasted no time mastering this technique within mere days. And under the tutelage of Jiraiya, he learned sage techniques. Utilizing his abundant chakra, he enhanced his learning efficiency through shadow clones, ultimately creating the sage art, Glimmering Nine-Tails Rebirth Thunder Flash Slash. This technique involved Naruto deploying 100 clones, each launching 100 shuriken, while simultaneously executing the Flying Thunder God to strike ahead. The result was a dazzling display of yellow flashes, overwhelming foes with a barrage of all-encompassing Rasengan. One of his most triumphant battles occurred when, at the age of 12, he single-handedly eliminated a mysterious rogue attempting to seduce his childhood friend, Sasuke Uchiha, into betrayal. Without affording the assailant a moment's respite, Naruto unleashed his sage art for a relentless 30 minutes, subjecting the masked foe to a harrowing fate of death and resurrection, culminating in utter annihilation. Now, at 16, he stands as the captain of the Hokage's elite Umbu Black Ops, the acknowledged successor to the fifth Hokage. With a pallid expression and teeth clenched tightly against his lower lip, Naruto's eyes betrayed an amalgamation of resentment and deception. "What troubles you?" he was asked. "Are you feeling unwell?" The ever-concerned Naruto Uzumaki gazed at his comrade, Windflower Naruto, whose expression betrayed discomfort. "What's wrong? I feel terrible everywhere," Windflower Naruto retorted, his voice raised in frustration. "Do you not have any awareness of my condition?" Taken aback by the outburst, Naruto's eyes widened, resembling two startled beans. Faced with such a reaction, Windflower Naruto could only helplessly slap his palm against his forehead. All of you are deceitful. I genuinely believed I had attained sufficient strength. Yet, among these renowned individuals, I have turned out to be the weakest. Come now, do not belittle yourself, Naruto quickly interjected, stepping forward to offer solace as he observed his friend's lament. Chapter 79. Uchiha Asane, you are the most absurd of all. You haven't even entered the ninja academy yet. Under 6 years old, and your prowess already surpasses mine. Windflower Naruto exclaimed in despair, feeling as though he had squandered over 30 years of his life. Hee, I am well aware, Naruto replied with a sly smirk, clearly relishing the opportunity to provoke Windflower Naruto. You. Ugh. Windflower Naruto feigned a dramatic collapse, pretending to die on the ground. Is he all right? Naruto looked on with concern at Windflower Naruto, who lay motionless, resembling a ghostly figure. Fear not, this gentleman is the eldest among us. How could he possibly be affected by such a trivial setback? The title of uncle bestowed upon Windflower Naruto pierced through him like a sharp blade, rendering him speechless. While we are somewhat familiar with your narrative, it appears that this gentleman beside us has yet to share his own tale. The curious gaze of Wave Wind Myanmar shifted toward Windflower Naruto as he observed that each Naruto possesses a unique essence, each bearing subtle distinctions. Well then, allow me to regale both of you with a story. Judging by his demeanor, he seems reluctant to delve into this subject. As Uzumaki Naruto was about to speak, he suddenly felt his pant leg grasped by Kazahana Naruto, akin to a drowning person desperately seeking salvation. Please, can you present my story with a touch of brilliance? He implored. With a heavy heart, Kazahana Naruto sank once more into a state of monochrome despair. Very well then. Before long, Uzumaki Naruto recounted the tale of Kazahana Naruto. It sounded rather ordinary. The only intriguing aspect was the utilization of the geographical environment in the land of snow to wield ice release. However, having thoroughly studied the intricacies of such a bloodline limit, he found nothing particularly remarkable about it. After listening, Nara Shikamaru diligently noted the environmental factors in his notebook and expressed his assessment. I am of no value. I truly apologize. After all, I am just an ordinary individual without any distinguished identity, far inferior to you prodigies. Kazahana Naruto seemed to succumb to despair, his resentment palpable and almost visible. Hey, don't be like that. Just think about it positively. Uzumaki Naruto encouraged. At the very least, among all of us, you are the only one who has found a wife. Observing that Kazahana Naruto appeared to be on the brink of giving up, Uzumaki Naruto hastily offered comfort. That is indeed true. Speaking of which, my little Yuki is the most adorable in the world. Kazahana Naruto instantly revived, beaming with vitality and enthusiasm, even giving a thumbs up. Your demeanor reminds me of Might Guy. He often exudes an oily charm and gives a thumbs up as well. Exactly. A little brat like you simply cannot comprehend the merits of having a wife, Kazahana Naruto declared proudly, shedding his earlier gloom and announcing that he was the winner of life. Actually, I have a girlfriend too. Nara Shikamaru shyly scratched his head and spoke up. What? Nara Shikamaru's revelation instantly piqued Uzumaki Naruto's curiosity. Who is your girlfriend? It can't be Haruno Sakura, can it? Naruto Uzumaki reminisced about the various objects of his affection, all of whom were none other than the girl named Sakura Haruno, inducing a shiver throughout his being. It was truly perplexing. What was it about that tomboyish Sakura that captivated so many of his counterparts? Surely, if one were to argue, Hinata was undeniably more charming. Yet, he quickly dismissed this thought, shaking his head in embarrassment, for how could he possibly harbor feelings for a boy? With a radiant smile illuminating his face, he exclaimed, "It is none other than my childhood friend, Sasuke Uchiha." This revelation left all three individuals present, including Temari, utterly astounded. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Naruto, pinch me. Did he just declare that Sasuke Uchiha is his girlfriend? Temari stood frozen in disbelief. Meanwhile, Naruto was vigorously pinching Sasuke's thigh. I have been pinching you all along. And you seem to feel nothing. It appears I must indeed be dreaming. How could Sasuke Uchiha be the one? Temari remarked, her expression darkening. No, you are not dreaming. It is because you are pinching my thigh. Sasuke replied, his tone tinged with annoyance. My sincerest apologies, Naruto responded sheepishly. Naruto Uzumaki reluctantly withdrew his hand, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Was such a reaction truly necessary? Moreover, I was not referring to Sasuke, but rather to Sanai. Naruto found himself under the scrutinizing gazes of the three, leaving him in an awkward state, uncertain of how to position himself. Oh, you nearly frightened me. It turns out it was not Sasuke after all. The names are far too similar. Naruto Uzumaki let out a sigh of relief. Who is this Sasuke Uchiha? The magnitude of your reaction is quite exaggerated, isn't it? Naruto Uzumaki found himself both amused and perplexed. No. If it is indeed Sasuke Uchiha, then the situation is truly grave. Naruto Uzumaki swiftly gestured with his hands, and the two individuals beside him nodded in agreement. The dilemma at hand was indeed significant. Should it truly be that scoundrel Sasuke? I would have to retract my previous assessment of you. After all, Minato Namikaze could not possibly possess such an extraordinary taste. At that moment, Kankuro found himself at a loss for words to describe Naruto Uzumaki, ultimately settling on the term unique to encapsulate his essence. However, for the sake of caution, I must inquire. The Uchiha Sanai you mentioned, she cannot possibly be the offspring of Fugaku Uchiha, can she? Kankuro voiced his concern, as he believed that disparities in the universe were not beyond the realm of possibility. This inquiry caused the two companions beside him to tense up once more. No. Naruto shook his head, and a collective sigh of relief washed over the group. As long as that is the case, I feel reassured, he continued. Although I am unfamiliar with the individuals you refer to as Sasuke and Fugaku, I can tell you that Sanai is the daughter of Uchiha Fukichi, the clan leader, and his wife, Uchiha Misen. She also has an elder sister named Uchiha Yuzu, who was once my captain in the Umbu and now commands the roots of Konoha. Uchiha Yuzu, Uchiha Fukichi, and Uchiha Misen? Naruto Uzumaki remained petrified in place, while beside him, Kazahana Hinata longed to bury her head in the ground, wishing for ears that had never heard such things. Next to her, Nara Shikamaru displayed an expressionless demeanor. Yet the cracked table beneath his left hand eloquently conveyed his suppressed emotions, although he was puzzled by their exaggerated reactions. He noted that his mother and Aunt Uchiha Fugaku were close friends, and that his childhood companion, Uchiha Sasuke, had become his girlfriend. Surely that was not a matter of great concern? Chapter 80. Finally, the main business can begin, observing the three of them. Naruto felt a sense of bewilderment. Why would his girlfriend provoke such a strong response? Ultimately, it was Shikamaru, the most composed of the group, who regained his senses. After a deep breath, he addressed Naruto. Given their reactions, it seemed that their world was akin to his own. Yet, it was understandable that they were taken aback. Naruto had previously referred to his parents in a manner that led them to form preconceived notions. If he was not mistaken, his father bore the surname Uzumaki, while his mother was a Namikaze, correct? Naruto nodded. Wasn't this rather unremarkable? From the onset, he had sensed that his world diverged from theirs. His mother had become their father, and his father had taken on the role of their mother. However, he believed this was merely a distinction of parallel worlds. Nothing particularly extraordinary. You have indeed inherited that person's calmness and lack of sensitivity, Shikamaru scoffed, continuing with a teasing tone. It's no wonder you were able to grasp this situation from the very beginning and accept it. So it makes sense now why you mentioned being fond of Haruno Sakura, whom I initially assumed you meant in a more masculine sense. Yet, it appears that Sakura might truly be a man. Naruto nodded in affirmation, adding, not only is Sakura a man, but in my world, both Tenten and Hinata are also men, while the likes of Ino are all women. At that moment, Kazahana Hinata, still petrified, gaped as if she could swallow a watermelon whole. Calm down. Your Kazahana Koyuki should also have transformed into a man, the returning Naruto whispered lightly in Hinata's ear. With a crack, fissures appeared on the surface of the petrified Kazahana Hinata, ultimately shattering into tiny fragments. You must have intentionally revealed this to see our reactions. Didn't you? I truly underestimated you. Your character is even more mischievous than that individual. Suddenly, the perpetually cheerful Naruto smirked, his tone playfully impish. Well, after all, I was raised by my father. While I resemble my mother more, I've certainly inherited a touch of my father's wicked sense of humor. Wait a moment. Naruto Uzumaki suddenly exclaimed, swiftly dashing to the side of Minato Namikaze, inspecting him from head to toe. Logically speaking, given that in your world the genders of all individuals are reversed compared to ours, why is it that you are still a man? Indeed, my little Snow has transformed into a man. How is it that you remain a man and have not changed into a woman? Suddenly resurrected from the petrified debris, Windflower Naruto pointed an accusatory finger at Minato Namikaze and questioned him loudly. Minato could only scratch his head awkwardly, responding with a smile. I'm not entirely sure about this. Perhaps it has something to do with my father being the Hokage? But in your world, the trajectories of only your parents differ. Windflower Minma fell into a contemplative state, beginning to speculate. In our world, fathers all become Hokage and mothers become Jinchuriki. Yet in your case, this relationship has reversed. Your father is the mother in our world, both being Jinchuriki, yet due to this gender reversal or some other reason, he astonishingly became Hokage, while your mother, who died on the night of our birth, is our father. But this doesn't make sense. If this is due to gender reversal, why is it that the Uchiha clan leader remains Fugaku Uchiha and not Makoto Uchiha? This is truly perplexing. Exceedingly strange. What could possibly explain this? Windflower Minma began to mutter incessantly, and eventually, he looked at Minato Namikaze with a predatory gleam in his eyes, as if he intended to extract some bodily essence from him. Observing the insatiable curiosity etched on Minma's face, even the Minato who bore a striking resemblance to the fourth Hokage felt a twinge of anxiety and took a step back. Well, if you wish to conduct research, I can cooperate, but please refrain from looking at me like that. I fear I might be compelled to retaliate. Upon hearing Minato's seemingly gentle yet implicitly cautionary words, Windflower Minma finally regained his composure. Rest assured, I am quite principled, he replied, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. In his view, there would be ample opportunities in the future, and he was willing to overlook much as long as he could study Minato. Phew. With that, I suppose we have completed our introductions. Naruto Uzumaki let out a long sigh, reflecting, this brief moment has felt far longer than 2 days. He continued, now that I've completed my self-introduction, let us find something to occupy ourselves with. Kakashi Hitaki was the first to voice a suggestion. I have an idea. Sakura Haruno eagerly raised her hand and produced a scroll detailing the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei, offering it to Kakashi. No matter how hard I try, I cannot grasp this technique, and none among us seem capable of understanding it. Could you kindly take a look? Kakashi glanced at the scroll before disdainfully tossing it aside. This outdated version should not even be presented to me. It must be at least several decades old. Well, even if you disregard it, there's no need to discard it, Sakura retorted, swiftly retrieving the scroll with a leap. Though the version may be obsolete, it is still a forbidden technique. If you find it lacking, someone else might appreciate it. With that, she produced a blank scroll and handed it to Kakashi. What does this mean? He inquired, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Sakura, with a playful grin, replied, I would greatly appreciate it if this genius could provide me with the latest version. Ideally, one that includes notes on the training methods. Kakashi eyed the blank scroll with distaste, but ultimately sighed in resignation. Very well, let us consider this the cost of my research in this world. I can assist you in studying the techniques or technologies you desire, but you must prepare the necessary funds and laboratory. Additionally, you shall serve as my research subjects. Should I encounter something intriguing, I expect your assistance in acquiring it. Okay, that poses no issue at all. Naruto Uzumaki confidently pounded his chest and assured, no problem at all. However, he was met with skepticism. Have you been responsible for anything in recent years? I have been managing the entire base, overseeing the flow of funds and resources. He continued, in research, where financial expenditure is substantial, one misstep could leave us all begging on the streets. Hinata Hyuga rolled her eyes at Naruto, then addressed Minma Namikaze. I can assist you in preparing the funds and resources, but we must remain realistic. After all, we are merely conducting small-scale operations with limited capital. Chapter 81. Earning to build the base without funds. We must find a way to generate income. It is impossible to achieve significant research outcomes without resources, Minma Namikaze stated bluntly. While my world does possess experimental apparatus, the disparity between our realms raises questions about data compatibility. Ultimately, I will require a professional laboratory, as all major nations, including Konoha and Kumogakure, have their own facilities. All right, I will devise a plan, but earning funds quickly poses a challenge. We lack a clear source of income. Hinata conceded, recognizing the validity of Minma's concerns. Minma nodded thoughtfully, then surveyed the nearby facilities, inquiring, by the way, where are your experimental devices? I would like to take a look. To be honest, we don't have any at the moment, Hinata admitted sheepishly, scratching her head. Never mind. I had anticipated that you lot were preoccupied solely with training and ninjutsu. I will compile a list for you to handle, Minma replied with resignation. After such a lengthy period, it's baffling that you haven't figured out what to do with this base. Perhaps I should take matters into my own hands. It seems unlikely that your base can allocate funds for experimentation. I am quite familiar with this sort of undertaking. Your role will simply be to assist me, Minma stated. Observing the training base with a sense of frustration. Having lived a life of comfort, surrounded by his father and Orochimaru, He never imagined himself in such financial straits. If you seek funding, I could lend a hand. Despite appearances, I am capable of handling several S-rank missions with ease, Naruto chimed in from the side. Minma shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "It seems that even in a world dominated by women, individuals like you cannot escape the confines of the ninja system." "What do you mean by that?" Naruto asked, perplexed. "My point is that relying on ninja missions to earn income is outdated. While it may provide quick cash, establishing a genuine economic foundation cannot rely on the traditional ninja village paradigm." With a voice that resonated among the crowd, remarked, "A mindset akin to that of this individual is destined for a life of servitude, merely varying in the degree of sophistication between high-grade and low-grade tools. Fortunately, I never intended to be a ninja for a lifetime." Naruto Uzumaki and Windflower Naruto exchanged glances, a shared sense of pride evident in their expressions, as neither felt chastised. Perhaps a more assertive approach could be taken, employing strength to exert control over the feudal lords, allowing those wielding fiscal authority to allocate funds to them. Upon hearing this, both Narutos lowered their heads in mild embarrassment, scratching their heads. Meanwhile, the demeanor of Kakashi Hatake and his companions did not go unnoticed. "What you have undertaken is merely another manifestation of the Hidden Leaf Village, albeit larger or perhaps smaller in scale. What purpose does this serve? Without productive endeavors, one remains a mere taker, forever reliant on the goodwill of the creators." Kakashi gradually shared his insights and experiences gleaned from Orochimaru with the assembly. One must possess tangible products. Only then can one compel others to willingly offer financial support, which is the most effective strategy for generating profit and expanding an organization. Just as Orochimaru's research and technology were eagerly sought after by Danzo Shimura. Regrettably, Danzo was swiftly apprehended and incarcerated by my dear old man for embezzlement. Danzo Shimura was imprisoned, still for the crime of misappropriating public funds. In Naruto's mind, an imaginative scene unfolded, depicting Shimura Danzo, adorned with an array of eyes and bandages, once audaciously spending money, who suddenly found himself enveloped in a flash of yellow light, only to be transported to a prison cell, shackled in iron cuffs. Desperately grasping the iron bars while incessantly shouting, "You will regret this." Meanwhile, the bewildered wave-wind Minma observed the sudden laughter of this peculiar young boy, pondering the absurdity of it all. Furthermore, the failed experiments we encountered during our trials could also yield financial gains. Much like Orochimaru, whose lair produced a myriad of byproducts stemming from his research on ninjutsu. Surprisingly, these very items became highly sought-after commodities. For instance, the flesh-repairing agent he developed in pursuit of swiftly mending physical injuries, although it failed to regenerate bones, proved effective in promoting rapid tissue growth without side effects, garnering the favor of numerous ranchers and seafood vendors. Each year, they would procure substantial quantities of this flesh-repairing agent from Orochimaru, prompting him to establish a dedicated facility for its production, blending technology with relentless ambition. The term technology and ruthlessness inadvertently surfaced in Naruto's mind. This phrase is indeed quite apt, as it accurately describes the operations of meat supplements. However, isn't this just too repulsive? Upon contemplating the notion that certain meats and seafood may have been cultivated with the aid of these substances, Naruto Uzumaki felt a tumultuous churn within his stomach. Yet, what is there to fret? I have personally analyzed these components, and I can assure you that these meats bear no adverse effects from the drugs. Rather, they encompass all the requisite nutrients. Such a remarkable byproduct is indeed rare. Well then, brother, do carry on. Naruto Uzumaki, however, was not inclined to linger on this topic. He simply wished to move on swiftly. Kakashi Hatake felt a sense of bewilderment, and at that moment, he profoundly sensed the generational gap between the age of 16 and that of 5. Thus, relying solely on others for monetary gain through physical labor would not yield substantial rewards. We must cultivate innovative ideas. Once my experimental base is established, financial concerns will soon dissipate. Particularly with both worlds sharing resources and technology, I am confident that my laboratory could eventually provide funding for your endeavors. Kakashi flashed a confident smile. Please, ask your questions. Naruto raised his hand, prompting a moment of trepidation in teacher Kakashi, who glanced at him before shifting his gaze to the other two students. They were both engrossed in their notes, their heads bowed in earnest concentration. Reluctantly, Kakashi allowed Naruto to continue his inquiry. So, how do we obtain the initial capital? A sigh of relief escaped Kakashi as Naruto finally posed a reasonable question. Even a genius like him occasionally struggled to keep pace with Naruto's erratic thought processes. Naturally, we shall resort to the quickest means of generating wealth in this world. Kakashi replied with a mischievous grin. Chapter 82. One wonders how the old man is faring. Oh, I see. Hiya. Naruto Uzumaki immediately understood, chuckling to himself. This is something I have experience with, leave it to me. Naruto Uzumaki immediately thumped his chest, boldly volunteering himself. Hey, isn't it rather inappropriate to engage in such actions? Naruto Uzumaki sought to deter these two renegades, sensing that the conversation was being deliberately steered in a certain direction. TCH. You're hardly a paragon of virtue yourself. We never specified what we intended to do. How can you presume it's wrong? Retorted Kakashi Hitaki with disdain. That is not quite the point. Rest assured, we would never commit any acts that would bring disgrace to a ninja. Naruto Uzumaki patted the thigh of Minato Namikaze, offering words of comfort. Indeed, for you are hardly a ninja, and moreover, you are a rogue ninja. Kazahana Naruto interjected, taking on the role of the cynical observer, as his slightly principled demeanor compelled him to remain a bystander. In response to Kazahana Naruto's remarks, only the mischievous grin of Naruto Uzumaki could be seen. So, boss, which affluent patron shall we engage? Naruto Uzumaki, with a mischievous grin, questioned, why rob the affluent? Accumulating such wealth will only complicate matters when it comes to laundering it later. Kakashi Hitaki, with a straightforward demeanor, opted to decline the proposition. Then whom shall we seek? A feudal lord? Kakashi extended his long tongue, licking his lips with a wicked smile. By the way, I have yet to encounter the esteemed Orochimaru of this world. I wonder about his well-being. Months later, beneath a tree hollow in the land of rice, Orochimaru diligently pursued his research. As he carefully inserted the final component into the mechanical arm before him, his experiment reached a significant milestone. This will suffice once the energy is activated. The 3,801st prototype will be complete. His eyes, bloodshot and fervent, gleamed with madness as he activated the chakra energy switch nearby. With a continuous stream of blue chakra being siphoned from the captive in the basement, the mechanical arm surged with energy. The first phase of the experiment had triumphed, thus, he could now proceed to the second phase. Orochimaru deactivated the energy transmission device and pulled down a red lever. In stark contrast to the serene blue chakra, a torrent of turbulent red chakra began to flow into the mechanical arm through the pipes. Good, it is starting to withstand the onslaught of this tailed beast chakra. Observing the experiment unfold favorably, Orochimaru shifted the lever to the second gear. The mechanical arm began to tremble with increasing intensity, fully enveloped by the crimson chakra. Stay strong. Hold on. To the third gear. Suddenly, with a thunderous explosion, the mechanical arm shattered before Orochimaru's eyes. Concurrently, the violent chakra erupted, saturating the laboratory in a crimson hue. Strange. This is utterly bizarre. Enraged, Orochimaru tore off his disfigured arm and, in a frenzy, scrutinized the data before him. Why is this happening? I have meticulously assembled the finest chakra-conducting materials from the entire ninja world. Why does its performance still pale in comparison to the armor worn by Naruto Uzumaki? What material possesses the perfection to endure tailed beast chakra? Knock knock. A sound resonated from outside the laboratory. Who is it? Sensing imminent danger, Orochimaru inquired instinctively. Surprise. A youthful voice called from beyond the door. Although Orochimaru found the voice oddly familiar, his innate sensitivity to serpentine instincts restrained him from advancing recklessly. What surprise? Wasn't it stated that I should not be disturbed at this time? A delightful surprise indeed. The door to the laboratory was abruptly flung open by Kazekage, who swiftly advanced and seized control of Orochimaru. As he restrained Orochimaru, the latter's entire body became adorned with a multitude of scales, while his eyes and nostrils twisted in opposing directions. This is not good. With remarkable speed, Kazekage delivered a powerful kick to the still separating Orochimaru, sending him hurtling away, followed by a vacuum sphere. As Orochimaru was propelled through the air, his body grotesquely fragmented and morphed into a myriad of venomous serpents, which were then mercilessly torn apart by the vacuum sphere. True to his reputation, Orochimaru had prepared a snake substitution technique even before the door was opened, intending to ensnare his adversary. Upon realizing that his ploy had faltered, Orochimaru emerged from the shadows. It seems my little trick was ineffective against you. How about this? He declared, unleashing a torrent of venomous snakes from his hands aimed directly at Kazekage. With a fierce hiss, Kazekage's left hand transformed into a colossal python. which swiftly devoured the multitude of attacking snakes. Utilizing the connection to Orochimaru's serpents, he forcefully yanked them towards him. "How fascinating!" Kazekage exclaimed, his eyes alight with intrigue upon witnessing a technique reminiscent of his own. Seizing the opportunity mid-air, Orochimaru expelled a new incarnation of himself, a hybrid with a human body and serpentine tail. This airborne version of Orochimaru, tail swaying, clutched a Kusanagi sword in its mouth, aimed squarely at Naruto. "Such an antiquated technique, Orochimaru-sensei," Kazekage remarked as a small snake emerged from his collar, leaping onto Naruto's neck and effortlessly swallowing the Kusanagi sword whole. With a gasp, Orochimaru was compelled to relinquish the sword from his mouth, swiftly retreating to land gracefully. "Oh, you dare to address me as Orochimaru-sensei? I have no recollection of having taught a student such as yourself. Surely, I would remember an intriguing specimen like you." Orochimaru mused, his curiosity piqued as he observed Kazekage. Based on their earlier confrontation, he was convinced that this individual was indeed one of his creations, yet he could not fathom why he had no memory of him. "Who knows? Perhaps your fragmented soul has led you to a state of confusion," Kazekage retorted. As the playful words of Wave Wind Minma echoed, Orochimaru's demeanor shifted from its previous calmness to one of unease. The possibility that Minma spoke of was indeed plausible. He could have fragmented his soul into several pieces, each of which might have evolved into a separate entity. The crimson-haired boy before him could very well be a manifestation of one such fragment that had transcended the confines of the cursed seal. This posed a significant dilemma. This world had no need for a second Orochimaru. A serious conversation seemed necessary. Orochimaru fixed his serpentine gaze upon Minma, a palpable aura of menace emanating from him. Chapter 83. The Beast Crisis. Let us dispense with such trivial antics. Your murderous intent has long since lost its efficacy. Unfazed by Orochimaru's threatening presence, Wave Wind Minma unleashed two serpents from his hands, which coiled around and lunged at Orochimaru. "Humph! How underestimated I have been. Do you truly believe such a meager number could challenge me?" Orochimaru's visage contorted as he extended his elongated tongue, bellowing, while simultaneously wielding two kunai to swiftly sever the serpents in twain. Yet, the snake heads that hovered in midair suddenly gaped wide, and two Wave Wind Minmas, slick with slime, emerged from their moss. "My substitution technique?" Before Orochimaru could fully comprehend the situation, the two Minmas struck him with spiraling orbs, delivering a dual assault from opposing directions. The twisted spirals contorted Orochimaru's form, splitting his body in half, one portion soaring upward while the other plummeted downward. In the next instant, from the gory wounds on Orochimaru's body, numerous serpents slithered forth. These venomous creatures, after shattering the Minma's shadow clones, entwined with one another and forcefully pulled, causing Orochimaru's body to reassemble. At that moment, a trident kunai hurtled toward him. Orochimaru tilted his head just in time, allowing the projectile to narrowly miss him and embed itself in the wall behind. "It has been quite some time, Naruto-kun. It seems your kunai technique has not improved over the years. What brings you to my domain?" Orochimaru greeted the recently attacking Uzumaki Naruto with a smile, yet his eyes remained vigilant, fixated on the vibrant Wave Wind Minma. "Is this lively red-haired individual perhaps of your kin?" "To some extent, yes. And I have indeed come to request a favor from you." "Oh, if you would be so kind as to lend me your armor for research, I would be most agreeable." Upon hearing Naruto's proposition, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with interest as he began to negotiate terms. No. I believe it is far more satisfying if we handle this ourselves." Suddenly, Naruto vanished before Orochimaru's eyes. Before he could react, a chilling sensation coursed through his chest as a dagger, glimmering with an icy light, plunged into his heart. Orochimaru felt a wave of cold wash over him, and he uttered a phrase, "Flying Thunder God." Indeed, it was the Flying Thunder God. Naruto Uzumaki nodded in affirmation, for this technique had become readily accessible to him after he harmonized with the essence of two wind spirits, coupled with several months of diligent practice. It posed no issues for practical application. Alas, it still lacked the requisite speed. What? In an instant, Orochimaru melted away under the blade of Naruto Uzumaki, transforming into a puddle of earth upon the ground. This was merely a clay clone. The true Orochimaru had burrowed underground to escape. Recognizing the ruse, Minato Namikaze swiftly formed hand seals, descending into the earth as well. "Keep a watchful eye on the experimental equipment. Be cautious not to damage it," Naruto instructed, observing the two vanish before his eyes. With a shrug, he turned his attention to Orochimaru's laboratory. After all, Minato still possessed his Flying Thunder God kunai, should danger arise. As long as he channeled chakra in time, he could teleport without concern for Minato's safety. To ensure a successful capture of Orochimaru, the 4 Narutos divided into 2 teams, simultaneously assaulting the bases most likely to harbor him. Naturally, the 2 Narutos skilled in the Flying Thunder God technique found themselves in separate groups, while the other team was presumably engaged in combat with Orochimaru's subordinates at another location. A strangely familiar sensation washed over Naruto as he gazed listlessly at the laboratory. Suddenly, he felt a familiar chakra and moved forward to investigate. Upon searching, he discovered that this recognizable chakra emanated from a shattered pipe, which continued to pulse with energy. Hey, Naruto, this chakra belongs to that guy, Nibby. What? Naruto Uzumaki was taken aback upon hearing that it was the chakra of the 8 Tails. He immediately speculated if Orochimaru had captured it. Suddenly, the entire experimental facility began to tremble, accompanied by a cacophony of roars emanating from below. Oh, that sound doesn't bode well, he thought, as the eerie noises reminiscent of the undead resonated beneath him. Choosing a prudent approach, Naruto dispatched a shadow clone to delve underground for investigation. Upon descending, the clone discovered that the subterranean chamber was, in fact, an immense prison. Countless ragged individuals were confined within, each connected to an array of tubes that converged back into the laboratory above. The tremors and roars they had experienced were the result of these test subjects. The entire underground prison pulsed with a visible crimson chakra, and some subjects had already broken free from their shackles, rampaging against one another. Hey, even if you've become test subjects, you should be targeting Orochimaru instead. What sense does it make to attack fellow victims? As swathes of test subjects faced imminent death, Naruto's compassion surged, compelling him to intervene and put a stop to the chaos. Help! 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 Cried out some of the restrained subjects, witnessing the rampaging individuals being subdued. Don't rush me. I don't have that many hands. With a powerful punch, Naruto sent one of the rampaging test subjects flying, only to be met with a roar from behind, resulting in his own violent explosion. In his final moments of consciousness, he recalled how the previously restrained subjects had also gone berserk, breaking free and, astonishingly, sprouting twin horns before delivering a blow to him. Wait, what? Through the shared vision of his clone, Naruto grasped the unfolding situation. It appeared that the rampaging entities had absorbed an immense amount of concentrated 8 Tails chakra, leading to their transformation into tailed beasts. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly activated the newly learned Kagai's Byakugan, seeking to ascertain the number of rampaging test subjects. To his shock, he discerned hundreds of chakra units underground, with the 8 Tails chakra steadily encroaching upon them, staining them with its hue. This was no doubt a genuine biohazard. Hundreds of rampaging miniature-tailed beasts, even without tails. This was bound to be a considerable predicament. Naruto Uzumaki found himself in a rather precarious situation. The experimental subjects below, most of whom had been forcibly captured by Orochimaru, left him uncertain of their innocence, making it difficult to resort to lethal measures. However, if this continued, he would soon be confronted by hundreds of tailed little demons. This overwhelming chakra presence belongs to Chapter 84, Twin Serpents, Twin Killings. On the ground, Kaido Minato had successfully tracked down Orochimaru. Give it up, Orochimaru-sensei. I've calculated that your Earth release speed is no match for mine. Kaido taunted. You little brat. Orochimaru mentally cursed another version of himself, wondering how he had ended up with such a peculiar apprentice. The threat he felt from Kaido was not as great as that from Naruto, yet facing him evoked a sense of confrontation with himself, one that felt even more perilous. It was as if a colossal python sought to devour him, a mere serpent. Orochimaru-sensei, did you know? I devised a robbery scheme specifically for you. I never anticipated that those fools would trust me completely, granting me the opportunity to capture you so effortlessly. Kaido extended his long tongue, grinning in a disturbingly gleeful manner. I have indeed been underestimated. Orochimaru suddenly burst into a sinister laugh, covering his face with his right hand as he forcibly turned it away. I merely fled from the laboratory to avoid damaging my equipment. Do you truly believe you stand a chance against me now that we're on solid ground? Are we not rivals? We shall soon find out. Kaido's pupils began to morph, transforming into a fox eye on the left and a serpent eye on the right. Nine-Tails chakra? Not merely the chakra of the 9 Tails. Kaido's right hand morphed into a gigantic serpent, coiling towards Orochimaru. That technique is futile. Orochimaru bent low, opening his mouth wide, and in an instant, countless black snakes surged forth from his throat. Each serpent bore glistening white blades, resembling the sharpest of hellish daggers. As they lunged toward Kaido, ninjutsu, fox serpent, Naruto placed his left hand atop his right, channeling crimson chakra into it. The skin of the enormous serpent transformed into ash, revealing a blood-red creature with a fox head and serpent body, enveloped in red bubbles. The fox-headed serpent casually swept its body, incinerating the snake blades that dared to approach it into mere ashes. Hiss! As the blood-colored monstrosity charged towards him, Orochimaru bit down on his thumbs, striking the ground fiercely. Instantly, a dense array of runes unfurled around him. Triple summoning, gate of the underworld. Boom, boom, boom. The triple Rashomon was swiftly shattered to pieces. Yet the fox snake infused with the Nine-Tails chakra was reduced to mere ash, unable to withstand such overwhelming power. Just as Orochimaru exhaled a sigh of relief, he was startled to see a second sun appear above him. It was none other than Namake's Minato, leaping high to strike him with his spiral sphere. Earth-style, Earth Fortress. A colossal rock fortress erupted from the ground, enveloping Orochimaru securely within its confines. At that moment, the spiral sphere collided with the rocky bastion. And although the fortress appeared unimposing, it proved to be indestructible, absorbing the energy of the spiral without crumbling. This rock fortress is crafted from the structural analysis of Rashomon. It won't be easily breached, Orochimaru mused. After the sounds of ninjutsu clashing outside faded, Orochimaru finally breathed easy, realizing his fortress remained intact. He hadn't anticipated that this red-haired individual not only mastered his jutsu but also bore the chakra of the Nine-Tails, resembling a grown-up Naruto Uzumaki. Now that I think about it, they do bear a striking resemblance. Could it be? Orochimaru seemed to have stumbled upon a revelation. His snake-like eyes widened, and a manic grin spread across his face. Haha. If that is truly the case, Naruto Uzumaki, you are quite the enigma. Suddenly, a chilling sensation gripped Orochimaru's neck. And as his face dampened, he realized a small snake was flicking its tongue, licking his visage. Zooming out, he found himself ensnared by several venomous serpents, their fangs piercing into his flesh, rendering him paralyzed. Orochimaru-sensei, do you know the dynamics that unfold between snakes in a confined space? Minato emerged slowly from the earth, his long tongue licking his lips, his gaze filled with aggression as he stared at Orochimaru. Cough, cough. Such matters are trivial. Just tell me. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with madness and an insatiable thirst for the unknown. Are you and Naruto Uzumaki truly one and the same? Is that why you bear such a likeness? And possess the chakra of the Nine-Tails? You must be him from another world. Is that why you refer to me as your teacher, despite having no recollection of this? Orochimaru's bold and precise inquiries halted Minato's impending actions. Hee ha 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 ha. Minato laughed maniacally, leaving his mental state ambiguous. You are indeed remarkable, Orochimaru. Absolutely correct. Your reaction mirrors my own when I first learned of the existence of parallel worlds, which ignited an insatiable eagerness within me to embark on the journey of traversing these realms. It is truly a reality. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with excitement. Casting aside all other concerns, notions of immortality and mechanical armor paled in comparison to the allure of navigating through the fabric of time and space. How did you achieve this? Please, I implore you, allow me to join you in this research. However, at this moment, Nagato's smile faded as he lowered his gaze. Fear not, my teacher, you shall undoubtedly join me in this exploration. Nagato suddenly lifted his head, revealing the serpentine pupils within his eyes. At that instant, Orochimaru became acutely aware, recalling his earlier words. In a confined space with scarce resources, a great serpent would devour the smaller ones. Are you implying that you wish to consume me? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Orochimaru's brow, his gaze now filled with trepidation. Indeed. This is a divine opportunity bestowed upon me. Nagato's face became adorned with a multitude of scales, his expression filled with ravenous intent as he gazed upon Orochimaru. After all, in my world, you would never grant me such a chance, nor could I ever hope to defeat you. Yet, in this realm, the circumstances are different. I had long devised a plan to locate you, and then devour you. Chapter 85, Completeness. The white phosphorus serpent is an extraordinary creature, capable of manifesting in reality while simultaneously concealing itself within the realm of souls. Orochimaru transformed himself into the white phosphorus serpent to execute his forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation, thus achieving an unconventional form of immortality. As Orochimaru's disciple, Namake's Minato was naturally inclined to explore this ninjutsu as well. It seemed that due to the inspiration provided by Minato, Orochimaru in his world abandoned the notion of using others as vessels. One could even assert that he relinquished the pursuit of seizing anyone else's body, focusing solely on the study of a mysterious project. This decision incited discontent in a woman with violet hair, who harbored grievances against Naruto Uzumaki. However, despite having learned to modify his own techniques, Naruto had no desire to exchange his current form. He was thoroughly satisfied with his physique and, being young, did not have to ponder the issue of mortality. Thus, he innovated a new forbidden technique called corpse without body, built upon the foundation of the white phosphorus serpent. Unlike the impure world reincarnation that seized another's flesh, this technique was designed to extract the essence of another's soul. Upon transforming into the white phosphorus serpent, he would directly consume the opponent's soul, digesting all beneficial components and potent mental energies, thus enhancing his own intellect and fortifying his spiritual power. Since the inception of this technique, Naruto's first target was none other than his own mentor, Orochimaru, the most astute individual he knew, and he sought to employ the ancestral art of the ninja world to devour his master. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for the overwhelming strength Orochimaru exhibited after absorbing his bodily tissue, so formidable that Naruto found himself entirely defenseless. To this day, he vividly recalls the moment Orochimaru revealed his true form: crimson hair, Sharingan eyes, a body adorned with bone spurs, and a tattoo of the first Hokage emblazoned upon his chest. The sight of someone wielding the ability to manipulate the bloodline limit without side effects sparked an insatiable curiosity within him, making him yearn to transport his mentor to the operating room, though he was powerless to do so. Ultimately subdued mercilessly, Naruto was confined within a jar, occasionally emerging to study useful items until he was summoned by Naruto Uzumaki. Within the forest, two serpentine monstrosities, each adorned with serpentine heads, entwined fiercely. Ultimately, the one with the fox-like head devoured the other, which bore hair, wholly consuming it. After the entanglement and digestion, the fox serpent re-entered a corporeal vessel. Crack, crack. Naruto Minato shifted his stiffened body, having lain dormant for too long, and then licked his lips. I feel splendid now, having acquired the largest fragment of your soul. I believe inspiration will soon strike me, revealing the secret behind your immense power. Ha ha ha. I must admit, Uzumaki Naruto, the world of this young lad holds considerable value, and their complete lack of defenses presents an excellent opportunity for me to take advantage of. Bang! Inside Orochimaru's underground lair, Naruto Uzumaki, following the position of Kagura's hard eye, forcefully shattered the floor, creating a substantial chasm. Upon leaping into the abyss, he was confronted by an immense green vessel. Within this verdant container floated an astonishingly lengthy bull horn, measuring a staggering 20 meters. Could it possibly belong to that creature, the bull demon? This, without a doubt, must be the source of the rampant-tailed beast chakra outside. Orochimaru has indeed cultivated something remarkable. Naruto, what course of action do you intend to take? It would be prudent to secure this object. If the chakra of the 8 tails continues to spread, the captives outside may succumb to a frenzied demise. Naruto Uzumaki advanced swiftly, his mechanical armor seamlessly enveloping him. With a gentle leap, the green container was shattered, and a steady stream of nutrient fluid poured forth from the breach. I sensed that this armor and the mechanical 9 tails were fervently yearning for it. Naruto Uzumaki gently caressed the horns of the 8 tails, sensing the fervent desires transmitted through his armor. Subsequently, several iron chains erupted from his body, only to be devoured by the mechanical 9 tails. What is this sensation? I perceive that my mechanical armor has grown even stronger. With the absorption of the 8 tails chakra, the hue of the armor faded slightly, yet it appeared to pulsate with newfound vitality. Within the confines of the 8 trigram seal, the mechanical 9 tails manifested a bulge on its face, as if something was striving to emerge from within. Kurama, adjacent in his watery prison, sensed the transformation of his neighbor and felt a twinge of unease. This impostor is increasingly reminiscent of the 10 tails. If it were to assimilate the chakra of the other entities, it might genuinely transform into the 10 tails. Roar. Just as Naruto was reveling in the enhanced power of his armor, the walls of the laboratory were suddenly shattered. It turned out that the rampaging experimental subjects outside, guided by their instinct for chakra, rushed in search of more 8 tails chakra. 1, 2, 3, 4. Since you are so eager to present me with a grand feast, I shall indulge without hesitation. Naruto Uzumaki gazed at the now-tailed beasts, licking his lips. If moments ago he merely sought to rescue these innocent subjects of experimentation, now he perceived the chakra of the 8 tails as a sumptuous feast, with these rampaging beasts serving as his couriers. Roaring, one of the subjects, already sprouting horns, charged fiercely towards Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki stepped forward, grasping the horns of the experimental subject firmly with both hands, rendering the subject incapable of advancing even a single step despite its immense struggle. He then withdrew his left hand and struck it upon the creature's head. Utilizing the beast extraction technique, the crimson chakra emanating from the subject was instantly drawn upwards into Naruto's grasp, leaving the experimental subject scorched and unconscious as the tailed beast chakra departed. Gazing at the red chakra in his hand, Naruto aimed at the creature's mouth and swallowed it whole. "Now, it's your turn," he declared, as a compartment behind his mechanical armor opened, revealing 8 chains that extended forth. 3 of these chains ensnared the remaining experimental subjects, siphoning the 8-tailed chakra from within them. 4 chains anchored themselves to the ground, allowing Naruto to hover in midair, while another struck the wall with tremendous force, creating a passage that connected the experimental subjects to the laboratory. With the chains under his control, Naruto began to drag the 3 individuals slowly into the laboratory. The atmosphere of the lab had transformed dramatically. Pairs of blood-red eyes glimmered ominously, reminiscent of a beast's prison. It appeared that a feast was about to commence. The 3 chains swiftly drained the chakra from the ensnared subjects, carelessly discarding them onto the ground. Subsequently, Naruto directed the chains into the throng of chaotic figures. The 8 chains, akin to tentacles, frantically seized the rampaging small bull demons. Any being touched by the chains had their crimson energy entirely extracted, leaving behind only scorched bodies. Chapter 86. Shinong-sun. Orochimaru's laboratory was in utter disarray, strewn with the bodies of experimental subjects. Some were fortunate, having absorbed only a minimal amount of 8-tailed chakra, suffering merely a psychological shock. However, others had ascended to the tailed beast cloak stage, their skin burned away, enduring silent agony. "You may thank me. At least you are not dead." Naruto Uzumaki cradled a large plate of 8-tails chakra in his hands, addressing the unconscious subjects before him. This chakra was intended for Konohamaru Sarutobi, as a potential means for Orochimaru's apprentice to cultivate yet another small 8-tails. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the ceiling, exclaiming Naruto's name. Just as he pondered over Konohamaru, he arrived. Indeed, he was here. Naruto Uzumaki responded loudly, and then swiftly ascended through the hole in the ceiling, returning to the laboratory above. "You completed it so quickly. What happened with Orochimaru?" "My goodness." As Naruto Uzumaki emerged from the cavern, he was taken aback by the scene of utter devastation that lay before him. The experimental site was in disarray, with shattered glass and broken containers scattered about, and several circuits severed, leaking electricity incessantly. At that moment, Kakashi Hitaki, his face ablaze with fury, glared at him. "I was gone for but a brief moment. And you have managed to ruin the laboratory to this extent? Do you have any notion of how long it takes to assemble such an array of experimental equipment?" His expression conveyed deep sorrow for the damaged apparatus, as even a single wire in this laboratory could be worth a B-rank mission, not to mention the difficulty of acquiring it. Yet, here it lay, in a state of disgraceful disrepair. "When I left, everything was perfectly intact. How could this happen?" As Naruto Uzumaki attempted to elucidate, he abruptly discerned something and dashed toward a specific direction within the laboratory. He subsequently moved aside a cabinet, revealing a large rat voraciously gnawing on an electrical wire. This rodent had swollen to a size akin to that of a cat, with 2 horns sprouting from its head and its body effervescing with red bubbles. It was evident that this creature was the culprit behind the chaos. Was this surge of energy a manifestation of the 8-tails chakra? Had it succumbed to the taint of the tailed beast's chakra, resulting in its rampage? Observing the rat, Namake's Minato swiftly deduced its current affliction. "Just moments before your departure, I detected a leakage of the 8-tails chakra. Beneath us lies a massive horned creature and a multitude of captives afflicted by the chaotic influence of the 8-tails chakra. I had just managed to subdue them when you summoned me. It is likely that this rat absorbed the residual 8-tails chakra as I descended below." Naruto Uzumaki explained to Temari while demonstrating the 8-tails chakra emanating from his hand. "What a nuisance. That wretched creature," Temari exclaimed, as she observed the rodent gnawing on the electrical wires before her, her frustration mounting. With a swift motion, she hurled a snake towards the pest, intent on devouring it. To her astonishment, the bull-headed rat, undeterred by its natural predator, bared its teeth and prepared to bite at the snake's vulnerable spot. In an unexpected turn, the snake underwent a transformation, sprouting a fox's head, and, empowered by the dual advantage of its enemies, swiftly consumed the extraordinary bull-headed rat. Now, let me gather what remains and see what can still be salvaged. One rodent has ruined my entire laboratory. Temari lamented as she began to clean up the debris scattered throughout her workspace, muttering words of wastefulness and destruction under her breath. I should head to the base and check on the others. With such an expansive facility, there may be additional foes lurking about. Naruto Uzumaki, realizing his inability to assist, decided to explore other areas. By the way, refrain from eliminating Orochimaru's subordinates. He still has quite a few intriguing individuals under his command. In truth, the number of Orochimaru's followers in this base was already limited, as many had been incapacitated during the previous raid. Now, Naruto was merely tidying up the aftermath of the conflict, ensuring that no threats remained. He pondered whether there were any valuable talents among those left previously. His companions had lamented the scarcity of capable individuals, though he was uncertain what constituted true talent. Naruto Uzumaki activated his Kagaya Byakugan, perceiving the chakra that permeated the entire underground base. Is this verdant chakra that of a medical ninja? Could it be that of Kabuto Yakushi? Naruto Uzumaki's scanning network suddenly detected a substantial green spot. Considering that Kabuto's skills rivaled those of Orochimaru in later stages, he hastily made his way over. Curse that Orochimaru, this underground base is like a labyrinth. Shinon grumbled as he recklessly wandered through the corridors, having come with the intention of a technical exchange, hoping to extract the whereabouts of the Zero-Tails scroll from Orochimaru. To his dismay, it turned out that Orochimaru had merely sent a clone to deceive him. Just as the two were engaged in a fruitful discussion, the clone unexpectedly detonated in front of him. After being splattered with serpent remnants, Shinon felt not only a sense of humiliation but also a surge of panic. It was well known that Orochimaru was exponentially more formidable than he was. The fact that even a mere clone could explode signified the terrifying presence within this base. He was undoubtedly no match for such a foe. What could he do? He had to flee. He bore the responsibility of restoring the glory of the Konoha shinobi and could not afford to perish here. As Shinon battled through numerous of Orochimaru's subordinates, he finally discovered an exit, guided by them. The ninjas of Konoha were indeed unreliable. He could only rely on himself. Just as Shinon reached for the door, the adjacent wall suddenly erupted. To his astonishment, Naruto Uzumaki emerged from the debris. At last, he had caught up. Couldn't he have run just a tad slower? This base will belong to me in the future. Running so fast forced me to break through the wall to catch you. Naruto brushed off the dust from his attire, a disgruntled expression adorning his face as he addressed Shinon. Oh, it's an elderly man, not Kabuto? This armor is undoubtedly far superior to the techniques employed by our vacant ninjas. Could it possibly be the latest creation of Orochimaru? Is it possible that Orochimaru inadvertently donned this armor, leading to his defeat? Observing that he was no match for this enigmatic figure, Shinon contemplated adopting the guise of an innocent bystander to evade the situation. He promptly raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, pleading, "Please, do not resort to violence. I am merely a doctor who happened to pass by and was captured, not affiliated with Orochimaru in any way." Chapter 87. Misunderstanding. Naruto Uzumaki observed the elderly figure of Shin, who, despite his gray hair and appearance, exuded an undeniable vitality. One could not afford to lower their guard when confronting an elder who thrived within the lair of Orochimaru. "Are you not a physician?" Naruto inquired. Noting the impressive musculature that adorned the elder's arms, Shin could only respond with an awkward smile, acknowledging, as a doctor, "It is quite reasonable for me to cultivate some muscle to enhance my strength, is it not?" Naruto nodded in affirmation, then posed a question. "But why do you possess such an immense amount of life energy within you? This kid surprisingly has some perceptiveness." Inwardly cursing, Shinon maintained a smile as he explained. "As a physician, I have knowledge of chakra, which enables me to better treat my patients." It seemed plausible enough. Naruto Uzumaki nodded in agreement. "Well done. This kid believes it." Shinon, observing Naruto's trusting demeanor, felt a surge of joy within. Suddenly, a voice called out his name. Isn't that Shinon? Damn it. Who dares to utter my name at such a crucial moment?" Fury surged in Shinon's heart. He longed to exact revenge on the one who had dared to call him out. However, reality dictated that he turn cautiously to discern the source of the voice. Before him stood a youth with fiery red hair, adorned with fox-like features, and a pair of eyes strikingly similar to those of Orochimaru. Could he be Orochimaru's son? Shinon's spirits lifted, for he realized this was an ally, a perfect opportunity to conspire together to outmaneuver the individual before them. "Ah, it is you. Indeed. I am the renowned healer Shinon. brought here by Orochimaru. With that thought, he smiled and greeted Naruto. You two have arrived? Shinnong's familiarity bewildered Naruto, leading him to believe that this healer had also traversed from his own world. Oh. Yes, indeed. I was brought here by Orochimaru. What? Orochimaru is here too? Naruto gasped, a chill of fear gripping him. While he could confront this world's Orochimaru with confidence, he harbored a genuine terror of his own. Of course, this is, after all, Orochimaru's base. Faced with Naruto's apprehension, Shinnon found himself perplexed. Why did this person seem to act as if Orochimaru was not present? Do you two know each other? Naruto Uzumaki was bewildered. Who was this familiar face that had appeared in the lair of Orochimaru? Although he recognized him, it was not from this world. We should hasten our departure. To think that Orochimaru from my world has crossed dimensions to hunt me down. Upon hearing Shinnon mention Orochimaru's presence, the instinctive dread surged within him, and he grasped Naruto's arm, intent on fleeing. Meanwhile, Shinnon's mind was a tempest of thoughts. As he meticulously analyzed the implications of the conversation between Naruto and the familiar figure. That can't be right. He bears Orochimaru's eyes. How could he possibly be unaware that this is Orochimaru's base? Could it be that Orochimaru is not present here? Yet, just moments ago, Orochimaru's son claimed that he had traversed worlds to pursue him. Is it possible that Orochimaru is actually deceased? And perhaps he was killed by his own son? Which would explain the fear of mentioning a cross-world pursuit. But why does he claim to know me, and in another world no less? Could it be that I too have? No. Such a notion is inconceivable. As these thoughts raced through Shinnong's mind, his eyes widened in horror. A chill creeping from his spine to the crown of his head, cold sweat pouring down incessantly. Wait, calm down, Shinnon. I am absolutely not dead. This individual must be feigning our acquaintance. There is no one, aside from Orochimaru, who possesses such eyes in my memory. Hold on. It's possible that he is pretending because he killed Orochimaru while wearing this mask. But why would he do that? What motive could he have to feign familiarity with me? Could it be an attempt to tarnish my reputation? Yes, it must be to besmirch my name. Claiming I knew Orochimaru in order to escape from this masked figure. Damn it, I must act preemptively. I cannot allow the son of Orochimaru to speak first. Just then, fearing that Naruto might take the initiative, Shinnon called out, causing the duo, who had been mistakenly dragged away by Naruto, to halt and regard him with puzzled expressions. What have I done? They were about to leave. It dawned on Shinnon that he had made a foolish move. These two did not intend to engage as he had imagined, but were ready to depart. Now, having called them back, what was he to do? Right. I almost forgot about you. Hurry, come with us. Tell me how you arrived here. Naruto suddenly remembered Shinnon's presence and realized it would be prudent to take him along for information. We can discuss everything later, given your evident fear. Let us first regroup with them. Wait, the words of Shinnon have not yet concluded when Naruto Uzumaki grasped him with one hand and teleported to Minato Namake's location. Shinnon felt a brief flash before realizing he had arrived in a new realm, accompanied by two additional individuals. Gazing at the trio before him, who, aside from their differing hair colors, appeared to be cast from the same mold, Shinnon's eyes widened in astonishment as he stammered, to think that Orochimaru has 3 sons? Naruto Harahana, perplexed, mused over the sudden appearance of these newcomers while he and his companion were diligently rummaging through Orochimaru's lair. Just then, Naruto Uzumaki arrived with an elderly gentleman who claimed to be the son of Orochimaru. However, upon closer inspection, one individual seemed older, and their hair colors varied, leading Shinnon to ponder whether Orochimaru had indeed developed cloning technology. After scrutinizing the 3 figures, Shinnon noted subtle differences among them and reached a conclusion. Wait. Who are you calling old? I am merely in my 30s. Harahana Naruto found himself bewildered by this elder's nonsensical claims. One moment you assert you are Orochimaru's son, and the next you lament your age. Enough with the trivialities. Minato Namake's interjected, forcefully pushing aside Harahana Naruto, gripping Shinnon's shoulders. He fixed his gaze upon him and demanded, speak plainly and disclose everything you know, including Orochimaru's whereabouts. How did you arrive in this world? Chapter 88. Calmness. Shinnon's mind was a tumultuous haze. He was utterly bewildered by the inquiries posed by this stranger. What did he mean by how he arrived in this world, or where Orochimaru was? If he knew Orochimaru's location, would he have fled in the first place? Observing Shinnon's hesitance, Minato's patience waned, and he swiftly formed hand seals to cast a genjutsu upon him. Wait. Shinnon realized the gravity of the situation upon witnessing the hand seal. His secrets were not to be divulged to others. Regrettably, his abilities were insufficient to withstand Minato's genjutsu, and he soon succumbed to a deep slumber, I inquire how Orochimaru came to this world. Where is he now? Presumably, he was born by his parents into this world. As for his current location, I do not know, Shinnong mumbled in a daze. Haha, that's hilarious. He was indeed born by his parents. Haruha and Naruto laughed heartily, finding this peculiar exchange utterly amusing. Silence. If Orochimaru discovers our presence, we may not stand a chance against him. Kazekage stared sharply at Naruto, irritated that this fool remained oblivious to the situation. How could you be unaware of Orochimaru's whereabouts? How did you manage to infiltrate his base? I saw you attempting to leave through the main gate. Were you seeking him out? Shinnong, lost in a daze, struggled to articulate a response, seemingly overwhelmed by the barrage of questions from Kazekage. Calm down, Naruto urged, placing a reassuring hand on Kazekage's shoulder, recognizing the panic in his eyes. What are you? Kazekage glared at the blonde, ready to unleash his frustration, but was momentarily silenced by Naruto's steady gaze. Leave it to me. Don't worry. Although I'm uncertain of your concerns, we will find a resolution, Naruto declared as he approached the still hypnotized Shinnong. Why were you present at Orochimaru's base? I intended to extract the Zero-Tail Scroll under the pretense of a technological exchange, Shinnong explained. That's why I ventured into his base. Did you come from another world with Orochimaru? I have always belonged to this world. Tell us everything you experienced at Orochimaru's base. We were engaged in a fruitful technological exchange when suddenly, Orochimaru's clone exploded. I mistook it for an enemy attack and tried to flee, only to encounter a person clad in armor. Gradually, Shinnong recounted the events as he had imagined them, and upon finishing, Kazekage let out a sigh of relief. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. The Orochimaru from my world never actually came here. Kazekage, frustrated, kicked Shinnong lightly, blaming him for the ambiguous explanations that led to such a significant error. Haha, a mad scientist like you, terrified of your teacher? He merely needed to say a few words to send you into a panic, Naruto chimed in, clearly relieved, joking about the tense atmosphere Kazekage had created. Initially believing a formidable foe had crossed worlds. Enough with the chatter. You have no idea how terrifying Orochimaru is in my world. Kazekage's face flushed with embarrassment. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, even feeling disarmed by Naruto's playful retorts. Don't worry. Even if your Orochimaru is formidable, he cannot match us. The future lies in our hands, Naruto comforted, patting Kazekage's shoulder. Among all the alternate selves, they bore the closest resemblance to each other. And this red-haired version of himself evoked a sense of endearment, compelling Naruto to care for him. What do you mean by that? The wind-blown Myanmar sensed the subtle implications woven into Naruto's words, yet he struggled to comprehend their full meaning. I previously heard from Finghua that, in our own world, should we encounter a life and death crisis, the timelines of both worlds would become relatively frozen. This implies that as long as we assist Uzumaki Naruto in surviving and growing stronger, he will eventually evolve into a force capable of aiding us in overcoming formidable adversaries and crises, ultimately coming to our rescue. Although my initial intention in coming here was to help Naruto, this could be considered a form of equitable exchange by diligently supporting Uzumaki Naruto. We might find salvation in due time. Naruto, with a playful smile, winked at Myanmar. You sly fellow, Myanmar remarked, somewhat taken aback. He had believed that he had successfully concealed his intentions from everyone, yet it seemed this individual had already discerned his purpose without vocalizing it. Nevertheless, we are all fundamentally the same at our core, so let us continue to assist one another. With a smile, Naruto stepped aside, casting his gaze upon the unconscious Shinnong. Speaking of which, what shall we do about this guy? Naruto Uzumaki observed with a sense of bewilderment the interaction between the two individuals before him. He felt an inexplicable complexity in their dialogue, yet chose not to dwell on it, for after all, they were all human. Rather than pondering how to deal with that individual, he was more inclined to inquire about the fate of Orochimaru. Earlier, it was mentioned that a blunder had occurred, preventing Orochimaru from the world of the Nara from crossing over. However, what of Orochimaru from my world? Have you managed to handle that situation? Naruto Uzumaki remains concerned about Orochimaru, as it pertains to his laboratory and his financial resources. Rest assured, he said, Orochimaru has already been consumed by me in your world. Kazama Minma seemed to have come to a realization, exhaling deeply before addressing Naruto. So, does that mean everything belonging to Orochimaru now belongs to us? Hiya, Naruto Uzumaki chuckled, already lost in a daydream of abundant wealth, envisioning himself reclining amidst mountains of gold, counting his riches after perfecting his laboratory equipment. Rest assured, unless that individual is liberated from the curse by another, there is no possibility of resurrection. Furthermore, Even if Orochimaru were to be released, his experimental base, under my transformation, will undoubtedly belong to us. Very well, I entrust everything to you. With a smile, Naruto Uzumaki gave a thumbs up to Minato Namikaze. Never mind. Rest assured. I shall make good use of these experimental devices. Chapter 89. Sealing memories. By the way, who is this person? It seems you just recognized him. In a hazy state, Shinnon felt as though he heard someone discussing him, yet he was so dazed that he quickly succumbed to unconsciousness. His name is Shinnon, an empty ninja and a partner of Orochimaru. Much of Orochimaru's expertise in mechanical technology and bodily modifications has been researched in collaboration with him. Oh, is he truly that formidable? Naruto Uzumaki gazed at the elderly gentleman with a sense of astonishment. After all, collaborating with Orochimaru on technological advancements undoubtedly indicated a remarkable level of expertise in scientific research. This individual was familiar to me. As Naruto observed the appearance of Shinnon, memories began to resurface. I recalled that it was perhaps last year when the returning Akatsuki launched an assault against us, inflicting considerable damage upon the village while attempting to pilfer the Zero-Tail scroll concealed within Konoha. Indeed, a similar incident had transpired on our end. I had heard whispers that he had perfected the dark medical arts to an extraordinary degree, capable of opening the 8th gate of death without any adverse effects. Orochimaru even requested my assistance in bringing this individual back for further study. The notion of opening the 8th gate of death without side effects. Naruto Uzumaki was taken aback. In his recollection, the 8th gate of death was a power capable of toppling even the formidable 6 paths Madara. It was astonishing that Shinnon had such mastery over dark medical arts, enabling the unrestricted use of such formidable abilities. Are you all right? If he can freely open the 8th gate of death, wouldn't he be invincible? He remarked, rolling his eyes. If there were any issues, would you still be able to see me here? The 8th gate of death, once opened, rendered its user overwhelmingly powerful. Yet, as a man over 60 years of age, what could he possibly achieve, even if he could invoke the 8th gate without adverse effects? Just moments ago, he had absorbed the Zero-Tail into his own body, declaring an intention to conquer the world, only to be thwarted by my elder, who extracted the Zero-Tail with a sealing technique and then unleashed a Rasengan. Well, is that the case on your end as well? Naruto Uzumaki felt a twinge of disappointment, but soon redirected his gaze towards Minato Namikaze. With a smile, Minato remarked, Not at all. I merely noticed something amiss with him upon his arrival in Konoha and defeated him before he could summon the Zero-Tail. Impressive, isn't it? What about you, Hanabi? Have you heard how this matter was resolved? Hanabi shook her head. I left the village long ago, so I am unaware of subsequent developments there. Such confidential matters are not easily disclosed to me. Most likely, he was vanquished by our 5th Hokage, she speculated. By the way, what exactly is this Zero-Tail? Is it also a kind of tailed beast? Naruto Uzumaki discovered that the memories of the traveler appeared to be rather unreliable, as this world harbored far too many mysteries beyond his comprehension. Merely a collection of mundane dark chakra, it could be considered a form of yin-yang release. Yet it pales in comparison to the tailed beast within us. As he spoke, Kakashi Hitaki, with a slender needle in hand, was seemingly engaged in some enigmatic task concerning the unconscious shinobi. I have long since delved into his dark medical techniques in the art of physical regeneration. Should you wish to utilize them, I shall gladly impart this knowledge to you. Oh, may I also learn? Naruto's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of mastering the 8 gates technique without any adverse effects. He genuinely yearned to learn it and envisioned a future where he could impart this skill to Might Guy in his world. With Guy's exceptional physical prowess, he mused that even the formidable sage of the 6 paths, Kagaya Tsutsuki, would pale in comparison, rendering him unnecessary in combat against foes. Indeed, such a technique, when harmonized with the power of the 9 tails within him, would yield remarkable results. Although he lacked proficiency in taijutsu, even with the 8 gates activated, he felt inadequate against Orochimaru. However, if it were Guy, enhanced by the 8 gates, he might truly triumph over Orochimaru in his realm. At this juncture, Naruto stood up, stowing away his tools. All right, everything is set. I have sealed a false memory in his mind, allowing him to lead us to his aerial base. An aerial base? You say? That's an intriguing idea. Naruto's eyes glimmered with realization. An aerial base? Is it a stronghold of the Sky Ninjas? The 2 Narutos, unaware of the concept of Sky Ninjas, remained oblivious to the implications. You'll find out soon enough. We have been fortunate to seize Orochimaru's base while also acquiring an aerial stronghold. Since Naruto is familiar with the concept, he can accompany us. Windflower, you and I will remain to take control of Orochimaru's base. Me? Windflower Naruto pointed at himself, astonished. But I also wish to witness what the aerial base looks like. Enough chatter. Once they bring over the base, you'll see it for yourself. Our primary concern is to take over Orochimaru's base, which undoubtedly harbors treasures of equal value to their aerial stronghold. Very well, succumbing to Naruto's insistence, Windflower Naruto reluctantly agreed to assist in the task. Hey, could one of you leave a flying thunder god kunai for me? Once everything is settled, I'd like to be transported over to take a look. Clearly, Windflower Naruto was still unwilling to miss the first glimpse of the aerial base, thus devising a compromise. All right, I shall arrange that for you. Naruto Uzumaki pulled out a kunai from his hand and handed it to Windflower Naruto. He was uncertain about the distance to their base, pondering that if it were too far, he might not be able to sense the kunai's coordinates. Well, we'll discuss it when you return, if you can make it. Bring me along to witness it. Agreed. With their conversation concluded, Minato Namikaze dispelled Shinnong's illusion, and the four of them vanished from sight. Ouch! My head! Shinnong groaned, clutching his head as he slowly rose to his feet. He recalled being inadvertently injured during a battle between Orochimaru and others, which had rendered him unconscious until now. That scoundrel Orochimaru, reputed as one of the legendary three ninjas, had been surprisingly easily defeated and infiltrated their base. Complaining incessantly, Shinnong took off running in a particular direction. His memories now confirmed the completion of his technical exchange with Orochimaru, and he had learned that the Zero-Tail Scroll was located in Konohagakure. It was imperative that he return to his base to discuss the plan to ambush Konoha and seize the Zero-Tail Scroll with his clan. After Shinnong had sprinted away, the two Narutos stealthily followed him. They did not pursue too closely, instead leaving a flying thunder god mark on his unseen back. By occasionally sensing the location of the mark, they could easily track Shinnong. Before long, 3 days passed, and the group had traversed from the Land of Rice to the border of the Land of Fire. Chapter 90. Minor characters. The Land of Fire is renowned as the most prosperous nation in the ninja world, largely due to its intricate terrain, featuring forests, plains, mountains, seas, and even tropics. Following Shinnong, the two Narutos found themselves in a tropical forest. They leisurely paddled a boat across a murky lake, the water appearing a faint yellow, with only the sounds of their oars and flowing water breaking the silence. Towering trees in the adjacent rainforest reached heights of over 60 meters, their leaves forming a canopy akin to an umbrella, blocking out much of the light. Consequently, very few low-lying plants thrived beneath the trees. Be careful, Uzumaki. Not only are there many venomous insects here, but even the fish in the river are toxic, Windflower Naruto cautioned as he rowed. He had visited this place before, though it had been quite some time, and he would rely on Shinnong to lead the way. I never expected such a place existed in the Land of Fire. It's no wonder Shinnong could build a flying fortress within its borders without anyone noticing. Naruto Uzumaki gazed upon the unfamiliar scenery before him, his eyes brimming with curiosity. The Land of Fire is indeed vast, featuring not only tropical forests but also majestic mountains, cascading waterfalls, and idyllic rivers, among a plethora of other breathtaking landscapes. During my previous missions, I traversed the entirety of the Land of Fire. Observing the gleam in Naruto's eyes, Minato Namikaze smiled and remarked, "You should not confine yourself to the city all the time. Beyond mastering ninjutsu, you often find yourself preoccupied with physical training or embroiled in various escapades. Occasionally, it would do you well to venture out and immerse yourself in the embrace of nature." Naruto Uzumaki inhaled the fragrant essence of the tropical rainforest, a faint smile gracing his features. It seemed quite pleasant. Indeed, the sensation of rowing here was truly delightful. Children ought to embody their youth, after all. Why bear such immense pressure day after day? As he observed his younger counterpart, Naruto's spirits lifted, reflecting on how fortuitous this journey had been. It was not ignorance of the darkness that enveloped this world. Several individuals who had aided him awaited his rescue. His words tumbled forth like a tongue twister. Wolfing Naruto gazed at his little brother, a gentle smile illuminating his face. There is no need to be in such a hurry. Time is frozen in other realms. Whether we proceed slowly or swiftly, it matters not. As for your world, the crisis is still quite distant. With us here, rest assured, the Akatsuki can be vanquished effortlessly. A glimmer of cold resolve flickered in Wolfing Naruto's eyes. Obito Uchiha, or should I say, Tobi in this world? That fellow is hardly a match for me, especially with Wolfing Minato and Kazuhana Naruto by my side. As for my senior Nagato, I am confident that a sincere conversation would lead to his understanding of our plight. Upon hearing Wolfing Naruto's words, Uzumaki Naruto was left in a daze. So, are you suggesting that my world is on the verge of resolution? It appears so. Wolfing Naruto responded with a smile. Do you feel a sense of excitement? If not, we could return and eliminate these threats, sparing you the constant anxiety they bring. No, I think I would prefer to rely on my own efforts. Naruto Uzumaki waved his hand, resolutely declining the proposal from Minato Namikaze. It would not do for you all to accomplish everything on my behalf. I, too, yearn to personally bring an end to Uchiha Obito. Ever since I spent some leisurely moments listening to tales about my parents, Naruto Uzumaki gazed enviously at the familial bonds that others possessed. Although his friend S' father was often preoccupied, it was evident that he still harbored love for his child. How starkly different it was for Naruto, who felt the sting of solitude, devoid of affection and care. From that moment, his heart filled with hatred for the perpetrator who had robbed him of his parents. Uchiha Obito. He yearned for vengeance, wishing to rend him to pieces in retribution for his parents' demise. Rest assured, with your prowess, avenging them is well within your grasp. Not to mention, you possess his Manjiki Sharingan. Even without it, you could emulate my approach and assault him relentlessly for half an hour, surely reducing him to mere fragments. The mere thought of this prospect invigorated Naruto. What could be more exhilarating than exacting revenge upon one's foe? Very well. Once I return and learn the dark medical arts from Sakura, I shall confront him. Naruto's words instilled a newfound confidence within him. The time for vengeance had finally arrived. I initially intended to counsel you to relax, yet I inadvertently fueled your resolve instead. Naruto chuckled at the irony. This is who I am. After all, I am Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto Uzumaki smiled, his heart brimming with anticipation. As they conversed, their boat had already reached the shore, where a dense fog enveloped the jungle ahead. The two Narutos exchanged glances before stepping onto the marshy ground. Guided by Naruto Uzumaki, they swiftly navigated through the underbrush and soon beheld a village not far away. What do you think? Should we explore the village or the nearby ruins? Asked Naruto Uzumaki, glancing at his counterpart, who was intently using his Byakugan to perceive their surroundings. Naruto Uzumaki shook his head. They are not present. He stands before us. Minato Namikaze raised his hand, and with a series of clinks, a dozen kunai were deflected. Humph. Quite skilled, I see. No wonder you have managed to follow me for so long. Shinong stood on a nearby tree, his expression grim as he observed the two below. It was only upon returning to the village that he was informed by his subordinates that surveillance had detected two tails following him. As the esteemed leader of the Sky Ninjas, destined to be the ruler of the world, it was a profound humiliation to learn of his own surveillance from his subordinates. Who are you, exactly? If you reveal yourselves obediently, I might consider sparing your lives. Minato gazed at the shouting Shinong perched in the tree, a slight smile gracing his lips. To think we were discovered, however, it matters not, for you have already fulfilled your role as a guide. At that moment, the thick mist gradually dissipated, revealing dozens of Sky Ninjas nestled among the nearby trees. Shinong chuckled with satisfaction. Humph. It seems you have come here with no means of escape. We are indeed surrounded. What shall we do, Naruto? Minato turned to seek Naruto's counsel. You take care of the weaklings. The leader is mine. Haha, that arrangement works for me, replied Minato with a grin, simultaneously waving his hand and shouting, Come, come, all you weaklings. He then leapt into the trees, beckoning the nearby Sky Ninjas to follow him. The surrounding Sky Ninjas, witnessing their audacity, could no longer contain their fury and turned to Shinong for guidance. You all go. I wish to see what this little brat is so arrogant about. With their leader's approval, the lesser ninjas surged towards Minato. Over there, the weaklings are over there. Thank you for your cooperation. The weaklings are over there. As Uzumaki Naruto adjusted his attire, he pointed in the direction of Namikaze Minato. Humph. An empty ninja shouted as he charged towards Uzumaki Naruto. Stop. What do you want? I told you, the weaklings are over there. I am not a weakling. Not a weakling? With your demeanor, you are nothing but a weakling. I won't say much more. Look in the mirror and see for yourself. You do bear a slight resemblance. Claiming you're not a weakling while looking so pitiful? Get lost. Oh wait. The weakling had already begun to retreat, but was abruptly pulled back by Uzumaki Naruto. What is the matter? Give me back the mirror. Oh, my apologies. Truly a weakling. Chapter 91. Boredom. Hey, little brat. It seems you've been following me for quite some time. Haven't you? To trail me without detection demonstrates commendable perceptive abilities. However, to think you could defeat me alone is rather presumptuous. Shinong revealed the weapon in his hand, swiftly channeling chakra into the blade. Forget it, old man. I've already assessed your strength long ago. The mechanical armor enveloped him, causing the diminutive Naruto to rise painlessly. Mechanical armor? Is that your source of confidence? Such technology is commonplace in our land of sky. It amounts to little against true power. Shinong swung his chakra blade downward mercilessly toward Uzumaki Naruto. In response, Naruto effortlessly pinched the blade between two fingers, then with a vigorous flick, sent the weapon flying. Before Shinong could comprehend his weapon's fate, he was met with a powerful punch to the abdomen from Uzumaki Naruto, rendering him unconscious. Observing Shinong sprawled on the ground, Uzumaki Naruto felt a tinge of boredom. The leader of such a formidable organization had been subdued with such ease. He tightened his right fist, gazing at Namikaze Minato, who had effortlessly dispatched all the other empty ninjas and was awaiting him. Naruto chuckled softly. After all the preparation to resolve matters so effortlessly felt anticlimactic. There was no denying that Konoha was the strongest village, and each of its members possessed the strength to become a Hokage. This empty ninja was merely a remnant of a village that had been obliterated by Konoha during the Second Ninja World War. Their only distinctive feature was their ability to carry multiple individuals in the air. In a real battle, even Shino could decimate them. This is not mere boasting. In their timeline, even Shino's insects could devour their aerial battleships. That's about it. I had once overthought things, approaching every task with undue caution. Naruto Uzumaki reflected. Acknowledging that he had always been aware of his formidable strength, yet he often felt inadequate, intimidated by the memories of Uchiha Madara and the Otsutsuki from the past. In truth, his power was more than sufficient, akin to that of two Minatos, capable of nipping threats in the bud. Not to mention, possessing the strength of multiple Narutos. He would not falter in battle against them. It was only after effortlessly vanquishing the remnants of a village to achieve his objective that he began to cultivate a sense of confidence. Just as Naruto came to grasp his true potential, a large group of villagers armed with farming tools rushed towards him. These individuals had emerged from a nearby village. Drawn by the sounds of conflict, were these mere civilians? Naruto Uzumaki observed that the individuals before him were predominantly clad in simple linen garments, wielding agricultural tools, leading him to instinctively perceive them as mere peasants. However, the apprehension reflected in their eyes towards Shinobu, coupled with their palpable hostility towards him and his companions, suggested they were anything but ordinary folk. They were, after all, mere villagers. Shinobu had disguised himself as a physician in the vicinity of the nearby ruins, yet ultimately, in the future, he would tragically extinguish their lives, rendering them innocent victims of his machinations. How dare you? You injured Dr. Shinobu, and then utter such slanderous words. A young man wielding a hoe shouted in fury at Naruto and his companion. The conversation between the two Narutos had gone unheard. Yet their words were crystal clear to those around them. You despicable fiends! I shall not forgive you for harming Master Shinobu, declared a small boy. His head wrapped in a cloth, gripping a scalpel tightly, his gaze fixed intently upon the two. This peculiar figure inevitably caught Naruto's attention. Is it possible that even at this time, he had already rescued and taken on a disciple? This young boy, or perhaps girl, was named Yuru, a pupil of Shinobu, who had taken on the guise of a doctor in this humble village. Having saved her life, she harbored an almost enigmatic adoration for him, which eventually led to her becoming his disciple after a series of entanglements. However, this sentiment was merely a tool for Shinobu to exploit. Once a person's negative emotions reached a certain threshold, they could be transformed into dark chakra by the Zero Tail, allowing him to attain a corporeal form of ultimate strength through the dark arts of healing. Consequently, after brutally slaughtering her village, Shinobu feigned his own death before her very eyes. As the saying goes, the most effective way to deify an individual is to die in the most sublime manner. And Shinobu executed this plan flawlessly. Indeed, following his demise, Yuru's feelings for him reached an unprecedented pinnacle. Regret and resentment elevated her adoration to an infinite degree, as she incessantly mythologized and idealized Shinobu's image posthumously. Once he sensed that her perception of him had ascended to its zenith, he manifested before her in a guise entirely contrary to his former self and revealed his grand scheme. The depth of love is often mirrored by the depth of hatred. Such profound animosity ultimately led to Yuru's mental unraveling, plunging her into a profound abyss of darkness. Harnessing the dark chakra that emerged from this void, Shinobu swiftly summoned the Zero Tail. Unfortunately, before he could absorb Zero Tail into his being, he was severed by Naruto's flying thunder god slash. However, this encounter also unveiled to Naruto the tragic fate of his young disciple, Yuru. Perhaps it is best not to reveal the truth to her, after all. That man is unlikely to ever cross her path again, Naruto mused, simultaneously addressing another version of himself. These are merely deluded common folk. There is no need to engage with them. We shall seize the base of the empty shinobi. Naruto Uzumaki gestured in agreement, subsequently dragging Shinnon deeper into the ruins. Do not go. You murderers! Yuli attempted to advance, wielding a scalpel to stab the two, but in an instant, she found her wrist grasped by Naruto's firm grip. The strength in his hold rendered her incapable of escape. Your teacher, despite his flaws, is at least a commendable mentor. A scalpel in a doctor's hand should be used to save lives rather than take them. Follow his teachings and strive to be a good doctor, Naruto proclaimed, releasing Yuli, who crumpled helplessly to the ground. He then entered the ruins alongside Naruto. Before long, the two utilized the Shadow Clone technique and Flying Thunder God to clear the entirety of the airborne ninjas within the ruins. They did not eliminate them all. Most were ensnared in illusions, as it would have been too regrettable to kill those who possessed the ability to fly. Alas, the aerial base that resided in Naruto's memories was merely a half-finished construct in the present timeline, lacking a complete flight system and various facilities. This unfortunate reality dashed their hopes of piloting the base home, leaving them with no choice but to employ the Flying Thunder God to package the entire aerial base for return. Chapter 92. Rebellion. While several Narutos were fervently focusing on the aerial base, a minor rebellion erupted within the Fire Nation's base. Buffon, how dare you betray us? In a vast, primordial forest of the Fire Nation, a large group surrounded Buffing, perched on the branches of trees. Both Buyuan and Budong positioned themselves to block all of Bufing's escape routes, slowly closing in. Bufing's expression turned grim. She had merely intended to make a discreet escape, but found herself cornered by her own former siblings. Buyuan, Budong, are we still siblings? How could you bring outsiders to capture me? Bufing glared at her former companions with bitterness. Huh? Budong retorted sarcastically, who exactly is betraying whom? You disregarded the peril to our lives, thinking only of your own escape. If you flee, will those demons spare us? Though Buyuan remained silent. Her unwavering gaze on Buffon conveyed the same sentiment. So you intend to obediently serve them? They are not even from the Fire Nation but from the Snow Country. How can you justify this after all that Master Ma has sacrificed for us? Enough with the empty rhetoric. The one most disloyal to Master Ma is undoubtedly you. You were the first to betray us. In the interest of your safety, we refrained from divulging your secret to those two individuals. We had hoped that should they choose to act against you, at the very least, you would survive. Yet, unexpectedly, this has become an opportunity for you to abandon us. Humph. It seems that dialogue is no longer an option. However, do you truly believe you can capture me? Do not forget, I am the strongest among us. The crimson hair of Fufing bristled, indicating a clear readiness for battle. Your strength is formidable, yet can we not apprehend you with our numbers? With swift gestures, Fudong formed seals and forcefully struck the ground before Fufing. Earth release, and hell. The earth around Fufing rapidly softened and began to swirl, dragging him down into the ground. After all these years, resorting to the same technique, it is evident you are no match for me. Lightning release, earth walk. Wind release, floral dance. A torrent of lightning was summoned by Fufing, violently striking the very ground upon which she stood. The once tumultuous, swirling earth instantly ceased its motion, returning to ordinary soil. The moment the lightning was unleashed, Fufing transformed her body to embody the wind element, counteracting the lightning's properties while simultaneously launching a pink floral tornado towards Fudong. Earth release, rock pillar prison. In response to the petite whirlwind of petals, Fudong swiftly conjured a sturdy stone pillar to shield himself. Your ability to switch between the 5 elemental natures is indeed troublesome. Earth release, rock pillar spear. The rock pillars, which had served as a shield moments ago, now morphed into a barrage of spears, soaring towards Fufing. Is it not peculiar that you, a resident of the Land of Fire, have devoted yourself solely to earth release? Earth release, rock pillar spear. Fufing reverted to her earth release form, executing the very same technique as Fudong. The sound of collisions echoed as their rock pillar spears shattered into fragments, cascading to the ground. It seems I am at an impasse with you, Fudong mused. A resigned smile gracing his lips as he acknowledged the ineffectiveness of his attack. Recognizing the futility of his stubbornness, he urged, please, let me go. Just as Fufing reveled in her triumph, her expression shifted dramatically. The environment around her had subtly transformed. The once lush forest had vanished, replaced by an expansive plain. Did you think I was merely engaging in idle chatter? I was merely providing Buyuan the opportunity to alter the terrain. With unyielding determination, Budong executed a hardening technique, grinning maliciously as she struck a fierce punch towards Bufong. Observing the menacing fist, Bufong hastily retreated, though her mastery of ninjutsu was commendable. Her physical form was as fragile as paper. However, her retreat was swiftly thwarted, as the once flat terrain morphed into a concave shape, blocking all her escape routes. This transformation was orchestrated from afar by Buyuan, employing the 8 gates barrier technique to erect an earthen wall. Die! Budong's fist crashed violently against Bufeng's neck, resulting in an immediate decapitation. Budong. With only her head remaining, Bufeng swiftly transformed into a shadow, and soon after, a complete version of her descended gently from the sky. At that moment, her veins bulged, and her entire body trembled with fury. She had come perilously close to being slain by Budong. Bufeng's abilities mirrored those of Shikigami reincarnation, both drawing upon the chakra of 5 distinct individuals to grant her 5 lives. However, while her counterpart claimed hearts, she forcibly acquired the entirety of a person's chakra through a kiss. Yet, this technique bore its own vulnerabilities. Should all 5 bodies be annihilated, true death would ensue. Moreover, her true form was signified by a tuft of red hair. Any assault upon it would instantaneously result in her demise, regardless of how many lives she possessed. Budong's recent strike had clearly aimed for her hair. Had she not reacted swiftly and used her earth-style body to elevate herself slightly, she would have met her end. Now that the battle has commenced, do not blame my ruthlessness, Bufeng. Budong's eyes were bloodshot as she shouted maniacally. Simultaneously, she commanded her accompanying snow ninjas to launch shuriken. In an instant, countless shuriken flew towards Bufeng from all directions, transforming her into a porcupine. As her body was pierced, Bufeng instantly disintegrated into bones, only to reconstitute herself beside them. Another body slain. I will kill you, Budong. Flames erupted around Bufeng as she hurled a massive fireball towards her adversary. You fool, do you not comprehend? You have become a cornered beast. I need not evade such an attack, for Bu Yuan is sufficient, Budong declared confidently, standing still as she awaited her ally's intervention to mitigate the damage. Boom. The fire column struck Budong directly, igniting the area around her. Chapter 93, A Fortuitous Encounter. With a scream, Budong emerged from the flames, plunging into the ground to extinguish the fire engulfing her form. What are you doing, Bu Yuan? Why did you merely watch? Have you betrayed me as well? I stood motionless, my body charred, my clothes and hair completely incinerated. Had it not been for the stone armor conjured by my ninjutsu, I would have been utterly exposed. This armor was summoned just in time to shield me from the impending flames. However, even its considerable defensive capabilities could not withstand the assault of fire. Cracks began to form upon its surface, and I was enveloped in a haze of searing heat. I gazed in the direction of my assailant, my anger at the sudden ambush causing me to momentarily forget that another was watching me closely. Yet, the moment I turned my attention, a chilling sensation surged through me, alleviating the intense burning against my skin. In the distance, my opponent was firmly ensnared by another, their lips pressed together as if in a moment of triumph. Yet, I felt an overwhelming dread, for the visage of my ally was withering, nearly lifeless. It seems you have forgotten, my body can split into multiple forms. The other placed a hand gently upon me, their sultry voice whispering in my ear, destroying my 2 bodies will conveniently allow you to replenish your own. Aware of the impending fate, I struggled fiercely against their control. However, having been gravely injured by the flames, I lacked the strength to break free from their grasp. That face truly extinguished any desire to resist. Gazing at my soot-blackened countenance, the other clenched their teeth and slowly pressed their lips against mine. There was no alternative. The losses today were too significant, and only by restoring life in this moment could I find solace. Desperation filled my heart as I silently lamented. Soon, as our lips intertwined, the other began to siphon my chakra, drawing it into their own body like a pump. In no time, I found myself in a state akin to my ally, transformed into a mere husk. It's impossible, truly impossible. There is not a drop left. The relentless extraction blurred my consciousness, and just as I teetered on the brink of collapse, the siphoning suddenly ceased. What is happening? Has the other experienced a moment of conscience? I struggled to open my eyes and looked ahead. There, the other stood motionless like a desiccated corpse. And as a gentle breeze swept by, they disintegrated into dust, carried away by the wind. Upon closer inspection, my ally had met the same fate, having succumbed to unconsciousness earlier due to the drain. The one who had controlled them was now lifeless as well. Truly, you were not forthright. Deliberately concealing such vital information only led to your demise. As a familiar voice echoed, a droplet of water fell upon the unmoving head. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through the body, as the charred remnants of flesh began to regenerate, shedding the burnt skin like stone. The chakra that had just been extracted returned, replenished in abundance. With newfound strength, the figure rose from the ground to gaze upon the one who had saved him. It was none other than Naruto Uzumaki. I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. He expressed with heartfelt appreciation. His gratitude was profound. Not only for Naruto's act of rescuing his life, but also for the miraculous droplet that had alleviated his injuries and potentially healed old wounds, promising a significant enhancement to his future strength. The ability to wield such a potent elixir to save lives, while simultaneously concealing critical intelligence akin to betrayal, filled him with immense gratitude. If there were a system of affinity, his admiration would have soared to an impressive 90, regardless of the reasons behind it. The fact remained that you were pursuing a traitor, and I could not bear to witness your demise. However, the matter of withheld information would have to be addressed later. Naruto, without a hint of courtesy, waved his hand dismissively and then cast his gaze towards the distant figure of the last remaining life, Kaze. At that moment, Kaze was filled with profound regret. Had she known, she would never have betrayed or fled. Just moments ago, as a first-hand witness, she had seen a flash of light. And in an instant, both of her bodies lay dead. The most astonishing part was that this individual had merely spat a couple of times on the unyielding body, bringing them back to full vitality. This was utterly absurd. Your intelligence was indeed well concealed, and your senior and junior disciples treated you rather well. Had it not been for your willful betrayal that exposed the truth, I might never have uncovered this matter. Naruto Uzumaki gazed at the excited No-Fang and exclaimed with enthusiasm. However, it was not excitement directed towards No-Fang herself, but rather a thrill at the revelation that she possessed 5 chakra natures and 5 lives simultaneously. Within the recesses of his memories as a traveler, he recalled that mastering the 5 elemental chakra was the first step towards entering the realm of the 6 paths. Only by uniting the 5 chakra natures and utilizing yin-yang release to form a bloodline web could one truly step into the eternal 6 paths level. For someone like him, a ninja with only the wind nature, cultivating the other elemental attributes would require an extensive investment of time. Yet, if he could thoroughly comprehend No-Fang's abilities, he could entirely bypass this arduous step. There was a distinction in their powers. While the angle merely represented 5 disparate hearts, No-Fang embodied 5 complete bodies, identical to his original form. Why? Why have you returned so swiftly? I received intelligence this morning that you were in the land of rice, No-Fang exclaimed, her voice tinged with desperation. She had meticulously devised a plan to escape undetected, intending to sacrifice one of her bodies to lift the constraints upon her heart, thus enabling her departure from this nation. She envisioned finding a small, virtually ninja-free country to live a life of freedom. Yet, everything had diverged from her meticulously laid plans. First, her escape was discovered, leading to her being pursued by her fellow disciples, and now this formidable adversary had returned with alarming speed, leaving her with only one body remaining. Is there a reason? I simply completed my tasks and returned. Do you truly believe I would need to explain my Flying Thunder God technique to you? Naruto Uzumaki casually scratched his nose and flicked it away, embodying a sense of mockery reminiscent of Kakashi Hatake. As Naruto himself remarked, it was indeed after relocating the aerial base to Orochimaru's stronghold, observing the bustling individuals around him, he felt somewhat idle and decided to return, only to overhear the news of Fugaku's escape and hurried over to investigate, fortuitously arriving just in time. Chapter 94, The 8 Gates. Damn it. If that's the case, Fugaku bellowed, subsequently leaping high into the air and performing a full 360-degree spin before crashing to the ground, kneeling with his forehead repeatedly rubbing against the surface. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please forgive me. The young Naruto Uzumaki had never witnessed such a spectacle. Just moments ago, he had been engaged in a fierce battle with his adversary, and now, in an instant, he found himself face to face with someone who had suddenly dropped to the ground like a tiger descending a mountain. I truly regret my actions. I was momentarily blinded by folly. I promise never to repeat this. Please don't kill me. Fugaku found himself at an impasse. The current predicament left him unable to fight or flee, compelling him to surrender. Interesting, but what use do you have for us now? With a flash of light, all the alternate versions of Naruto were brought forth by Minato Namikaze. Minato appeared beside Fugaku, gripping her long hair tightly and taking a deep breath, speaking slowly. How did you all arrive here? Has Orochimaru's legacy and the remnants of the hidden cloud been gathered so swiftly? Seeing this group had indeed gathered, Naruto Uzumaki voiced his curiosity. How did you all arrive so quickly after being so busy just moments ago? Windflower Naruto shook his head. There's an overwhelming amount of remnants to tally. We simply lacked sufficient manpower, which is why I planned to return and allocate some resources. Then I heard the news of a betrayal and decided to come and witness the commotion. Fortunately, I stumbled upon such an intriguing event. Otherwise, I would have been oblivious to its existence. Minato toyed with Fugaku's hair, wrapping it around his fingers a few times before forcefully yanking a handful away. Fugaku, kneeling on the ground, felt immense pain. Her hair was her essence, and pulling it out was akin to breaking several fingers in agony. You still haven't answered my previous question. Do enlighten me on how you can be of use. Previously, Naruto had spared them for the sake of the tailed beast chakra collection technique, but now that technique was firmly in their grasp, and with Fugaku's betrayal, he wondered what recourse remained. Minato, nonchalantly placing the still-twitching red hair into a vial, inquired of Fugaku, "What do you have to offer?" "My strength remains considerable, you see. Many before weren't able to defeat me. Uchiha, they all fell before me." Unfazed, she spoke of her own worth, for in her eyes, her strength was the only aspect that truly mattered. Boredom crept in, as the notion of a lackey seemed utterly tedious to her. Kaze no Kaze made a dismissive expression, indicating her disinterest in such trivialities. "Well, judging by your demeanor, it seems you are incapable of articulating your thoughts. Shall I retain this individual for my experiments? You have no objections, I trust?" Kaze no Kaze raised her gaze, seeking the opinions of her companions. This was merely a formality, as no dissent was anticipated. As expected, with unanimous agreement, Kaze no Kaze swiftly took action, ensnaring the individual with her 8 trigrams chains, rendering them akin to a dumpling, which she then hoisted upon her shoulder. "Now that this matter is resolved, shall we return? A multitude of tasks awaits us." Kaze no Kaze was eager to delve into her research on the new materials. Controlling 5 attributes and 5 lives, did this imply the ability to simultaneously absorb 5 bloodline limits? Moreover, based on the data provided by Uzumaki Naruto, could it be that, with the addition of Yin-Yang release, one could artificially synthesize the bloodline web? Even if these ideas proved unviable, could one not simply procure a compatible body and recreate a Uchiha form to forge an artificial Rinnegan? If she were to successfully accomplish such feats, there would be no need to fear the formidable Orochimaru. As countless inspirations surged within her, Kaze no Kaze longed to return to the laboratory and commence her research. Her eyes, alight with fervor, regarded the burden upon her shoulder not as a traitor but as a veritable treasure trove. Observing the excitement flickering in her counterpart's eyes, Uzumaki Naruto shrugged and waved his hand dismissively. "Ah, how bothersome." The anguished voice of Kaze no Kaze echoed within the Fire Country base, though it was not her true self speaking, but rather her shadow clone. Upon their return to the base, Kaze no Kaze had intended to hastily drag the captive to the laboratory for research, only to find herself thwarted by her own self. The insufferable Uzumaki Naruto had insisted on learning the dark medical arts and the ultimate muscle regeneration techniques. Compelled by her research fervor, Kaze no Kaze reluctantly conjured a shadow clone for Naruto and hurriedly instructed him to lead her to Orochimaru's lair. Thus unfolded the recent scene. With the remaining shadow clone feeling equally vexed, even as a mere clone, it yearned to engage in research rather than instruct others. Yet, what could it do? After all, clones lacked autonomy. With a grimace of annoyance, it begrudgingly began to teach Uzumaki Naruto. Truly, the manpower was insufficient. Within the entire base, there were no personnel capable of keeping pace with her research, leading to a painfully slow progress. Had she known, she would not have been so hasty in eliminating Orochimaru. At least he could have been a helpful ally. Naruto Uzumaki gazed helplessly at the shadow clone, who continued to complain while instructing him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "Do you desire assistance from someone who matches your level of research? How? Do you have a plan?" With a mischievous grin, Uzumaki Naruto conveyed that if he were to earnestly teach him, they would surely find a way. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Under the meticulous guidance of Minato Namikaze, within merely 3 days, Uzumaki Naruto mastered the ultimate muscle regeneration technique and a portion of the dark medical arts. After all, he did not aspire to be a true physician, thus it sufficed for him to focus solely on the chapters pertaining to the 8 gates. Given his formidable regenerative abilities and the plethora of innate talents bestowed upon him, he was untroubled by the prospect of succumbing to the perils of obsessively practicing a particular chapter from the sacred texts. In the training ground, Naruto Uzumaki has already shed his upper garment, speculating that he might inadvertently tear it apart when he opens the 8 gates. It seems more prudent to remove it now. Surrounding him were his comrades, including even Minato Namikaze, who had hastened to the scene instead of conducting his own experiments. After all, this moment marks the unveiling of the most formidable physical prowess in the ninja world as one unlocks the 8 gates. And everyone yearns to witness the sheer magnitude of this power firsthand. All right, I shall prepare to commence. Naruto Uzumaki slowly exhaled the tainted air from his lips, channeling the chakra of the nine tails throughout his body, transforming it incessantly into darkness. The chakra activated the ultimate muscle regeneration technique. Open the first gate. The floor of the training room fractured under the sheer force of the gate's opening, as if unable to withstand the impact. Open the rest gate. As the whirlpool of Naruto's muscles swelled, he bore a striking resemblance to Trunks transforming into a Super Saiyan. The gates of the open doors unfolded, first gate, second gate, third gate, until reaching the fifth gate, at which point all versions of Naruto retreated. The verdant pressure exuding from Naruto's form became increasingly painful upon contact with others. Moreover, his hair transitioned from a golden hue to a vivid crimson, reminiscent of life itself, saturated in a color as striking as blood. The fourth gate opened. The green pressure morphed into a cerulean aura, and the floor of the training room had already sunk several meters, forming an elliptical pit. Unbeknownst to Naruto, a mechanical armor had manifested and fused with his body. Unlike previous iterations, this armor transcended mere technological weaponry. It seemed to possess a life of its own, seamlessly merging with Naruto's flesh, culminating in a biological armor. This was Naruto's body instinctively harnessing every available resource to unleash his latent power. This surge of energy. Naruto Uzumaki now feels that if a towering mountain stood before him, he could cleave it apart with a mere punch. If an ocean obstructed his path, a single kick would suffice to part its waters. Such is the essence of traversing mountains and crossing seas. Naruto Uzumaki took a deep breath, his eyes swirling with the three tomo. Now, the final gate must be opened. The eighth gate, release. Chapter 95, Rending Space. The eighth gate is unleashed. A continuous stream of crimson steam erupted from Naruto's body. The surrounding onlookers, all versions of Naruto, instinctively recoiled, a primal fear surging within them at the sight of their counterpart. Before them stood not merely another self, but a fearsome beast capable of obliterating the world. Naruto Uzumaki was unleashing his full power, a terrifying aura coalescing around him into a blood-red barrier. The very ground beneath his feet crumbled into dust and debris, and as the barrier ascended relentlessly, it eventually reached its zenith before erupting violently. Naruto Uzumaki's hair continuously shifts in hue. At times it radiates a vibrant crimson, while at others it appears to dull into a pallid white. With the infusion of Nine-Tails chakra and dark chakra, it instantaneously transforms from white to yellow, then back to red. Is this the essence of the eighth gate's power? Naruto Uzumaki gently waved his arm, feeling a resistance akin to that of paper. This was not the resistance of air, but rather the barrier between realms. Yet, with Naruto's current strength, tearing through this barrier felt as effortless as ripping a tissue. It was at this moment that Naruto realized that this power was his opportunity to traverse worlds and save other versions of himself. Kushina, Minato, Hinata. I feel I am now capable of rescuing others. My strength is sufficient to shatter the barriers between worlds and travel back and forth. What? Is that so? Reactions varied among the group, but Kakashi had already grasped the implication. Indeed, the power of the eight gates could reach such heights, capable of rending the space between worlds. This power was astonishingly potent, evoking both tremors of awe and a sense of curiosity. It might be somewhat shameful to admit, but Kakashi found himself captivated by this formidable strength. This was the ultimate power, stemming from humanity's primal instincts, a reverence for strength combined with his innate sensitivity to research. The sheer confrontation with such force exhilarated him. The fact that the eight gates could achieve such a feat was beyond imagination. Naruto needed no further words. This state of being demanded thorough investigation. Kakashi was practically salivating at the prospect. Just moments ago, he had spoken of wanting to study Orochimaru. Yet with the eight gates Naruto at his disposal, who would still care for Orochimaru? It would be far more enticing to have Naruto eliminate that fiend and then study his remains. Truly, a monster among men. Since encountering you all, I have been astonished more times than I have eaten in the past 30 years. Having lived for over 3 decades, witnessing such a spectacle felt like a life well lived. Observing Naruto, who effortlessly created rifts in space with his every movement, Kakashi could only manage a wry smile as he reflected on his own circumstances. Apologies, everyone. Though time is of the essence, I can scarcely wait any longer. Other matters can be addressed upon my return. What I desire most now is to rescue those whom I can save. Naruto Uzumaki offered his sincere apologies to everyone, acknowledging that their relentless efforts in this world were all for his sake, yet he now needed to venture into other realms. There is no need for apologies. We understand your sentiments, they replied. After all, should we encounter difficulties in the future, your strength would surely compel you to assist us immediately, wouldn't it? Naruto waved his hand dismissively, indicating that such matters were of little concern. I wonder if it would be possible to bring us along as well? If so, we could lend our support, one suggested. Upon hearing this, Naruto immediately sensed the situation but then shook his head with a hint of resignation. At present, I can only ascertain the coordinates of the other worlds, but I cannot guarantee that there won't be unforeseen complications during the transdimensional journey. Nor can I assure you that bringing you along wouldn't pose any danger. It's best if I go first and assess the situation. If all goes well, I believe I can leave a flying thunder god kunai in this world, which should enable my return. I could then bring you along afterward. Naruto's companions nodded in agreement, and after a moment's consideration, one proposed an additional idea. The flying thunder god technique sounds like an excellent option. By the way, you might consider leaving a shadow clone here. If you are unable to return from that world and the kunai cannot be sensed, the clone could potentially serve as a coordinate for us. That makes sense, and it would also allow Naruto to provide you with one of his flying thunder god kunai, which might facilitate your journey, another companion chimed in. Indeed, what you both suggest is quite logical, so let us proceed with this plan, Naruto concluded. Without uttering a word, Naruto Uzumaki swiftly created a shadow clone, simultaneously inscribing a flying thunder god mark upon the ground. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze produced a flying thunder god kunai from his belongings and handed it to Naruto. Very well, everyone, I shall take my leave now. With a smile, Naruto Uzumaki bid farewell to his companions seated around him, subsequently closing his eyes to sense the coordinates of the Might World. Within these three frozen temporal realms, the mechanical Naruto faces the formidable Madara Uchiha, a being of 6 paths caliber. Despite possessing the power of the 8 gates, vanquishing him remains a daunting task, thus postponing it for later. Similarly, in the world of Kakashi Naruto, although the identity of the puppet master remains obscured, it is highly probable that it is either Obito Uchiha or Kagaya Otsutsuki. While defeating these two would be relatively effortless for the current Naruto Uzumaki, it still poses a slight challenge compared to the realms below. In the realm of Might Guy, he has already confronted Madara Uchiha through sheer strength, albeit only to falter due to the opening of the 8th gate. However, recovering from such an ordeal is not insurmountable, especially considering his inexhaustible reservoir of dark chakra. As for the techniques of yang release and the 8 gates, Naruto Uzumaki can confidently assert that no one comprehends them better than he does. Those who surpass him simply do not exist within the ninja world, excluding the Sage of 6 Paths, who has since departed from the mortal coil. His consciousness gradually descended into the ceiling space, and through a certain node, Naruto's spirit soared infinitely, piercing through what felt like a bubble, ultimately arriving in a realm of utter void. In this emptiness, countless vibrant bubbles emerged, with his own world nestled among this myriad of colorful orbs. Naruto Uzumaki gazed into the distance and discovered that his bubble world was entwined with 6 other bubbles. Among these 6, 3 were gently revolving in sync with his own world, while the remaining 3 had come to a standstill. Naruto Uzumaki's gaze pierced through the vibrant hues of the bubbles, revealing a world suspended within them, where one scene depicted Might Guy lying on the ground. Chapter 96, Rise Again. I have found you. Naruto Uzumaki has discovered the realm of Might Guy. In an instant, he followed his instincts and returned to his own body. How was it? The other Narutos gazed at him, their eyes suddenly wide open, and they eagerly approached to inquire. Naruto Uzumaki grinned widely and addressed Minato Namikaze, saying, "Wait for my return. I shall enlighten you about the shape and principles of the world, and you will surely be thrilled." With that, Naruto raised a hand and made a sweeping motion, gradually parting the barrier between 2 realms. He stepped into the rift, which then slowly closed behind him. What do you mean by the principles of the world? What does the world truly look like? Clarify before you depart. At the site of the 4th Great Ninja War, Sakura Haruno and Hinata Hyuga were kneeling before Might Guy, weeping uncontrollably. At that moment, after uttering a cryptic last testament, Guy had fallen into silence. As a medic, Sakura understood without the need for a physical examination that he could be declared deceased. Is there truly no hope for Guy? Hinata sobbed, turning to Sakura. Despite possessing the Byakugan, she comprehended that his injuries, fractured meridians, and shattered bones were beyond salvation, yet she clung to the faintest glimmer of hope and questioned Sakura, yearning for a miracle. Beside her, Sakura, equally stricken with grief, channeled green chakra into her hands, pressing them firmly against Naruto's heart. However, his body was akin to a tattered rag. No matter how she attempted to mend it, the fibers within were irreparably torn. Ultimately, she had to withdraw her hands, shaking her head in despair. How could this be? Guy, you haven't even responded to my confession yet. This is infuriating. Wake up. Don't you still have feelings for me? If you return to life, I will accept everything about you. Your eyebrows and taste are of no concern to me. Just come back to life." Her voice, tinged with desperation, neared a hoarse whisper as the two of them collapsed helplessly against him. The surrounding allied shinobi forces wept openly. Particularly Might Guy and Rock Lee, who, with their respective 8 and 6 gates opened, let tears as large as chestnuts fall to the ground. Suddenly, Minato Namikaze sensed something amiss and called out loudly to the crowd, "Something's wrong. Everyone, stay alert. I sense a disturbance in space." Upon hearing his words, everyone tensed simultaneously, grasping their weapons. This is unacceptable. Uchiha Obito has already been defeated. Why are there still enemies? If they have the audacity to come forth, let them. I am already furious. Amidst the collective fury and vigilance of the crowd, a temporal fluctuation gradually manifested before Naruto Uzumaki. Upon realizing that the adversary's target was Naruto, the two young maidens beside him swiftly seized their weapons, positioning themselves protectively at his side. Subsequently, under the watchful gazes of the onlookers, a diminutive figure emerged from the spatial portal. This formidable presence, accompanied by a vortex of ominous energy, was Naruto, instilling a palpable tension among all present. With some succumbing to despair. Why must there be such a terrifying foe? The aura he exudes feels even more potent than that of Uchiha Madara. Halt. Do not approach Naruto any closer. Hinata Hyuga was the first to speak, activating her Byakugan and the twin lion fists. Sakura Haruno, undeterred, unleashed her 100 healings technique, brandishing her fists in a threatening manner towards Naruto. The assembled crowd brandished their weapons, aiming them at Naruto. Yet, in the face of such hostile scrutiny, the adversary surprisingly shed tears before the captivated audience. I apologize. Although I was somewhat prepared, I truly could not hold back. Naruto Uzumaki promptly released the 8 gates and, in the blink of an eye, appeared beside Might Guy, harnessing the amplification from his continuously destroyed and repaired body. Naruto's typical speed had become so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. "What are you doing?" Sakura Haruno exclaimed, preparing to strike Naruto away, only to be intercepted by Hinata Hyuga. "Wait a moment, Sakura," Hinata said with her Byakugan activated, her voice filled with excitement. "Might Guy's chakra is recovering, and his body is mending itself." "What?" Sakura quickly assessed Guy's condition, realizing it was indeed as Hinata had stated. He was in the process of recovery. Who on earth is this child? She wondered, observing Naruto as he continuously channeled dark chakra into Guy, employing forbidden medical techniques to mend his injuries. This must be dark medical ninjutsu, the very technique utilized by the former leader of the Akatsuki. Exactly. The method used by Shinra was also the 8 gates. Specifically the Death Gate. I saw it in the mission reports. Hinata exclaimed joyfully. There is hope for Guy. Is that so? That is wonderful. Sakura sighed in relief, though her gaze remained worryingly fixed on Naruto. What is this person's true identity? The battlefield was enveloped in a profound silence. Everyone held their breath, fearful of disturbing Naruto's efforts to save Guy. Yet, despite their silence, questions swirled in their minds. Surely, Guy will be saved, if he recovers. I must treat this person to a lavish meal, even offering him the last bite. It's my fault for not stopping you, Guy. Once you're well, I'll run 1,000 laps around Konoha upside down. I feel the same. If only my strength had been sufficient. Perhaps Guy wouldn't have been so gravely injured. Hey, Lee, can you actually hear my thoughts? Yes, I can fully comprehend your sentiments. Oh, this is the essence of youth. Lee, Guy-sensei, those 2's inner thoughts are quite noisy. By the way, why does this child seem so familiar? He resembles Guy as he did in his youth, almost identical. Fourth Hokage, can you hear my thoughts? Yes, second Hokage, though I'm uncertain why. This child bears a striking resemblance to me as well. Could it be? As several individuals engaged in this mental exchange, Naruto's healing efforts neared completion. The charred and torn flesh of Might Guy gradually mended, steam wafting away as the process concluded. At last, it's nearly restored. Rise, my other self. Epilogue. Strongly leading Naruto, optional. From the author's resentment. Rise and shine. Strongly leading Naruto swiftly silenced the alarm clock and hoisted himself from his slumber, casting his gaze upon the diminutive confines of his room. Today marked the inaugural day of his assignment, and he had purposefully awakened half an hour early to ensure he arrived at the Konoha Umbu for his reporting duties. As he brushed his teeth, a flurry of thoughts occupied his mind, reflecting on the events of the past few days. Sigh. Juggling the Ninja Academy's assessments for his ninja license while simultaneously preparing for the Umbu certification had been no small feat at long last. He was poised to embrace his role within the Umbu, Once adequately prepared, strongly leading Naruto ascended to the window, intending to traverse the rooftops. He had deliberately chosen this rental location, a mere 5-minute journey from the Umbu headquarters. Although the room was rather cramped, essentially a space one could survey in a single glance, and rather costly, consuming a significant portion of his meager mission funds, the proximity was invaluable. Finding accommodation so close was indeed a rare stroke of fortune. With these thoughts uplifting his spirits, strongly leading Naruto set off joyfully to report for duty. Upon his arrival at the Umbu, after conversing with the deputy minister, he proceeded to his designated work area. "Ah, Sasuke, what brings you here?" he exclaimed. "Didn't you mention that the route was closer to your Uchiha residence, and you intended to join them?" Uchiha Sasuke responded with a dismissive scoff. "I've decided to remain with the Umbu after all." "Well, that is splendid. At least I have a familiar face around," Naruto replied cheerfully. "Newcomer, let us go. We have a mission," his senior called. "All right, I'm on my way," Naruto exclaimed, eager to follow. After what felt like an eternity, the duo returned to their workspace. Mission accomplished. Just then, a ninja adorned in a Jonin vest approached strongly leading Naruto. "Are you strongly leading Naruto?" "Yes, indeed, senior. I've heard you're being transferred to Root?" "What?" Naruto gasped, his expression shifting to one of alarm. "How could this be? I just reported to the Umbu and even rented a place here." Noticing Naruto's distressed demeanor, the Jonin offered a comforting tone. "Worry not. Go speak with the Umbu minister. Perhaps there is room for negotiation. I'll accompany you." All right. Naruto agreed hastily, though anxiety swirled within him. If I'm transferred to Root, the mere commute would consume an hour. Upon reaching the deputy minister's office, the Jonin began conversing with the deputy minister while Naruto stood anxiously by. "This matter is not as straightforward as you imagine. Look at this and that. There is no time to spare. And regarding this and that, blah blah blah. Fine. Return for now. I'll discuss these matters with you shortly. In due time, someone will inevitably be transferred, whether it be you or another individual. However, I have only just arrived and recently committed to a year-long lease here. Why did you choose to rent in this location? Our clandestine division is subdivided into various sectors, including the Root and other departments. Adjustments are made collectively, and one can never be certain of their ultimate destination. During my initial reporting, it was communicated to me that I would be assigned to the clandestine division, and no one had informed me of these intricacies. Why did you not inquire earlier? From the outset, it would have been prudent to ask. Did you even pose the question? I was unaware that the clandestine division was so compartmentalized. The notification provided no such clarification. Moreover, the distance from the clandestine division to the Root is not significant, merely a half-hour journey. Look at me. I endure an hour's commute daily. That is because you purchased a home. Otherwise, you would not reside so far away. Strongly determined, Naruto felt a surge of indignation. Yet, my journey also takes an hour, and it is quite arduous. What of that? In the past, I too was destined for the Root, and back then, we traversed mud and puddles to reach our destination. Devoid of the conveniences we now possess, the vice minister appeared somewhat exasperated. Regardless of the transfer, stability is never guaranteed. Even I might face reassignment. It is implausible to remain in the clandestine division throughout the year. You might inquire about your lease. If it can be cancelled, do so. We are not bound to remain in one position indefinitely. If you do not transfer this month, you may find yourself reassigned next month. Should you be relocated next month and perform admirably, a return may be possible the following month. Furthermore, consider this. I understand your predicament, which is why I suggest you remain within Konoha temporarily. In the future, once your position stabilizes, you may very well be assigned to the Land of Lightning or other distant territories. Presently, you are merely adjusting within Konoha. Who knows? You might even find yourself dispatched to a far-flung place such as the moon. I overheard the vice minister's remarks, and Naruto couldn't help but recall a recent conversation with his seniors while they were working. How could I dare to express my concerns to him? If I did, I might be assigned to some desolate locale. Indeed, there exists a possibility that once I bring it up, I would be transferred immediately. If only I could summon such frustration, I would simply cast him from the Hokage building. Then the Hokage would have to convene a day-long meeting for us. Understanding that this seemed to be a veiled threat, a fierce anger ignited in Naruto's eyes. Yet, faced with this detestable individual, he found himself utterly powerless. With all his finances already committed to rent, he was left with barely enough for next month's sustenance, compelling him to clench his fists in frustration, only to helplessly release them. At that moment, a sudden ripple coursed through the space, and a figure emanating a crimson aura emerged. Who are you? The vice minister stammered, overwhelmed by the formidable presence. I have come to rescue another version of myself. Naruto Uzumaki raised his thumb, then delivered a fierce kick to the vice minister. The vice minister soared through the air, crashing into the dark organization's building, and was lodged into the ceiling like an overturned radish. Subsequently, Naruto executed 3 swift kicks to the vice minister's most vulnerable area, causing him to be utterly incapacitated, his mind clouded in confusion as drool trickled from his head, which was stuck to the ceiling. With a final move, Night Guy, a crimson dragon erupted forth, sending the vice minister flying out of Konoha. As a shooting star streaked across the sky, the vice minister landed precisely on Orochimaru's experimental table in the land of rice. A sinister smile crept across Orochimaru's face as he gazed at the unexpected specimen descending from above. Days later, at an auction in the land of lightning, a rather unsightly figure emerged, a peculiar individual. As the crimson steam enveloping Might Guy dissipated entirely, he was resurrected in full vigor. With a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes wide, sprang from the ground, and executed a flawless 360-degree spin before landing gracefully, flashing a proud smile that revealed his gleaming white teeth. The third Hokage has returned to life. Before Might Guy could fully comprehend the situation, he was engulfed in hugs from 2 adults and 2 children, leaving him blushing and speechless. Sakura, even Hinata too. He stood there, his hands awkwardly raised in confusion. From a distance, Kiba Inuzuka observed the scene with irritation, muttering, "That brat is too lucky." Yet, a smile he could not suppress lingered on his face. The surrounding crowd, filled with joy and tears, celebrated the resurrection of the hero who had saved their world. Only Naruto Uzumaki stood transfixed, watching the trio embrace, feeling a strange sensation wash over him. Why did the sight of them together evoke such an odd feeling? In that moment, a fleeting image of Hinata from his own world flashed through his mind, causing his heart to race. Perhaps it's simply the joy of seeing Might Guy revived, he mused. Naruto Uzumaki shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Enveloped in their embrace, Might Guy finally recalled Naruto and awkwardly extended a hand to greet him. "Hey, Naruto, your efficiency is impressive. Just mentioned needing you to rescue me, and here you are." At this moment, the 2 young women beside them also reacted, hurriedly expressing their gratitude to Naruto. However, upon seeing his appearance, they were momentarily taken aback. The reason was simple. The red-haired Naruto bore an uncanny resemblance to their own Might Guy. Could it be that he is an illegitimate child? What may seem like a fleeting moment to you has felt like an eternity to me. Nonetheless, I am relieved to have finally rescued you. It has truly been a long time. Observing Naruto's demeanor, Might Guy refrained from any theatrical gestures, merely giving him a thumbs up. "It appears you have grown sufficiently reliable. Your recent use of the 8 gates technique has surpassed my own." In response to Might Guy's praise, Naruto also raised his thumb, smiling as he replied, "I owe it all to your support. After you, many other versions of myself from different worlds have arrived in my realm, and they have all provided me with immense assistance. To think there are so many of us helping each other. It is truly touching. This is what youth is all about." The watermelon-haired youth momentarily submerged himself again in his literary musings. Who is this Might Guy? During their conversation, Sakura could no longer suppress her curiosity and posed a question to the 2. Mainly, Naruto's striking resemblance to Might Guy, combined with his youthful appearance, which made him look no older than 5 or 6, made it difficult to ignore their potential connection. "Oh, I forgot to introduce him. He is Please do not let him be an illegitimate child, though it seems unlikely for Might Guy. What if he truly is? I have only just accepted his confession." "Wait, didn't Hinata also confess to Might Guy just now? What does that even mean?" Snapping back to reality, Sakura realized she hadn't heard clearly and quickly asked again. "I'm sorry, I was lost in thought. You said he is your... Who? What do you mean?" Sakura exclaimed, exasperated. "Please don't act foolish at a time like this." Seeing the 2 struggle to connect, Naruto quickly interjected, "Allow me to clarify. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I am from another world, while Might Guy here is..." "Another world as Might Guy?" Both women stood stunned, but the conversation had not gone unheard. Other members of the 4th Great Ninja War, who had drawn closer, began to murmur among themselves. "Did I hear that correctly? He said he is from another world. It seems I did not misunderstand. I too heard that another world refers to his death. Fool. Coming from another world implies, well, I am not quite certain what it means." After overhearing the discussions of those nearby, a bead of sweat trickled down Orochimaru's forehead, which he nonchalantly wiped away. It appears that the compulsory education in the ninja realm requires significant improvement, The combined efforts of the 5 villages failed to yield even a single competent individual. Noticing the gazes directed towards him, Orochimaru prudently chose to seal his lips. It was not out of fear of these individuals, rather, having finally rehabilitated his reputation. It was best to avoid stirring trouble at this juncture. So, it is akin to that Naruto from long ago? Haruno Sakura was the first to grasp the situation. She recalled her previous experience of traversing worlds alongside Might Guy, where she was initially flustered by the unfamiliarity, yet Might Guy navigated it with ease, successfully integrating her into that realm. In that world, there existed a Might Naruto, who, leveraging his identity as the 4th Hokage's descendant, displayed arrogance that nearly led to the destruction of the ninja realm, were it not for Gaia's intervention. It was during that experience that Sakura began to recognize her feelings for Might Guy. Indeed, just as we once traversed to another world, this Naruto too has journeyed from afar. I had often been absent recently to assist him, ha ha ha. Upon realizing he finally had someone who understood, Might Guy was filled with joy and quickly chimed in. So, that was the reason for your frequent absences, Guy. Hinata Hyuga quietly sighed in relief, as if a realization dawned upon her. By the way, how much time has passed on your side? I feel as though you have not aged significantly. Might Guy gestured to compare heights with Naruto Uzumaki, sensing he had not grown much. Well, actually, it has not been long at all, just a little over a year since I arrived here. I came as soon as I felt capable of rescuing you. Oh, so it has only been a year? No wonder I feel as though you have not changed much. Though Might Guy might be somewhat oblivious due to Might Dai's influence, his intellect remains intact. You say it has only been a year since then. Yet, your prowess with the 8 gates seemed far superior to mine. Chapter 98. Ninja Sect. Not quite. In truth, my strength has not increased significantly over the past year. I merely awakened the potential within my body through the 8 gates, as I harbor several powers within me. I see. Might Guy struck his left palm with his right hand, appearing to comprehend. Yet his expression suggested he was still somewhat baffled. Well, since matters here have been resolved, I shall take my leave. Naruto Uzumaki was uncertain whether these individuals truly comprehended his words. However, Might Guy had been rescued, thus he considered his objective accomplished. Alas, why must they depart so swiftly? Surely, they ought to take a moment to explore the wonders of Konoha with me. Perhaps another time, another time. Naruto Uzumaki shook his hand. I am in a hurry to rescue the others. Their worlds have also been frozen. The sooner I can save them, the sooner I can find peace of mind. Oh. How could I almost forget that there are several other Narutos waiting for your assistance? Might Guy suddenly recalled that there were indeed multiple worlds connected to Naruto, which meant several versions of himself were in peril, awaiting his aid. In that case, allow me to join you. Having an additional ally would be beneficial, Might Guy exclaimed, his first instinct being to assist himself. Are you really going to fight again? Haruno Sakura interjected, having been silently listening to their conversation. Upon hearing Might Guy's intention to help his counterparts in other worlds, she could not help but voice her concern. Having just endured a harrowing battle, the battlefield was still littered with the remnants of their struggle. Moreover, Might Guy had recently faced a life-and-death crisis, and now he was considering yet another fight, which deeply troubled Sakura. It's all right, Might Guy flashed a bright smile, giving Sakura a thumbs up. After all, these are other versions of me. How could I possibly refuse to help? Besides, I was just saved by myself, wasn't I? Sakura momentarily found herself at a loss for words, but Hinata Hyuga, standing nearby, chimed in. Then I shall join you as well. I wish to fight alongside you, even if it's just to lend a small hand. You should rest for now, Sakura urged. What you just experienced was indeed a fierce battle, and it would be unwise for you to engage in another so soon. Naruto Uzumaki thwarted Might Guy's intention to assist him, uncertain whether he could transport others to different realms, having yet to fully grasp the principles of interdimensional travel. Furthermore, he had not expressed an immediate desire to engage in battle in another world. He still needed to return to his original realm to inform several of his counterparts. How fortuitous, he mused. Once I have rested, I shall bring you to my world. With that, the two Narutos, one large and one small, exchanged playful punches. Subsequently, Naruto Uzumaki remained stationary, attempting to sense the kunai of Flying Thunder God from his alternate universe. Yet, no matter how fervently he searched, he was met with an overwhelming void. The chasm between worlds was impervious to the Flying Thunder God technique. Similarly, he could not perceive his own shadow clones, as the ability to sense parallel universes seemed confined solely to his original self. Upon realizing his attempt to traverse realms had failed, Naruto, with a sense of regret, activated the 8 gates once more, shattering the barriers of reality and returning to his own world. He had not anticipated the existence of other realms, nor the formidable prowess of this particular Naruto. After Uzumaki's departure, the onlookers reflected on the day's extraordinary events, recalling the moment he unleashed the Death Gate, which evoked memories of facing Uchiha Madara, his aura even more formidable. As they surveyed the battlefield, a mixture of joy and sorrow filled their hearts as they began to gather the bodies of their fallen comrades and restore order. Suddenly, the spatial barrier slowly parted, and Naruto Uzumaki emerged once more. Upon his return, the crowd encircled him, eager to inquire, how did it go? Was everything successful? Why are you alone? And it has only been half an hour. Has it truly been over half an hour? He pondered. Naruto Uzumaki calculated that he had traversed time by approximately half an hour, indicating that the flow of time between the two worlds had once again synchronized. I had just successfully crossed into the realm of Might Guy and, using Dark Chakra, had successfully resurrected his physical form. The experimental journey had indeed succeeded. How wonderful! Naruto exclaimed joyfully. Unlike the other two versions of himself, he had actually interacted with Might Guy. He felt genuine happiness at the successful rescue of Might Guy. It appears your ability to traverse worlds is indeed functional. And could the 8 gates be the key to interdimensional travel? How intriguing. It seems I must diligently train my physical prowess, or perhaps there is an issue with Naruto Uzumaki's constitution. Should I consider researching his cells? It is not the 8 gates that are the cause. Naruto Uzumaki refuted the speculations of Minato Namikaze. As long as one's power reaches a certain level, it can pierce through the barriers of worlds. Our reality consists of a multitude of bubbles. My unique ability should allow me to observe these individual worlds. Strange, it seems none of you have parted your lips, yet I can hear your voices. Wait. How did my inner thoughts manifest into words? What is this? A profound silence enveloped the scene, although the 4 individuals were engaged in conversation. None of them were physically speaking. I am uncertain of the circumstances, but this ability was unexpectedly discovered while I was aiding Might Guy. It appears to facilitate seamless communication between individuals. Even during the rescue of Might Guy, Naruto's powers had already awakened. The reason the participants on the battlefield during the 4th Great Ninja War could comprehend each other's thoughts was entirely due to Naruto's uncontrollable initial awakening, which enveloped them all. Such naive youngsters have truly never seen the world. Kurama, do you know what this ability is? Kurama's sudden utterance piqued the curiosity of the others. The voice of the Nine-Tails, it has been ages since I last heard it, ever since I confined him completely, haha. So it is the Nine-Tails? I never imagined it could speak. I always thought of it as nothing more than a raging beast. Indeed, this is also my first time hearing the Nine-Tails voice. Silence. You other youngsters, were it not for Naruto Uzumaki, I would never deign to converse with you. Listen well, Naruto Uzumaki. What you wield is the power of the shinobi sect, a tradition created by the Sage of the Six Paths Chapter 99. Can we traverse worlds freely? Shinobi sect? That rings a bell. In the recollections of the traveler, it seemed the Sage of the Six Paths had indeed mentioned it. Yet such trivial matters were instinctively disregarded by Naruto. Indeed, the old man initially conceived the idea of the shinobi sect through chakra to foster understanding and communication among people, thereby preventing conflicts. It seems even the Sage of the Six Paths underestimated humanity. Chakra has ultimately become a weapon for war. Upon hearing the concept of the shinobi sect, Minato Namikaze scoffed, as the wars of the ninja world had never truly ceased. Even within a single village, there were constant power struggles, both overt and covert. That's why I say only half of what the old man proclaims can be trusted. Even his own son fails to achieve mutual understanding. Oh? The Sage of the Six Paths has a son? Naruto's interest was suddenly piqued, and he eagerly awaited Kurama to divulge the gossip surrounding the Sage of Six Paths. His 2 sons are hardly paragons of virtue. Just as Kurama was about to continue, a sudden cough startled him, causing his fur to bristle in alarm. The affairs of his sons are of little consequence. The focus now is on the matter of the shinobi sect. Why did he suddenly stop? The so-called shinobi sect refers to a paradigm of communication devoid of any emotional barriers, allowing individuals to deeply empathize with one another and transmit chakra between them, thereby forming a unique lineage. In response to the inquiries, Kurama chose to disregard them and began to elucidate the concept of the shinobi sect to the others. However, this notion of the shinobi sect eventually devolved into ninjutsu, which ignited a war throughout the entire ninja world. The ability that Naruto Uzumaki has recently awakened may be attributed to his mastery of the young-release shield, combined with the collective animosity felt by all present on the battlefield. This shared sentiment fostered an environment devoid of psychological defenses. thus successfully establishing the foundational conditions for the shinobi sect. Furthermore, the essence of the few individuals involved is fundamentally intertwined. Both their spirits and physiques bear remarkable similarities, allowing the power of the shinobi sect to manifest among them. In other words, if two individuals do not harbor mutual trust, the abilities of the shinobi sect shall remain dormant, correct? Indeed, that is precisely the case. How reassuring. Naruto Uzumaki let out a sigh of relief. The previously unshakable sensation of malevolence had been quite unbearable. The thought of acquiring an ability to communicate telepathically with others would have been excruciating. Fortunately, it is a capability he can deactivate. You fool, the voice continued. The fact that you can harness the power of ninjutsu signifies that you have reached a pinnacle in the realm of yang release. Moreover, the dark chakra you employed to rescue Might Guy was, in essence, the culmination of negative emotions manifesting as in release, combined with dark medical techniques and my chakra, resulting in a fusion of yang release. It is even likely that you invoked the power of a Sharingan, which has led you to unlock the potential of ninjutsu, indicating that you were nearing the level of the Sage of Six Paths. The Sage of Six Paths, you mean? Indeed. Kurama's heart swelled with joy. After all, Naruto was the first human in millennia to truly comprehend him. Now, it seemed he was on the verge of attaining the level of the Sage of Six Paths. Nevertheless, let us set aside the matter of the sage for now. The pressing concern is to save my counterparts in other worlds. Naruto Uzumaki currently paid little heed to the formidable power of the Sage of Six Paths. He had yet to fully master the Eight Gates technique, and his surging strength had already inflated his ego. Mentioning the Sage of Six Paths was almost enough to send him soaring. With that, Naruto settled onto the ground, seeking a moment of respite. What is the matter? Why are you just sitting there? Windflower inquired, her curiosity piqued by Naruto's sudden decision to rest. Well, it's obvious, he replied. Having opened the Eight Gates has left me quite fatigued. Although I just assisted Might Guy in his recovery, I still expended a considerable amount of chakra. We must engage in battle again shortly, so I wish to restore my state before proceeding. Thus, I intend to rest for a while before venturing into Kakashi's world. I see. Then make sure to rest well. By the way, can you take us to other worlds? Naruto Uzumaki lay on the ground, shaking his head in resignation. I have tested the ability of Flying Thunder God, and it is evident that I cannot traverse worlds. I also feel no coordinates within my shadow clone. It appears that transporting you all across worlds is quite a challenge. Alas, if only the barrier of this space would restore at a slower pace. We could venture forth together once you unlock it. Windflower Naruto sighed, realizing that the prospect of simultaneously crossing into other worlds seemed rather bleak. Wait. Perhaps there is still a chance. Suddenly, Wavewind Naruto had an epiphany and excitedly addressed the group. What if, at the moment when Vortex Naruto opens the world barrier, just as he is about to fully enter, half in our world and half in the other, he utilizes Flying Thunder God? It's possible that he could indeed traverse to the other side. Wavewind Naruto nodded in agreement, analyzing the situation. When you forcibly separate the two worlds, they should be interconnected. You mentioned that worlds are like two bubbles. However, when bubbles connect, they effectively become one. Thus, at that moment, employing Flying Thunder God should allow us to leap directly from here to there. Indeed, and I could bring you all along with me. Wavewind Naruto exclaimed with enthusiasm. This way, they might even bridge all worlds, enabling everyone to share their resources. But will this not pose a danger? Naruto Uzumaki harbors considerable concern for the safety of others, for one can traverse realms at any moment, yet life is singular and irreplaceable. There is no cause for alarm. During your interdimensional journeys, I have not observed any signs of spatial rifts, suggesting that the likelihood of danger is minimal. Indeed, Naruto's aptitude for spatial perception is unparalleled among us, and his assertion that no spatial anomalies have manifested further supports the notion of safety. Moreover, should circumstances necessitate, we can employ shadow clones to scout ahead. Utilizing clones presents no threat to life while also yielding valuable insights for our interworld expeditions. Indeed, with this approach, the possibility of genuine connections between worlds may very well be realized. Naruto Uzumaki was filled with excitement. Previously, everyone could only retreat to their own worlds, but now, the possibility of connecting worlds had emerged, allowing everyone to traverse freely. Ha, I can't wait to restore my chakra so we can experiment with this. Restoring chakra is quite simple. One can utilize the power of the ninja sect, right? Chapter 100, Awakening would release. The ninja sect? What purpose does the ninja sect serve? Do not underestimate the ninja sect. When Ashura, the son of the Sage of Six Paths, was born, he was devoid of any power. It was through the strength of the ninja sect that countless chakra and life energy were transmitted to him by his companions, granting him the ability to contend with his brother Indra. Kurama reminisced about those bygone days when his relationship with humanity had not soured, as it did after the death of the Sage of Six Paths. Thus he was aware of Ashura's plight. Oh, does the ninja sect possess such an effect? It can gather the chakra of others, thereby amplifying one's own strength? The traveler, having only viewed the manga version, remained oblivious to the intricacies of the anime plot and was not well acquainted with the concept of the ninja sect. In truth, the manga featured the Nine-Tails, while the anime showcased would release, leading to some confusion. This explanation suffices, although you have reached your limit with the 8 gates and Yang release. Encountering Uchiha Madara could lead to unexpected complications. However, if you harness the strength of the ninja sect to channel the powers from other worlds, even Madara would not stand a chance against you. Are we to lend him our strength as well? But hasn't he already inherited our physical forms and abilities? Kazekage Temari had not forgotten the moment she accepted her journey, realizing that her body and power would amalgamate with Naruto Uzumaki. Yes, I am unsure about this, but I believe the powers of the ninja sect can indeed be mutually transferred. We can simply conduct an experiment to find out. After all, we are essentially the same person. Today I lend you my strength, and tomorrow you lend me yours. Honestly, I am quite eager to explore the legendary pinnacle of Yang Release's capabilities. Naruto chuckled, showing no reluctance towards the idea, especially given their shared essence. I have no objections. It's merely a transfer of power, and it won't divulge any of my secrets. Moreover, there is no loss in this exchange. Temari also expressed her agreement. Well then, let us proceed with the experiment. I am curious to see how much you will grow after reclaiming our powers. Ultimately, Kazekage Temari consented to the use of the ninja sect's abilities. Excellent. Ha ha ha. Thank you all. Rest assured, I will wield this power wisely. Regarding the suggestion to experiment with the ninja religion, Naruto Uzumaki did not decline. After all, it merely involved the transfer of chakra, which would not jeopardize his foundation. Even if it were consumed, it could be replenished. Eager to explore this novel experience, he was keen to give it a try. Thus, the 4 of them gathered together, intertwining their hands to channel their chakra. As Naruto's ninja religion network expanded, their chakras seemed to intertwine seamlessly. Indeed, the connection between chakra and chakra was evident. The collective chakra of the 4 surged together, forming an immense ocean of chakra at their center. It was truly a magnificent sight. One could hardly believe that the combined essence of merely the 4 of them could yield such a vast amount. The sensation was nothing short of solar in its brilliance. Before long, all their chakra converged upon Naruto Uzumaki alone. As Naruto Uzumaki felt a surge of energy, a multitude of chakra arms sprouted from behind him, intertwining and elevating him high into the air until he opened his eyes. In an instant, the chakra arms shattered, yet their forms did not dissipate. Instead, they transformed into wood. Is this wood release? Countless intertwining chakra arms morphed into timber, twisting and transforming into a wooden Buddha. Within the palm of this wooden figure, Naruto stood resolutely, 3 seekers of truth orbs hovering behind him. It is truly astonishing. Even without unlocking the 8 gates, I am capable of attaining such formidable power? Naruto Uzumaki stepped upon the solid wooden ground beneath him, then turned to gaze at the wooden Buddha statue behind him. I had always believed that the attainment of wood release was a distant dream, yet unexpectedly, through the strength of my companions, I managed to awaken it myself. What has transpired? Why has a wooden Buddha appeared within the embassy of the Land of Snow? It is indeed a miracle. This colossal statue towers over several meters. Even in the restrained presence of Naruto Uzumaki, and such a sudden emergence of this behemoth naturally draws the attention of those nearby. Could it be? Is it wood release? Quickly, inform Lord Hokage. Has Konoha truly awakened wood release once more? Hurry and report to the leaders of the lightning, water, earth, and wind nations. Hey. The commotion you've caused is too great. Our courtyard has been damaged. Gazing at the enormous wooden Buddha, after the initial shock, Naruto felt a pang of concern for his own yard, realizing that such a vast area had been ruined, not knowing how much it would cost to repair. Haha. My sincerest apologies. Naruto Uzumaki smiled sheepishly and then manipulated the wooden Buddha into a multitude of wooden planks, swiftly restoring the recently damaged courtyard. With such a display, it's likely that everyone in the ninja world is aware of our presence here, remarked Minato Namikaze, gazing at the repaired yard with a grin. In response, Naruto Uzumaki simply chuckled. Do I need to concern myself with such matters at this moment? How peculiar. How did you awaken wood release? It is supposed to be exclusive to the Senju clan. Minato's mind raced with a barrage of questions. Despite my extensive efforts with Orochimaru, I was unable to transplant wood release. How could you possibly awaken it? The emergence of the wooden Buddha had left him astounded. But it was Naruto's ability to harness wood release that truly left him in awe. I am uncertain as well. Perhaps the Uzumaki and Senju clans share a distant kinship? Kurama interjected, elucidating the historical context. This must be the power of the Sage of the Six Paths. After all, it was through his influence that Ashura gained recognition and awakened wood release. If that is the case, then everyone should be able to awaken wood release, Minato mused. Upon hearing Kurama's explanation, Naruto quickly activated the Sage mode and distributed his chakra among the three others present. How could one casually awaken wood release like that? If it were that simple, I would devour this wall right now, Minato scoffed. Incredulous at the notion that he had spent so long without success while others could achieve it so effortlessly. Suddenly, after successfully sharing his chakra, the three individuals opened their palms to reveal a wooden branch sprouting from their hands. Wood release. It truly has been awakened, Minato exclaimed in disbelief. Staring at the branch in his hand, astonished that an experiment he had labored over for so long could yield such an inexplicable success. Indeed. And this wood release possesses a vitality that seems distinct from Yamado's. Naruto sensed the life force emanating from the branch. It was alive. Chapter 101. Rasengan, without my involvement. I might forget that the protagonist of this story is Naruto. This is impossible. It makes no sense. Why was it so effortless to awaken? Minato pondered, bewildered by the writhing branch in his hand. The notion that simply sharing chakra could lead to the awakening of wood release rendered his previous research a mere joke. Observing Minato's conflicted expression, Kazahana tossed her branch aside, allowing it to transform into a bush before patting him on the shoulder. There is no need to dissect the intricacies of a ninja's abilities. Instead of fretting over how wood release was awakened, perhaps you should contemplate how to consume that wall. As he spoke, he pointed to the recently repaired wooden wall. This wall stood an impressive 3 meters high, though its length was uncertain. Fortunately, timber had just been added in the middle. If one were to cook it, perhaps it could even be consumed. Namikaze Minato gazed at the smug expression of Kazahana Naruto and shot him a fierce glare before stepping up to the wall. Hey, you can't be serious. I was merely jesting. Don't take it to heart. Observing Namikaze Minato standing pensively before the wall, Kazahana Naruto felt a twinge of anxiety. Why was he taking this so seriously? If he truly attempted to eat that wall, it could very well cost him his life. Namikaze Minato rolled his eyes at Kazahana Naruto, disdain dripping from his words. It is merely a wall. Do you genuinely believe I cannot handle it? Calm down. Indeed. There is no need. This is just a wall. As Namikaze Minato seemed intent on his foolish endeavor, the others rushed forward to intervene, fearing for his life. I mean what I say. With his eyes blazing red, Namikaze Minato extended his neck dramatically to 5 meters in length, transforming into a colossal fox head that voraciously bit into the recently mended wall. Wow, he truly is something else, Kazahana Naruto thought. Witnessing the fox head devouring the wall above, he had only heard of the saying not turning back until one hits a wall, but here was someone who, upon encountering a wall, simply swallowed it whole. Kazahana Naruto gazed at his twin with deep admiration. This individual was undoubtedly a werewolf, even more formidable than a typical tough guy. In no time, having consumed the entire wall, Namikaze Minato returned to his original form, wiping the remnants of stone debris from his mouth. Well, I have finished. I am a man of my word. When I say I will eat a wall, I shall eat a wall. I always thought you were just principled in words, until today when I truly believed it, Kazahana Naruto said, raising both thumbs in admiration for the principled Namikaze Minato. All right, since my chakra has been restored and I have awakened my wood release, it is the perfect opportunity to experiment with time travel. As Uzumaki Naruto observed that the commotion had subsided, he eagerly prepared to embark on another journey through worlds. Indeed, I too am keen to experiment with the method we have just discovered, he thought. Nodding in agreement, Namikaze Minato responded, very well, let us commence. With that, Uzumaki Naruto took a deep breath and activated the 8 gates once more. Suddenly, the sky transformed as a formidable force erupted from the ground, scattering the clouds above. Remarkably, this surge of power surpassed the previous one. It must be due to the awakening of wood release, he mused. The others, bracing against the pressure of the wind, exchanged banter about the overwhelming aura that accompanied each of Naruto's openings of the 8 gates. I am ready to unlock the gates, he announced. Swiftly, Uzumaki Naruto pinpointed the coordinates of the world of Hatake Kakashi and turned to Namikaze Minato, saying, all right, catch the flying thunder god Kanai. Without hesitation, Minato tossed a flying thunder god axe to Naruto while simultaneously creating a shadow clone. Excellent. Naruto Uzumaki deftly caught the kunai of flying thunder god, and in an instant, half of his body traversed into the world of Kakashi Hatake. Simultaneously, Minato Namikaze began to sense the coordinates of his kunai. A sudden realization struck him. With a swift motion, Minato's shadow clone vanished from its original position, and Naruto Uzumaki completely entered Kakashi's realm. Within Kakashi's world, a dark figure attempted to strike from behind. In that moment, Kakashi, drained of all strength, could only watch helplessly as a hand plunged into his heart. Spiraling sphere. A faint blue sphere of chakra struck the dark figure from behind, the terrifying rotational force shredding the black cloak into fragments. While the assailed individual coughed up blood onto his mask. Spiraling super ball. Vanishing. The ambushed Obito Uchiha hastily transformed his body into nothingness, evading the subsequent attack. The spot where he had just stood was now a gaping crater. Damn it. Who are you? Obito Uchiha, while waiting for the Senju cells to swiftly restore his body, used words to buy time. His expression was grim. Not only because of the recent ambush, but also due to the memories triggered by the earlier spiraling sphere and its impact. Me? My name is Minato Namikaze. I never expected to have the chance to teach you a lesson once more, Obito Uchiha. Unlike his usual sunny disposition, Minato's face was now etched with frost and murderous intent, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth revealing his inner exhilaration. Obito Uchiha. I have not heard of that name. I am Uchiha Madara. Whether you are Uchiha Madara or Obito Uchiha, it matters not. I have come for you regardless. As the two faced each other, Naruto Uzumaki arrived in this world, witnessing the gaping wound in Kakashi's chest. He immediately activated the Sage Mode, channeling chakra into Kakashi's body. It has been quite a while. How do you feel now? It feels unclean? Observing the chaotic scene and the chakra being infused into him, Kakashi couldn't help but utter that line. What do you mean? Is there a problem or not? Seeing Naruto's equally puzzled expression, Kakashi slapped himself across the face. My mind is filled with nonsense. I'm fine. Really, I feel as fresh as a new pair of underwear on a bright morning. Watching Kakashi slap himself while insisting he was fine, Naruto could only doubtfully deactivate Sage Mode. Sometimes, even if the body is unharmed, if the mind is troubled, it cannot truly be considered well. I told you I'm fine. With a flushed face, Uzumaki Naruto struggled to articulate his previous words. But upon seeing that innocent face, he found himself unable to speak and could only helplessly swallow his words. Oh dear. What am I supposed to say in front of a child? How infuriating. Speaking of which, who were those two gentlemen? Unable to provide an explanation, Naruto swiftly shifted the topic. Chapter 102, Reincarnation. At this moment, Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Obito were locked in a fierce battle, with black whirlpools and golden flashes flickering incessantly, rendering their movements nearly impossible to discern for onlookers. Just moments ago, they were engaged in combat to the west, and in the blink of an eye, they had moved to the east. Minato continuously dispatched kunai with his left hand, while his right hand swung the Rasengan, grazing perilously close to his opponent. Conversely, Obito was not enjoying such ease. Faced with the high mobility of the Flying Thunder God technique, his Kamui was insufficient to shield him from harm. He could only rely on his phasing ability to evade damage, but the duration of his intangibility was limited to 5 minutes. To maintain this state for an extended period, he had to intermittently revert to a solid form for a brief respite. However, Minato's speed was astonishingly swift. Each time Obito regained his corporeal form, a Rasengan would invariably come barreling toward him. Although he immediately phased out again, he still sustained considerable injuries. Damn you, Obito seethed. Ever since acquiring Kamui, he had never been wounded to such an extent by anyone other than his own teacher. This yellow-haired adversary, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique, felt like a second Namikaze Minato, which infuriated him greatly. If you wish to fight, then let it be a fierce confrontation. Would release Hell's Chaos? Obito howled to the heavens, while countless wooden spikes and thorns erupted around him. Each spike towered dozens of meters high, radiating outward from Obito like a storm. What? As the branches surged forth from all directions, Minato could only evade the onslaught, swiftly using the Flying Thunder God to escape beyond the attack's reach. This was a formidable technique. Also caught in the chaos of Hell's Chaos were Uzumaki Naruto and Hatake Kakashi, but unlike Minato's retreat, Naruto chose to confront the oncoming trees head-on. In an instant, a biological armor enveloped his body, and as red steam burst forth, Naruto unleashed a powerful punch toward the approaching forest of spikes. Knight's Fist. Unlike the flamboyant techniques of ninjas, Naruto Uzumaki has now ascended to the realm of taijutsu akin to that of the Sutsuki. With a mere punch, he shattered the oncoming trees into splinters, with chips swirling through the air, and even carved a massive groove into the ground from the force of his blow. Yet, this was only the beginning. Naruto's strike not only thwarted the would-release attack but also directly impacted Obito Uchiha, halting only at the sound of his astonished exclamation. Behind him, Kakashi Hitaki stood in utter disbelief, witnessing the spectacle unfold. When did your taijutsu become so formidable? The pace of change in this era is astonishing. In his recollection, Naruto relied on the power of the tailed beast to inflict damage, yet now, with a simple swing of his fist, he could achieve such devastation. Perhaps it was merely a culmination of his prior efforts, as he had not been this powerful before. Impressive. Kakashi coughed. Where did you fellows even come from? Just then, Obito Uchiha limped out from the debris, his mask shattered, revealing his contorted visage. It seems Naruto's punch landed squarely on you. Judging by your appearance, it appears you've had a brush with death, haven't you? Kakashi observed Obito, who had closed one eye, smiling with satisfaction. However, to Obito, this smile reeked of irony. Indeed, a truly fearsome blow. He recalled the moment, after emerging from the chaos of the hellish realm, he aimed to distance himself from Kakashi, only to be caught off guard by the sudden onslaught of Naruto's punch. Had he not reacted swiftly to activate his Anaji, he would have surely met his demise. Since you have no protective talisman left, you might as well lie down and await your end. There seems little point in continuing this conversation with someone like you. Kakashi's sentiment resonated with Naruto. Given that this individual was so close to taking his life, there was indeed no reason for further discourse. Curse you. Where on earth did these inexplicable individuals come from? Obito questioned, eyeing the three fierce figures before him, perplexed, especially as they all bore striking similarities. After all, they are merely those whom you have harmed. With that, Naruto's countenance transformed, having prepared for Sage mode while evading the chaos of the hellish realm. Sage art, flashing Nine-Tails reincarnation, flying thunder god slash. Countless clones of Naruto zipped through, enveloping Obito in a golden web of energy. The sensation of killing you once more is utterly exhilarating. As the relentless Naruto Uzumaki unleashed his first Rasengan upon Obito Uchiha, the latter's fate was sealed. A barrage of Rasengans followed, bombarding him for a full 5 minutes until he was utterly obliterated. What a refreshing experience. I never imagined traversing worlds could be so exhilarating. Gazing at the devastation left in his wake, Naruto beamed with joy. My apologies, Kakashi Naruto, but the sight of this Obito fellow compelled me to act without restraint. Regaining his composure, Naruto hastily offered an apology to Kakashi Naruto, as if he had unwittingly claimed the head of his nemesis. No need for concern, Kakashi Naruto replied. Just as he opened his mouth to respond to Naruto's apology, he sensed danger looming behind him and rushed to warn Naruto. But alas, it was too late. A wooden spike had already pierced Naruto's heart, exploding into countless wooden shards that transformed him into a wooden effigy. What? Hey. The onlookers were left in disbelief. Particularly Naruto Uzumaki, who watched in horror as his counterpart fell before him, tears streaming from his eyes. Naruto. A sardonic chuckle escaped Obito's lips as he surveyed the multitude of wooden spikes embedded in his form. With a bitter smile, Naruto dissipated into a wisp of smoke. Ah. It was merely a shadow clone? I've managed to escape with my life. Obito's voice resonated from behind the wooden spikes, revealing a transformed figure. His tattered clothing now accompanied by 6 tomos swirling in his eyes. Fortunately, it was a shadow clone. I almost forgot that Naruto arrived in this world through his shadow clones. With Naruto's disappearance, Uzumaki Naruto finally breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to glare at Obito. I will kill you. Is that so? You think you can? Obito retorted, momentarily silenced. For before him stood a figure with a pair of Rinnegan eyes glaring back at him. Chapter 103. The Wrath of Naruto. Long before he revived himself using Izanagi, Obito knew he was no match for the individuals before him. Thus, he swiftly commanded Black Zetsu to assume his form and even entrusted it with his Manjiki Sharingan. Meanwhile, he pursued his true target, Nagato's Rinnegan. As he had anticipated, all eyes were drawn to the disguised Black Zetsu, allowing him to successfully acquire Nagato's 2 Rinnegan. Even amidst their celebrations, he nearly dispatched one of them with a surprise attack. Regrettably, it was merely a clone. However, possessing the Rinnegan, he was confident that even without subterfuge, these individuals would pose no threat. Or so he believed. Who are you? Why? Why do you also possess the Rinnegan? Uchiha Obito stared in disbelief at the pair of Rinnegan before him, teetering on the brink of madness. He had meticulously orchestrated every step to obtain the Rinnegan. yet this young boy possessed it as well. What was even more alarming was the fierce gaze directed at him from those very eyes. Rinnegan, you say? My own eyes seem to differ in some regard, but such trivialities are of no consequence. All I desire now is to pummel you with my fists. In an instant, Naruto Uzumaki appeared behind Uchiha Obito, delivering a powerful punch. How swift! Though Uchiha Obito, endowed with the Rinnegan, could discern Naruto's movements, his body failed to respond, leaving him helpless as the fist approached his face. The new gravitational wave erupted from Uchiha Obito, sending stones beneath him flying as if struck by an invisible sphere. The gravitational wave collided directly with Naruto's fist, subsequently enveloping him entirely and propelling him away. So what if my body lags behind? As long as my technique can strike you, that suffices. Observing the efficacy of his attack, Uchiha Obito smirked, confident in his superior combat experience over the young boy. Meanwhile, Naruto, having been sent flying, spun in the air before gently descending to the ground, an effect achieved through the gravitational wave of the Rinnegan. So this is the ability of the Rinnegan? Though I had an inkling, experiencing it physically for the first time is indeed quite convenient. Universal pull. With a fierce glare from Uzumaki Naruto, Uchiha Obito was instantly drawn towards him. What? Shinra Tensei. As he soared into the air, Uchiha Obito quickly reacted, employing Shinra Tensei as a defense, hurling Uzumaki Naruto away. Futile. As one who possesses the Rinnegan, you should comprehend this. With the defense of Shinra Tensei, you stand no chance against me. Who claims there is no way? The Great Void Technique. In an instant, Naruto Uzumaki's Rinnegan regressed to a Manjiki Sharingan, while his hands conjured a black sword of space, poised to cleave directly at Obito Uchiha. Intangibility. This is bad. Faced with the unstoppable sword of space, Obito instinctively sought to defend with his intangibility, yet he had regrettably forgotten that he no longer possessed Kamui. Confronted with the overwhelming force of the strike, Obito, having recently observed Naruto's battle, was acutely aware that Shinra Tensei's defense would prove futile, compelling him to tilt his body as far as possible to the side. As a flash of black light surged forth, a profound fissure appeared in the ground, and Obito's form had already been reduced by more than half. Fortunately, his head remained intact. At that moment, Obito felt no pain, yet he was all too aware that a significant portion of his body had been severed. Grateful that his Rinnegan was still intact. What would you do without me? Suddenly, a Venus flytrap emerged from beneath Obito's feet, swiftly enveloping him, allowing his body to gradually restore itself. Thank you, Zetsu. Feeling his form restored once more, Obito expressed his gratitude towards the peculiar white Zetsu. No need for thanks. Just let me know next time when you need to relieve yourself. He thought it best to address the current situation first, as the enemies continued to watch him intently. Obito found himself in a particularly troublesome predicament, primarily due to those eyes capable of controlling space, which could be deemed the strongest spear, even with his Rinnegan. He felt utterly powerless. So, you restored your body using Zetsu? Yet, if I could strike you once, I can surely strike you again. All your efforts are in vain. Naruto Uzumaki gripped the black blade, taunting, to be frank, I find myself in a dire predicament. Yet, I cannot fathom where you acquire those Rinnegan eyes. Furthermore, should not the ability to manipulate space belong to Kakashi Hitaki? Obito Uchiha posed his inquiries, seeking to buy himself a moment. As the recent exertion of 2 consecutive Shinra Tensei had drained a significant portion of his stamina, I believe I need not elucidate this matter to you. In truth, when Naruto re-entered this realm, the essence of Kakashi within him had already matured. To put it in gaming terms, it was akin to a version update, where the old version was supplanted by that of Kakashi, with only the beneficial aspects retained and the detrimental discarded. Concurrently, Naruto had recently awakened would release and the Sharingan belonging to Sasuke Uchiha continuously assimilated with Indra's chakra. It could be said that Naruto had acquired the ultimate mastery of both Yang Release and the Manjiki Sharingan, thus assembling the power of all existence. The final step to awakening the Rinnegan was the demise of a shadow clone of Minato Namikaze at the hands of Obito Uchiha. Instinctively forgetting it was merely a clone, Naruto believed Minato to be truly dead. This overwhelming emotion and sorrow triggered the awakening of his Manjiki Sharingan. The wood release cells within him fused with the Manjiki, and in conjunction with his intense feelings, the Rinnegan unique to Naruto Uzumaki was born. However, such matters did not require explanation to Obito Uchiha. Rest assured, though I am reluctant to discuss these matters, I have just sensed that utilizing the space-time blade to eliminate you will do nothing to quell the fury within me. So, you need not worry. Naruto Uzumaki clenched his fists tightly, glaring fiercely at Obito Uchiha. With these fists, I shall deliver a crushing blow to you. Chapter 104. Obito Uchiha's unfortunate fate. Again, veins bulged on Obito Uchiha's forehead, his entire body trembling with rage. There must be limits to disdain, after all. I possess the Rinnegan. Obito seethed with fury, feeling the smoke of anger rising from his ears. No matter how dire the situation, he was still an Uchiha, a figure who had incited chaos throughout the ninja world, and yet this insolent brat dared to insult him so brazenly. Wood release, wood dragon technique. Obito bellowed. As a formidable wooden dragon surged forth from the ground, lunging aggressively at Naruto Uzumaki. Aura. In the face of the massive wooden dragon, which dwarfed him in size, Naruto stood resolute, merely raising his fist in defiance. With a powerful uppercut, he unleashed his strength. Naruto Uzumaki's fist struck fiercely against the wooden dragon's chin, penetrating it with remarkable force. The wooden dragon, initially surging forward at an incredible speed, was sent hurtling back even faster, crashing heavily into Obito Uchiha. With unyielding resolve, Obito unleashed a gravitational wave, effortlessly deflecting the useless wooden dragon away. Suddenly, Obito's Rinnegan pupils contracted as a fist encased in armor materialized before him. Hungry Ghost Path. A luminous barrier instantaneously unfolded, shielding Naruto Uzumaki and momentarily halting his advance. Wooden Jutsu. Countless wooden fragments surged forth, intertwining to form a colossal wooden figure. Utterly futile. What a surprise. Euler. As Naruto Uzumaki leaped high into the air, his fist poised to strike, Uchiha Obito hurriedly commanded the wooden figure to raise its fist in defense. This was a technique originally wielded by the first Hokage, a technique so powerful that even the Nine-Tails had faltered before it. As the wooden fist loomed over Naruto, Obito's confidence surged once again. The relentless blows had stripped away his former dignity, reducing him to the persona of a mere fool. Crack. The sound of splintering wood echoed from below, causing Obito's countenance to pale. Could it be? Leaning forward to investigate, he was astonished to find Naruto steadfastly bracing against the wooden fist with his own. Deep fissures marred the wooden arm. Just moments ago, it had appeared victorious. How could this be? Obito, unwilling to accept the reality before him, frantically commanded the wooden figure to retaliate with wild, unrestrained punches. Yet Naruto had lost interest in this game. He had already imparted a sufficient sense of despair to Obito before delivering his final blow. With a flurry of rapid strikes akin to a machine gun, Naruto's small fists descended upon the wooden figure at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Although the wooden construct swung its fists in defense, they felt as fragile as tofu against stone when faced with Naruto's onslaught, quickly disintegrating into splinters. In mere moments, the wooden figure was left devoid of arms, and Naruto stood directly before Obito. Wait. The relentless assault continued. As the sound of fists crashing into flesh resonated like a tempest, while Obito's voice echoed like thunderclaps. Soon, the only sounds that remained were the muffled thuds of fists striking flesh, and apart from the deliberately preserved Rinnegan, the scene was devoid of any intact form. Sighing in exhilaration, Naruto reveled in the moment. Naruto Uzumaki picked up two Rinnegan eyes, shaking off the blood that adorned them, before leaping down from the wooden Buddha. Catch. Instinctively, Kakashi Hatake reached out to grasp them, but upon closer inspection, he immediately flung them away. What are you doing, tossing me these eyeballs? Do you expect to consume them like fish eyes on a string? After discarding the Rinnegan, Kakashi hastily wiped the blood from his hands against the nearby stone wall. Of course, I have no desire for these. I already possess one. Naruto Uzumaki pointed to the pair of Rinnegan eyes nestled within his eye sockets. Why would you give me something you don't want? What would I do with so many eyeballs? I am not a centipede. Upon receiving those eyes, he felt as if they were glaring at him with a deathly intensity, and the mere thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Do not be deceived by his demeanor. He was, in fact, quite frightened of ghosts. Come on, these are Rinnegan. Did you not see how formidable Obito Uchiha utilized them just a moment ago? In response, Kakashi Hatake merely picked at his nose, dismissively waving his hand. If you like them, take them back and enjoy some skewers. I find these eyes serve me quite well. Upon hearing this, Naruto realized Kakashi was reluctant to part with the eyes gifted by another. Thus, he did not press the matter further and instead picked them up, placing them into the cultivation jar previously given by Minato Namikaze. After all, having just infused him with a surge of chakra, awakening the wood release, his Sharingan would not fade away. This would be perfect for Minato to study. I can only imagine his excitement upon encountering these Rinnegan. What? Who is Minato Namikaze? Kakashi exclaimed. So, you have moved on to someone new, completely ignoring me. Oh, I am heartbroken. Uncle is truly saddened. He then feigned a melodramatic pose, crossing his arms and appearing utterly despondent. Naruto Uzumaki inexplicably expressed a question mark and remarked, "Either you have a problem, or I do. TCH, you little brat. You lack any sense of humor. You can't even keep up with my jokes." Noticing that Naruto Uzumaki remained rooted in place, seemingly without a retort for himself, Kakashi Hatake felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. He ceased his playful antics and ventured into the ruins left by their recent battle, searching for something unknown. "What are you looking for?" "Nagato's body," came the serious reply from Kakashi, his face betraying a hint of sorrow. This revelation made Naruto realize that Kakashi's intentions were not to jest. Rather, he sought to mask his inner anguish through humor. "No, you're mistaken. I genuinely wanted to be silly," Kakashi responded without turning, as if anticipating Naruto's thoughts. "I've experienced too many farewells in life and have grown accustomed to it. The pain I felt when I killed Nagato was indeed real. The anger was genuine. However, now that he is gone, I must at least ensure his remains are respected." For he was, after all, a disciple of Jiraiya-sensei. After hearing this, Naruto chose not to say much more and quietly stepped forward to assist Kakashi. Soon, through their combined efforts, they unearthed Nagato's body, which appeared somewhat disfigured, possibly due to the collateral damage from the recent battle. Alas, his life was fraught with trials. Kakashi remarked as he pieced Nagato's remains together, striving to grant him a semblance of a complete resting form. "As for the Rinnegan, I shall not return it to you. After all, those eyes were never truly yours. When you reach the afterlife, remember to seek vengeance against Uchiha Madara." Naruto Uzumaki formed hand seals, causing the surrounding wooden beams to grow rapidly, crafting a coffin for Nagato Uzumaki, allowing him a dignified departure from this world. As if to enhance the atmosphere, paper money began to flutter down from the heavens. Chapter 105, True Peace. Was this not an excessive accentuation of the moment? Indeed. Paper money was drifting through the air. But wait, was that not paper money, but rather paper flowers? Observing the delicate paper blossoms descending from above, both Narutos immediately became vigilant. The appearance of paper flowers from the sky was evidently unnatural. It was clearly the work of someone else's technique. As anticipated, the master of the technique soon revealed herself, a blue-haired woman with wings gracefully descended from the sky, standing before Nagato's coffin. In her hands, she cradled a bouquet of paper flowers. Gazing upon Nagato's serene form resting in the coffin, tears silently streamed down her face before she gently placed the flowers atop him. "Are you Konan?" Upon seeing the blue-haired beauty made of paper, Naruto Uzumaki instantly deduced her true identity, immediately heightening his guard. He was acutely aware of the terror she embodied, especially now that both his enemies and comrades had perished. One could only wonder if she might resort to using 500 billion explosive tags for a catastrophic display of artistry. Is she truly Konan? Kakashi Hatake had once heard Naruto describe Konan's attributes, and he too was cognizant of the explosive tags, feeling an involuntary tension in her presence. Meanwhile, Konan, tears still glistening in her eyes, cast one final glance at Nagato's lifeless body before revealing one yellow eye and one normal eye, conjuring two paper blades aimed at the two Narutos. She had been present since the onset of the battle, even when Nagato was cleaved in two by Kakashi. Yet, before she could exact her revenge, Obito Uchiha intervened, prompting the two Narutos to join the fray. The skirmish quickly ensued, with Konan's presence largely overlooked. As she contemplated her desire for vengeance, both sides were comprised of her enemies, leaving her uncertain about whom to target, thus relegating her to silently guard Nagato's remains. Suddenly, she fell prey to a surprise attack, her face obscured by a dark mass, rendering her body uncontrollable. Despite losing physical autonomy, her consciousness remained intact, allowing her to witness everything that unfolded, including the invective whispered by the dark figure beside her. Initially, this mysterious assailant aimed to ambush the two Narutos when they relaxed, and Konan found herself indifferent to the outcome, as either side's demise would not be a loss for her. However, upon witnessing the two Narutos excavating Nagato's body from the ruins and aiding in the collection of his remains, an overwhelming surge of emotion momentarily broke her free from the grip of Black Zetsu, leading to the earlier confrontation. "Both of you, leave this place at once. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." In her heart, Xiaonan seemed to grasp the essence of peace, threatening the two Narutos to vacate the premises. "Are you all right? Why do I feel something is amiss?" Observing Xiaonan's condition, Uzumaki Naruto experienced an indescribable sense of unease. "Enough of this chatter. Depart at once. Otherwise, I shall take action against you." Xiaonan appeared disinclined to engage in further dialogue with the two, as paper fragments began to cascade from her cheeks, conjuring a tempest of paper around them. Let us be on our way. She is but a pitiable woman. Naruto Uzumaki wished to utter more, but was restrained by Kakashi Hitaki's firm grip on his shoulder. He could perceive that this woman had resigned herself to death, a state he was all too familiar with. He too had once wandered through life like a mere specter, yearning for the day he could return to the afterlife. However, it was only after finding solace in another's spirit that he liberated himself from that despondent state, which elucidates the fury he felt when Hinata was left in peril at the hands of Pain's Devapath. Let us go. Let her handle this, Kakashi declared, turning to depart. Reluctantly, Naruto followed suit, his desire to say more thwarted. Upon witnessing both Naruto's departure, Konan appeared to experience a sense of relief, a smile gracing her lips. You wretched woman, why did you have to show yourself at such a critical moment? Had you not intervened, the Rinnegan would have been within my grasp. At that moment, half of Konan's face darkened, the blackness controlling her visage as her voice seethed with anger. She bore a strange dichotomy, one side smiling while the other seethed with rage, a manifestation so intense that blood began to trickle from her cheek. It matters not. Even the deepest enmity can be contained for Nagato's sake. Hatred only begets greater hatred. I believe it is best to allow this hatred to cease with me. What nonsense are you spouting? The Rinnegan is the Rinnegan. Do you grasp the time and effort I invested in its creation? To allow it to slip into the hands of the enemy. Enraged, Kaguya exerted control over Konan's right hand, driving it brutally into her own heart. If you cherish peace so dearly, then perish. Yet, Kaguya seemed unsatisfied, compelling Konan's hand to strike again and again, venting his wrath before intending to relinquish control. But he found himself unable to withdraw. A multitude of paper pieces began to adhere to Konan's body, remnants of the very origami she had just dispatched. Gradually, they enveloped her, cocooning her in a paper chrysalis, sealing Kaguya within and preventing his escape. Wretched woman, what are you attempting to do? Kaguya's panic was palpable, an ominous premonition stirring within him. I have declared that the cycle of hatred must cease with me. Thus, you too shall cease. Konan bit her tongue, allowing crimson to spill forth onto the paper before her, summoning forth a myriad of explosive tags through a summoning technique. What is this? 600 billion explosive tags. Konan exclaimed fiercely. Originally intended for the masked man, they were now repurposed for their final tribute. No, you mad woman, release me at once. In a state of unprecedented panic, Black Absolute found himself unnerved for the first time in countless years. Essentially a product of the Yin-Yang escape, he understood that regardless of how his form might change, there remained a material